Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4BF. Chapter 168 No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than Golden Lion? 16. Please subscribe. 169 374ths. Chapter 168 No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than Golden Lion? 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Wait, I don't object to the alliance, but you have to tell me, how are you going to settle Amazon Lily after this war? You only have one ship, you can save Trafalgar Law and go to New World. When the time comes, you can roam freely in the vast world, but Snake Princess is different. She has the country of Amazon Lily and all its citizens behind her. Once she goes to Sabayati Archipelago with you to participate in the war, the Marines behind her will definitely invade Amazon Lily. What will you do then? Gloriosa reached out to stop Boa Hancock, and then asked Qin Yu in an extremely serious tone. Of course I will take you to New World. Qin Yu seemed to have expected Gloriosa to ask this. He gave an answer as soon as she finished speaking. Is Pluton big enough to carry all the citizens in Amazon Lily? Gu Luoli 23 Osa asked in surprise. No, Pluton's strength is not in its size, but in its firepower. Although Pluton is also quite large, it is not exaggerated to the point where it can carry the citizens of a country. Qin Yu shook his head. Then what are you going to do? Gloriosa asked. This is related to the rise and fall of the entire Amazon Lily race, she dare not be careless at all. Boa Hancock can do whatever he wants, but she, who has dedicated her life to Amazon Lily, cannot do so. Before coming to Amazon Lily, I have informed the president of Carrera Company, that is, the head of Water City, Bingshan. He has promised to send all the ships under the name of Carrera Company to Amazon Lily to help me transport the people of the Empress. If nothing unexpected happens, when I and the Empress go to Sabayati Archipelago to participate in the war, all the people of Amazon Lily have been safely delivered to New World. Qin Yu said, the president of Carrera Company. I've heard of this person. It is said that he has close cooperation with the world government and naval headquarters. His company usually builds warships for naval headquarters. How dare you entrust such an important matter to such a person? Aren't you afraid that he will betray you? Gloriosa stared at Qin Yu. Spandam, the CP9 chief of the world government, once killed Iceberg's master Tom. Not long ago, I not only helped him avenge the murder of his master, but also killed all the CP9 spies planted by the world government around him. Qin Yu once again exposed a secret that shocked Gloriosa. The demon Qin Yu is indeed worthy of his reputation. There is a reason why you have made such a great reputation before you even set foot in the New World. To be honest, when I first learned that you were going to fight with naval headquarters, I thought you were an arrogant and conceited man. After all, even the legendary pirate Golden Lion, who was once powerful, was defeated by naval headquarters. No matter how strong you are, can you be more powerful than Golden Lion? Now it seems that I am short-sighted. Gloriosa looked at Qin Yu deeply, then turned and walked out of Boa Hancock's room. I fully support you in the alliance. You can rest assured to go to Sabayati Archipelago with Snake Princess to participate in the war. As for the transfer of Amazon Lily, I will take care of it. Thank you. Qin Yu watched Gloriosa leave before retracting his gaze. This annoying old guy is finally willing to stop. Okay, wait in my room for a while, I will go to summon the most elite warriors of Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock told Qin Yu, and then walked out of the door with an intoxicating fragrance. I know your two sisters are in the same situation as you. Ask them to come to your room, and we will remove the flying dragon's hoof before we set off. When Boa Hancock was about to leave the room, Qin Yu suddenly said to her. You are really different from other men. I find that I appreciate you more and more. Boa Hancock paused slightly, and when he looked back at Qin Yu, a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. This is just a piece of cake for me. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. But for me and my sisters, it is no less than a new life. Quote, Boa Hancock said, and walked out of the room without looking back. Less than 20 minutes after she left, two women who were as burly as giantess and whose appearance was completely different from Boa Hancock rushed into the room. Mr. Demon, can you really help us eliminate the flying dragon's hoof as your sister said? Boa Hancock's second sister, Boa Sandersonia, came to Qin Yu with excitement and asked as soon as she walked in. Of course, if you can trust me, then take off your clothes and turn around. After experiencing the Nami and Boa Hancock incident, Qin Yu can also understand the sadness and pain of the two sisters Boa and Sandersonia. Chapter 169. Today I will wipe out the flying dragon's hoof, tomorrow I will wipe out the celestial dragons. 26, please subscribe. 173 374ths. Chapter 169. Today I will wipe out the flying dragon's hoof, tomorrow I will wipe out the celestial dragons. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Of course we can trust it. The third sister, Boa Marigold, took off her shirt with Boa Sandersonia and showed Qin Yu her back with the dragon's hoof printed on it. Please, Mr. Demon. Celestial dragons. Although he had seen the dragon's hoof on Boa Hancock's back just now, Qin Yu's eyes unconsciously turned colder when he saw the hideous and dazzling dragon's hoof on Boa Hancock's two sisters again. Perhaps it was because Nami's arm was once tattooed by the dragon pirates that he instinctively felt disgust and rejection towards the dragon's hoof in front of him. When the two sisters, Boa Marigold, heard Qin Yu murmur celestial dragons, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Qin Yu sighed secretly after seeing the changes of the two girls, and immediately pressed his left and right hands on the flying dragon hooves on the backs of Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia. When the pink light covering the backs of the two sisters disappeared, Qin Yu took his hands back, just like when Boa Hancock's flying dragon hooves were eliminated just now. The two sisters Boa Sandersonia saw the flying dragon hooves on their backs through the mirror, disappeared, and they cried with joy on the spot. Mr. Demon, we sisters will never forget your kindness. We heard from my sister that you are going to Sabayati Archipelago to rescue your crew, you can rest assured. Although our strength is not as good as yours, even less so than yours, we will help you rescue Trafalgar Law even if we don't have this life. Quote, after calming down their excitement, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold immediately knelt down in front of Qin Yu. But when they knelt down, they found that an invisible force supported their knees, making it impossible for both of them to kneel down. I sincerely ally with you, Amazon Lily. Helping you to remove the dragon's hoof is just my sincerity, so you don't need to do this. Get up. Qin Yu stretched out his hand and pulled the two of them up with his chi. Thank you. Boya and Marigold looked at each other. Although they did not kneel down again, when they looked at Qin Yu, the gratitude in their eyes became more intense. No need. Qin Yu looked at the two people's excited faces, and he became more determined about an unknown idea in his heart. Today he erased the dragon's hoof, and one day he will erase celestial dragons. Mr. Demon, we sisters also know that you are rushing to Sabayati Archipelago to rescue your crew. Then we will go to help my sister gather the crew. You wait here for a while. Quote, after Boa Marigold said something to Qin Yu, she immediately left the room with her sister. After the two girls left, they came back again without letting Qin Yu wait for long. And when they stepped into the room again, they brought the news that Boa Hancock had gathered all the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates. Amazon Lily is a very magical country. Not only are all the members female, but the most important thing is that even the most ordinary guards in this country have mastered armament hockey, and even observation hockey. Perhaps the strength of hockey mastered by most citizens is not too high, but the fact that almost all citizens in the country have mastered hockey, let alone paradise in the first half of the Grand Line, even in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, it is rare to ultimate. And anyone who can become a member of the Nine Snakes Pirates is carefully selected by Boa Hancock from the people who have mastered hockey in the country. Their strength, let alone in paradise, even in the New World, can be called elite soldiers. When Qin Yu followed Boa when Marigold arrived at the dock of Amazon Lily, whether it was the perception of chi or the perception of observation hockey, he could feel a strong breath from the pirate ship in front of him. The people of the Nine Snakes Pirates, any one of them will definitely be an invincible existence in East Blue. Qin Yu's eyes swept across the women on the pirate ship, and the women who caught his eyes gave people a strong, and brave feeling without exception. Is this the man who makes Lady Snake look at her differently? When Qin Yu observed the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates, the crew members standing on the ship also looked at her secretly. I didn't make you wait too long, Qin Yu. At this time, Boa Hancock was obviously wearing high heels, but she came in with a proud and swift pace and a spring breeze blowing on her face. No, your pirate group is very fast to gather. And good money, moreover, they are worthy of being your crew members, such strength is very rare in the paradise. Quote, Qin Yu shook his head slightly. That's good. When Boa Hancock heard Qin Yu praise her crew, she didn't know why, but she felt a burst of joy in her heart. Come on board. Now that the crew has been assembled, we can set off immediately. Yes, Qin Yu nodded, and then boarded the pirate ship Xing with Boa Hancock. Wait, just as the Nine Snakes Pirates were preparing to set sail and head towards the Sabayati Archipelago, a shout that sounded vicissitudes but full of energy suddenly came from the back of the dock. Chapter 170. The National Treasure of the Kingdom of Daughters, The Supreme Sword, Miyoho Muramasa 36, please subscribe. 171 374. Chapter 170. The National Treasure of the Kingdom of Daughters, The Supreme Sword, Miyoho Muramasa 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's the old woman again. Is she regretting and trying to stop us from going out to sea? Boa Hancock didn't need to look back, just by listening to the voice, he knew that the person who ran from the back of the dock and called them was Gloriosa. Isn't the old woman supposed to do this? She always keeps her word and never regrets what she promised. Boa Sandersonia said as she looked at Gloriosa running all the way from the dock. This old woman is not someone who doesn't keep her word. Although Boa Hancock often showed an extremely disrespectful look towards Gloriosa, she still cared about Gloriosa, who brought the three sisters back to Amazon Lily and treated them as her own children. Throwing Gloriosa out of the window at any time was just a way for them to get along. Huh, I'm really old, and my speed is much slower than before. But fortunately, I finally caught up. Gloriosa, carrying a rectangular box of 650 brocade covered with silk, ran over with Luffy. When she rushed to the side of the Nine Snakes Pirates ship, she immediately jumped up and landed in front of Qin Yu with extremely agile skills. What's wrong, mother-in-law? Qin Yu looked at Gloriosa in front of him with a little suspicion. Although you have a complete plan, and the naval headquarters in front of you are not out in full force. But no matter what, this battle is quite dangerous for you and Snake Princess. Gloriosa glanced at the big sword Chu Shui hanging on Qin Yu's waist, then put the huge brocade box that she had been carrying on the deck, then lifted the silk on the brocade box, and finally opened the brocade box. A long sword with a simple shape, even if it is sealed in the scabbard, but still exuding a sinister aura instantly caught Qin Yu's eyes. This sword is a national treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation by our Amazon Lily. It is the third generation that has been passed down to Snake Princess. Originally, I wanted to leave this sword to Snake Princess. After all, she is the only king among millions of people, but she doesn't like to use swords and doesn't know swordsmanship. And I see that you have Wanokuni's national treasure, the big sword Chushui, hanging on your waist, so I think your swordsmanship will not be too bad. In addition, your journey is extremely dangerous, so I decided to entrust this national treasure of Amazon Lily to you. Gloriosa solemnly picked up the long sword in the brocade box with both hands, and then handed it to Qin Yu. Clang! Qin Yu looked at Gloriosa's performance, and stretched out his hands with a serious face to take the long sword held by Gloriosa's hands. When he held the scabbard in his left hand and the handle in his right hand, and suddenly pulled the long sword out of the scabbard, a strange sword light instantly occupied the eyes of everyone on the pirate ship. At the same time, everyone present heard a knife sound that sounded like a wrong soul screaming and a ghost roaring. Grandma Za, what kind of knife is this? Why does it make people so uncomfortable? Boya Sandersonia looked at the long knife in Qin Yu's right hand with fear. The moment Qin Yu pulled out the long knife, she and everyone around her felt a sinister and brutal aura coming towards them. Except for Qin Yu, Boa Hancock, and Grandma Za, everyone else couldn't help but take a few steps back when facing this sinister aura. Yes, how come our Amazon Lily has such a demonic knife? Boya Marigold couldn't help asking. This knife gives me a sense of deja vu. Qin Yu stared at the long knife in front of him, which was much thicker than Chu Shui in terms of both the blade and thickness. Although it was not as thick as Dracula Mahawk's black knife, it was much thicker than the normal blade. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Old woman, is this sword one of the 12 supreme swords on the Grand Line? Boa Hancock took a deep look at the long sword in Qin Yu's hand, then turned to Gloriosa and asked. Yes, this national treasure passed down from generation to generation by our Amazon Lily is the Myoho Muramasa, also known as the first generation Muramasa, one of the 12 supreme swords. This sword is also the strongest sword in the Muramasa series. The reason why you feel so uncomfortable is that Myoho Muramasa is the best among the demon swords, just like the first generation Kidetsu. Gloriosa looked at the Myoho Muramasa in Qin Yu's hand, and a touch of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Myoho Muramasa, that's it. No wonder I feel familiar, but different. The demonic aura exuded by this Myoho Muramasa is much stronger than the third generation Muramasa that I used at the beginning, and it is impossible to associate the two swords together. Quote, after Qin Yuming realized it, when he looked at the Myoho Muramasa in his hand, there was a hint of heat in his eyes. Chapter 171 The Heart of the Demon. One word makes Myoho Muramasa surrender. 46, please subscribe. 172 374. Chapter 171 The Heart of the Demon. One word makes Myoho Muramasa surrender. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Originally, I didn't want to hand over Myoho Muramasa to you. Not because it is the national treasure of our Amazon Lily, but because this sword is extremely evil. In terms of devouring the master, it is even worse than the first generation Kidetsu. Anyone who has not reached the level of a great swordsman and does not have a strong king spirit who tries to touch Myoho Muramasa will be devoured by Myoho Muramasa without exception. 2 of the queens of our Amazon Lily died from the backlash of Myoho Muramasa. Gloriosa said, old woman, if this is the case, why do you still hand over Myoho Muramasa to Qin Yu? Boa Hancock frowned slightly. Is it because I have an immortal body? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Although he absorbed several vice admirals of Grandmaster swordsmanship, none of these vice admirals' swordsmanship skills reached the level of a great swordsman. Even though his sword skills far surpassed those of the vice admirals after he absorbed them, he was still a long way from being a great swordsman in terms of sword skills alone. As for the spirit of a king, Conqueror's Haki, even he didn't know if he had it. Anyway, he hadn't awakened Conqueror's Haki yet. That's right, I read in the newspaper that you said you have an immortal body. Since you have an immortal body, then the master devouring thing becomes irrelevant to you. Gloriosa nodded. I once played a game with the third generation Muramasa from the same series as you. I wonder if you, the strongest Muramasa in your Muramasa series, are interested in playing with me once. The gameplay of this game is very simple. I'll let you kill once, and if you can't kill it, you have to use it for my own purposes. If you dare to play tricks, I don't mind increasing the number of Grand Line's supreme large knives from 12 to 11. Qin Yu looked down at the Muramasa in his hand, and felt the evil aura emanating from the Muramasa. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a strange arc. An unexpected scene happened. Since being pulled out of the scabbard by Qin Yu, the Muramasa has been emitting a wave of evil aura, and it has become thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few seconds, the evil and cold aura that floated in the air and made the crew of the 9 Snakes pirates extremely uncomfortable dissipated. The demonic spirit is restrained. Myoho Muramasa actually acknowledged you as his master and expressed his obedience. Gloriosa's eyes widened in vain. As the former queen of Amazon Lily, she was not surprised at all that Myoho Muramasa had such spirituality. What really shocked her was that Qin Yu actually made Myoho Muramasa surrender with just one sentence. Is it that simple? Boa Hancock was a little stunned at first, but then turned into appreciation. Sure enough, he is a man that makes me look at him differently. Even the supreme sword can be made to surrender with just one word. Although I have heard that the demon sword is the most spiritual among all famous swords, the spirituality of this Miyoho Muramasa is really a bit beyond my expectations. Quote, Qin Yu saw the gesture of surrender from Miyoho Muramasa, and a smile appeared on his face. Originally, he had prepared to spend some means and time to subdue it, but he didn't expect that this Miyoho Muramasa was not only more evil than the third-generation Muramasa he got, but also many times more spiritual than the third-generation Muramasa. The third-generation Muramasa had limited spirituality, and when facing him, he chose to fight against him before being subdued. But this Miyoho Muramasa seemed to feel his terror and surrendered directly and honestly. What, Grandma, how could this happen? Boa Sandersonia stared at the scene in front of her in amazement. Isn't this supreme big sword a fake? Boa Marigold saw the performance of Miyoho Muramasa and felt incredible. Zero. Fool, this is our Amazon Lily's national treasure passed down from generation to generation. I don't know how many generations it has been passed down. How could it be a fake? Quote, although Gloriosa also felt that Miao Fakyunjung's performance of surrendering because of Qin Yu's words was too shocking, she couldn't help cursing when she heard what Boya Marigold said. Then tell me what happened. Boya Marigold saw Gloriosa's angry look and immediately shrank her head. What else could it be? It's just that Miao Fakyun little boy is too spiritual and realized that the demon is more evil than him, so he surrendered decisively. Gloriosa said unhappily, but when her eyes glanced at Qin Yu, a palpitation that could not be concealed suddenly emerged from the depths of her eyes. Boya Marigold and others only saw that Miao Fakyunjung surrendered too frivolously, and could even be said to be cowardly. But she, who used to be the Amazon Lily heroine in Zongang Grand Line, knew better than anyone how much terrifying information Miave and Jung's performance concealed. Chapter 172. Do you want to give up the position of Shichibukai? Empress 56, please subscribe. 173 374. Chapter 172. Do you want to give up the position of Shichibukai? Empress 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. How evil and violent is this seemingly harmless man? He could scare Miyoho Muramasa into submission with just one word. Gloriosa felt a lingering fear every time she thought of the scene of Miyoho Muramasa's submission. At this time, she was a little glad that Amazon Lily had formed an alliance with Qin Yu. If Amazon Lily refused to form an alliance with him, she would not know what terrible things this demon who seemed harmless but had a violent and extremely evil heart would do. I have been in Grand Line for so long, and finally I have a decent sword. 4, 6, 7, it seems that I will not have the opportunity to use the big sword Chushui that Zoro gave me, so I should give it back to him. It just so happens that he can also replace the good sword third-generation Muramasa in his hand. In this way, although he does not have the supreme big sword in his hand, his swordsmanship will definitely be more sharp with 3 big swords in his hand. Quote, Qin Yu took off the big sword Chushui, put it into the brocade box handed over by Gloriosa, then put the Miyoho Muramasa back into the scabbard, and then hung it around his waist. Thank you, Grandma, I like your gift very much. No, although this sword is our Amazon Lily's national treasure, no one can use it. Instead of putting it on the shelf, it is better to let it play its due role in the Sabayati archipelago. Quote, Gloriosa waved her hand. That's right, but the value of a supreme big sword cannot be avoided by a sentence of putting it on the shelf. Quote, Qin Yu said to Gloriosa solemnly, if you really want to thank me, then when you meet me again, you must let Snake Queen return to me safely. Quote, Gloriosa saw the sincerity in Qin Yu's eyes and nodded secretly in her heart. Perhaps the man in front of her did have a demon heart that was more cruel and evil than the demon sword Miyoho Muramasa. But at least he knew how to repay his kindness. If I don't die, the Emperor will not die. Qin Yu assured Gloriosa word by word. Is this a confession of love to me? Boa Hancock was shocked as if struck by lightning when she heard this, and her heart suddenly felt a strong palpitation. Sister, why is your face so red? Boa Marigold looked at Boa Hancock with a suspicious look. It's okay. Boa Hancock waved his hand, and then said to Gloriosa, old woman, I am the Empress. Even if I am an enemy of naval headquarters, those Marines will forgive me. Don't worry about it. You woman, how can you be so ungrateful? Gloriosa pointed at Boa Hancock and shouted angrily. What do you care? You should go back to live your old age, don't worry about everything. Boa Hancock reached out and grabbed Gloriosa, then raised his hand and threw her out of the pirate ship. Okay, the old woman who was in the way is gone, we can set off. After throwing Gloriosa to the dock, she immediately said to the crew on the pirate ship. Yes, Lady Snake. Upon hearing this, the Amazon Lily female warrior on the ship immediately ran over to raise the anchor. If it were normal, I wouldn't mind giving you a ride wherever you want to go. But today, I'm sorry, you can't go anywhere. When the anchor was raised and the Nine Snakes pirate's ship was about to set sail, a burly figure holding a book with Bible on the cover, which looked like the Bible, suddenly appeared on the deck as if he had teleported. Bartholomew Kuma, who gave you the courage to set foot in Amazon Lily? And where I'm going is also your business. Boa Hancock's eyes immediately looked at this unexpected guest. Empress, I naturally have no control over your affairs, but you are entangled with the demons, aren't you afraid of losing the title of Shichibukai? The reason why Amazon Lily can be so stable and peaceful is because you hold the reputation of Shichibukai. Once you lose the name of Shichibukai, Marine will invade your country unscrupulously. Bartholomew Kuma said expressionlessly. HMPH, the title of Shichibukai is gone if 0.3 is gone. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Boa Hancock heard the hidden threat in Bartholomew Kuma's words, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Sure enough, you are still as reckless as ever. You really don't care about the lives of the people of Amazon Lily at all. Bartholomew Kuma didn't know whether he was mocking or sighing. So what? I am so beautiful. No matter what I do wrong, the Yin family will definitely forgive me. Marine is like this, and so are the people of Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock said in a matter-of-fact tone. Chapter 173. Once you, Bartholomew Kuma, die, all problems will be solved. 66. Please subscribe. 174. 374. Chapter 173. Once you, Bartholomew Kuma, die, all problems will be solved. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Is this your reckless confidence? Bartholomew Kuma's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Boa Hancock's words. Reckless. Maybe that's what you think. But in my opinion, it's no big deal. As long as you die in Amazon Lily today, not only will the name of the Queen's Shichibukai be preserved, but the citizens here will not be threatened by Marine at all. Qin Yu said as he walked towards Bartholomew Kuma. As long as you Bartholomew Kuma die, all problems will be solved. Finally I see you, demon. You made me look for you for a while. Bartholomew Kuma lowered his head slightly, staring at Qin Yu indifferently. It seems that your purpose of coming to Amazon Lily today is not the Queen, but me. Qin Yu heard this, and his eyes flashed with a gleam of light. You are right, you have killed Shichibukai again and again, and have already destroyed the balance of grand navigation. Today I am here to eliminate you on the orders of the supreme ruler of the world government, 5 elders. Bartholomew Kuma nodded. Can't the 5 elders even wait for those 20 days? Sengoku has already set up a trap in Sabayati Archipelago to wait for me, but they still told you to kill me. Do they not trust the ability of Sengoku in naval headquarters? Or can't they tolerate my continued existence for even a second? Qin Yu asked with interest. Marine is marine, world government is world government, don't confuse the two. Bartholomew Kuma said with a hint of meaning. To me, there is no difference between the two. In my eyes, they will be eliminated sooner or later. Qin Yu said, while putting his right hand on the handle of Miyoho Muramasa's knife. Of course, you too. As soon as he finished speaking, Bartholomew Kuma heard a ghostly howling sound of a knife, and then a flash of evil knife light flashed out of Qin Yu's hand. Eliminate world government and naval headquarters. Is this really what a pirate should say? After hearing Qin Yu's words, Bartholomew Kuma, who had always been expressionless, showed obvious emotional fluctuations in his face and eyes for the first time. I never said that I was the same as other pirates. Qin Yu sank his right arm, and with a clang, Miyoho Muramasa in his hand had already touched Bartholomew Kuma's right hand with a pair of meatballs, like bear paws. As the knife and hand collided with each other, a strong wind as fierce as a wave, like a raging sea, instantly spread in all directions. The crew members of the 9 Snakes pirates who were standing relatively close to the two were blown away on the spot. Slap. Bartholomew Kuma's calm voice came out of his mouth. Almost at the same time, with his right hand as the center, an irresistible strange force that was enough to bounce off all visible and invisible substances burst out. Feeling the elastic force coming from the blade of Miyoho Muramasa, Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and the air in his body surged out like a flood, gathering on the blade in an instant. At the same time, relying on the ability to return life, he transferred the hardening of armament haki to Miyoho Muramasa. In an instant, the air of Buu's fruit and the 2 powers of armament haki were perfectly combined. Boom. At the moment when the 2 forces were perfectly combined, Qin Yu's right hand holding the knife slashed forward. A black slash like a huge wave burst out instantly, not only forcibly splitting the oncoming elastic force, but also fiercely slashing the meatball on Bartholomew Kuma's right hand. Feeling the black slash on his palm constantly sending a destructive force like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, Bartholomew Kuma's face changed slightly. Obviously, the strength of the black slash that Qin Yu burst out was beyond his expectations. Even with his meatball fruit ability that was enough to bounce off all matter, Tang 68B Ran couldn't bounce Qin Yu's black slash in 10 seconds. Not only that, after Qin Yu's black slash released by Miyoho Muramasa fell on his palm, the black slash that was enough to split the mountains and cut off the sea made a loud noise, and his burly body was forcibly lifted off the ground, flew 100 meters away, and directly hit the dock of Amazon Lily. It's actually the supreme great sword. And it's the evil sword among the evil swords, Miyoho Muramasa, together with the first generation Kidetsu. This Miyoho Muramasa hasn't appeared in the Grand Line for hundreds of years. I didn't expect it to fall into his hands. Fortunately, his sword skills are not yet at the level of a great swordsman. Otherwise, this sword would have cut off my entire arm. Bartholomew Kuma, who had smashed a deep pit on the ground, thought of the evil and vicious demonic energy that entangled Qin Yu's mind like a ghost when he drew his sword. He immediately recognized the long sword in Qin Yu's hand. Chapter 174 Vegapunk Research. How to Kill the Demon. 16. Please subscribe. 175 374. Chapter 174 Vegapunk Research. How to Kill the Demon. 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. You shouldn't be here, Bartholomew Kuma. Qin Yu flashed, and without any movement, he appeared in front of Bartholomew Kuma as if teleporting. Since the 5 elders have ordered me to kill you, there is no question of whether I should or should not. Bartholomew Kuma dusted off his body. He stood up from the ground without any problem after taking Qin Yu's knife head-on. Didn't you say that I have been hunting Shichibukai and destroying the balance of power in the Grand Line? Why did you come here to die knowing this? Don't forget, you are also a Shichibukai. Qin Yu glanced at Bartholomew Kuma and said faintly, I admit that you are indeed a rare master. Even in the New World, you have a place. But if you think that I am a Shichibukai like Don Quixote Doflamingo and others, and regard me as someone on the same level as them, then you are very wrong. Bartholomew Kuma said while taking off the glove on his left hand. When he put the glove back into his pocket, he did not see any movement, and he appeared in front of Qin Yu at an incredible speed. This speed is probably comparable to Kizaru. Qin Yu's pupils shrank, and before he could make any countermeasures, Bartholomew Kuma's right hand had already been printed on his abdomen. Pressure gun. As Bartholomew Kuma's indifferent voice sounded in the air, his right hand printed on Qin Yu's abdomen bounced off the air with a bang, forming a bear paw-shaped shock wave visible to the naked eye. Even a pirate with a strong physique would be instantly beaten to pieces by this attack at such a close distance. Didn't you eat? But Qin Yu, who was hit by Bartholomew Kuma head-on, stood still. It's just as the intelligence said. An immortal body that is even more terrifying than Kaido's physique. Bartholomew Kuma looked down at Qin Yu's abdomen. What came into view was a completely hollow big hole. Obviously, his pressure gun had already made a hole in Qin Yu's abdomen. Then how are you going to deal with it? At the same time that Bartholomew Kuma released the pressure gun to penetrate his abdomen, Qin Yu also reached out and pressed on Bartholomew Kuma's chest. Qigong wave. Bang. A dazzling pink Qigong wave instantly blasted Bartholomew Kuma away. Is this an impact? No, this is not an impact. It's a bit similar to emission, but it's more violent than emission. Bartholomew Kuma's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't care about stabilizing his body, and he patted his chest in midair. A huge pink bear paw-shaped sphere immediately flew out of his body. His chest, which was about to be pierced by the Qigong wave, instantly recovered as before. What a weird ability. Can you even bounce away the damage? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Don't waste your energy. Although I don't have an immortal body like you, I can bounce away all the damage you inflict on me. In other words, I am like you, and I have been invincible from the beginning when fighting with others. Bartholomew Kuma patted his shirt, which was not damaged but only stained with a little dust. He was the only one who was not hurt at all after being hit by a Qigong wave head-on. No wonder 5 elders knew my ability but still let you come to me alone. Quote. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. Your ability has been studied by Dr. Vegapunk, the top scientist of the world government, and has been analyzed by him. It is true that your immortality is indeed terrifying, and your ability to regenerate and recover is far inferior to that of the world's strongest creatures, the 4 emperors Kaido, but there is one thing that is different between you and Kaido. Your body is not as indestructible as Kaido's, and you can hardly cause any damage. It is not as difficult to kill you as it is to kill Kaido. At least, I can do it. Quote. Bartholomew Kuma's calm tone revealed a proud confidence. Vegapunk. His wisdom is indeed rare in the world, but it's a pity that he doesn't understand me after all. Quote. Qin Yu laughed when he heard Bartholomew Kuma say that he could kill himself. If you think so, then you underestimate Dr. Vegapunk. So far, Dr. Vegapunk has analyzed 2 ways to kill you, ma well. First, exhaust your physical strength. Your regeneration and recovery abilities all come from your physical strength. Once your physical strength cannot keep up, you will definitely die. Second, attack beyond your regeneration and recovery speed, causing you irreparable damage in an instant. Unfortunately, the ability of the Paramesha Flesh Ball Fruit I can just do the first method. Quote. Bartholomew Kuma slowly raised 2 fingers. That's it. Qin Yu looked at Bartholomew Kuma with a smile, without the slightest panic on his face. It seemed that the method that Bartholomew Kuma said that could kill him developed by Vegapunk was just a big joke in his eyes. Chapter 175. Your biggest weakness is that you are not as strong as Kaido. 26. Please subscribe. 176 374. Chapter 175. Your biggest weakness is that you are not as strong as Kaido. 26. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. It seems that you don't quite believe it. Yes, since you set sail, you have been smooth sailing and have never experienced any setbacks. Today I will let you taste the first setback after setting sail, but the price is your life. As soon as Bartholomew Kuma finished speaking, he pushed his hands forward continuously, casting palm shadows all over the sky. Almost at the moment when he pushed his palms, a series of translucent bear paw-shaped shock waves completely enveloped Qin Yu in groups like a rain of bullets fired by a Gatling machine gun. In the blink of an eye, these hundreds, even thousands of bear paw shock waves all exploded, forming a light ball with a radius of 100 meters. Facing the pressure cannons released continuously by Bartholomew Kuma, Qin Yu's body was blown to pieces on the spot, turning into dozens of pink meatballs floating in the void. As long as your body is broken, once you use your regeneration ability, your physical strength will continue to be consumed. I just need to maintain this state and completely exhaust your physical strength. Your physical strength is not as strong as Kaido's. 783 is your biggest weakness. Bartholomew Kuma said while frantically flicking the air to form pressure cannons. Qin Yu's body had just recovered and was blown into several pink meatballs again. It seems that you have some misunderstanding about my ability. Just when Bartholomew Kuma thought that he could keep Qin Yu in the area of the shock wave with the pressure cannon and he would be unable to escape and would eventually be exhausted by him, Qin Yu, who was covered by the mighty shock wave and was unable to recover from the explosion, suddenly increased his regeneration speed several times. Originally, the speed of Bartholomew Kuma's pressure cannon's destruction of Qin Yu's body barely reached the point where Qin Yu's regeneration speed was almost the same. But now, as Qin Yu's regeneration speed exceeded Bartholomew Kuma's destruction speed, he had completely recovered before the pressure cannon could break his body. Before Bartholomew Kuma's pressure cannon could continue to bombard him, a blazing pink flame like spray paint had already risen from his body. At the same time, he also changed from a human form to the appearance of Majin Buu. After the transformation, he just slashed forward with a knife in his right hand, and an attack that seemed to split the sea in half, which had gone beyond the scope of slashing, and could only be described as sword energy, instantly split all the pressure cannons coming towards him. Is it the transformation of a mythical beast? After the transformation, the regeneration and recovery speed is nearly 3 times higher than the data calculated by Dr. Vegapunk. And the strength is twice as high as the data given by Aokiji. Didn't he say that he can only burst out the Admiral level combat power after accumulating strength for 1 minute? Bartholomew Kuma's eyes slightly fluctuated. Facing Qin Yu, who suddenly showed strength far beyond his expectations, his heart sank slightly, and he quickly used the ability of the meatball fruit to compress the surrounding air and surround his whole body. Then, without any movement, he suddenly flashed behind Qin Yu. CDDI, fortunately, although his strength is much higher than expected, it is not completely beyond the control range. Bartholomew Kuma thought while hardening his hands with armament hockey, and then slapped Qin Yu's head fiercely. Originally, he thought that this blow would definitely be able to blow Qin Yu's top of the head, and even his head. But what he didn't expect was that he was fast, and Qin Yu's reaction was even faster. Before his hands could slap Qin Yu's head, a stream of sand had already flashed like a gust of wind. In a flash, his limbs and neck were bound up. Open, Bartholomew Kuma shouted, and a strong elasticity burst out from his body. The sand that bound him was immediately bounced away. I really want to know if you can recover from this injury. While Bartholomew Kuma was flicking away the sand, Qin Yu tightened his 5 fingers holding the Myoho Muramasa slightly, and 2 streams of light, one black and one pink, surrounded the blade, and then merged into the Myoho Muramasa. As Myoho Muramasa absorbed the 2 streams of light of different colors, the length of the blade suddenly soared to nearly 10 meters. At this time, the Myoho Muramasa in Qin Yu's hand seemed to have turned into a black laser sword. At the moment when the laser sword took shape, he swung the laser sword and chopped Bartholomew Kuma. Armed air sword, it's bad. Facing the flashing laser sword, Bartholomew Kuma's face, which had always given people a calm face, finally changed color. Having just broken free from the sand, he had no time to compress the air around him to perform instant movement to dodge, so he could only open his hands and press the air in all directions. With his body as the center, a shock wave as fierce as a wave, like a missile explosion, spread out in all directions, and then slammed into Qin Yu's laser spear with a violent force that could bounce off all matter. Chapter 176 Tyrant Bear, Are You Dying So Soon? 36, please subscribe. 177 374. Chapter 176 Tyrant Bear, Are You Dying So Soon? 36, please subscribe. Previous, next, swish. A flash of golden light, the shock wave that expanded like a missile explosion was cut off by Qin Yu's sword. Almost at the same time, the black laser sword that cut the shock wave exploded and slashed Bartholomew Kuma's body. Clang. With a sound of metal clashing, Bartholomew Kuma's body suddenly stiffened. The next second, one of his arms was broken at the heel and fell at his feet. Your meatball fruit can bounce off all the damage to your body. I wonder if you can still use the power of the meatball fruit to recover after breaking an arm. After Qin Yu cut off Bartholomew Kuma's arm with a sword, he did not stop. He raised his hand and opened his 5 fingers, piercing Bartholomew Kuma's elasticity and armament hockey covering his body like a dragon claw, and then pierced into his chest. Kameha. In the past, Qin Yu needed a certain amount of time to accumulate energy to perform Kamehameha because of his own control of energy and insufficient energy strength. But now, with the fine control of the life return, unless he wants to use Kamehameha to drain all the energy in his body in an instant, he not only does not need time to accumulate energy, but also does not need to make Kamehameha's unique movements. Anytime, anywhere, with one hand raised, Kamehameha can be used in a flash. Boom. With a loud noise like thunder, Bartholomew Kuma's chest was forcibly penetrated by the Kamehameha used by Qin Yu with one hand, and a hole was made through which the scenery behind could be seen. One arm is gone, and there is a hole in the chest. Show me how to restore it with the meatball fruit. Qin Yu retracted his right hand and kicked Bartholomew Kuma away. With a bang, his body like a little giant broke more than a dozen big trees, and the whole person was embedded in a huge rock like a small mountain. What a powerful strength. That Bartholomew Kuma is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea like his sister. But he was beaten like this by Mr. Demon in such a short time. Boya Marigold, who had walked down from the pirate ship and was standing on the dock and witnessed the entire battle between Qin Yu and Bartholomew Kuma, widened her eyes. It is said that Bartholomew Kuma was a very arrogant and powerful pirate before he became Shichibukai. I didn't expect that he would be so vulnerable when facing Mr. Demon. Boya Sandersonia took a deep breath. It's not that she didn't know how powerful Qin Yu was, but the previous knowledge was imagined and perceived by observation haki. It was vague, lacking a visual impact and the most intuitive feeling. But now, whether it was her or the other Amazon Lily warriors on the pirate ship, they all deeply felt Qin Yu's terrifying strength that was as invincible as a demon god. You are worthy of being the only man in the sea that I can look at differently. Boa Hancock looked at Qin Yu, who was descending from the sky. 10 pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly rippled with an intoxicating light. Tyrant Bear, you are dying so soon. Didn't you just say that you have mastered a method that can kill me? Is lying on the ground like you are now what you call a method that can kill me? Qin Yu flashed in front of Bartholomew Kuma. Whoosh! Bartholomew Kuma, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, seemed to have noticed Qin Yu's arrival, and suddenly opened his hands that had been closed together for some time. Ask for flowers. A bear paw-shaped gas block that flashed with dazzling white light and could be completely covered by the palm suddenly floated in front of Qin Yu. Bear paw impact. Boom. The light flashed, and before Boa Hancock and others who were watching the battle from a distance could react, a huge shockwave that spread to hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye had already swallowed up Qin Yu's entire body. Compared to the bear paw-shaped shockwave that Bartholomew Kuma had pushed out before, this shockwave not only had extremely terrifying destructive power, but also had a terrifying spreading speed. Not only did it cover an area of hundreds of meters in a blink of an eye, but as time passed, a shockwave was still extending and spreading around. 5 seconds later, the expansion of the shockwave finally reached ultimate. In the end, like a nuclear bomb explosion, a huge ball of light with a radius of 1 kilometer forcibly occupied the land of Amazon Lily. All the flowers, trees, soil, bamboo and stones within the explosion range of the shockwave were either blown away or shattered. Even the trees near the coverage of the shockwave were pressed, almost bent and stuck to the ground. Mr. Demon, Boa Hancock and others in the distance were shocked to see that the situation that was originally very good for Qin Yu suddenly took a heaven-defying turn. They were worried about Qin Yu's safety, and were also horrified that Bartholomew Kuma, who was hit by Qin Yu and had a hole in his chest and an arm broken, and was already half dead, could still release such a terrifying attack in an instant. Chapter 177. In addition to Sand Fruit, I also have Thunder Fruit. 46, please subscribe. 178 374. Chapter 177. In addition to Sand Fruit, I also have Thunder Fruit. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Wait here, don't come over. Boa Hancock told his two sisters, then dodged away from the pirate ship that was blown to the sea by the shock wave, and dodged towards the center of the battlefield. Although the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates are elite, the only one who can really intervene in the battle between Qin Yu and Bartholomew Kuma is her, who is also a 7 warlord of the sea with Bartholomew Kuma. Sister, you have to be careful. Thinking of Bartholomew Kuma, who looked like he was on the verge of death just now, suddenly burst out with such a terrifying attack, Boa Sandersonia and other women hurriedly reminded loudly. At this time, they couldn't help but hate 910 themselves. If their strength could be stronger, then at least they wouldn't have to stand in the distance and watch like they are now. Boa Hancock didn't answer, but quickly flashed to the center of the battlefield without looking back. When she stepped into the area of destruction caused by the bear paw attack of Bartholomew Kuma, what came into her eyes was a deep pit covering an area of more than a kilometer, as if it was smashed by a meteorite falling from the sky. At this time, the deep pit looked in a mess, no longer the peaceful, quiet, and natural scenery just now. Qin Yu is fine, but Bartholomew Kuma is not dead yet. Boa Hancock swept her beautiful eyes, and the situation of Bartholomew Kuma and Qin Yu also came into her sight clearly. After experiencing the shock wave that was enough to raise a small island to the ground, Qin Yu's whole body was blown to pieces, leaving only 3 or 4 pieces of pink meat floating in the air. However, these pink pieces of meat are regenerating and reorganizing at an astonishing speed, and returning to the appearance of Qin Yu. Although Bartholomew Kuma had one arm cut off, a big hole was opened in his chest. But he didn't bleed even after such an injury. Boa Hancock looked around and found that there was no flesh and blood on Bartholomew Kuma's broken arm and the hole in his chest. Instead, some mechanical metal was exposed to the air. Is his body made of machinery? No wonder he can still attack like that after a hole was made in his body. Just when Boa Hancock was surprised that Bartholomew Kuma's body was not made of flesh and blood, but made of mechanical metal, Bartholomew Kuma, who was standing far away, suddenly stretched out his hands to embrace the air. As he hugged his hands forward, the surrounding weather was squeezed into a weather block flashing white light at an alarming speed. Don't think about recovering. Bartholomew Kuma stared at Qin Yu, who was about to return to his original state, and quickly pushed out the air block in his hand again. Don't even think about it. Boa Hancock wanted to stop Bartholomew Kuma as soon as he saw it. But before she could use the fruit ability, the pink flesh ball that was still regenerating in the air and preparing to gather together to restore to its original state suddenly turned into a Qin Yu on the first floor. What was even more terrifying was that the two Qin Yus used 2 completely different devil fruit abilities as soon as they appeared. Armed Kamehameha, God's punishment. One Qin Yu put his hands together in a calyx shape, and then pushed forward, instantly exploding with a dazzling Kamehameha that made the world pale in comparison. This Kamehameha wrapped with armament haki appeared, and with a deafening roar, it forcibly blasted Bartholomew Kuma's bare paw into the sky 1,000 meters away. At the same time, the other Qin Yu opened his right hand, and then his entire arm turned into a huge lightning column, which hit the big hole in Bartholomew Kuma's chest again. Bartholomew Kuma, who was not injured by Kamehameha, was hit by the lightning pillar. His body was like a short circuit in some mechanical parts. He stood there and trembled violently. Thunder Fruit, you actually got the closest ability to invincibility among Logia Devil Fruit. Bartholomew Kuma said in a shocked voice while shaking his body. I'm really sorry, I forgot to tell you that in addition to Sand Fruit, I also have Thunder Fruit. The two Qin Yu said in unison. They said sorry, but there was no apology in their tone and expression. Impossible. Dr. Vegapunk clearly said that even if your body is very special, it can only withstand the curse of 5.9 from 2 devil fruits at most. Once it exceeds 2, the strength of the curse will be more than 5 times that of 2 devil fruits. With your body's regeneration speed, you can't withstand the curse of 3 devil fruits at all. After Bartholomew Kuma was struck by lightning, his powerful steel body made of mechanical metal seemed to be damaged more and more. At first, he was just shaking, but as time went on, not only did his voice begin to tremble, but he couldn't even stand on the ground. He leaned back and sat on the ground. Chapter 178 World Government May Really Be Ended by Him. 56, please subscribe. 179 374. Chapter 178 World Government May Really Be Ended by Him. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Now you know why I laughed when you said Vegapunk found a way to kill me. Vegapunk's wisdom is indeed very brilliant. It is difficult to find another person as smart as him even if you look at the entire Grand Line. It's a pity that his understanding of my fruit ability is really too one-sided. The two Qin Yu said as they overlapped under Boa Hancock's surprised eyes. After returning to their original form, Qin Yu raised his hand and pressed on Bartholomew Kuma's body. Your body should be transformed by Vegapunk. The defense is indeed amazing, and it can ignore the damage that can kill ordinary people. But it seems that Vegapunk's transformation is not too perfect. At least your body is very afraid of lightning. I think it should be difficult to find a life that is not afraid of 23 lightning in this sea. When Bartholomew Kuma saw Qin Yu's actions, although he felt extremely heavy in his heart, he looked calm on the surface. He didn't seem to be worried at all about what would happen to him next. You are wrong. Although there are few lives that are not afraid of lightning, there are still some. After all, there is a saying that devil fruit is mutually restrained. Though thunder fruit is the closest to invincibility in Logia, it also has its nemesis. Qin Yu said, rubber fruit. Bartholomew Kuma hesitated for a moment, and suddenly thought of a child he had seen many years ago who often grinned. Wrong, it is the Buu Fruit. Qin Yu shook his head. It is true that thunder fruit is afraid of rubber fruit in Enel's hands. But in his hands, it is different. The thunder fruit he uses is not afraid of rubber fruit. Even if rubber fruit is naturally restrained by thunder fruit, he can still use thunder fruit to kill rubber fruit ability users. After all, although the restraint of fruit ability is strong, it is not nearly absolute. Aokiji's frozen fruit is naturally restrained by Akainu's lava fruit. It took a day and 1,000 nights for the two to decide the winner. The restraint of the fruit is one thing, but the development and application level are another. Buu Fruit. This is the devil fruit you eat. Bartholomew Kuma thought that the thunder fruit was obtained by Qin Yu, which means that the previous thunder fruit user was killed by Qin Yu. If he can kill the thunder fruit user, then Qin Yu is not exaggerating when he says that his Buu Fruit is the nemesis. Correct. Qin Yu raised his mouth slightly, and the roar of thunder and lightning came out in the air. When the thunder sound vibrated out, he pressed Bartholomew Kuma's right hand and released a huge lightning visible to the naked eye. 30 million volts of discharge. Boom. The lightning that was bright enough to turn a person's eyes white completely covered Bartholomew Kuma's huge body like a little giant as soon as it appeared. Bartholomew Kuma couldn't even stand up. After Kuma was hit by Qin Yu's 30 million volt lightning, his body was completely paralyzed. Is it over? Boa Hancock saw Bartholomew Kuma sitting on the ground like a lamb to be slaughtered, and she couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. After she felt relieved, she couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong with me? Why am I so nervous about him? Could it be? Is it because he just expressed his love to me or I have fallen in love with him? Boa Hancock thought about it carefully and found that her feelings towards Qin Yu changed too quickly. From the initial disdain to a different view, and then to the current nervous shidang. Now thinking about it, she found that the speed of change was really a bit overwhelming for her. You win, devil. I admit that I underestimated you. No, to be precise, Dr. Vegapunk, Naval Headquarters and even the world government underestimated you. Who would have thought that you, devil, could not only take away the devil fruit abilities of others but even more than 2 devil fruits? What's more terrifying is that you even got the thunder fruit. Bartholomew Kuma tried many times silently, and when he found that only the body tissue above his neck that had not been transformed was still responsive, he completely gave up the fearless struggle. At this time, he was ready to die calmly, and when he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes became extremely complicated. Such a terrible monster suddenly emerged from the sea. Maybe Naval Headquarters and world government could really end in his hands. But what should the Revolutionary Army do at that time? Thinking of Qin Yu's heaven-defying Buu Fruit, plus Crocodile's Sand Fruit, and Thunder Fruit, which has the closest reputation to invincibility, Bartholomew Kuma really couldn't find a person in this sea who could compete with him. At this time, he began to believe that world government could really be overthrown by Qin Yu. Just thinking of this, he was a little worried about the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 179 I can help you solve Vegapunk's problem. 66, please subscribe. 180 374. Chapter 179 I can help you solve Vegapunk's problem. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's really interesting. Guess what I just heard? In the eyes of the world, the only man in Shichibukai who obeys the world government's orders is not worried about the world government at the moment of death, but is worried about the Revolutionary Army, the biggest opponent of the world government. Bartholomew Kuma, don't you think this is interesting? Just when Bartholomew Kuma was ready to be killed, Qin Yu standing in front of him suddenly showed a wicked smile. You. Bartholomew Kuma stared at Qin Yu suddenly. A pair of huge eyes were full of shock and disbelief. What's wrong with me? Is the man I'm talking about you? Qin Yu looked at Bartholomew Kuma with a playful look. Huh. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Not only did you hide the terrifying power of the Buu Fruit so tightly, you even possessed this kind of highest-level observation haki that cannot be obtained through practice, but can only be possessed by nature, which is rarer than Conqueror's haki. It's not unfair for me to lose to a monster like you. Quote. Bartholomew Kuma met Qin Yu's gaze. After looking at Qin Yu for a moment, he suddenly sighed. Although I am very happy that you have given me such a high praise, unfortunately, I do not have the highest level of observation haki you mentioned at present. Qin Yu heard Bartholomew Kuma say this, and he was also quite jealous of the highest level of observation haki he mentioned. After all, this highest level of observation haki can not only feel the other party's thoughts and emotions, but also convey the user's own consciousness to others, affect others' minds and thoughts and produce strong resonance, and even change the other party's values and thoughts. Such a terrifying observation haki, how could he not want to get it? It's a pity that so far, he only knows that the dead Queen Otahime of the Kingdom of Ryugu has it. If someone in the sea is heard to have this kind of observation haki, he will definitely put down everything and run to absorb that person as soon as possible. You don't have to pretend anymore. This ability to listen to other people's thoughts is not something that ordinary observation haki can do. Only the highest level of observation haki can listen to the voice of the heart. Bartholomew Kuma said lightly, I am already a dying man, you don't need to hide it from me. And you don't have to worry about Vegapunk installing some eavesdropping equipment in my body. The lightning just now has destroyed all my physical fitness below the neck. Quote, I can hear your thoughts not by relying on the highest level of observation haki you mentioned, but by this. Quote, Qin Yu shook his head and stretched out a finger. A faint electric light suddenly burst out from his finger. Could it be brain waves? By the way, you have the ability of Thunder Fruit, so it is normal to be able to receive brain waves. Bartholomew Kuma took a look and suddenly realized. You actually know about brain waves. Qin Yu looked at Bartholomew Kuma in surprise. Of course I don't know. But Dr. Vegapunk knows. He has even studied biological brain waves to a very advanced level. Bartholomew Kuma's tone has a touch of admiration and worry. Obviously, he admires Vegapunk's talents, but he is also worried that such a person is now working for the world government. You are very worried about Vegapunk. Maybe, I can help you, or the Revolutionary Army, solve this problem perfectly. Qin Yu showed a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. You won't kill me. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Qin Yu with a strange expression. Are you just reacting now? It seems that although Vegapunk has not yet transformed your brain, it still affects your thinking ability after transforming your body. Don't you think that if I want to kill you, the 30 million volt lightning just now will not only burn your body, but also your brain? Qin Yu shook his head. You just said you would help me solve Dr. Vegapunk's problem. Do you want me to take you to kill Dr. Vegapunk? If you really have such an idea, then you can kill me. Even if you spare my life, from Zhao I can't help you. Dr. Vegapunk's position in the hearts of the 5 elders is much higher than that of the 3 admirals of the headquarters. His research institute is either in the most heavily guarded place of the naval headquarters or in the building where the 5 elders of the world government live. Even if I am a person who voluntarily accepts his transformation and has been transformed by him for more than half, every time I see him, I have to go through layers of inspections, and then I can meet him under the supervision of Dr. Vegapunk's personal guard Zon Taoan and others. Even when I was undergoing the transformation, Zon Taoan and other bodyguards would stay with Dr. Vegapunk all the time. Bartholomew Kuma said in a calm tone. Chapter 180 Help me do one thing and you can redeem your life. 16, please subscribe. 181 374. Chapter 180 Help me do one thing and you can redeem your life. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Kill Vegapunk. Is there something wrong with your brain? Even you, the enemy of the world government, praise him highly. How could I bear to kill such a talent? Qin Yu couldn't help laughing when he saw that Bartholomew Kuma thought he wanted to kill Vegapunk. You don't want to kill Dr. Vegapunk. Then what is your so-called way to deal with him? Bartholomew Kuma looked at Qin Yu in astonishment. You don't need to pay attention to this question. You just need to do one thing for me. Then I can write off the fact that you attacked me on the orders of the 5 elders this time, and you can even redeem your life from me. Qin Yu raised a finger. What is it? Bartholomew Kuma was silent for a few seconds, and then he let it go. He was not afraid, otherwise he 737 cadres of the Revolutionary Army would not accept Vegapunk's human body transformation. But he was not afraid of death, which did not mean that he was willing to die in Qin Yu's hands. In his plan, he was going to die, but not in this way. At least, he had to complete his own script, so that his death would be worthwhile. After all, if he died in Amazon Lily, all his efforts for the Revolutionary Army would be in vain. In fact, Bartholomew Kuma was relieved when he saw that Qin Yu had no intention of killing him. At this time, he had already prepared himself mentally. As long as Qin Yu asked him to do something that was not too unbelievable, he would definitely do it. Introduce Vegapunk to me and let me meet him. Qin Yu said, sorry, although I don't want to die, I'm sorry I can't do what you ask. Don't say, CDDD, that I introduced you. Even Dr. Vegapunk himself is not allowed to contact strangers at will, or leave the institute at will. Once he travels or contacts strangers, besides personal bodyguards such as Zon Taoan, he must be followed by CPO in secret. CPO, I just said this to you, you may not know what these 3 words mean. Bartholomew Kuma refused without thinking when he heard it. It's harder to ask him to introduce Vegapunk than to ask him to kill Vegapunk. CPO, the top of CP1 to CP9. It is an organization directly under the World Nobles, Celestial Dragons, and it doesn't even need to listen to the orders of the world government. Am I wrong? Qin Yu interrupted Bartholomew Kuma. I didn't expect you to know this. Then do you know that there are members in CPO who are as powerful as Admiral, and there are more than one? Quote. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Qin Yu in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Qin Yu to be just a captain of a pirate group, who had never been to the New World, and had not formed any large forces and intelligence organizations, but he even knew about the extremely secretive CPO. So what? Qin Yu asked back. I can't help you. Bartholomew Kuma shook his head. I'm not asking you to bring Vegapunk to me. Your body and the part above your neck have not been transformed. I think the world government or Vegapunk will transform your brain. Qin Yu said. So what? Bartholomew Kuma knew that Qin Yu could listen to his thoughts, and was surprised that he knew that Vegapunk would transform his brain. The next time you meet Vegapunk, that is, when he transforms you, you help me bring this thing to him. I can talk to him with this. Qin Yu said as he tore off a part of his tentacles. Almost at the moment when he tore off the tentacles connected to the back of his head regrew the lost part. I see, but I still can't help you. Every time I meet with Dr. Vegapunk, in addition to being monitored by Zon Taoan and CPO, I have to go through a lot of inspections. You may not believe it, but I am naked every time I walk into the institute. Bartholomew Kuma thought of Qin Yu's ability to split into 2 and turn into 2 people, and he understood. Although this part of the tentacles is not big, it should be able to turn into a mini version of Qin Yu. If that's the case, then you don't have to worry. Since I gave this thing to you, there is naturally a way to hide it from the inspection of CPO and Zon Taoan and others. Qin Yu said, opening his right hand. The pink tentacle placed in his palm seemed to have its own consciousness, slowly floating up, and then, under Bartholomew Kuma's slightly nervous gaze, it sank into the big hole in his chest. In a blink of an eye, the pink tentacle disappeared, and it was unknown where it was hidden in his body. Well, unless someone in CP0 has the top-level observation haki you just mentioned, no one can detect the existence of this pink tentacle. Qin Yu said, so that's it, you are so confident in me because of this tentacle in your body. If I don't take you to see Dr. Vegapunk, I think the tentacle you put in my body should become my death warrant. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Qin Yu deeply. Chapter 181 Monkey D. Dragon. 5 elders can't even wait for a month. 26, please subscribe. 182 374. Chapter 181 Monkey D. Dragon. 5 elders can't even wait for a month. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's okay if you understand it this way. After all, people should keep their promises. You came to kill me, I spared your life and didn't care about all this, so you naturally can't lie to me anymore. Qin Yu nodded as a matter of course. As for the tentacle in your body, you don't have to worry so much. As long as you keep your word and take it to see Vegapunk, he will naturally leave your body and won't leave any hidden dangers in your body. I don't think it's my turn to say no at this time. Bartholomew Kuma knew that he was now a fish on the chopping board and could only let Qin Yu slaughter him. But his mood was very calm. After all, he was the one who came to kill. He could only blame himself for ending up like this. It's a blessing in disguise that he can save his life now. If you want to die now, you can still say no. Although I want to see Vegapunk, I don't necessarily have to rely on you to see him. You are just the best choice for me at the moment, but not the only choice. Quote. Qin Yu stretched out a finger and pointed it at Bartholomew Kuma's forehead. As he raised his index finger, a flash of lightning flashed at the tip of his finger. At this moment, he looked like he would immediately shoot lightning through Bartholomew Kuma's head if he said no. I promise you, but you have to send me to a deserted island far away from Amazon Lily. Of course, if you want to cause trouble for Amazon Lily, you can just put me here. Bartholomew Kuma saw Qin Yu's move and nodded without thinking. Okay. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately dispersed the lightning on his fingertips, then lifted Bartholomew Kuma up and flew away into the distance. With his current physique and the strength of his chi, he could easily fly hundreds of kilometers even if he took Bartholomew Kuma with him. It should be okay here, right? Qin Yu asked Bartholomew Kuma after he flew to an uninhabited island 300 kilometers away surrounded by the sea. Yes, I have a way to notify the world government. They will come to pick me up soon. Bartholomew Kuma said, okay, remember what you promised me. Although you are a smart person, I still want to remind you not to make mistakes. You only have one chance. Qin Yu heard this, first put Bartholomew Kuma on the deserted island, then said something to him, and then flew away. Demon Qin Yu. Bartholomew Kuma stared at Qin Yu's departing back until Qin Yu's back completely disappeared from his sight and observation Haki's perception. He then struggled to release a weak elastic force from the flesh ball on his left hand to eject a Den Den Mushi hidden inside his body. I'm Kuma, come and pick me up. Don't bring too many people, just come alone. As soon as the phone was connected, Bartholomew Kuma spoke first. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was disconnected. In response, he did not show any surprise on his face, but sat there patiently and waited quietly. When night fell, covering the deserted island where Bartholomew Kuma was and the sea surrounding it, a gust of wind suddenly whistled up, and in an instant, the calm sky and sea began to change. Seeking flowers. The sea began to ripple with huge waves, and the sky began to form tornado-shaped clouds. In the blink of an eye, a strange scene of heaven and earth appeared in Bartholomew Kuma's sight. How did you end up like this? It's unbelievable. In the first half of New World, except for the admiral of the headquarters and a few people such as Pluton Rayleigh who lived in seclusion, no one should be your opponent. Under Bartholomew Kuma's gaze, a tornado suddenly fell from the sky covered by the strong wind, and then a figure covered in a green robe walked out of the tornado like a god in the wind and walked straight to Bartholomew Kuma. 0. Fought with the demon. He was unharmed, but I ended up like this. After seeing the green-robed figure appear, Bartholomew Kuma's tense heart finally relaxed. Demon Qin Yu, why would you provoke that monster? The green-robed figure slowly took off the hat covering his face, revealing a very hockey face with red square tattoos. If there were other people here at this time, they would definitely exclaim, Monkey D. Dragon. I went to find him on the orders of the 5 elders. Bartholomew Kuma said, hasn't Marine already set up a net in Sabayati Archipelago to wait for him? Could it be that the 5 elders can't even wait for less than a month? A hint of obscure doubt flashed across Monkey D. Dragon's eyes. As the biggest enemy of the world government, he has dealt with the 5 elders a lot over the years. He knows these 5 old guys very well. The 5 elders definitely have this patience. Chapter 182 5 Elders Big Move. Using 4 Emperors to weaken Marine. 36, please subscribe. 183 374. Chapter 182 5 Elders Big Move. Using 4 Emperors to weaken Marine. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. 5 elders think that demons are too dangerous. Even a month may add a lot of variables. Besides, 5 elders don't want to rely on naval headquarters for everything. Bartholomew Kuma explained, it seems that 5 elders have begun to be a little wary of Marine. Monkey D. Dragon raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. It's normal. After all, although Sengoku was loyal to the world government, he is old after all. The next marshal may not obey their orders like Sengoku. I think that in the near future, at least before Sengoku steps down as marshal and the new marshal takes office, the 290, 5 elders will secretly weaken the power of Marine to prevent the new marshal from being disobedient and causing a situation where the tail cannot be removed at that time. Bartholomew Kuma revealed an extremely terrifying news. If the naval headquarters knew about it, it would cause a huge storm. Are you sure this news is true? Monkey D. Dragon's face showed a solemn look when he heard this. They told me this after I was transformed by Dr. Vegapunk and only my head was left. If I'm not mistaken, the 5 elders should be planning to use the 4 emperors to weaken the power of the Marine. As long as they find an opportunity to start a war, they will immediately implement this plan, and I will also participate in it. Of course, the premise is that I have been completely transformed by Dr. Vegapunk at that time and I am no longer myself. Only in this way can they be completely assured of me. Bartholomew Kuma's tone suddenly became a little bleak, but he did not regret it at all. If you don't want to, you can still turn back now. Monkey D. Dragon heard this, and his voice had a hint of reluctance. It has come to this point, and there is no turning back. You see, I have become a ghost. Bartholomew Kuma sighed. No one can deny your contribution to the Revolutionary Army. No one will have any alternative views on you because of this. Monkey D. Dragon said in a deep voice. I don't care what others think of me. What I care about is that we have come to this point, and the pacifist is about to get it. Turning back at this time will not only make all the previous efforts go to waste, but also make my sacrifice meaningless. And even if I want to turn back, I can't. My body has been transformed by Dr. Vegapunk. I think he should have left some backup in my body according to the instructions of the 5 elders. If I don't obey, I will die. What's more, there are still things left by the demon in my body. I can only go back to the world government. When Bartholomew Kuma said the word death, his tone was not afraid, but only calm and calm. I have also gathered a lot of scientists over the years. Maybe they are not as good as Vegapunk, but they should be able to remove the hidden dangers in your body. As for the demon, I will solve it. Monkey D. Dragon was obviously reluctant to let Bartholomew Kuma die. No need, whether it is the demon or Dr. Vegapunk, they are beyond our expectations. If we mess around, it will only make things out of control. It's not bad now. I have been transformed. The Revolutionary Army is just one less cadre. It can still operate normally. But the loss of the world government is great. The pacifist who has been painstakingly researched will not only make wedding clothes for my Revolutionary Army, but also be regarded as the lifeblood by the 5 elders. Dr. Vegapunk, who I have always wanted to solve but have no chance, is no longer a problem. I think the demon should help us solve Dr. Vegapunk's problem completely. Sacrificing a cadre like me can bring such a good situation to the Revolutionary Army. It's worth it, Bartholomew Kuma said calmly. Everyone in our revolutionary army owes you, sir. After Monkey D. Dragon finished speaking, just as he was about to help Bartholomew Kuma up, his face suddenly changed, and then he looked back abruptly, and a fierce light almost crept into his eyes at the same time. You've been tricked. It wasn't just Monkey D. Dragon who changed his expression. At the same time, Bartholomew Kuma, who was sitting on the ground and couldn't move, also had a bitter look in his eyes. Swish. Don't be so nervous. I didn't trick you, I just wanted you to help me find someone. After all, I have something to say, and I have to talk to him in person. A dazzling lightning flashed suddenly in the dark night sky. As the two watched closely, the lightning flashing in the sky landed in front of them at a speed almost as fast as light. The next second, a figure who controlled thousands of thunders like the god of thunder walked out of the lightning and came in front of Meng Feng D. Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma. The person you were looking for must be me. Demon Qin Yu. Monkey D. Dragon stared at Qin Yu, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a stern look. Chapter 183. I want the pacifist and you, the dragon, to help me do 3 things. 46, please subscribe. 184 374. Chapter 183. I want the pacifist and you, the dragon, to help me do 3 things. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Yes, I'm looking for you, Monkey D. Dragon. Qin Yu nodded. Now that you've found me, what are you going to do? Monkey D. Dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of hidden murderousness lurked in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, if Qin Yu's next words did not satisfy him, he would have to take action. Don't be so hostile to me. At least so far, there is no reason for me to conflict with your revolutionary army. Even the time in Amazon Lily not long ago, it was Bartholomew Kuma who came to me himself. Qin Yu said, so that's it. You deliberately spared my life. In addition to asking me to help you meet Dr. Vegapunk, you also wanted to go through me. Haha, I was really careless. Not only did I not accomplish anything I was supposed to do today, but you also manipulated me at will. Bartholomew 23 Shang heard this and reacted instantly. Isn't this good? Your help in meeting Monkey D. Dragon will also be of great benefit to your revolutionary army. Just now I heard you say that as long as you can open up the situation for the revolutionary army and get enough benefits, you are not afraid of sacrifice. Then in order to facilitate my meeting with Monkey D. Dragon, it shouldn't be a big deal that I calculated you. Qin Yu looked at Bartholomew Kuma with a smile. What do you mean? Can you bring any benefit to our revolutionary army? Bartholomew Kuma's heart moved slightly. Monkey D. Dragon on the side didn't say anything, but he stared at Qin Yu with burning eyes. He also wanted to know why Qin Yu went to such great lengths to lead him out. That depends on what Monkey D. Dragon means. Qin Yu turned his head and looked at Monkey D. Dragon. Bear sacrificed himself for the great cause of the revolutionary army. As long as it can help the revolutionary army, there is no reason for me not to agree. Monkey D. Dragon spread out his right hand and said seriously, with your words, it will be easy. In fact, I led you out just to discuss a deal with you. A win-win deal for me and the revolutionary army. Quote. Qin Yu raised a finger. You say, Monkey D. Dragon said expressionlessly. Although he didn't think Qin Yu, as a captain of a pirate group, could bring any great benefits to the revolutionary army, he was not willing to waste any time on him just for Qin Yu's strength and the reputation of the word, demon. I want a pacifist and all the materials needed to make it. As soon as Qin Yu opened his mouth, Monkey D. Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma both changed color at the same time. The combination of Thunder Fruit and Observation Haki, I didn't expect the perception range to become so terrifying. Bartholomew Kuma quickly calmed down after being shocked. He now completely believed what Qin Yu said just now. The man in front of him was indeed at a very long distance, and he heard their conversation. You really know how to pick. The pacifist that Kuma sacrificed himself to get for the revolutionary army, you're going to go now. Do you think it's possible? Monkey D. Dragon stared at Qin Yu like a dragon about to get angry. Fortunately, he was very cunning, otherwise just one sentence from Qin Yu would have been enough to make him act brazenly. I haven't finished yet, this is just the first thing I want. In addition to the pacifist, I also want you, Monkey D. Dragon, to help me unconditionally 3 times. As long as it is within your ability, you can't refuse. Quote. Qin Yu made another shocking statement. Demon, it's not that I look down on you. You want a pacifist, and you also want me to help you unconditionally 3 times, right? Okay, I can give you both. But since it's a deal, it can't be that only I pay and you don't. I really want to see if you can come up with a weight that is equal to these conditions. Monkey D. Dragon was not angry, but smiled calmly. Of course, this 363 is just his appearance, and no one knows what he thinks in his heart. Ancient weapon. Pluton, what do you think? Qin Yu stared at Monkey D. Dragon, who was horrified by his words, with a playful look on his face. One of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. How could he find Pluton that even the world government spent so many years to find? Wait, could it be Nico Robin? Oh, right, only she can explain why the ancient weapon that even our revolutionary army and the world government couldn't find was found by the demons. No wonder the world government wanted to destroy Ohara back then. It turned out that they were not only worried about the historical text being known to the world, but also worried that the ancient weapon would be found by these scholars and fall into the hands of a dozen ambitious people. Monkey D. Dragon, who was always calm, had a gloomy face at this time, just like Sichuan face changing several expressions every second. It is conceivable how much impact Qin Yu's words had on his heart. Chapter 184 What does this guy think of ancient weapon? 56. Please subscribe. 185 374. Chapter 184 What does this guy think of ancient weapon? 56. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Are you willing to trade the ancient weapon? Bartholomew Kuma, who was also shocked, saw Monkey D. Dragon fall into deep thought, so he asked Qin Yu on his behalf. Why not? The ancient weapon is just a weapon after all. Just like the pacifist that Vegapunk has developed now. As long as you are willing to trade it with me, I will also be willing to trade the ancient weapon with you. Qin Yu said calmly while admiring the changing expressions of the two people. What does this guy think of the ancient weapon? Is it something that can be dispensable? Bartholomew Kuma heard Qin Yu's tone, which seemed to be not taking the ancient weapon that was sought after and desired by the world to heart. Even though he had a very good psychological quality, he couldn't help but lose his composure at this time. Who would have thought that the demon pirates, who were sparsely populated, with only a few people, and no huge power and background, actually mastered the ancient weapon? World government, naval headquarters, things are getting more and more interesting. A person who is willing to trade even ancient weapon will never be content to be just an ordinary captain of a pirate group on this sea. I wonder what the scene will be like when you face him in a month. Bartholomew Kuma is not the only one who loses his composure. After seeing that Qin Yu dared to trade even Pluton with him, Monkey D. Dragon's opinion of Qin Yu has risen steadily, and has completely reached the level of treating four emperors. At the same time, he also understood what Bartholomew Kuma meant just now. So this is what Shang meant by the demon being beyond their expectations. Dragon, do you think the weight I took out is equivalent to the conditions I proposed? Qin Yu stared at Monkey D. Dragon, who was no longer calm and happy as usual, with interest. If you really have the ancient weapon, Pluton, and are willing to trade it with us, then your weight and conditions are indeed equal, and we are even taking advantage. Monkey D. Dragon took a breath without leaving a trace, quickly calmed his mind, and completely calmed down the shock in his heart. In a blink of an eye, he restrained all the emotions on his face. You were quite honest. Qin Yu looked at Monkey D. Dragon with a little surprise. That's because you took out Pluton. Monkey D. Dragon said frankly. Since you think the weight I took out is fine, what do you mean? Dragon. Qin Yu saw the color of interest in Monkey D. Dragon's eyes, and a smile suddenly rose at the corner of his mouth. I can promise you, but first you have to prove that you really have the ancient weapon, Pluton. Monkey D. Dragon said in a deep voice. In the eyes of the world, he only relied on the spread of ideas to make several countries that originally belonged to the world government turn against him and join the Revolutionary Army. But he himself knew that the reason why those countries turned against him was not only because they were moved by his ideas, but also because of Monkey D. Dragon's own strength. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a man with a very strategic vision, he knew very well that in addition to ideas and slogans, the Revolutionary Army wanted to overthrow the world government. The military force was the top priority. Compared with the world government and celestial dragons, which have existed for 800 years, the foundation of the Revolutionary Army is too weak. The only way to catch up with the world government is to find another way. It was for this reason that Bartholomew Kuma went undercover in the world government. In order to make up for the gap with the world government, he was willing to sacrifice Bartholomew Kuma. Now there is an ancient weapon, Pluton, that even the world government desires but cannot get in front of him, so it is naturally difficult for him to refuse. Is this enough? Hearing Monkey D. Dragon's words, Qin Yu took out a photo from his pocket as if he had expected him to make such a request. Have you prepared it? It seems that he has been ready to find me for a long time. Even if Shang didn't assassinate him this time, he would probably find me in other ways. Monkey D. Dragon was shocked when he saw Qin Yu's action. But soon, his attention was all attracted by the photo in Qin Yu's hand. As he looked around, he fell on the supergiant battleship in the photo that was completely different from all the ships on this sea. His mind, his attention, and his eyes were all focused on the photo, and he could no longer move away. As this Pluton, the more Monkey D. Dragon looked, the more rapid his breathing became, and the more he looked, the hotter his eyes became. Although he had not actually seen Pluton, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the son of the hero Garp, he had a profound knowledge. Just from the appearance of the battleship in the photo and the ferocious gun turrets that made people's scalps numb, he could conclude that even if it was not Pluton, it was definitely a battleship with extremely terrifying firepower. Chapter 185 Justice and Justice are only within Pluton's range. 66. Please subscribe. 186 374. Chapter 185 Justice and Justice are only within Pluton's range. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Monkey D. Dragon knew very well that if the Revolutionary Army could get this battleship, and then let the scientists in the organization decipher the technology in it, and finally manufacture this kind of battleship in large quantities. Even if they still cannot compete with the world government head-on in the end, they can still be invincible, and they don't have to be completely suppressed by the world government like the Revolutionary Army is now. With this battleship, at least the Revolutionary Army can have a larger range of activities in the open, and they don't have to do anything in secret. It's genuine. This is the ancient weapon, Pluton, that all the ambitious people in Grand Line want to get. Qin Yu nodded and acknowledged Monkey D. Dragon's statement. Although this battleship has a strange shape and is completely different from any ship on this sea, how do we know if you are lying to us? Although Bartholomew Kuma was also shocked by Pluton's posture in the photo, he said calmly on the surface. You should have heard of it. Ancient weapon. Pluton's firepower can destroy an island with one shot. I can tell you 703 that this is true. If you are worried, I can take you on board and show you what justice and righteousness are only within Pluton's range. Qin Yu's words made Bartholomew Kuma and Monkey D. Dragon, two giants of the Revolutionary Army, excited. Okay, just for the word demon, I believe you. Monkey D. Dragon said, I have shown my sincerity. Dragon, shouldn't you also express something, not just a verbal statement? Qin Yu shook his head. I heard that Naval Headquarters has now begun to lay a net in Sabayati Archipelago for you to drill. If you want to rescue Trafalgar Law from them, you will at least have to face a lineup of 3 admirals, 2 Shichibukai, tens of thousands of marine elites, and the Don Quixote family. Even if I take into account the ancient weapon, Pluton in your hand, your chances of winning are still slim. Quote, Monkey D. Dragon glanced at Qin Yu, and after a little hesitation, he made a decision. On the day of the battle, I can help you stop an admiral. This is the first thing I will do for you. I think this sincerity is enough. As expected, you are the one who can start from scratch and forcibly raise the Revolutionary Army under the oppression of the world government. Since you are so straightforward, I will not let you down. Regardless of whether I can rescue Trafalgar Law in the end, I will offer the ancient weapon, Pluton, to you within 3 months after the end of the Sabayati Archipelago War. Qin Yu said, see you in Sabayati Archipelago. Monkey D. Dragon said, before you hand Pluton to Dragon, I will definitely let you see Dr. Vegapunk. Bartholomew Bear originally did not intend to break his promise to Qin Yu. Now that Qin Yu and the Revolutionary Army have cooperated, he has accelerated the process of Qin Yu meeting Vegapunk. Okay, Qin Yu nodded, and then his whole body was shining with lightning. When the dazzling lightning illuminated the night, he had turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared, leaving only Bartholomew Bear and Monkey D. Dragon standing quietly on the deserted island. After Qin Yu left, Monkey D. Dragon and Bartholomew Bear looked at each other, but did not speak, but turned into a gust of wind and disappeared out of thin air. About 10 minutes later, Monkey D. Dragon, who turned into wind and left, returned to the deserted island again. Okay, I have checked the area around the deserted island for hundreds of kilometers, but there is no trace of him. I think he should have really left. Monkey D. Dragon said. Obviously, after Qin Yu heard their conversation just now, he was very afraid of Qin Yu's ultra-wide range perception ability after combining Thunder Fruit and Observation Haki. As soon as Qin Yu left, he went to search for Qin Yu's traces before he dared to talk to Bartholomew Kuma. Do you believe him? Bartholomew Kuma was still very confident in Monkey D. Dragon's ability. If he didn't know Qin Yu's ability, Monkey D. Dragon might still be exploited by Qin Yu, just like what happened just now. But after knowing Qin Yu's ability, he didn't believe that Monkey D. Dragon would still be unable to defend himself. I hope it's true. This way I don't have to go to Sabayati Archipelago in vain. Monkey D. Dragon didn't say whether he believed it or not, but directly used the word, hope. That's right, I also hope this is true. In that case, the gap between our revolutionary army and the world government will be narrowed by a big step. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at Monkey D. Dragon and immediately understood what he meant. Monkey D. Dragon will go to Sabayati Archipelago, but if Qin Yu does not take out Pluton in this battle, it is hard to say whether Monkey D. Dragon in Sabayati Archipelago will show up. After all, intercepting an admiral is not an easy task. Let alone the difficulty, the fact that it will attract the attention and pursuit of the world government afterwards will make Monkey D. Dragon and Bartholomew Bear treat it with caution. Especially for the revolutionary army that aims to overthrow the world government, every action against the world government and the naval headquarters needs to be more cautious. Chapter 186 The Grand Line will be in turmoil because of him. 16, please subscribe. 187 374. Chapter 186 The Grand Line will be in turmoil because of him. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Demon Qin Yu didn't expect that this sea would give birth to such a person. Originally, I thought that the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago was a foregone conclusion. But now it seems that my previous thoughts were totally wrong. This battle, which in the eyes of the world, the demons would definitely lose miserably, will inevitably evolve into an amazing situation that no one could have expected. Monkey D. Dragon thought of Qin Yu's terrifying courage to trade with him even ancient weapon, and there was a complex sigh in his tone. I didn't expect this man to be so terrifying. When I first went to find him, I thought that with Vegapunk's analysis and research on him, I should be able to take him down. At the very least, I could give him a profound and unforgettable lesson. But I didn't expect that I tried my best and ended up in this state, but I still didn't hurt him at all. Quote, when Bartholomew Shong talked about the demon Qin Yu, his eyes, tone, and face were all filled with fear that could not be concealed. Long, do you know? This is the first time I have seen Dr. Vegapunk's calculations go wrong. And the person who made Dr. Vegapunk make this mistake was this demon. Such a person will never be defeated by Marines so easily. Even if Sengoku has sent out 3 admirals, it is no exception. Although I don't know what he can do in this world-renowned war, I can be sure that the Grand Line, which has been calm for a long time, will be trapped and turbulent. Quote, after Monkey D. Dragon took another look at the direction Qin Yu left, his body turned into a gust of wind, rolled up the immobile Bartholomew Bear, and roared towards the direction of world government. On the other side, after separating from Monkey D. Dragon and others, Qin Yu, who flew away from the deserted island, spent an hour to catch up with the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates sailing on the vast ocean. Qin Yu, did you find the person you were looking for? Qin Yu had just stepped onto the deck, and Boa Hancock, who had been sitting on a chair on the deck and was obviously waiting for him, immediately stood up and greeted him. After walking in front of Qin Yu, Boa Hancock first looked Qin Yu up and down, and asked with concern after confirming that he was not injured at all. I found him, and I made a deal with him. Quote. Qin Yu nodded. Obviously, he did not hide where he was going from Boa Hancock before leaving the Nine Snakes Pirates. That's good. When Boa Hancock heard this, her delicate and flawless face suddenly bloomed with a smile that made the bright moon hanging high in the sky pale in comparison. By the way, just when you left, first encountered a marine warship on the sea. Did you destroy that warship? When Qin Yu heard Boa Hancock say this, he immediately thought of the style of the Empress. On the sea, the Nine Snakes Pirates have always adopted the three-light policy wherever they pass. Even the ships of the naval headquarters are robbed. In the original Time and Space, the flying squirrel representing the naval headquarters was also robbed by the Nine Snakes Pirates led by Boa Hancock. Originally, I had this idea, but later I changed my mind after learning that they went to Amazon Lily specifically to find me. Quote. Boa Hancock shook her head slightly. They came to you? Qin Yu asked curiously. This marine warship came to convey the intention of Marshal Sengoku. Marine intends to summon Shichibukai to Sabayati Archipelago, but it is not a mandatory summons. Shichibukai who accept the invitation can go or not. After hearing this, I immediately knew that Sengoku wanted to use the power of Shichibukai to deal with you, so I agreed without discussing it with you. You won't blame me, right? Boa Hancock blinked her pair of blue eyes, looking at Qin Yu with a little pity. Of course not. You did this for me. What's more, if you accept Sengoku's invitation, you will not only have a legitimate reason to go to Sabayati Archipelago, but also will not attract attention. Maybe, the situation of the war will change because of your decision just now. Quote. Qin Yu shook his head. He is not an idiot. Even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. All along the way, how could he not see that Boa Hancock had gradually developed feelings for him? He also had a complicated feeling about this. Since there was joy and pride, there was also some trepidation and melancholy. After all, he had been at Grand Line for a while. Although he was often accompanied by beautiful women like Nami, Nico Robin, and Khalifa, he had never developed any feelings for them. Even Nami, who was the closest to him, maintained an ambiguous, yet intimate and strange relationship with him. This was the first time that Boa Hancock had developed feelings for him without concealing it. Just don't blame me. In fact, I thought of this and agreed to Sengoku's call on my own initiative. When Boa Hancock heard Qin Yu say this, the pitiful expression on her pretty face instantly disappeared, replaced by a breathtakingly beautiful smile that made everything pale in comparison. Chapter 187 The Strongest Battleship in the History of Navy, Land and Air, Pluton 26, please subscribe. 188 374. Chapter 187 The Strongest Battleship in the History of Navy, Land and Air, Pluton 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Alabasta. In an underground space surrounded by the deep sea, Frankie, while looking at a design in front of him, his hands kept changing various tools, looking very busy. Frankie, you haven't rested for 3 days and 3 nights. If you continue like this, I'm worried that your body may not be able to bear it. Dory walked to Frankie with heavy steps. The transformation of Pluton has reached the most critical moment, and I, who am super powerful, cannot be left out at this time. As for the problem of sleeping, we will make up for it when the transformation is completed and the boat sets sail to Sabayati Archipelago. Frankie answered without raising his head, and then instructed the two giants Dory and Raji in front of him. Okay, you can now try to install the flight system of Arc Proverbs in Pluton according to what I said. Seeing that Frankie has been transforming Pluton without sleep since he came to Alabasta, Raji and Dory, who have the glory of giants, are naturally unwilling to be inferior. These days, the two of them have been accompanying Frankie to do the transformation work all night long. Okay, Frankie, the flight system has been installed as you said. Your design is really perfect, and the flight system is completely embedded in Pluton. Quote. Raji and Dory shouted, and jointly carried the flight system removed from the Arc Maxim, and then installed it on the Pluton battleship. It's not enough to just install it, we also have to make sure that the flight system can be perfectly combined with Pluton's own power system. Fortunately, Pluton's power source is extremely terrifying. Even if the flight system is installed, it can fully bear the load, otherwise, I would not dare to use this installation method. Quote. Frankie wiped the sweat off his face, ran to the control room immediately, and then stretched out his hand to gently pull a lever. Boom. A dazzling white light suddenly gushed out from the bottom and tail of the Pluton warship floating on the seabed. Then, under the expectant and excited gaze of Frankie, Raji, and Dory, the huge hull of the Pluton warship began to slowly pull out of the water, and finally completely broke through the water surface and floated in the air. Frankie, you are really a genius. Seeing that the Pluton warship actually flew after Frankie's sleepless transformation for several days, Raji and Dory, who participated in the transformation, couldn't help but jump up excitedly. What's going on? Why is the hull so strong? Hissed Frankie, did you really make Pluton fly? Nami, who was resting in the room, ran out immediately after feeling the vibration of the Pluton warship. When she rushed to the deck, she suddenly found that the ship that was originally floating quietly on the seawater, the Pluton battleship, was already suspended in the void. It really succeeded. Like Frankie and others, Nico Robin, who also participated in the transformation of Pluton, saw this scene, and her delicate face couldn't help but show a sincere joy. Everyone, did you see it? This is the strongest battleship in the history of sea, land and air, completed by the combined strength of our demon pirates. It will carry us, break through the many barriers on the sea, and reach our dream place. After seeing almost all the crew members appear on the deck, Frankie looked around at everyone and shouted excitedly. Dream. Hearing this, Nami immediately thought of drawing a map of the world. With this strongest battleship on land, sea and air, she can completely travel to every corner of the sea. No one, no force, and no difficulty can stop her from pursuing her dream. Everyone in Ohara, did you see it? I will definitely use this Pluton to seek justice for you, and then uncover the historical truth that has been blocked by the world government for 800 years. Quote. Nico Robin clasped her hands together slowly. This guy really did it. The demons are terrifying, and with the increasingly powerful pirate group, and this strongest battleship in the sea, land and air, who can survive them in the future? Compared with the excited Nico Robin and others, Khalifa's mood is the most complicated one. Although Nico Robin and others did not hide her after she got on the ship, but treated her as a crew member. Many big secrets were not deliberately concealed. During this period of time, the relaxed, cheerful, united and cohesive atmosphere on the ship gradually infected her, but as a spy trained by the world government since childhood, she naturally could not distort her will in a short time and follow the demon pirates wholeheartedly. Even though she has defected now, and even the world government and Marine are chasing her, she can't help but worry about the world government and Marine after seeing that the enemy of the world government and Marine, the demon pirates, have obtained such a terrifying Pluton. But in addition to worrying, what makes her Khalifa herself found it unbelievable, and even unbelievable that a hint of joy actually emerged in her heart at this moment. It was as if she was happy that the demon pirates had become stronger. What's wrong with me? I am CP9, the world government, representing the dark justice. They are the source of the chaos in the sea, how can I be happy for them? After Khalifa noticed the change in her heart, her pretty face suddenly became uncertain. 0.0. Chapter 188 Zoro in Seclusion. Either reach the top of the swordsman or die at the bottom of the sea. 36, please subscribe. 189 374. Chapter 188 Zoro in Seclusion. Either reach the top of the swordsman or die at the bottom of the sea. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Frankie. Is the transformation of Pluton completely completed? Nami glanced at Khalifa, whose expression was changing, and immediately walked to Frankie. Of course, Frankie said proudly. This ship has been here for 800 years, is there any problem? Nico Robin reminded a little worriedly. Absolutely no problem. Although this ship has been here for 800 years ago, the powerful shipbuilders who built Pluton left a layer of special material on the hull of Pluton. This layer of material can perfectly isolate Pluton from the outside air. So even if Pluton has been placed for more than 800 years, the overall function of the warship has not deteriorated at all. Frankie patted his chest and guaranteed. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Our ship doctor is still waiting for us. Dory said to Nami excitedly, as if he wanted to go to Sabayati Archipelago immediately to do a big job. This time, he should have no reason to refuse our invitation. 23. Quote. Brigitte said, where's Zoro? Nami glanced at the people standing on the deck, but found that Roronoa Zoro was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Swordsman should still be practicing swordsmanship in seclusion on the seabed. Before he went into seclusion, he said that if he couldn't reach the top of the swordsmanship when we set out, he would die in the sea. Nico Robin looked at the clock. This guy is really crazy. I have lived for hundreds of years, and I have never seen a swordsman as extreme as him. He actually used his flesh and blood to resist the water pressure and dived to the bottom of the sea to practice swordsmanship. This is basically using his life to swing the sword. Quote. Hearing what Nico Robin said, Brigitte's eyes flashed with horror. It seems that the upcoming battle of Sabayati Archipelago has brought him a lot of pressure. Quote. Dory sighed deeply. Facing Roronoa Zoro, this giant who regards glory above all else was also impressed. At least he really didn't have the courage and ability to dive to the bottom of the sea to practice swordsmanship like Roronoa Zoro did, just with a special oxygen cylinder. What's more terrifying is that when Frankie didn't make the oxygen cylinder at the beginning, Roronoa Zoro was alone and dived into the sea without anything. He has always regarded himself as a ship guard who protects the ship and the crew. In addition, the goal of the world's greatest swordsman has always spurred him on. It's no wonder that he is so crazy, extremely improving his strength. Quote. Even Nami, who rarely exercises hard, can understand why Roronoa Zoro is so crazy at this time. After all, there is a big thing behind Zoro that supports him and makes him have to risk his life. That's right, Mr. Demon has gone further and further, and he can only catch up with Mr. Demon in this way. As a swordsman, Brook can also understand Roronoa Zoro's thoughts and mentality. I'll go call him back. Frankie took a special oxygen cylinder and diving suit and jumped into the sea. Even though he was a cyborg and wore a special diving suit that could resist water pressure, he still felt the boundless pressure squeezing him when he sank into the depths of the sea. Hiss, it's too hard. How did this guy dive to the bottom of the sea to practice swordplay without a diving suit and oxygen cylinder? Frankie took a deep breath, endured the discomfort from all parts of his body, and dived all the way down. Soon, the figure of Roronoa Zoro, who was swinging a knife in the deep sea, came into his eyes. Dudo. After finding Roronoa Zoro, when Frankie was about to call him, a huge black shadow suddenly completely covered the sea area of hundreds of meters in radius. Large Sea Kings. When Frankie saw the huge shadow clearly, he immediately found that it was a snake-shaped sea king that was nearly a kilometer long. Such a terrifying existence, even on the sea surface, it would be difficult for him to face it alone, let alone on the seabed. Oh no, it's staring at me. Frankie, who was still secretly calling Roronoa Zoro to leave, found that the pair of cruel eyes of the snake-shaped sea king suddenly fell on him, and his face turned pale instantly. Roar. After the snake-shaped sea king discovered Frankie, it immediately roared on the seabed, and then rolled up a huge stream of water to swallow Frankie. It's over. I won't be so unlucky, right? I didn't die at the hands of CP9, Shichibukai, or Admiral Aokiji, but today I will die in the mouth of a sea king. Quote. Frankie's pupils suddenly shrank. At this time, even if he wanted to escape, it was too late. On the seabed, his speed of movement was far inferior to that of the serpentine sea kings, the darlings of the sea. Swish. Just when Frankie was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body, Roronoa Zoro, who was concentrating on swinging his sword in the distant sea, seemed to have forgotten himself and the world, and waved his hands lightly in the direction of Frankie. A dazzling blue light suddenly flashed in the dark seabed. A terrifying sword energy of hundreds of meters, like a dragon flying in the four seas, instantly burst out from the double swords in Roronoa Zoro's hands. The sword light flashed, and the serpentine sea kings, who was about to swallow Frankie into his stomach, kings didn't even have time to scream before the giant sword energy that was hundreds of meters long cut his brain open, cutting all the way to his tail, until his entire body was cut in half. The sword energy didn't stop, and continued to fly nearly 1,000 meters before gradually dissipating in the deep sea. Chapter 189. The 400 meters sword energy is enough to kill you. Doflamingo 46, please subscribe. 193/174. Chapter 189. The 400 meters sword energy is enough to kill you. Doflamingo 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Is it because I haven't slept for too long? Am I a little dizzy or what? Is this really the bellyband I know? After watching the sea kings that almost swallowed him up, now turned into two halves of a tragic corpse, Frankie just woke up, and then looked at Roronoa Zoro with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He also knew something about Roronoa Zoro's strength. When he fought with Don Quixote Doflamingo, he clearly witnessed Roronoa Zoro's swordsmanship. But he really couldn't believe that 00 Noa Zoro, who could release hundreds of meters of terrifying sword energy with a light swing of his sword in the seabed in front of him, was the bellyband swordsman he knew. A 400-meter slash can reach a range of 1,000 meters without dissipating. This should be beyond the scope of slashing, and it can be called sword energy. Roronoa Zoro glanced at the sea kings who were split in half by his sword. Although it is still a step away from the realm of a great swordsman, this 400-meter sword energy should be enough to kill you, Don Quixote Doflamingo, this Shichibukai. Quote. Thinking of the time when he was in Eni's lobby, a casual slash of 40 meters, even if he tried his best, he could only release a slash of more than 100 meters, and now the sword energy can move 400 meters, his face raised a happy smile. Dudo, what's the matter with the slash wave just now? At this time, Frankie swam in front of Roronoa Zoro. Thinking of Roronoa Zoro's slash to kill the snake-shaped sea kings just now, he couldn't help asking. That's sword energy. It can be regarded as the top of the swordsman, the mark of the swordsman who is close to the great swordsman. Roronoa Zoro corrected. Can you compare with Don Quixote Doflamingo now? Frankie asked. It should be no problem for Madara to kill him. Roronoa Zoro carefully recalled Don Quixote Doflamingo's strength, and then compared him with himself now, and a proud confidence appeared on his face. Great, you can come out now. Frankie said. Have you finished modifying Pluton? Roronoa Zoro asked immediately after hearing this. Well, although I don't have your strength, I haven't wasted this time. While you were practicing swordsmanship, I had perfectly transferred the flight system of Arc Maxim to Pluton. After my modification, Pluton has become the strongest battleship in the history of sea, land and air. Now we only need you, and we can set off. Speaking of modifying the battleship, Frankie's face showed the same confidence as Roronoa Zoro. Let's go. Roronoa Zoro's eyes flashed with excitement. After putting the third-generation Muramasa and Reikiri back into the sheath, he and Frankie Juki swam in the underground space of Alabasta. Mr. Swordsman, are you okay? As soon as the two emerged from the sea, Nico Robin used the ability of Flower Fruit to pull them onto the boat. Just the right time, Roronoa Zoro wiped the water off his face and showed a confident smile. Well, since the demon pirates have assembled, we should set off. After Roronoa Zoro changed into clean clothes and walked out of the room, Nami said immediately. I can't wait to let Pluton return to the sea. Quote. Frankie ran to the control room as soon as he heard it. The demon pirates, set sail. Nami and the others looked at each other and shouted at the same time. With everyone speaking in unison, Frankie pulled the gear lever and pressed several buttons on the console. Boom. Unlike the sailboats of this era, the moment Pluton set sail, it was like a modern aircraft carrier on Earth, bursting out a heavy engine sound like the roar of sea kings. Then, under the expectation and excitement of Nami and others, Pluton, which had been sleeping in the ground of Alabasta for 800 years, slowly opened a layer of large bubbles similar to those formed after coating to completely wrap the huge hull, and then the Pluton battleship began to slowly dive, and finally swam into the sea like a dragon that had been sleeping for hundreds of years and finally woke up. Has the ancient weapon that has been sleeping for 800 years finally been activated again? Khalifa standing on the deck saw after learning that the Pluton battleship does not need coating and has its own diving function, her heart suddenly sank. Before, she thought that Frankie's calling the Pluton battleship the strongest battleship in the history of the Grand Line was a bit exaggerated. But now, even if she has not seen the firepower of Pluton, just seeing the super sailing ability of Pluton, she knows that Frankie is not exaggerating. There is a reason why ancient weapon is ancient weapon. Sabayati Archipelago, here we come. After seeing Pluton sailing in the Grand Line again, Nami, who was standing on the deck with Khalifa, looked straight at Sabayati Archipelago. Looking for the direction of Archipelago. Chapter 190. The clouds move in all directions. The last dance place of the Demon Pirates. 56. Please subscribe. 191 374. Chapter 190. The clouds move in all directions. The last dance place of the Demon Pirates. 56. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Ever since Don Quixote Doflamingo published a newspaper article about his plan to execute the Doctor of the Demon Pirates, Trafalgar Law, in Sabayati Archipelago, the Grand Line has been in turmoil because of this piece of news. In this not too long month, whether it is the many dark emperors of the New World, the pirate families, or the major forces and newspapers in the first half of the Grand Line, they all rushed to Sabayati Archipelago. These forces can mix in the Grand Line, so they can naturally see that this war seems to be planned by Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the participants are only the Don Quixote family and the Demon Pirates, but in fact, extremely terrifying forces are involved behind the scenes. Those dark forces with extremely well-informed channels have seen the huge figure of naval headquarters behind this war. That is why they traveled thousands of miles from all over the Grand Line to Sabayati Archipelago. They all knew that this battle, which seemed to be between only two pirate groups, would actually affect the two major forces of the Grand Line, 803 Shichibukai and Naval Headquarters. As a participant in the war, Naval Headquarters did not disappoint these forces. When the representatives of these forces went to Sabayati Archipelago, Sengoku was already frantically deploying troops. Not only did he transfer 15,000 elite Marines from Marineford, but he also secretly transferred the three admirals of the headquarters, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru to Sabayati Archipelago. When the execution date published in the newspaper by Don Quixote Doflamingo arrived, the Marines stationed in Sabayati Archipelago, as well as their high-end combat power, were no less powerful than Marineford, the Marines' base camp. In addition to Marine, as the planner and initiator of this war, in order to become famous and revive the Don Quixote family and his reputation as Don Quixote Doflamingo, he not only all the high-end combat forces of the Don Quixote family were mobilized to the Sabayati Archipelago, CDDI, and they also mobilized their own financial resources and power to broadcast live around the world like a major event. Luo, what do you think of the last dance place I built for your demon pirates? In the largest dock of Sabayati Archipelago, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was sitting on an execution platform towering above the earth, quietly waited for the arrival of the demon pirates, while looking at Trafalgar Law, whose hands and feet were locked on the execution platform with sea-stone handcuffs, with a playful look. Yes, this stage is just right for the demon pirates to destroy your Don Quixote family. Although Trafalgar Law's hands and feet were locked by sea-stone handcuffs and his body was very weak, he was proud and unyielding in the face of Don Quixote Doflamingo's teasing and ridicule. It's already this time, are you still dreaming, Luo? As an eyewitness, you should know clearly what kind of terrifying fighting force is buried in the seemingly ordinary Sabayati Archipelago. 3 admirals of the headquarters, 5 vice admirals of the headquarters, 5 vice admirals of the branch, and 15,000 elite marines. In addition to these, there are Shichibukai. Do you think a small demon pirate group can survive facing such a luxurious lineup? Don Quixote Doflamingo said this, and couldn't help but look at the Empress Boa Hancock and Bartholomew Kuma standing beside the execution platform. He was not surprised that Bartholomew Kuma would come. After all, this Shichibukai is famous for obeying the orders of the world government. But he really didn't expect that Boa Hancock, who has always been lawless, would accept this Shichibukai call. If this Shichibukai call was a mandatory call, then Boa Hancock would come, which is reasonable. But this Shichibukai call is not mandatory. After receiving the call, the Shichibukai can come or not. Just like the fishman Jinbei, and the world's #1 swordsman Dracula Mahawk, after receiving the invitation, there has been no news of their coming until now. It was this small demon pirate group in your mouth that almost killed you. Don Quixote Doflamingo killed him in Annie's lobby. Quote, Trafalgar Law felt extremely heavy and depressed when he heard Don Quixote Doflamingo say that, but he was unwilling to show weakness in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. What's more, if the demon pirates came to face such a terrifying lineup, it was also to save him, Trafalgar Law, so he couldn't let down the demon pirates' momentum. After all, in order to force Qin Yu to come to Sabayati Archipelago, Don Quixote Doflamingo defined him as the ship doctor of the demon pirates, regardless of whether Trafalgar Law joined the demon pirates or not. In this case, Trafalgar Law would not bow down in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Foo, it's a pity that there is only one powerful demon. No matter how powerful the demon is, there is only one person. This time is not like the time in Annie's lobby, there are 3 admirals standing here. Apart from Roger's reincarnation and Whitebeard's return to youth, I really can't think of anyone who can survive with this lineup. Don Quixote Doflamingo's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard Trafalgar Law openly reveal the scar he was most reluctant to be mentioned. Chapter 191. If he doesn't come, Doflamingo will have no value. 66. Please subscribe. 192 374. Chapter 191 If he doesn't come, Doflamingo will have no value. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Did you ever think that you and Aokiji would be defeated by the demon? When Trafalgar Law heard Don Quixote Doflamingo's fighting power, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and it was difficult for him to breathe, but he still confronted Don Quixote Doflamingo. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. How stupid. At this point, you still hold on to that ridiculous hope. You and Corazon are really the same in this respect. Soon, you will be killed by me like Corazon did back then. Don Quixote Doflamingo said, but I don't think so. In the end, you will either die in my hands or in the hands of the demon. When Trafalgar Law heard Don Quixote Doflamingo mention his benefactor Corazon, his face suddenly became extremely hideous. Facing death, he was able to treat it calmly. But when it came to Corazon, he exploded on the spot. Really? Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Don Quixote Doflamingo sneered and ignored Trafalgar Law, but focused on the surroundings of the execution platform. Whether it was the sea or the back of the execution platform, he kept a close eye on it, fearing that the demon would take advantage of it. Obviously, he just treated the demon as a dead person in front of Trafalgar Law, but in fact, he valued the demon who almost killed him in Enies lobby more than anyone else. Just when Don Quixote Doflamingo was paying close attention to the surroundings, behind the execution platform, on the top floor of a building, three figures sitting on three chairs that gave people a sense of grandeur were also secretly paying attention to the surroundings of the execution platform. I have always thought that in this era of great pirates, apart from the four emperors, there is no pirate worthy of the three of us admirals to fight together. I didn't expect that a pirate group that was established less than a year ago, with a small number of people and has not even been to the New World, could force the three of us admirals to deal with it. This is really a shame for justice. Akainu, who sat on the chair between the three people, wearing a coat of justice and a red suit, with a square face full of coldness and majesty, looked through the window in front of him and looked down at the execution platform in the distance. Justice has no shame, strength, or weakness. Justice is justice. All we need is to maintain it and radiate it to the entire sea. Aokiji, who was sitting next to him, retorted expressionlessly. Hey, is there any point in you two discussing this? If you have the energy to argue about this, you might as well save your energy and wait for that monster-like demon to appear and deal with him as soon as possible. Just when Aokiji and Akainu had a disagreement over justice and were about to quarrel, Kizaru, who was sitting on the other side of Akainu, trimmed his fingernails leisurely and said in a nonchalant manner. I say, you two are too casual. Although it's not our turn yet, as the admiral of the headquarters, you should also pay attention to your image. Quote, at this time, Akainu and Aokiji were under pressure from Sengoku and Garp, and Kizaru was the mediator between the three. Akainu and Aokiji had more verbal disputes. When Kizaru spoke, both of them stopped talking. However, when Akainu saw Aokiji and Kizaru sleeping on a chair with an eye mask on and one trimming his nails in a disgraceful manner in the middle of the battle, he could not help but yell. In his eyes, Aokiji and Kizaru, who had the ambition to become a marshal, would be his most important subordinates in the future. When he thought about becoming a marshal in the future, when he was holding an important meeting, one of them was sleeping and the other was trimming his nails, he felt that he could understand Sengoku's pain at the moment. Even Sengoku, a marshal with the qualifications of a king, Aokiji and Kizaru were still very important. Kizaru was so casual, not to mention that he would become a master in the future. 0. Thinking of this, he wanted to correct the bad habits of the two in advance. What does it matter? No one knows anyway. Faced with Akainu's scolding, Aokiji fell asleep directly, and although Kizaru replied, he didn't take his words to heart at all. It seems that the time for the execution has come. Why hasn't the demon come yet? If he doesn't come, I will be off work. After trimming his nails, Kizaru put down the nail clippers and looked at the pocket watch in his hand. When he found that the execution time published in the newspaper by Don Quixote Doflamingo had arrived, but the demon still didn't come, his tone revealed a little dissatisfaction. If he really doesn't come, then Don Quixote Doflamingo has no value in existence. Quote, after hearing this, Akainu's cold eyes slowly fell on Don Quixote Doflamingo who was sitting on the execution platform in the distance. It had been handed over when Sengoku transferred the three of them to Sabayati Archipelago. No matter whether the demon came in the end, they could not let Don Quixote Doflamingo leave Sabayati Archipelago alive. Chapter 192 You were really blind to help them. Luo, 16, please subscribe. 193 374. Chapter 192 You were really blind to help them. Luo, 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. If the demon doesn't come, it will be difficult. It will be difficult to deal with him in the future. Kizaru said it was difficult, but his tone was full of ridicule. It seems that he really won't come. Aokiji, who was sitting on the chair and seemed to be asleep, silently calculated the time. When he found that Qin Yu's presence was still not sensed when the execution time came, he and Akainu began to sentence Don Quixote Doflamingo to death in his heart. No need to wait any longer. The execution time has come, and he hasn't shown up yet, so he probably won't come. I said that Don Quixote Dover, 093, Lang Ming is unreliable. How could such a vicious person like the demon come to die because of someone who is not from his pirate group? Akainu slowly stood up and looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo with murderous eyes. Obviously, He could no longer suppress his murderous intent and could not wait to settle the feud with Don Quixote Doflamingo at the naval headquarters. It seems that your plan has failed, Doflamingo. Are you disappointed? You still can't escape death in the end. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was on the execution platform, did not know that the three admirals hiding in the building in the distance had already had murderous intentions towards him at the same time. At this time, his mind was completely focused on the embarrassing situation that the execution time had come, but no one from the demon pirates came. Seeing Don Quixote Doflamingo in a dilemma and at a loss, although Trafalgar Law felt disappointed that the demon pirates did not come in the end, he did not blame them for it. After all, if he were the captain of the demon pirates, he would probably not be willing to die because of a person who was not a member of the pirate group. When he let go of the unrealistic hope in his heart, he suddenly felt that this was not bad. At least after he is killed by Don Quixote Doflamingo, the demon pirates will definitely send Don Quixote Doflamingo down to see him. What demon pirates? They are just a bunch of greedy, cowardly, ungrateful trash. You were really blind to help them, Luo. Don Quixote Doflamingo said a little angrily. I don't know if they are greedy or not. I don't know if they are ungrateful or not. I know that you, Don Quixote Doflamingo, are an idiot for using someone who is not a member of the demon pirates to threaten them to fall into your trap. Trafalgar Law felt extremely happy when he saw Don Quixote Doflamingo's angry look. Even if I am an idiot, I am an idiot who can kill you. Don Quixote Doflamingo stared at Trafalgar Law with a gloomy face. Then you come and kill him. Anyway, the execution time has come, isn't it? I will wait for you down there until the demon sends you down. Trafalgar Law held his head high and looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Okay, Trafalgar Law, since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish today. As for you waiting for me down there, you won't be able to wait. Even if the demon doesn't come today, I have other ways to deal with him. Faced with Trafalgar Law's ridicule, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was already extremely angry, immediately had murderous intent in his heart. Before, he kept Trafalgar Law in addition to the Ate the Buu Fruit. The most important point was to use Trafalgar Law to lure the demon pirates into the game. But now, after he found out that he was a complete clown, he could no longer suppress his murderous intent towards Trafalgar Law. After all, in Don Quixote Doflamingo's opinion, if Trafalgar Law had not appeared in Annie's lobby that day, his good deeds would not have been ruined. The execution time has come. Since the demon is afraid to come, there is no value in Trafalgar Law's existence. Terrible, kill him. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had already sentenced Trafalgar Law to death in his heart, said directly to his close friend, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Luo, you dare to ruin Dover's good deeds. Today is your death day. Torrible regards the Don Quixote family more than anything else. After learning that Trafalgar Law had ruined Don Quixote Doflamingo's good deeds in Annie's lobby, if he had not used Trafalgar Law to lure the demon into the game, he would have killed the other party at that time. Now that the demon is not coming, Don Quixote Doflamingo has personally given the order, and Torrible naturally no longer has any concerns. At that moment, he raised his hand and raised the scepter he had been carrying with him, and stabbed Trafalgar Law's head fiercely. Demon, as long as you kill Don Quixote Doflamingo after I die, then we will be even. Trafalgar Law slowly closed his eyes and thought silently in his heart. Chapter 193 A Shocking Beginning, How Can He Have Whitebeard's Power? 26, please subscribe. 194 374. Chapter 193 A Shocking Beginning, How Can He Have Whitebeard's Power? 26, please subscribe. Previous, next. The demons aren't coming. That's really disappointing. Lousy traveled all the way back from the New World, but he didn't expect the demons wouldn't come. Didn't the damn Don Quixote Doflamingo say that the demon pirates would definitely come to rescue their crew? Do the demons have no courage to come, or is Trafalgar Law not a member of the demon pirates at all? I thought it was so mysterious that the demon pirates could defeat the admiral before they even set foot in the New World. I didn't expect them to be such cowards. If I had known, Lousy wouldn't have stayed in the Sabayati archipelago for another month to wait for him. Standing far away from the execution platform, representatives from various forces and pirate groups from different seas couldn't help complaining and cursing when they saw that Don Quixote Doflamingo had started the execution, but the demon pirates they had been waiting for a long time had completely disappeared. Some were wondering if Don Quixote Doflamingo had caught the wrong person. 23 Some cursed the demon pirates for being cowardly and wasting their time. Some cursed Don Quixote Doflamingo and the demon pirates, blaming the two forces for making them go in vain. After all, no matter what the fate of a Trafalgar Law is, it is not worth their special trip, let alone the pirates staying in the Sabayati archipelago for a month. Only the legendary demon who can shatter an island with one blow and blast Admiral Aokiji into the seabed before entering the New World is worth wasting their time. Especially those pirates who have not yet entered the New World. They all know more or less that the pirates in the New World regard them as weaklings who have never been to the New World and only wandered in paradise. However, in fact, many so-called supernovas who were very popular in paradise, after they went to the New World, more than 90% of them were either dead or lost in the crowd. And now, paradise has a powerful pirate demon who has not entered the New World, which naturally attracted the attention of many pirate groups in the New World and paradise. It seems that Marine is unreliable. This time, I can't lure the demon here, and I guess the three admirals will not let me go easily. It seems that the title of Shichibukai is no longer useful, and I can only rely on Kaido in the future. Don Quixote Doflamingo's face suddenly darkened when he heard the vicious abuse of the pirate group not far away and the representatives of forces from various seas. He had worked hard to set up such a wonderful drama, but in the end he became a clown singing a one-man show here, and he was unhappy. Now these representatives of the surrounding forces are still humiliating and scolding here. If it were normal times, he would have killed people to vent his anger. But thinking of the 3 admirals who might be eyeing him not far away, he now only thinks about how to return to the New World safely. Just when he was about to inform Kaido and use his power to get out of this deadlock, a huge wave suddenly rose up on the calm sea surface of Ate archipelago not far from the dock. Although it was not as shocking as the tsunami caused by Whitebeard with shock fruit, the many pirate groups watching, representatives of different forces, and members of the Don Quixote family standing on the execution platform guarding Trafalgar Law were all shocked by the 100-meter high wave in front of them. What frightened the onlookers even more was that the huge waves that covered them one after another, like a monstrous beast, actually surged higher and higher. When this terrifying wave spread to the border of Ate archipelago and was about to swallow the execution platform, the original 100-meter wave had already soared to 300 meters. Such a terrifying wave, even the legendary supergiant Oz seemed insignificant in front of it. Here he comes. Is this the power of the demon? Can he control the sea? He can create huge waves hundreds of meters high, just like Whitebeard. Fortunately, he finally came. Lousy's trip was in vain. Damn it, how can he have the power of Whitebeard? With his strength, he will definitely have a place even if he goes to the New World. Quote, faced with such a terrifying wave, the representatives of the surrounding forces and members of different pirate groups were shocked by the power of the demon. A glimpse of Madara showed the whole picture. Even though they had not really seen the legendary demon, nor had they seen the demon take action, they could imagine how terrifying it would be once the demon took action just by witnessing the raging waves in front of them. Is it coming? The commander who was hiding in the building behind the execution platform, who had already had murderous intentions towards Don Quixote Doflamingo and was ready to go over and deal with him, had a look of 10 waves on his face. Aokiji, Akainu, and even the careless Kizaru, the 3 of them not only suppressed their murderous intentions towards Don Quixote Doflamingo, but also focused their attention on the 2 powerful auras behind the huge waves. Chapter 194 You made me wait for a long time. Demon 36, please subscribe. 195 374. Chapter 194 You made me wait for a long time. Demon 36, please subscribe. Previous, next. Hey, how can there be 2 auras of this level? Aokiji, who was wearing an eye mask and sitting in a chair with a sleepy look, not only pulled up the eye mask, but also muttered in a low voice. Aokiji, didn't you say that Captain Qin Yu was the only one who made it in the Demon Pirates? Akainu glanced at Aokiji slightly. His eyes were full of doubts. Although he thought Aokiji would not be wrong, his observation haki now clearly told him that there were 2 powerful auras hidden behind the huge waves. Although one of the auras was not as powerful as the other, it was definitely not as weak as Aokiji said. This aura was definitely a Shichibukai level existence. And it was not a Shichibukai like Gecko Moria, but a top-ranked Shichibukai like Don Quixote Doflamingo. I remember him. This breath is the swordsman who would rather die than stand in front of me. Aokiji sensed it carefully and immediately remembered the man who had moved him. Holding 3 swords, his strength seemed extremely weak in front of him, but the resolute will to face death moved even him. A swordsman, 3-sword style Roronoa Zoro. Akainu thought about it for a while and made a decision. That's him. It seems that he should have made a breakthrough in strength during this period. He will improve. I am not surprised at all. After all, following a captain like Majin whose strength improvement speed is incredible, he will never stand still. Aokiji said, tisk, if it's according to what you said, this swordsman is incredible. Although this improvement speed is not as good as Majin, it is also terrifying enough. He has the strength of Shichibukai level before entering the New World. What a terrible pirate group. The captain is as strong as a monster, and even the crew is a monster. Kizaru said that the other party was a monster, but his tone was full of ridicule. Obviously, although the Shichibukai level pirates are strong, they can also be regarded as monsters in his eyes, but when facing him, they are still not good enough and can only end up being ridiculed. It seems that this war is not as unpredictable as we expected. Akainu said as he stood up from his chair. Roronoa Zoro has made such great progress in this month, so the demon should be the same. Although Aokiji has not stood up from his chair, his eyes are full of solemnity. If the demon is really stronger than before, then once the other party uses that kind of means of accumulating power, what will the demon achieve? Thinking of this, the 2 words 4 emperors suddenly jumped into Aokiji's mind. For as soon as the word emperors appeared, it was like a mountain crushing his heart. It seems that Don Quixote Doflamingo is also quite capable. Since he can attract the demons, I think King Rayleigh should come too. Quote, although Kizaru said this casually, he was a little serious in his heart. At this time, he was concentrating his mind and using observation haki to sense the changes around him. Once Pluton Rayleigh's familiar aura that he had not seen for many years but never forgot appeared, he would know it immediately. Pluton Rayleigh, now we have to wait for him. Akainu, who was originally unable to hold back and wanted to take action, heard Kizaru say this and immediately suppressed the idea of being tempted. As long as Trafalgar Law has not been kidnapped by the demon and Pluton Rayleigh has not come out, it is not the time for the 3 admirals to take action. At this time, any of them appearing on the battlefield too early may cause a huge change in the situation. You made me wait for a long time. Demon Qin Yu, just when the three admirals suppressed the idea of taking action, continued to restrain their aura, hid in the building and quietly waited for the legendary pirate, the right arm of the pirate king, Pluton Rayleigh to appear. Don Quixote standing on the execution platform Doflamingo was so excited that he stood up from his chair. Once the demon came, not only would his Shichibukai title be preserved, but he would also not have to worry about being driven back to the new world by the marine like a stray dog. Yes, good. The most important thing is that he can take this opportunity to kill his biggest threat in one fell swoop, the demon pirates. Are they really coming? Trafalgar Law looked at the huge waves in front of him, and felt unprecedented complexity in his heart. Although he did not know observation hockey, and had not seen the two figures hidden behind the huge waves, he could not think of any other forces that would appear here at this time except the demon pirates. He originally thought that the demon pirates would not come, and he was ready to die calmly. As for the fact that the demon pirates did not come to save him, he was very open-minded, without any anger, and even without dissatisfaction. Chapter 195. What I Want to Do, Even the World Government Can't Stop It. 46, please subscribe. 196 374. Chapter 195. What I Want to Do, Even the World Government Can't Stop It. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. In Trafalgar Law's opinion, the reason why he went to Eni's lobby to help the demon pirates was just because he wanted to use the hands of the demons to get rid of Don Quixote Doflamingo and help Corazon get revenge. He and the demon pirates didn't owe each other anything. That's why he thought the demon pirates would return the favor, but he hardly expected the demon pirates to come to save him like they did now. Is this guy an idiot? Doesn't he know that the three admirals of the naval headquarters are hiding here? I'm not his crew member at all, he doesn't need to come here at all. Trafalgar Law has found words to describe his complex feelings at this moment. It's touching, warm, angry, shocked, or unbelieving, all kinds of emotions, but he can't find a suitable word to describe his feelings and thoughts at this moment. This kind of feeling, except for the time when Corazon died in the hands of Don Quixote Doflamingo to protect him, he never felt this feeling again in the next 10 years of his life. But now, this strong throbbing, indescribable touching and pain, almost hit his inner defense line, and the excitement that made him almost unable to hold back tears appeared again because of the stormy waves in front of him after more than 10 years of absence. Demon, I am not your crew member at all, you don't have to take this risk. Go quickly, I Trafalgar Law don't need you to save me. If you feel that you owe me, then after I die, help me to grind the Don Quixote family to ashes, so that you and I will no longer owe each other. Under an indescribable throbbing, the always cold and calm Trafalgar Law suddenly stood up from the platform, raised his head and shouted at the back of the stormy waves. Although you rejected my invitation, I have already regarded you as the ship doctor of my demon pirates. Behind the raging waves, a voice suddenly sounded, like a thunderclap into Trafalgar Law's ears, making his slightly red eyes unable to hold back and burst into tears. He originally thought that after Corazon's death, his tears had dried up. He would never have the opportunity to cry again in this life. But now, he just found this idea quite ridiculous. The familiar voice from behind the huge waves, just one sentence, broke his reserve, and made him cry like a wounded child who needed care. After all, he was just a teenager. No matter how much he experienced and how strong his heart was, he would eventually be vulnerable. It's just that he has always locked this vulnerability tightly and not let anyone see it. But at this moment, he really couldn't lock it, and he didn't need to lock it. Mr. Cora, is this what you call a like-minded friend? Trafalgar Law choked up as if he was talking to himself. Sit there and wait, I will take you out of Sabayati Archipelago alive, just like in Eni's lobby, CDDG. Marine Admiral can't stop me, Don Quixote family can't stop me, no one in this sea can stop me, Qin Yu, from doing anything I want to do. Not even the world government can. As Qin Yu's thunderous roar hit everyone in Sabayati Archipelago, the terrifying waves also spread to the edge of the execution platform and then carried Qin Yu's will and crushed Don Quixote Doflamingo and others. Bear, Don Quixote Doflamingo's face was full of solemnity. He knew that the three admirals couldn't take action at this time. Before Pluton Rayleigh appeared, he could only rely on his Don Quixote family and the two Shichibukai invited by the naval headquarters to support him, Bartholomew Bear and the Queen Boa Hancock to maintain the situation. Although his ability is powerful and awakened, he is not suitable for dealing with the huge waves hundreds of meters high in front of him. Half a month ago, Bartholomew Bear, who was paralyzed by Qin Yu and had one arm broken, didn't know what he had experienced during this period. At this time, he not only reattached his arm, but also recovered from all the injuries on his body. After hearing Don Quixote Doflamingo's words, he walked to the front of the execution platform expressionlessly and quietly confronted the oncoming tsunami. As the Shichibukai going to take action? Bartholomew Kuma, the powerful pirate who was arrogant to the ultimate level before becoming a Shichibukai. This trip was not in vain. Not only can I see the clash between the Don Quixote family and the Majin pirates, but I can also see the power of other Shichibukai. Standing far away from the execution platform, the representatives of many forces who wanted to retreat after seeing the terrifying tsunami sweeping in, as well as hundreds of pirate groups who stayed here to watch this magnificent battle, all stopped when they saw Bartholomew Kuma take the initiative to step forward. Chapter 196. If the Shichibukai are like this, what about the demon who defeated the admiral? 56, please subscribe. 197 374. Chapter 196. If the Shichibukai are like this, what about the demon who defeated the Admiral? 56. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Almost everyone who came to watch had heard of the name of Shichibukai, but not many people had actually seen Shichibukai in action. The representatives of the forces from the New World were fine, but those pirates who had been eliminated in the Paradise and came to the Sabayati archipelago with great difficulty, but had not yet stepped into the Paradise, had not seen the power of Shichibukai. At this time, they had this opportunity, and they all stared at Bartholomew Bear, who walked out from the execution platform, wanting to see if they were a figure in this, see through the strength shown by Bartholomew Bear, a Shichibukai. Bear paw attack. Under the gaze of many people, Bartholomew Bear, who walked to the front of the stormy waves, slowly opened his hands, as if he wanted to embrace the sea. The next second, he hugged forward with both hands, and the surrounding weather was frantically suppressed by the pile of meatballs on his hands at a terrifying speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, a palm-sized gas block with a diamond-like luster was formed. What is that? Can it compress the atmosphere? It is rumored that Bartholomew is the user of the meatball fruit. His paws can bounce everything away, even the atmosphere. It seems that this rumor is true. Seeing this scene, those with slightly weaker strength and will felt a chill in their hearts. Although they had heard of the reputation of Shichibukai before and imagined how powerful Shichibukai was, the impact of this imagination was far less than what they saw with their naked eyes now. Demon. Bartholomew sensed the demon behind the huge wave, and then pushed forward with both hands. The air block originally maintained by his paws instantly spread thousands of times, like a missile explosion, and suddenly turned into a huge shock wave that shook the world. Bang! The countless people present saw this scene, and first their eyes were hurt by the strong light released when the air block turned into a shock wave, and then before they could come to their senses, the earth-shaking loud noise shook their ears. What is even more terrifying is that when the air mass becomes larger and turns into a shock wave, the terrifying pressure that bursts out completely explodes, and even if the crowd standing far away is blown away. The weakest ones who can stand firm under the aftermath of the impact of Bartholomew's bear paw are supernova-level existences. And in this Sabayati archipelago, most pirates obviously cannot reach this level. Is this really a power that humans can possess? One strike dispelled a tsunami hundreds of meters high. Is this the 7 warlords of the sea? If a Shichibukai is like this, what about the Marine Admiral? What about the demon who can defeat the Marine Admiral? Look, the hundreds of meters high wave was blown away. When the people who fell to the ground slowly stood up, when their eyes and vision returned to normal and they could see the scene clearly, they immediately found that the hundreds of meters high wave that was lifted up by the demon Qin Yu with one hand, as if it was going to submerge the entire Sabayati archipelago, had disappeared. Obviously, the huge wave just now had been completely dispersed by the incredibly powerful bear paw of the Bartholomew Bear, and turned into seawater and fell into the sea. Without the cover of the huge wave, whether it was Don Quixote Doflamming and Trafalgar Law on the execution platform, or the crowd that was just blown away, they all saw the appearance of the demon Qin Yu who was hiding behind just now. Under the gazes of countless people, a huge pirate ship was floating on the coast of Sabayati archipelago. The demon Qin Yu, who attracted the attention of countless people and made a name for himself before entering the New World, was standing proudly on the bow, looking down at Don Quixote Doflamingo and others on the execution platform with a condescending attitude. Is this the demon Qin Yu who killed several Shichibukai? Even Naval Headquarters Aokiji almost died in his hands. Oh, what a terrible sense of oppression. Just seeing him, my legs can't help shaking. At this time, all the representatives of major forces who came to Sabayati archipelago specifically to see the demon style, as well as many pirates, finally saw the posture of the demon Qin Yu clearly. Although they have learned what Qin Yu looks like through the bounty order, the photo on the bounty order can only print the appearance of a person, and cannot present a person's momentum, eyes, and feelings on it. Now those who have witnessed Qin Yu with their own eyes have experienced what it means to feel a sense of oppression that is as real as reality. Obviously Qin Yu did nothing, did not release any breath, and was even a long distance away from them, but everyone, including Shichibukai such as Don Quixote Doflamingo, felt a strong discomfort. Many people's foreheads and faces have even begun to sweat. Some of the pirates with poor strength and courage, as well as some reporters who came to collect news, were shaking with their feet. Chapter 197. Just like his name, he is just a clown. 66. Please subscribe. 198 374. Chapter 197. Just like his name, he is just a clown. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Demon Qin Yu. I finally saw this monster who can fight Marine Admiral. In the building far from the execution platform, Kizaru looked at Qin Yu, who was standing on the bow of the ship and exuding the aura of an ancient demon god, with interest. This evil person who blasphemes justice must not be allowed to enter the New World alive. From the moment Akainu saw Qin Yu, he had an unprecedented murderous intention in his heart. As a marine who had seen countless influential figures in the last era, when he saw Qin Yu for the first time, he knew that this man was the same as Whitebeard, Roger, Golden Lion and others. This kind of pirate must be killed. For this, it is worth it even if it costs a great price. Sure enough, even the swordsman named 690, Zoro has undergone earth-shaking changes in this month. How could he stand still? When Aokiji saw Qin Yu, a complex flashed in his eyes. He knew that the man in front of him who had defeated him had become stronger. Back then, in Eni's lobby, it still took a minute to accumulate energy to compete with the admiral of the headquarters. Perhaps it is no longer necessary today. As the only one of the three admirals who had fought with Qin Yu and the one who knew best how powerful Qin Yu was, he had never taken his eyes off this man since the moment Qin Yu appeared. Fu, you are late, demon. If you were 1 or 2 seconds later, Trafalgar Law would be executed by me. Just as the three admirals were looking at Qin Yu and had their own thoughts in their minds, Don Quixote Doflamingo on the execution platform waved his hand to let Toripal beside him take back the scepter that was originally intended to stab Trafalgar Law, and then looked at Qin Chen with a sinister smile. Since Trafalgar Law could lure Qin Yu here, he would naturally not kill Trafalgar Law easily before completely killing Qin Yu. People are just cheap. It's so hard to save your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since you like to seek death, I won't let you leave Sabayati Archipelago alive this time. Qin Yu glanced at Don Quixote Doflamingo indifferently. The heavenly Yaksha, who was difficult for him to defeat, was no longer in his eyes. Today, the one who can catch his eye and be taken seriously by him must be at least the first-level admiral candidate. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo is a person, in his eyes, he is just a clown as his name suggests. Fu, you are still as arrogant as ever. Don't forget, Trafalgar Law is still in my hands. You'd better not talk to me in such an unscrupulous tone, otherwise, not only will Trafalgar Law die, your servant Qin Yu will also be on the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. Killing his own crew because of his arrogance. I think the people of Grand Line will laugh when they see this news. Don Quixote Doflamingo waved his right hand lightly, and a silk thread that was difficult to see with the naked eye fell on Trafalgar Law's neck. Is this all you have? Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a sneer. Fu. As long as it can achieve the goal, I don't mind using it 100 times no matter how old-fashioned the method is. Don Quixote Doflamingo smiled proudly instead of being ashamed. Really, it's a pity that before I came, you didn't dare to kill Trafalgar Law. After I came, you were even less able to kill Trafalgar Law. Qin Yu's tone was as calm as water, as if he was stating 10 things that had already happened. That's not necessarily true. Now that you are here, it doesn't matter to me whether Luo is dead or alive. He ruined my good thing, so I think it's not bad to kill him to vent my anger at this time. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked serious. You can try to kill him in front of me. Qin Yu raised a grim smile. Okay, that's what I mean. Don Quixote Doflamingo said, flicked his right index finger lightly, and the silk thread that was almost close to Trafalgar Law's neck suddenly cut his neck like a knife. Facing Don Quixote Doflamingo's attack, Trafalgar Law was indifferent. His eyes were fixed on Qin Yu, as if he was full of unquestionable confidence in the man in front of him. It seemed that in his opinion, as long as the demon came, he would not die. This guy is playing big. Don Quixote Doflamingo is Shichibukai after all, and he is standing next to Trafalgar Law. It's just a matter of a finger snap for him to kill Trafalgar Law. I want to see how this demon can stop Don Quixote Doflamingo from killing Trafalgar Law. Quote, Trafalgar Law is full of confidence in Qin Yu, but no one in the crowd thinks that Qin Yu is strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't stop Don Quixote Doflamingo from killing people at such a long distance. After all, it only takes Don Quixote Doflamingo to kill Trafalgar Law. Chapter 198 Can't I even kill the person he wants to protect? 16. Please subscribe. 199 374. Chapter 198 Can't I even kill the person he wants to protect? 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. I can't beat you, that's a fact. But I don't believe that you, a demon, can protect the person I want to kill from thousands of meters away. When Don Quixote Doflamingo released the silk thread to strangle Trafalgar Law, his eyes in observation hockey were fixed on Qin Yu standing on the bow in the distance. Obviously, he, like most people in the distance, didn't think Qin Yu could stop him from killing Trafalgar Law. Can he do it? At this moment, not only Don Quixote Doflamingo and others, but even the three generals in the building in the distance were staring at Qin Yu with narrowed eyes. They all wanted to know whether Qin Yu was just talking nonsense or really had this ability. If it was the former, then Akainu and the others would not have anything to worry about. In their opinion, Qin Yu was dead today. But if it was the latter, even if the three admirals came out together, they had to take it seriously. Why doesn't he move? Has he given up? It seems that he said too much this time. Under the gaze of everyone, Qin Yu, who was affecting everyone's heart, saw Don Quixote Doflamingo killing people, but he did not move or even make a move. He just stood quietly at the bow, staring at Don Quixote Doflamingo with indifferent eyes. You can't stop my demon. Seeing that Qin Yu did not move at all, Don Quixote Doflamingo's mouth gradually raised a smug smile. But this smile just appeared from the corner of his mouth, and it solidified. When Trafalgar Law, who was handcuffed by Seastone and standing on the ground and unable to move, was about to be cut by the silk thread, a stream of sand suddenly rose from under his and Trafalgar Law's feet. It was said that it was too late, and it was fast. In a flash, this sudden sand had already wrapped Trafalgar Law's whole body before the silk thread at the moment it emerged. When Don Quixote Doflamingo's silk thread, which could easily cut even steel, cut the sand, it could not cut the sand except for the sparks and the sound of metal colliding when the force collided. Crocodile sand fruit. Don Quixote Doflamingo saw that this sudden sand ruined his good deeds, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Damn it, why is this sand stronger than steel in his hands? I saw Crocodile use it before, except that it can drain the water from the human body. The sand he controls is no different from ordinary sand. Could it be that I, Doflamingo, can't even kill the people that he wants to protect? After taking a look at the sand on Trafalgar Law's body, Don Quixote Doflamingo flicked out another silk thread with a little bit of disbelief and stabbed Trafalgar Law fiercely like a bullet. But when this thread touched the sand covered with Trafalgar Law, it was like a pistol bullet hitting a bulletproof vest. Even if all the kinetic energy was exhausted, it could not pierce the sand. It's just as rumored, you can use 2 devil fruits at the same time. Although Akainu in the building already knew that Qin Yu had multiple devil fruit abilities, when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but raise an unprecedented murderous intent towards Qin Yu. This murderous intent was even stronger than when facing the 4 emperors. In his opinion, although the 4 emperors were powerful, they could only have 1 devil fruit like everyone else. But Qin Yu was different. So far, he already had a sand fruit and a mythical beast Buu fruit that was rarer than Logia. This kind of person is terrifying in itself, and once he grows up, he is even more terrifying. How terrible. 2 devil fruits, it's simply a monster among monsters. Seeing this scene, although Kizaru took out his catchphrase, it was no longer the tone that made people feel extremely worthy of a beating when they heard it, but an extremely obvious solemnity and surprise. The development of sand fruit is like 2 different people compared to the one in Eni's lobby. He is the least murderous among the 3 admirals, and usually focuses on capturing enemies alive. Aokiji couldn't help but feel murderous when he saw Qin Yu using sand fruit to this extent. Although he had expected it, Qin Yu's progress was beyond his expectations. A month ago, Qin Yu had to use all his strength to fight against Admiral. But 1 month later, in Aokiji's opinion, Qin Yu is already a genuine Admiral-level strongman. It's incredible that the change before and after is so great, but the change time is also frighteningly short. It's only been a month. I shouldn't have gone there alone. I should have called aka 183 or Kizaru, or asked Mr. Garp to do it himself. If there were 2 admirals besieging him, or if the Marshal and Mr. Garp had just taken action, there wouldn't have been this more terrifying demon today. The more Aokiji thought about it, the more regretful he felt. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart felt. Chapter 199 Doflamingo. A question about killing with a magic beam. 26, please subscribe. 374. Chapter 199 Doflamingo. A question about killing with a magic beam. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's no wonder that Aokiji was so depressed and even felt strong regret for not being able to kill Qin Yu last time. Compared to Qin Yu, he, Akainu and Kizaru, the 3 admirals are powerful, but they have reached the end. For the rest of their lives, their ultimate is Admiral. The existence above Admiral, the level of 4 emperors, Garp, Sengoku was simply unattainable for them. But what about Qin Yu? A month ago, he had to pay an extremely heavy price to compete with Admiral. A month later, when he appeared in Sabayati Archipelago, he was already a genuine Admiral-level strongman. Just when the 3 admirals of naval headquarters had different thoughts because of Qin Yu's small show of his hand, some had murderous intentions, some had regrets, and some were extremely solemn, Qin Yu finally moved after standing on the bow of a warship and protecting Trafalgar Law with sand that was much tougher than the sand of Don Quixote Doflamingo. His move, even if he just raised one hand casually, shocked the entire Sabayati Archipelago. Whether it was the pirates of the Don Quixote family in public or the 3 admirals of naval headquarters in secret, they all felt a chill. Obviously Qin Yu only raised his right hand, but they seemed to have seen some horrible scene, and they all showed extreme shock. Especially Don Quixote Doflamingo. When Qin Yu raised his right hand, stretched out 2 fingers, and placed them on his forehead slowly, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Without the warning from observation Haki, his body's reaction had already told him that the threat of death was coming towards him like the death-defying scream of Shinigami. Shield white line. Under the influence of this extremely uneasy, oppressive, and hairy feeling, Don Quixote Doflamingo did not hesitate at all. Almost in an instant, he took out the awakening ability of Devil Fruit. What is that Devil Fruit? It can actually turn the surrounding materials and even the ground into white lines. It is said that there is a level called Awakening above Devil Fruit. Don Quixote Doflamingo should have mastered this ability. As soon as the string fruit awakened, it immediately shocked everyone. Whether it was the pirates who had entered the New World or those who only wandered in paradise, they were all amazed after witnessing the awakening of string fruit. Even when many people saw the defense line drawn by the white lines, they all thought that even Qin Yu could not defeat such a defense in an instant. You really will always stay where you are. Quote. When Qin Yu saw Don Quixote Doflamingo use this familiar awakening ability, his eyes flashed with disdain. Once upon a time, it took him a lot of effort to break the white line of eyebrows. But now, he is no longer comparable to the one in Eni's lobby. Swish. When Don Quixote Doflamingo set up heavy defenses in front of the execution platform, the 2 fingers on Qin Yu's forehead suddenly burst out a lightning-like, white energy ball surrounded by blue flashes. The next moment, he suddenly pointed the 2 fingers on his forehead at Don Quixote Doflamingo on the execution platform. Magic penetration light-killing cannon. Swish. Puff. An orange beam of energy surrounded by a spiral shape instantly pierced through the atmosphere in front of Qin Yu, bursting out at an incredible speed, like light, and shot from in front of his 2 fingers to the white shield line in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo in an instant. Armament hardening. Don Quixote. When Doflamingo saw the orange beam of spiral energy, his pupils shrank to ultimate. He did not dare to be negligent, and ignored the consumption of armament haki in his body. He used armament haki to harden the shield line in front of him frantically until the two huge, wave-like shield lines were dyed with a purple light that symbolized the hardening of armament haki to ultimate. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the magic light cannon shot from Qin Yu's fingertips also collided with his shield line. The two collided lightly, and the shocking noise that everyone who was paying attention to this scene expected did not occur at all. When the orange beam touched the shield line, there was no sound at all, just like a red-hot iron rod piercing a piece of tofu. Don Quixote Doflamingo's shield line was instantly punched with a hole. Armament haki, or the shield white line made of silk threads that are tougher than steel, they have no ability to resist Qin Feng's magic light cannon at all. The terrifying magic light cannon did not stop after easily piercing through the shield white line, but instead stepped into the battlefield like an iron-blooded army, and then madly attacked the city and plundered the land. The magic light cannon was the same. After piercing through the shield white line, its momentum and power were not damaged at all, and it continued to stab forward straightly, and then pierced through Don Quixote Doflamingo's body under his horrified expression. Chapter 200 Kizaru, can your laser do this? 36, please subscribe. 201 374. Chapter 200 Kizaru, can your laser do this? 36, please subscribe. Previous, next, hiss, how could this happen? I have clearly faced this kind of beam before in Eni's lobby, and I have even resisted attacks that are even larger than this beam, but why is this time completely different from before? The moment his body was pierced by the magic light cannon, Don Quixote Doflamingo still had an expression of disbelief. He couldn't understand why, after using his super strong defensive skills, he was as fragile as tofu dregs in front of Qin Yu's magic light cannon after he fought with Qin Yu in Eni's lobby. But no matter how unwilling and unbelieving he was, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was pierced all the way to his back by Qin Yu's magic light cannon, still fell backwards with all his body powerless, and fell to the ground from the execution platform. Witnessing this scene, the entire Sabayati archipelago, the huge execution platform fell into silence. The dragon-tiger fight that most people expected, the collision and confrontation of equal strength, did not appear at all. 347. Instead, as Qin Yu made a move, Don Quixote Doflamingo's performance was as his name suggested, like a clown, and was pierced through the body in an instant and fell to the ground. This unprecedented huge contrast made everyone lose their minds for a while. Even those pirates who were loyal to Don Quixote Doflamingo were dumbfounded after seeing this scene and lost their minds on the spot. Such a powerful attack, it's completely different from the one in Eni's lobby. Not to mention these pirates, even Aokiji, one of the three admirals with extremely powerful strength, was shocked when he witnessed this scene. Kizaru, can your laser do this? Akainu stared deeply at Qin Yu in the distance, then turned to look at the man next to him with a strange face. Kizaru, it's a little difficult, but it shouldn't be a problem. Kizaru said it was a little difficult, but the solemnity in his eyes was keenly noticed by the bed dog. Although he can't turn into light like Kizaru, his attack speed is the same as Kizaru, almost as fast as light, and his destructive power is probably no less than Kizaru. It seems that keeping him is really not something an admiral can do. Akainu thought secretly in his heart. Although he knew that Aokiji had been defeated by the demon, he always thought that he was the strongest among the three admirals. He still felt that if there was enough time, he could still defeat the demon alone, and even if conditions allowed, it was not impossible to kill the demon. At most, he would pay a heavy price. After all, he also had the confidence to defeat Aokiji. But after witnessing Qin Yu's magic light killing cannon, even Akainu, who was strong and confident, withdrew his previous thoughts. It's not that he is not confident, it's not that he doesn't believe in his own strength, but so far, the abilities Qin Yu has shown are too diverse and too terrifying. Young Master, Dover. Just when everyone at the scene was shocked and lost their voices because of Qin Yu's magic light cannon, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was pierced through the body by Qin Yu, finally fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, the members of the Don Quixote family just came back to their senses from the extreme shock. Whether it was Torapal standing on the platform, or Pika and others standing around the execution platform, they all rushed towards Don Quixote Doflamingo who fell from the execution platform. When they surrounded Don Quixote Doflamingo, they immediately saw a shocking scene. Under their gaze, at this time, a bloody hole was directly opened on the right chest of Don Quixote Doflamingo, which looked more hideous than the blood hole. Dover, are you okay? After Torapal handed Trafalgar Law, who was handcuffed with sea-stone handcuffs, to Pika for custody, he immediately reached out and helped Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was lying on the ground with a pale face and no trace of blood. You're not going to die yet. It's just that I'm no match for him at all. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was helped up, said with a gloomy face. In the short time since he fell from the execution platform, he has completely sobered up. No matter what the reason was, Qin Yu's strength was completely different from that in Eni's lobby, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was no match for Qin Yu now, and could even be said to be vulnerable. It's okay, Dover, we have other ways to deal with him. Pika comforted. Yes, young master, your plan is so thorough, we can definitely kill the demon Qin Yu, you must not be discouraged at this time. Jorah also encouraged. For the members of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote Doflamingo is the backbone, equivalent to the marshal of the naval headquarters and the captain of a pirate group. If Don Quixote Doflamingos will in spirit are broken by Qin Yu, then their Don Quixote family will exist in name only. Chapter 201 Then you can try to get your people to stop me. 46, please subscribe. 202 374. Chapter 201 Then you can try to get your people to stop me. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The plan is right, I still have ways to deal with the demon. I am no match for him, so naturally someone will come to deal with him. Don Quixote Doflamingo heard the comfort from Torpal, Pika and others, and immediately grabbed it like a drowning man who saw a life-saving straw. No one wanted him to let go of his hands. Torpal and others saw that Don Quixote Doflamingo did not lose heart, but cheered up again, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But their hearts, which had just been put down, were soon raised again with the arrival of a voice. I have already said it. Before I came, you did not dare to kill Trafalgar Law. After I came, you were even less able to kill Trafalgar Law. Just as they helped Don Quixote Doflamingo stand up from the ground, a voice that made Pika, Torpal and others shudder suddenly rose from behind them. When they turned around, they found that Qin Yu, who was originally standing on the bow, had already stepped on the Sabayati archipelago and walked towards them step by step. Hey, why did you snatch my opponent? Seeing Qin Yu's power overwhelm the entire Don Quixote family, 00 Noah Zoro, who had been standing side by side with Qin Yu on the bow, said a little dissatisfied. No wonder, in order to deal with Don Quixote Doflamingo and to avenge his previous shame, he risked his life to practice swordsmanship in the deep sea. Practicing swordsmanship with his life, it was not easy to improve his swordsmanship to the peak of the realm of swordsmanship, but Qin Yu now killed his opponent in an instant. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. If you want, I can give it to you. Quote. Qin Yu shrugged, and Roronoa Zoro's face darkened with just one sentence. What's the point of you giving it to me after you beat him half to a pulp? Roronoa Zoro said unhappily. Then do you want it or not? If not, I'll kill him. Qin Yu raised his right hand as he spoke, as if he was going to point at Don Quixote Doflamingo not far away. Yes, why not? Roronoa Zoro quickly dodged, jumped from the bow to the dock of Sabayati Archipelago, and then quickly caught up with Qin Yu. You two, stop being so arrogant. Standing at the edge of the execution platform, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was guarded by a group of Don Quixote family members, stared at Qin Yu and Roronoa Zoro with a ferocious look on his face. Obviously, Qin Yu and Roronoa he heard all of Zoro's conversation. The two pushed him around, seemingly not taking him seriously. If you think we are being arrogant, that's fine. Because I never took you seriously. Qin Yu looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Do you think you can save Trafalgar Law by defeating me? Don Quixote Doflamingo growled with a gloomy face. Do you think you can still stop me? Qin Yu asked back. I can't, but someone can. Don Quixote Doflamingo nodded and acknowledged Qin Yu's words. Someone can stop me, okay. Then try to let your people stop me. Qin Yu's eyes gradually became cold, and then swept over Don Quixote Doflamingo, Pika and others. Zoro, he is yours. You shouldn't have stolen my prey just now. Roronoa Zoro roared at Qin Yu, and his indifferent eyes fell on Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although it is a bit unfair to attack you now, there is no need to talk about fairness when dealing with a sinister villain like you. Quote. Just you, a mere defeated general. Even if I'm injured now, I can defeat you in a snap of my fingers. Don Quixote Doflamingo heard Roronoa Zoro say this, and his cold face immediately revealed a hint of disdain. Although he also realized that Roronoa Zoro was much stronger than when he was in Eni's lobby, and was no longer a wuxia Aemon, but out of confidence in his own strength, he still didn't think that Roronoa Zoro could defeat him in just 1 month. Moreover, do you think you have a chance to win unfairly? Don Quixote Doflamingo said, and a strange arc suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, Roronoa Zoro looked around and immediately found that the blood hole on Don Quixote Doflamingo's right chest had healed for the most part. Although it has not been completely healed yet, the originally hideous blood hole has been completely stitched together by silk threads thinner than hair. With Don Quixote Doflamingo's physique, plus he is still in his prime, at least 90% of his combat power can be exerted. Chapter 202. Kill him, and I will challenge Hawkeye. 56, please subscribe. 203 374. Chapter 202. Kill him, and I will challenge Hawkeye. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Do you still have the courage to swing your sword at me now? Three-sword swordsman. Don Quixote Doflamingo pushed away Torpal who had been supporting him, and then straightened his waist. Obviously, his weakness just now was just a disguise, and he was just delaying time to repair his injuries. Why not? Roronoa Zoro saw that Don Quixote Doflamingo's injuries seemed to have recovered, and he laughed instead of getting angry. You know what, I was a little worried when I saw you half dead before. What are you worried about? Don Quixote Doflamingo stared at Roronoa Zoro. I'm worried that I can kill you with just 1 blow, and then my efforts to practice swordsmanship for the past month will not only be in vain, but I will also lose the chance to avenge my previous shame. Roronoa Zoro finished speaking, and with a clang, his hands had already pulled out the 3rd generation Muramasa and Reikiri. Wait, just as he was about to rush towards Don Quixote Doflamingo, Qin Yu called him, and then slowly opened his right hand under his puzzled eyes. As his entire arm split apart, an ancient and majestic long sword immediately appeared in Roronoa Zoro's sight. Take it. Qin Yu swung his right hand, and a long sword that was obviously longer than his arm but could be easily hidden in Jowly had already fallen into Roronoa Zoro's hand. Chu Shui, don't you need it? Roronoa Zoro took the big sword Chu Shui from Qin Yu, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. I have this. Qin Yu had just finished speaking when his left arm split apart, and a heavy long sword with an older shape than Chu Shui and a thicker blade than Chu Shui fell into his left hand. Hiss, this is the supreme big sword, Myoho Muramasa. Roronoa Zoro, who had originally wanted to find Don Quixote Doflamingo to wash away the shame of defeat in Eni's lobby, saw the saber in Qin Yu's hand, and his eyes were like magnets meeting metal, and he could no longer move away from Myoho Muramasa. Where did you get it from? Roronoa Zoro stared at Myoho Muramasa for dozens of seconds, and then he moved his eyes away from Myoho Muramasa with difficulty. I'll tell you later. Now you just need Chu Shui and I have no fate, but this big sword you got is still destined for you. Qin Yu said, why do I want to hear you say that the Myoho Muramasa in your hand is destined to be with me? Roronoa Zoro looked at the Myoho Muramasa in Qin Yu's hand reluctantly, then he gathered his mind, abandoned all distractions, and put the big knife Chu Shui on his waist. When can you beat the world Dracula Mahawk, you will also get a supreme big knife. Qin Yu was not surprised at all that Roronoa Zoro was so obsessed with Myoho Muramasa. No matter how high or low the swordsmanship level is, there is no swordsman who does not love famous swords. Not to mention that there are only 12 supreme big swords in the huge grand line. That day will come, and it won't be long. Roronoa Zoro said in an unquestionable tone, then turned to look at Don Quixote Doflamingo. After I kill him, I will challenge him, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Who doesn't talk big? A second-rate swordsman who can't even beat me wants to challenge Hawkeye. Don Quixote Doflamingo sneered first, then raised his hand and swung it at Roronoa Zoro. Swoosh with a whistling sound that tore through the air, a long whip composed of many silk threads, as if covered by a scorching light, instantly pierced in front of Roronoa Zoro. Aikido Ryuma Ghost. With a flash of the sword, Roronoa Zoro had already pulled out the big sword Chu Shui from his waist, and then cut the oncoming long whip in half from top to bottom. What, isn't his progress too big? When we were in Eni's lobby, he could hardly cut even one of my threads. Now you cut off my super strike whip with one strike. Don Quixote Doflamingo was prepared to kill Roronoa Zoro with one strike to win back a victory. But he never expected that Roronoa Zoro, who had great difficulty cutting off even a thread of his in Eni's lobby, could cut off his super strike whip with one strike today. After 3 days of separation, I look at you with new eyes. If you still regard me as I was in Eni's lobby, you will die miserably. Roronoa Zoro slashed Don Quixote Doflamingo with his eyes like knives, then stepped on the ground, pulled out the big sword Reikiri from his waist with his left hand, and then slashed forward horizontally with both hands. 2 swords flow, 2 cuts flash. 2 huge sword oars that were hundreds of meters long, like 2 blue dragons flying in the void, flapped their wings and flew to Don Quixote in the blink of an eye. Doflamingo, and then slashed hard. Chapter 203. Treatment of Demons. Treat him as 4 emperors. 66. Please subscribe. 204 374. Chapter 203. Treatment of Demons. Treat him as 4 emperors. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Who is this guy? A sword energy of 300 or 400 meters. Is this still a human? Monster. The people in this demon pirates are all monsters. I always thought that the demon pirates were strong because of the demon Qin Yu alone, but I didn't expect that there was such a powerful swordsman in this pirate group. Swordsman. This green algae-headed swordsman is not an ordinary swordsman. When Roronoa Zoro made a move and released a sword energy of 400 meters, like 2 large sea kings, the crowd who witnessed this scene was immediately shocked. The reporters who were watching frantically took down the shutters of their cameras and telephone bugs, and they rushed to record the scene of Roronoa Zoro releasing sword energy as if they were afraid of being at a disadvantage. Sure enough, not only the demon is like 2 different people compared to before, but even this swordsman is the same. In the building, Aokiji, who had been observing the every move of the demon Qin Yu 23 and Roronoa Zoro, thought secretly in his heart. Although Roronoa Zoro's move was extremely amazing and astonishing, Aokiji, who had already seen through the powerful observation haki and knew that Roronoa Zoro was no longer a nobody, and was no weaker than Don Quixote Doflamingo, was not surprised. As this Majin pirate's really a rookie pirate group that has not even been to the New World. The captain is as strong as a monster, and even the crew is comparable to those monster crews of the 4 Emperors pirates. Kizaru stared at Roronoa Zoro and habitually teased. We can't just sit back and watch the demon pirates develop. One demon is already so scary, and here comes another top swordsman. If we continue to let it develop, once he goes to the New World, he will be another 4 sooner or later. When Akainu saw Roronoa Zoro take action, a fierce light suddenly appeared in his eyes. The Don Quixote family can't stop them. Once they completely collapse, we will take action immediately regardless of whether Pluton really shows up or not. Once Trafalgar Law is kidnapped by the 2 of them, with the flying ability of the demon, it will be extremely difficult for us to keep him. This is simply treating him as 4 emperors. Kizaru frowned slightly when he heard this. Aokiji and Akainu couldn't help but fall silent after hearing this. Indeed, what they are doing now and their attitude towards demons are no different from treating 4 emperors. Facing the 4 emperors, the naval headquarters had already formulated a strategy. They would fight in groups, never in single combat, and would use tricks, but would definitely fight hard. This was true when facing the aging Whitebeard in major events, and it was also true when facing other four emperors. And now, when the three of them faced Qin Yu, it was as if they were facing the four emperors. It would have been fine if they used the Trafalgar Law to keep Qin Yu, but they actually attacked him together. Just when the three admirals secretly decided to treat the demons the same way they treated the four emperors, Don Quixote Doflamingo had already met Roronoa Zoro's 400-meter-long terrifying sword energy alone. Spider's web wall. Don Quixote Doflamingo stretched his hands forward, and two large webs made of silk threads immediately blocked him like spider webs. But after the two large nets encountered Roronoa Zoro's sword energy, they only held out for less than 3 seconds before being cut off with a sharp sound of metal clashing. Not only that, the sword energy continued to penetrate the two large silk nets, flying straight in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo, crushing him like two angry dragons. Excess whip string. When Don Quixote Doflamingo saw this scene, his face was as gloomy as water. It's not that he didn't know that Roronoa Zoro had become stronger, but his observation haki was not as powerful as the three admirals. After all, he couldn't accurately sense Roronoa Zoro's strength with observation haki. Moreover, even if he sensed it, as a king with the qualifications, out of confidence in his own strength, he still didn't think he would lose in the face of a defeated opponent. But now that Roronoa Zoro's two swords released such a terrifying sword energy, no matter how much he couldn't accept it, no matter how unwilling he was to believe it, he had to accept the fact in front of him. On that day in Eni's lobby, Roronoa Zoro, who was defeated by him with a flick of his finger, was already standing at the same height as him. Although he felt uncomfortable, his will was still firm. Even after experiencing the tragic defeat against Qin Yu just now, the tenacious Don Quixote Doflamingo quickly adjusted his mentality and completely regarded Roronoa Zoro as a strong man of the same level as himself. Then, he released two silk whips with flashing orange light in his left and right hands at the same time and whipped the oncoming sword energy fiercely. Encountering the weakening of Spider's web and Spider's web wall, coupled with the interception of two more cunning whips, he finally pulled back Roronoa Zoro's slash after retreating more than 10 steps. Chapter 204. Fierce Battle. 3 Swords and String Fruit. 16. Please subscribe. 205 374. Chapter 204. Fierce Battle. 3 Swords and String Fruit. 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Did you block it? Then try this move. Without waiting for Don Quixote Doflamingo to catch his breath, Roronoa Zoro took advantage of him to resist the sword energy and took a step, rushing towards Don Quixote Doflamingo like a ghost. Ito Ryu Ei Shishish. At the moment when he passed by Don Quixote Doflamingo, Roronoa Zoro's right hand quickly pulled out the rapier that had just been put back into the sheath. The blade flashed, and the rapier in his hand seemed to turn into a thunderbolt that cut through the sky above the 9 heavens, bursting out with an extremely tricky slash at a terrifying speed. Even though Don Quixote Doflamingo had predicted Roronoa Zoro's movements and blade momentum one step ahead with the help of observation haki. But at the moment when Roronoa Zoro drew his sword, he still felt the hair on his body stand on end. So fast, can this man really perform this kind of sword drawing technique? Even the swordsman of the Whitebeard pirates, Flower Sword Vista, is no better than this. Faced with Roronoa Zoro's lightning fast arrival, Don Quixote Doflamingo's pupils seemed to stand upside down, becoming like the pupils of the Sea Kings. Almost at the moment when Raikiri was about to cut him at the waist, with his body as the center, a force that made the huge Sabayati archipelago fall into a state of silence, enough to shock everything, even the fierce generals on the battlefield could only fall to the ground helplessly, suddenly erupted. What is that? What did Don Quixote Doflamingo do? Why is your brain so heavy? Hey, wake up, don't faint. At the moment when Don Quixote Doflamingo Conqueror's haki was fully opened, the crowd in the distance seemed to be hit hard on the head by invisible sledgehammers, and many people fell to the ground in an instant. Obviously, these pirates, reporters, and representatives of various forces could not withstand the shock of Don Quixote Doflamingo Conqueror's haki. Even those who could withstand Conqueror's haki, most of them were pale and sweating, looking like they had a serious illness. Not to mention them, even Roronoa Zoro's extremely fast sword momentum encountered this sudden shock of Conqueror's haki. Not only did his sharpness instantly lose 30%, but even his sword speed also dropped a lot. Conqueror's haki. Roronoa Zoro's expression remained unchanged, but a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. This time, he was truly fighting against Don Quixote Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki head-on. Although he had encountered Don Quixote Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki before in Eni's lobby, Don Quixote Doflamingo did not give him his full strength at that time. But this time was different. At this time, when Don Quixote Doflamingo faced him, he directly raised Conqueror's haki to ultimate, just like when he faced Qin Yu in Eni's lobby. Slow down. With the observation haki and keen insight, he noticed Roronoa Zoro's sword momentum, and the speed of the sword was all full. He immediately seized the opportunity and raised his hand to slap the ground. With his feet as the center, the ground within a radius of 100 meters instantly turned into a silk thread that rushed straight into the sky, like a huge wave. Arashi Shiratana. As the mighty silk threads were created, he immediately controlled them to form a series of wave-like thread pillars and slapped Roronoa Zoro's raikiri hard. The sword force is frustrated. Roronoa Zoro felt his right arm sink, and the next moment he flew backwards like a cannonball. Qian Jian Chuan Shinyu Ji Xian. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had already seen the sharpness of Roronoa Zoro's swordsmanship and seized the upper hand with Conqueror's haki and turned the situation around in one fell swoop, dared not give Roronoa Zoro a chance to catch his breath and reorganize the attack. Before Roronoa Zoro, who was flying backwards, could stabilize his body, he raised his hand and pressed it down, and the thread pillars were hardened by armament hockey like a big gun, and shot in front of Roronoa Zoro like 1,000 arrows. No one expected that Roronoa Zoro, who had the upper hand just now and had beaten Don Quixote Doflamingo back step by step, would be turned around by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Those who were not shocked unconscious by Conqueror's hockey saw this scene and thought that Roronoa Zoro was in great danger and might even be killed by Don Quixote Doflamingo in one move. However, Roronoa Zoro looked as gloomy as water when facing thousands of densely packed lines that were like thousands of arrows coming at him. There was no panic in his face or eyes. Although the situation was not good and he was beaten back, his breathing was as steady as ever, without any disorder at all. His eyes were fixed on the thousands of arrows that Don Quixote Doflamingo released towards him. It was not until the group of wire pillars, powerful enough to sweep away thousands of troops, were about to pierce his body that he slowly drew out the third knife and bit it tightly with his teeth. Chapter 205 Can he actually fight Doflamingo? 26. Please subscribe. 206 374. Chapter 205 Can he actually fight Doflamingo? 26. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Three Swords Style 1080 Troubled Phoenix. Roronoa Zoro stared at the rows of sharp wire pillars that looked like flamingo wings. Even though these wire pillars had not pierced his body yet, they had already made him feel cold all over. Facing Don Quixote Doflamingo's 1,000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike line, he bit the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth and swung out three swords at the same time. Swish. The blades gently passed through the air, and suddenly there was a sound of cutting the atmosphere and cutting off the air flow. As Roronoa Zoro's three swords fell, the airflow around him instantly became extremely depressed and extremely turbid, and in the end, it even rippled with a majestic air wave visible to the naked eye. When this air wave spread in all directions like a tsunami, the three large swords held by Roronoa Zoro suddenly burst into an unprecedented bright sword light. The next moment, a sword energy that was taller than the tallest building in Sabayati Archipelago and more magnificent than a mountain flashed out, and with an unstoppable attitude like thunder, it slashed at the thousands of flamingo wing-like wire pillars in front of it. Bang! Clang! The wire pillars and the sword energy collided with each other, and the majestic power fluctuations rolled up a raging wave, forming a visible shock wave that spread in all directions. Those who were standing in the distance and were not shocked and fainted by Conqueror's hockey, whether they were representatives of the New World forces or pirates in the Grand Line Paradise, were swept away one after another. With the ground where Roronoa Zoro and Don Quixote Doflamingo were fighting as the center, spider-web-like cracks stretched out like earth dragons. In the blink of an eye, the area of thousands of meters turned into a canyon. After a series of fierce collisions, the wire column and the sword energy seemed to have reached a critical point. With a piercing sound of metal clashing in the air, both of them were in midair at the same time. Doflamingo. After breaking Don Quixote Doflamingo's wire column with the three-sword style, Roronoa Zoro was filled with a creeping ghost energy. When this ghost energy rose to ultimate, his head began to split into three, and his arms split into six. In an instant, he turned into a three-headed, six-armed Ashura in front of many shocked eyes. Roronoa. Don Quixote Doflamingo stared at Roronoa Zoro, who had turned into an Asura, with a gloomy face. All along, when he faced the demon pirates, he didn't take anyone seriously except Qin Yu. Even Roronoa Zoro, the strongest one except Qin Yu, called him a second or third-rate swordsman with great contempt. But this time, he called out Roronoa Zoro's name for the first time. Obviously, in the fierce battle just now, Roronoa Zoro had made him realize a fact with his tyrannical strength. When a man is separated for 3 days, he should be treated with new eyes. Although it was only a month since they last met, the gap between the two sides has been reversed. At this moment, Roronoa Zoro has firmly stood at the same height as his brother Don Quixote Doflamingo, CD. As if there was some kind of tacit understanding, when they looked at each other with a hint of murderous intent, they moved at the same time. Don Quixote Doflamingo raised his hand and swung out a wave of lines like huge waves, and Roronoa Zoro, who was in the form of a three-headed and six-armed Shura, launched an extremely fierce battle under the gaze of the crowd who were blown away. Every collision and every release of their power caused great damage to the dock of Sabayati Archipelago and even the inland of the island. Don Quixote Doflamingo's line was enough to penetrate the earth, and Roronoa Zoro's sword was enough to break the mountains. The two fought fiercely, and every moment they burst out with terrifying impacts. He can actually fight with Dover. Standing in the distance, Pika and other members of the Don Quixote family guarded Trafalgar Law tightly, not giving anyone a chance to rescue Trafalgar Law. When she saw that Roronoa Zoro could actually fight Don Quixote Doflamingo, she was stunned. They had also heard of Roronoa Zoro. But all along, whether it was Don Quixote Doflamingo or the members of the Don Quixote family, they all regarded Noa Zoro as a mainstream swordsman. After all, except for Qin Yu, a monster in paradise, other pirates were either arrogant or frogs in the well before they stepped into the new world. But now, in addition to the demon Qin Yu, his crew Roronoa Zoro could actually fight Don Quixote Doflamingo to a draw, which made Pika shocked. Even a crew member can fight Dover so brilliantly. Torrible saw this scene and his face was ugly. The strongest among them, Don Quixote Doflamingo, couldn't even contain Qin Yu and was directly dragged by a sword set of the demon pirates. This was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 206 I will only say this once. Get out of the way, I want to take my ship's doctor with me. 36, please subscribe. 207 374. Chapter 206. I will only say this once. Get out of the way, I want to take my ship's doctor with me. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Without Dover, we are the only ones left to stop him. Diamante's words made all the cadres of the Don Quixote family look solemnly at Qin Yu, who was walking towards them from a distance with a leisurely manner. The question is, can we stop him? Toribel had no confidence in his heart. As strong as Don Quixote Doflamingo was, he was defeated by Qin Yu with one blow from 1,000 meters away. Even if they besieged Qin Yu together, they had no confidence that they could stop him. But at this time, he, Pika and others could only bite the bullet and stand in front of Qin Yu. Why hasn't Pluton really come yet? Although Pika mustered up the courage to stand in front of Qin Yu, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down at all. At this time, he couldn't help but look around, and found that Pluton Rayleigh, who was expected to help them stop the demon Qin Yu, did not appear at all, and his heart completely fell to the bottom. I'll only say this once. Get out of the way, I want to take my ship doctor away. Qin Yu said, sorry, we can't do it. Toribel and others looked at each other, and then said in unison. Really, if that's the case, then I'll just ask you to die. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, a terrifying aura like a raging sea, as if the devil had descended, surged out of his body. Although this aura was not Conqueror's Haki, it was so strong that Pika and others felt a little breathless. Just by encountering Qin Yu's aura, they felt like they were seeing a sea of corpses and blood rushing towards them. How many people did he kill? Violet, one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, couldn't help but tremble when facing Qin Yu's aura. We can't wait any longer. If we delay any longer, we won't even have the courage to take action. Diamante shouted, swung his right hand, and the long sword in his hand stabbed towards Qin Yu like a python. Let's go together. Toripal also knew that what Diamante said was true. If they continued to let Qin Yu release such a terrifying aura, they would sooner or later lose the courage to take action. Octopus. Pika's body was like diving into the water, quickly blending into the ground, and then manipulating the rocks on the ground to form 8 huge tentacles that hit Qin Yu's back of the head from behind. Sticky launcher. Toripal took a deep breath, and then released a sticky liquid from his body to stick Qin Yu to the ground. Blizzard. Monet opened his mouth and spit out a cold and chilly snow wind, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. As the snow wind whistled, a huge blizzard immediately formed in a radius of 100 meters, completely covering Qin Yu's body. Hot Iron Tearful Whale. Although Violet was a senior cadre of the Don Quixote family on the surface, she was actually an undercover hidden in the Don Quixote family. See, when the Don Quixote family was beaten back by the demon pirates, she was very happy and didn't want to take action at all. But at this time, she was standing next to Pika and others. If she didn't take action, she would probably be in trouble immediately. Thinking of this, she had no choice but to take action. But when she took action, she just dealt with it. The steel whale formed by tears released from her eyes seemed to be powerful, but in fact it had little power. Not to mention falling on a superhuman being like Qin Yu, even if it fell on an ordinary person, it would only blow him away and would not cause much injury at all. Only Violet left room, but others did not. Facing Qin Yu, the most powerful enemy ever encountered by the Don Quixote family, every cadre of the Don Quixote family tried their best and threw the most powerful abilities of their lives at Qin Yu. For a moment, Qin Yu, who was standing not far away, encountered dozens of the attacks from all directions by the cadres of the Don Quixote family, left no room for dodging. Will it work on him? Pika and the others could not help but feel a little hopeful when they saw this scene. Facing the attacks of so many people, even the young master had to take it seriously. At this time, Qin Yu, who was surrounded by the attacks of dozens of people, had nowhere to hide and could only take their attacks head-on. That was why they all hoped that their joint attacks would work. Boom. Under their expectant and hopeful eyes, Qin Yu, who stood there as if he could not dodge, was soon completely submerged by their attacks. Then the explosion that shook the earth directly blew a large pit of hundreds of meters where Qin Yu was. It should work. Toribel stared at the gradually dissipating smoke and said a little uncertainly. Others did not speak, but stared at Qin Yu's position. When the thick smoke covering the area of 100 meters dissipated, what came into view was a giant turtle formed entirely of sand, entrenched on the place where Qin Yu had just stood. Chapter 207. The Strongest Cadre. Crushed to death with one hand. 46, please subscribe. 208 374. Chapter 207. The Strongest Cadre. Crushed to death with one hand. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Can't even break the sand. When they saw that the giant sand turtle that completely surrounded Qin Yu's body had no damage on its surface, the unrealistic expectations in Toribel and others' hearts were instantly extinguished. Are you done? Qin Yu's indifferent voice, as if he regarded them as dust, came from the giant sand turtle. Damn it, I don't believe that even a pile of sand can't be broken. Pika, the strongest cadre of the Don Quixote family, shouted sharply, and then dived into the ground. Facing the powerful Qin Yu, he did not hold back at all, and instantly, 840, exerted the power of the stone fruit ultimate. The ground within a radius of thousands of meters was shaking constantly, and huge rocks like mountains kept rising from the ground. In an instant, these layers of rocks formed a rock giant that was larger than a town, no, larger than an ordinary island. In front of this rock giant, tall buildings, mountains, and even ordinary islands seemed extremely small. Even the largest giants pale in comparison. Demon, if you want to save Trafalgar Law, you must first get past me, Pika. After Pika manipulated and assimilated the rocks to form a rock giant that soared into the sky, he immediately raised his right foot, which was larger than a magnificent mountain 100 meters high, and stepped on the sand turtle covering Qin Yu. Bang! As the rock giant's right foot fell, the ground collapsed. The area of hundreds of meters collapsed instantly. The huge Sabayati archipelago pier began to disintegrate, shattered into pieces, and turned into a large piece of rubble, and the sunken wood floated towards the distant sea. Will it work? As early as Pika became a rock giant larger than the island, he had already pulled Trafalgar Law back far away. Torpal stared at the place where the rock giant stepped on. When the smoke and dust that rose to the sky dispersed and they could see clearly where the rock giant stepped, the blood color on all their faces instantly disappeared, and their faces turned pale as paper, as if they were sick. Damn it! This turtle shell is so hard. It's obviously just made of a pile of broken sand. Pika, who was almost integrated with the rock giant, looked down at his feet. When he saw that the giant sand turtle he stepped on was not damaged at all, his face suddenly darkened. Seeing this scene, he immediately raised his right foot again and stepped on it with all his strength. Sand. It seems that you look down on sand. I wonder if you will still look down on it when you die in the hands of sand. At the moment when the rock giant transformed by Pika stepped down again, the area of about 100 meters under his feet suddenly turned into a sea of sand. Then, the sand like a wave sprayed towards the rock giant in the posture of a volcanic eruption. Sheila. When the body of the rock giant transformed by Pika was covered and wrapped by sand, it immediately shattered from rock to sand. The rock turned into sand. Pika, who was hiding in the rock giant, was shocked and pale when he saw this scene, and he became flustered. He immediately controlled the rock giant to raise his hands to pat away the sand that was spreading from his feet to the top of his body. But after the rock giant's hands touched the sand, it turned into yellow sand at an astonishing speed. First, the feet, then the hands, then the legs and upper body, and finally the head of the rock giant, from the sand gushing up to the cloth man's entire body turned into endless yellow sand in just a few seconds. Pika, who originally controlled the rock giant composed of stones, was extremely arrogant, but now that the rock giant he controlled was pulverized into sand, he was stunned on the spot. At this time, even if he wanted to control the rock giant composed of rocks in Sabayati archipelago again, he couldn't do it. As the rock giant turned into sand, he who was hiding in the rock giant was immediately exposed to the air. Before he fell from the air and merged back into the ground, the boundless yellow sand had turned into a huge sand hand and grabbed him in his hand. Hurry up and save Pika. Seeing that Pika was in such a dangerous situation, Torpal quickly called on others to come forward to save him. But before they could move, Qin Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and clenched it. The sand hand holding Pika and Qin Yu's right hand 4.5 seemed to be connected and synchronized. When Qin Yu clenched his right hand, the sand hand also suddenly burst out with earth-shaking pressure, looking at Pika in the palm of his hand and crushing it. It's not that easy to kill me. Feeling the terrifying squeezing force coming from the sand all around, Pika immediately used armament haki to harden his whole body. But the grip of the sand hand was far beyond his imagination. Even though his entire body was hardened by armament haki, when the hand of sand grasped it, his body, which had been hardened by armament haki and had turned purple and black, exploded on the spot into a bloody mass of flesh that did not look like a human at all. Chapter 208 This knife is prepared for Hawkeye. 56, please subscribe. 209 374. Chapter 208 This knife is prepared for Hawkeye. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Pika. Torpal saw Pika, who had assisted Don Quixote Doflamingo since he was a child, die tragically in front of him, and even his body could not be preserved. While feeling extremely painful, they all gnashed their teeth and glared at Qin Yu. Damn demon, how dare you kill my Doflamingo family? Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was fighting fiercely with Roronoa Zoro, felt through observation haki that Pika's breath had completely disappeared from the Sabayati archipelago, and his eyes almost burst. Although his character was cruel and ruthless since he was a child, he would kill his father and brother without hesitation if they stood in his way. But for Pika and Torpal, who followed him when he was insignificant and in the most difficult times, and never left him, and respected him in everything, he really regarded these people as family. In his heart, Torpal, Pika and other members of the Don Quixote family were his family, but his father and his brother were regarded as enemies by him. Seeing Pika die in his hands, he wanted to give up on the spot. Roronoa Zoro went to besiege Qin Yu with Torpal and others. Unfortunately, his idea had just arisen and he had not had time to put it into action. Ghost Chi 9 Swords Ashura Piercing Power. Roronoa Zoro, who keenly noticed his distraction, had seized the opportunity and turned into a long sword that pierced the sky and instantly passed by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Puff! HMPH. Don Quixote Doflamingo's face sank, and he groaned, and then a blood arrow splashed out from his back. Although he had just manipulated the thread column around him to turn into a silk thread wave to protect his body, Roronoa Zoro's 9 swords flow still broke through the layers of thread sea, leaving a deep wound on his back that could be seen to the bone. When dealing with others, if he is distracted, I can't hold back. But for a despicable person like you, if you are distracted, I will not show any mercy when I chop him. Roronoa Zoro is not the kind of pedantic and stubborn person. Although he never likes to attack people by surprise, he also likes to fight openly when fighting with people, and has the etiquette and character of a swordsman, but he also depends on the person. Facing a swordsman like Dracula Mahawk, he naturally abides by the etiquette and character of a swordsman, but facing a brutal pirate like Don Quixote Doflamingo who does whatever it takes, he naturally will not stick to the rules. When he thought about the time in Eni's lobby, Don Quixote Doflamingo was more than dozens of times stronger than him, but he still chose to sneak attack him. Roronoa Zoro chopped Don Quixote Doflamingo straightforwardly and decisively. Roronoa, you want to stop me, right? Then I will kill you first, and let the demon taste the pain of losing his family. Don Quixote Doflamingo raised his hand with a ferocious face. 10 six-paths pillars suddenly soared into the sky, like 16 white dragons breaking out of the sea and soaring into the sky for 90,000 miles. The moment these 10 six-paths pillars surrounded Don Quixote Doflamingo's side, they were immediately hardened to ultimate by the high-density armament Haki and covered with a deep purple light. Swish. The next moment, the air suddenly exploded, and the 10 six-paths pillars shining with purple light, like 16 poisonous dragons, pierced through the atmosphere at the same time, carrying incredible power and bursting in front of Roronoa Zoro. 16 sacred fierce bullets, divine killing. This is the trick used against Qin Yu. Roronoa Zoro saw Don Quixote Doflamingo's strongest trick in anger, and his eyes couldn't help shrinking 10 times. But there was not a trace of fear or worry on his face, instead he showed a hint of excitement and high fighting spirit. I originally prepared this sword specifically for challenging Hawkeye. Since you are a Shichibukai like him, I will use you to test the sword first, so that you can appreciate it in advance. A deep purple light rose from Roronoa Zoro's eyes, and the 3 big swords held in his hands and mouth, Shushui, Reikiri, and Wado Ikimonji were also surrounded by 2 dragon-like purple lights at the same time, and then the 3 big swords turned into 3 indestructible black swords that could cut through mountains and seas. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and thousands of worlds are gathered to form a small world. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no self and no end. The secret of the 3 swords is a big 3,000 worlds. Looking at the 6 paths of terrifying purple light released by Don Quixote Doflamingo, which was enough to penetrate the atmosphere and swept with terrifying air waves, Roronoa Zoro groaned and ran towards it. Facing Don Quixote Doflamingo's 16 holy bullets, he did not dodge, but chose to face the challenge head-on. When he was about to collide with the 16 holy bullets, his hands and head moved at the same time. Chapter 209. The road of your demon pirates has come to an end. 66. Please subscribe. 210 374. Chapter 209. The road of your demon pirates has come to an end. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Swish. As Roronoa Zoro's hands and the 3 knives in his mouth slashed out at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, a dazzling and terrifying purple light burst out. This dazzling knife light even covered a larger area than the purple lines that Don Quixote Doflamingo swung out like a poisonous dragon. Puff. What? Don Quixote Doflamingo seemed to have seen something incredible, and his eyes widened as wide as they could. Under his eyes full of shock and disbelief, with Roronoa Zoro's body as the center, a terrifying sword energy instantly rippled forward like a missile explosion. Wherever the sword energy passed, it forcibly cut off and shredded the 16 poisonous dragon-like shocking lines layer by layer with the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops. When the sword energy passed through all the lines from beginning to end, the 16 six-paths lines had turned into a rain of silk threads falling from midair. This made people feel that the scene did not end with this. Roronoa Zoro's super large-scale sword energy broke all the string pillars and continued to move forward in the direction of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ever white, Don Quixote Doflamingo was terrified. Facing the terrifying sword energy that swept over, he had no time to dodge, even if he could use the string fruit to fly. Before he could fly, the sword energy that was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning had already arrived in front of him. In fear and anxiety, he exploded all the string pillars around him in one breath and blocked them in front of him. With countless string pillars forming waves, one after another blocking in front of him, he forcibly blocked the sky-stepping sword energy in front of him. As long as I don't die, I can have as many of these threads as I want. The only winner in the end will be me. Closing square bracket exclamation mark quote. Don Quixote Doflamingo felt relieved, and just as he was about to use his awakening ability to continue to create a sea of threads, a dangerous aura that made his hair stand on end and his heart tighten uncontrollably enveloped his body and mind. Puff. A sharp blade pierced the flesh and suddenly sounded. Don Quixote Doflamingo first glanced at the sea of threads that suddenly broke in front of him, and then turned his head with difficulty to look at Roronoa Zoro who had come behind him at some point. 3 swords style secret 1 great 3,000 worlds, so what's going on? It looks like just a sword energy of a very large range, but in fact it is composed of 3 sword energies of the same size. Even if the first one is blocked, there are still the second and third ones. If 3 sword energies fall at the same time, even the mountain 8 seas can be cut off. Don Quixote Doflamingo stared at Roronoa Zoro and said word by word, Shichibukai are still Shichibukai. You were able to fight back in that situation just now. I think I underestimated you, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Roronoa Zoro slowly dispersed the armament Haki covering the 3 big swords, and after putting them back into the scabbard, he glanced at the hideous wound on his chest that was more than 20 centimeters long and looked like a centipede. Obviously, this was left on Don Quixote Doflamingo before he fell. I didn't expect that I, Doflamingo, didn't die in the hands of the demon, but died in you, who I regarded as an ant 10 months ago. I really didn't expect this in my dreams. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked down at his abdomen. The moment he lowered his head, a hideous wound appeared on his abdomen, so deep that the bone could be seen, almost cutting him in half. Then, the scarlet and dazzling blood flowed from the wound like it was free, dyeing his clothes blood red. At this moment, he looked like a king who was about to end his life, no longer as unruly and arrogant as usual. His originally hideous face became calm, and even the hostility in his eyes dissipated bit by bit. As a user of the string fruit, who often uses silk thread to repair internal injuries, Don Quixote Doflamingo knew that his injuries were so serious that he had to work hard to stand up. Even if he was given enough time now, it would be difficult for him to use the string no wanghao fruit to repair it. What's more, with a powerful enemy at hand, there was no time for him to repair his injuries. Is that so? This is not the only thing you didn't calculate. Roronoa Zoro looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo expressionlessly. Maybe, but at least there's one thing I calculated and it was correct. Whether you are a demon, even if you wipe out my Don Quixote family from this sea today, your route on the Grand Line has come to an end. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Qin Yu in the distance with difficulty, and then said to Roronoa Zoro in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 210 Grand Line, No More Don Quixote Doflamingo, 16, please subscribe. 211 374. Chapter 210 Grand Line, No More Don Quixote Doflamingo, 16, please subscribe. Previous, next. You don't have the final say. We were able to escape unscathed in Eni's lobby, and we can do the same today. Of course, neither you nor other Don Quixote family cadres will have the chance to see this scene. After hearing Don Quixote Doflamingo's words, Roronoa Zoro's face did not fluctuate at all. No chance to see it. I'm really unwilling. We've obviously come to this point, and we're just a little bit away from turning the world of those damn guys upside down. Don Quixote Doflamingo's eyes suddenly became a little dazed when he heard this. Roronoa Zoro's words seemed to defeat his last will. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had relied on his tenacious will and a breath to support his weak body from falling, relaxed his mind at this time, and his body, which was on the verge of limit, suddenly fell backwards to the ground without any strength. His fall not only meant that he, a Shichibukai, would be eliminated in this Grand Line, but also meant that the Don Quixote family had come to an end. For him and the Don Quixote family, there was no way forward for their future. Is it over? It's unbelievable that Heavenly Yaksha actually lost to a swordsman who didn't even have a name. Three-sword style. Roronoa Zoro. After today, his name will surely be resounding throughout the Grand Line like the demon Qin Yu before he even steps into the New World. Those journalists who came to Sabayati Archipelago from the New World to record this battle, as well as some representatives of forces, finally took a breath from the shock of Don Quixote Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, and saw a shocking scene. In the past CDBJ, the reason why the reputation of the demon pirates resounded throughout the sea was all because of the independent support of the demon Qin Yu. But now, with Roronoa Zoro beheading Don Quixote Doflamingo, the demon pirates not only have one more pillar, but also the demon pirates have become more famous because of his existence. Dover, young master, Toripal and others not far away were already in great pain because of Pika's death. Now they saw that Don Quixote Doflamingo was almost cut in half in a head-on confrontation with Roronoa Zoro. Except for Violet, they almost collapsed. Don Quixote Doflamingo is not only the core of the Don Quixote family, but also the future of the Don Quixote family. In their opinion, the Don Quixote family can function normally without anyone, but not without Don Quixote Doflamingo. But now Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is extremely important in their eyes, just fell in a pool of blood, and it seems that he has no breath. This is a devastating blow to them. Have you avenged your previous shame? Qin Yu was not surprised that Don Quixote Doflamingo fell under Roronoa Zoro's sword. No one knew better than him how much potential Roronoa Zoro had. No one knew better than him how much effort and blood and sweat Roronoa Zoro, who had followed him and encountered many powerful enemies a long time in advance, had to put in every day to catch up with him. Let alone the time in Alabasta, he risked his life to practice swordsmanship in the sea thousands of meters deep every day, which was terrifying enough. Grand Line has never lacked geniuses, let alone geniuses with opportunities, enough hard work, and good luck. But in order to climb the throne of the world's greatest swordsman and catch up with him, there was only one person who worked so hard to Roronoa Zoro. Shin Feng had only seen Roronoa Zoro so far. In his opinion, it was right and natural for Don Quixote Doflamingo to fall under Roronoa Zoro's sword. If Roronoa Zoro lost to Don Quixote Doflamingo, he would find it strange. Well, this threshold has finally been crossed. The next one is the only one left, and it is also the most difficult one. Roronoa Zoro met Qin Yu's gaze. If you cross it, you will be the strongest in the world. Qin Yu completely ignored the members of the Don Quixote family who were looking at him with hatred and grief. After leaving Sabayati Archipelago, I will take you to find him. I couldn't ask for more. Hearing this, Roronoa Zoro's eyes flashed with a hint of fighting spirit. Demon, seeing that the two completely ignored the cadres of their Don Quixote family, Toripal and others, who were already extremely angry and wanted to crush them to ashes, could no longer suppress their anger and murderous intent, and rushed towards Qin Yu like crazy. Obviously, after losing Don Quixote Doflamingo, they also lost the foundation for their foothold in the sea. Decades of hard work went down the drain, and the Don Quixote family was on the verge of extinction, making them all lose the desire to live. At this point, these cadres just wanted to take someone with them before they died, or at least leave some memories for Qinbao and Roronoa Zoro. Chapter 211. Eliminating the Don Quixote family is just the beginning of the war. 26, please subscribe. 212 374. Chapter 211. Eliminating the Don Quixote family is just the beginning of the war. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Revenge Dover. With the resolute idea of facing death, Diamante and other cadres of the Don Quixote family rushed towards Qin Yu fearlessly. As the most trusted cadre of Don Quixote Doflamingo during his lifetime, Torpal originally planned to go to Qin Yu with Diamante and others to fight. But after taking a few steps, his eyes immediately looked at Trafalgar Law, whose hands and feet were locked by sea-stone handcuffs and had no ability to resist. I can't kill the demon, can't I kill you? When Torpal looked at Trafalgar Law, a ferocious district court gradually emerged in his eyes. It's all because of you, the traitor. If it weren't for you, Dover's action in Ennie's lobby would not have failed. Traitor, even if I can't kill the demon today, I have to kill you, so that the demon can taste the taste of losing a crew member. As he spoke, he raised the scepter like crazy and smashed it hard at Trafalgar Law. Qin Yu, who was far away, saw this scene without any surprise on his face. It seemed that Torbal's killing of Trafalgar Law was just a trivial matter in his eyes. What even surprised the representatives of the surrounding forces and many pirates was that he was indifferent to Trafalgar Law's danger and did not show any intention to save him. Die, Torval roared, and under the gaze of Trafalgar Law's shrunken pupils, a scepter hit his head. Bang, crack, ha, Trafalgar Law, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, found that the expected pain did not appear, but a heavy impact sound came from his ears, and then it seemed that something was kicked to pieces. Instigated by curiosity and suspicion, he quickly opened his eyes and immediately found that the scepter that was originally going to fall on his head had broken into 2 pieces and fell at his feet. Ito Ryu Ei, Roronoa Zoro slowly put the Reikiri in his hand back into the scabbard. When the last section of the Reikiri blade exposed to the air sank into the scabbard, Torpal, who had been holding up the scepter to hit people, suddenly sprayed a scarlet blood arrow. Torpal widened his eyes and glared at Roronoa Zoro with resentment. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the strength to speak after his body was almost cut in half. The spirit in his eyes and the strength in his body quickly disappeared, and soon he fell powerlessly in a pool of blood. After Don Quixote Doflamingo, Torpal, as one of the most important backbones of the Don Quixote family during his lifetime, also left the Grand Line and followed Don Quixote Doflamingo's footsteps. I said at the beginning in Ennie's lobby that as long as you are willing to help us, then if you need it in the future, I will die for you. Roronoa Zoro didn't even look at Torpal who was lying at his feet. After putting Reikiri back into the sheath, he turned his eyes to Trafalgar. Haha. It seems that going to Ennie's lobby that time was really the best decision I made in my life. Not only did I get my revenge, but I also brought back a lot of favors. Quote, although Trafalgar Law's face was full of weakness, a rare bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Where is the key? Is it on Don Quixote Doflamingo? Roronoa Zoro smiled and didn't say much on this topic, but looked at the sea-stone handcuffs on Trafalgar Law's hands and feet. No, Trafalgar Law walked to Don Quixote Doflamingo's body, reached into his clothes and looked for it, his face suddenly turned pale. Could it be on this snotty man? Roronoa Zoro's face sank slightly. No, Trafalgar Law searched for the sea-stone key on Torpal and found that he couldn't find it either. He seemed to think of something, and a gloomy face appeared on his face. ... Please give me flowers. If it's not on them, is it in Naval Headquarters? Naval Headquarters. Roronoa Zoro heard this and his face suddenly became ugly. Naval Headquarters, that is a den of dragons and tigers. Just the apparent combat power alone has 3 admirals, 2 admiral candidates, the hero Garp, and Marshal Sengoku. What a terrifying combat power. If you want to break into the Naval Headquarters, it will be more terrifying than being an enemy of the 4 Emperor's pirates. Can you cut off the sea-stone? Trafalgar Law looked at Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock who began to surround him, and he couldn't help but get anxious. If he can't unlock the sea-stone handcuffs, then he is equivalent to a useless person, and it is a waste. As someone who knows the inside story of this war, he knows very well that wiping out the Don Quixote family does not mean victory in the war, it is just the beginning of the war. That is why he is eager to unlock the sea-stone handcuffs, sea-stone hand money. Only in this way can he help. Chapter 212 Doflamingo is gone, and you should follow him. 36, please subscribe. 213 374. Chapter 212 Doflamingo is gone, and you should follow him. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's difficult, but cutting the gap is not a problem. But such thick sea-stone handcuffs, I need to cut it completely without hurting your hands and feet, it will take a long time. I want to cut your sea-stone handcuffs with one knife, I must reach the realm of a great swordsman to do it. Roronoa Zoro also noticed the movements of Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock. Thinking that the two were enemies, he subconsciously fell on the handle of the big sword Chushui with his right hand. That's troublesome, we don't have time now. Trafalgar Law glanced at the 2 Shichibukai who were close at hand. 600, just 2 Shichibukai, it's not like I haven't killed them before. Roronoa Zoro said nonchalantly, don't underestimate the enemy, these 2 Shichibukai are completely different from the Shichibukai you killed before. Boa Hancock is just as powerful as Don Quixote Doflamingo. In fact, because of the strangeness of the fruit ability, her danger level in the battle is even higher than Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bartholomew Kuma is even more troublesome. He is one of the Shichibukai used by Marine to deter the New World pirates. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, his strength is second only to Dracula Mahawk. Trafalgar Law reminded, so, as long as I kill him, I will be one step closer to Hawkeye. Roronoa Zoro listened, not only did not worry on his face, but he showed a hint of excitement that he could not suppress. Hand over Trafalgar Law. At this time, Bartholomew Kuma had walked in front of Roronoa Zoro and Trafalgar Law and stopped them. I don't want to repeat myself. Vulgar man, hand over the prisoner. Boa Hancock looked down at Roronoa Zoro and Trafalgar Law with a haughty look on his face. I'm sorry I can't obey you, Roronoa Zoro said as he pulled out the big swords Chushui and Reikiri from their sheaths. Then we have to use force. Bartholomew Kuma took off his gloves expressionlessly, then raised his right hand as if he was going to slap the two of them. There will be a price to pay for rejecting my request. Boa Hancock, who was standing next to him, did not speak, but his eyes turned cold, and he slowly raised a beautiful leg that made countless women pale in comparison and feel ashamed. They are blocking us, go to Qin Yu first. Seeing that the two were about to launch a fierce attack, Roronoa Zoro pulled out Reikiri and the big sword, and immediately blocked in front of Trafalgar Law. It seems that you have to repay all the favors that I have accumulated with great difficulty. Trafalgar Law also knew that he was a burden if he stayed. After saying this, he walked towards Qin Shui without looking back. I can't let you leave like this. Bartholomew Kuma's figure flashed and disappeared suddenly. The next second, he appeared in front of Trafalgar Law. Get out of the way. Roronoa Zoro's pupils shrank slightly. Just from the speed shown by Bartholomew Kuma, he knew that what Trafalgar Law said just now was true. This burly Shichibukai is much stronger than Don Quixote Doflamingo. I can't do it. As soon as Bartholomew Kuma finished speaking, his right hand slapped Roronoa Zoro's double swords like lightning. With a clang, the palms of the two people collided with the double swords, and the terrifying air wave immediately rose up, rippling in all directions like a wave. Just when Roronoa Zoro and Bartholomew Kuma were in a violent conflict, the remnants of the Don Quixote family also rushed to Qin Bao. Don Quixote Doflamingo has left, and you should follow him. Qin Yu glanced at Roronoa Zoro and Bartholomew Kuma who were in conflict, and then raised his hand. Before Diamante and others could launch any offensive against him, the land under their feet had all turned into sand, and then the sand was winding towards their bodies like a python. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Don Quixote family were completely wrapped in sand, leaving only a fat face exposed to the air. Wait, Mr. Demon, I'm not a 4.4 cadre of the Don Quixote family. I'm Princess Violet of Dressrosa. Our country was taken away by the sinister villain Don Quixote Doflamingo, so I went undercover to sneak into the Don Quixote family hoping to find a chance to take revenge on him. Violet, who was also wrapped in sand, was so scared that her pretty face turned pale when she thought of Pika's tragic death just now. Traitor, you will die. I should have killed all the remnants of Dressrosa. When Diamante and others heard this, they all glared at Violet. Chapter 213 Sabayati Archipelago is your graveyard. 46, please subscribe. 214 374. Chapter 213 Sabayati Archipelago is your graveyard. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. In the past, Diamante and other members of the Don Quixote family suspected that Violet had ulterior motives in joining the Don Quixote family, but after all, they had not found any evidence. In addition, Violet's ability was indeed useful, so they tolerated her. But now that Don Quixote Doflamingo is dead, Violet, who did not even dare to breathe in the Don Quixote family before, has immediately rebelled. It would be strange if they were not angry. First there was Trafalgar Law, and now there is Violet. Diamante and others are naturally furious. Humph, I am not a member of the Don Quixote family. I joined the Don Quixote family just for revenge. How can I say betrayal? Faced with the abuse of Diamante and others, Violet did not get angry but laughed. She endured humiliation and lurked in the Don Quixote family for so long just to see this day come. Just now, when she witnessed Don Quixote Doflamingo, Torrible, and other former enemies whom she had wanted to crush to dust, falling one by one, her heart was filled with great pleasure. The Princess of Dressrosa. Qin Yu's eyes fell on Violet. Yes, Mr. Demon, if you don't believe it, I can show you the proof after leaving Sabayati Archipelago. When Violet heard Qin Yu asking her, she immediately ignored Diamante and others. No need, you are indeed the Princess of Dressrosa. Qin Yu took a deep look at Violet. Whether it was his memory or the memory of Violet that he had just peeked into with the combination of observation hockey and thunder fruit, he knew that Violet in front of him did not lie to him. Then can you spare me? I have no intention of being your enemy. In fact, Dressrosa is grateful and welcome to you, the one who slaughtered the Don Quixote family. Violet asked cautiously. You did leave some room for maneuver in the battle just now. Qin Yu thought about it and realized that although Violet looked like she was doing her best in the battle just now, she was actually just playing a supporting role and dealing with the situation afterwards. Thinking of this, he moved his mind and the sand that bound Violet immediately dispersed. Thank you, Mr. Demon, I will definitely remember your great kindness to our Dressrosa. When you go to New World in the future, you must come to our Dressrosa as a guest. Violet breathed a sigh of relief. I just happened to meet them. After all, I destroyed the Don Quixote family because I had a personal grudge against them, not just for you and Dressrosa. Qin Yu shook his head. That's true, but you are indeed a great benefactor who saved our Dressrosa, and this is undeniable. If you go to New World, you must come. Quote. After Violet saw that Qin Yu was not as ferocious and bloodthirsty as rumored, but rational, calm and easy to talk to, she was no longer as cautious as before, and began to show Dressrosa's cultivation and conversation. When people talk to her, they feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. You want to go to New World, you are dreaming. Today, you, the demon pirates, and you, the traitor, will never leave Sabayati Archipelago alive. Sabayati Archipelago is your graveyard. Wait, you will come down to be buried with our Don Quixote family soon. When Diamante and others heard Violet's words, they roared with ferocious faces. Noisy. Qin Yu glanced at Diamante and others in front of him. As his mind moved, the sand that bound all the Don Quixote family cadres suddenly shrank, bursting out with a majestic squeezing force, and these originally abusive people, the voices of the Don Quixote cadres suddenly stopped. Their bodies bound by the sand instantly exploded into a bloody mass of flesh that could not be seen in human form. Hiss. Although it was not the first time that Violet had seen such a scene, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart when she saw the Don Quixote family cadres die in such a way again. She was indeed very happy to see the Don Quixote family go to extinction, but this bloodthirsty and cruel killing method still made her feel terrified. There is no Don Quixote family in the Grand Line anymore. I don't think you need to continue to be an undercover. After the matter is over, we will go to New World. Do you need a ride? Qin Yu buried the cadres of the entire Don Quixote family in a snap of his fingers, and there was still a faint smile on his face. Won't it be troublesome for you? Violet saw Qin Yu send the Don Quixote family to extinction while chatting and laughing. Although she felt a chill in her body and mind, she showed a gentle smile on the surface. It's just on the way. Qin Yu shook his head and walked towards the location of Roronoa Zoro and others. Violet immediately followed Qin Yu. Take Luo and the Princess of Dressrosa on board first, and I will deal with the two of them. Qin Yu raised his hand and released a Qigong wave to repel Bartholomew Kuma more than 10 meters away, while saying to Roronoa Zoro. Chapter 214 Pluten Rayleigh. Sorry, this road is blocked. 56, please subscribe. 215 374ths. Chapter 214 Pluten Rayleigh. Sorry, this road is blocked. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Roronoa Zoro glanced at Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock in front of him, and thought of Qin Yu's strength. It should not be a problem to deal with two Shichibukai at the same time, so he nodded and agreed. After all, their purpose of coming to Sabayati Archipelago this time was not to fight, but to save people. Naturally, they had to save Trafalgar Law first. If they couldn't save people in the end, it would be meaningless even if they wiped out the Shichibukai and Don Quixote family in front of them. Do you want me to carry you? After Qin Yu blocked Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock, Roronoa Zoro put Reikiri and Shushui back into the scabbard, and then asked Trafalgar Law, who looked weak beside him. Ordinary people with special abilities would be weak all over when their hands were locked by sea-stone handcuffs, and they could only walk normally like ordinary people. Now Trafalgar Law's hands and feet were locked by sea-stone handcuffs, and he felt weak even when walking. You can't run, but you can still walk a few steps. Trafalgar Law shook his head, and then tried his best to follow Roronoa Zoro towards the warship floating on the Sabayati Archipelago dock, which had already been shattered. We can't wait any longer. The Don Quixote family has been destroyed. Boa Hancock and Bartholomew Kuma alone can't stop the demon. Hit. The three admirals hiding in the building in the distance saw that Trafalgar Law was going to be rescued, and quickly reached a consensus. The three of them stood up from their chairs at the same time, ready to join the battlefield. Just as Aokiji took out the Den Den Mushi to notify the elite marines hiding in the Sabayati Archipelago to show up and annihilate the demon pirates, and the fastest Kizaru was about to transform into light and rush to the battlefield to intercept Roronoa Zoro and others, a terrifying sword energy that spanned 1,000 meters of land and roared like a giant dragon suddenly flashed out. This sudden sword energy not only blocked Roronoa Zoro in front of him, but also cut a crack of more than 1,000 meters long and 50 or 60 meters deep in the ground of the Sabayati Archipelago. At the same time, it also alarmed the three admirals of the headquarters, causing Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu to stop their actions instantly. Here it comes. Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo is dead, it seems that his plan is not completely useless. Aokiji's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Although I haven't seen him for nearly 20 years, this man is still as strong as a monster. Quote. Kizaru looked at the man who released 1,000-meter sword energy and stopped Roronoa Zoro and his friends from afar. At this moment, whether they were hiding in the building, Qin Yu and others on the battlefield, or even the crowd who came to watch, everyone's attention was on this sword-wielding young man with 1,000-meter sword energy, who was dominating the battlefield. Supreme Great Sword. When Roronoa Zoro saw the 1,000-meter sword energy coming across the land, he shuddered all over and subconsciously pulled out Reikiri and Shushui from the scabbard. When his eyes fell on the man who released such a terrifying sword energy and the long sword in his hand, his face changed again and again. Today, he is no longer comparable to the pirate hunter who rolled around in the small East Blue. After entering the Grand Line and experiencing 11 consecutive battles that were also famous in the New World, he knew very well what it meant to have a supreme great sword in this sea. The huge Grand, there are many powerful people in line, and there are also many swordsmen. But there are only 12 supreme swords. This also means that every existence that possesses the supreme sword and is not taken away by others is at least a powerful figure for a while. Apart from other things, as far as he knows, the three people who currently possess the supreme sword, Demon, Dracula Mahawk, Whitebeard, they are all admirals without exception, or even above admirals. Sorry, this road is blocked. The man holding the supreme sword cut a terrifying crack with a sword, blocking the way for Roronoa Zoro and others, and then stood opposite the crack and said lightly. It turned out to be him, Pluton Rayleigh. After repelling Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock, Qin Yu, who had just caught up with Roronoa Zoro and others and was about to board the ship with them, looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared and stopped them, and his eyes were instantly filled with solemnity. With the increasingly powerful observation after combining the abilities of Haki and Thunder Fruit, he could clearly sense that the aura of the middle-aged man in front of him was even stronger than that of Aokiji whom he met in Eni's lobby that day. Even now, he must treat such a being with caution. Chapter 215 Xiaoba's life is life, but Belmair's life is not life. 66. Please subscribe. 216 374. Chapter 215 Xiaoba's life is life, but Belmair's life is not life. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. By the way, I am still several years away from the Celestial Dragon's incident. The current Pluton Rayleigh is a few years younger than the Celestial Dragon's incident, so his physique, will, and spirit are naturally stronger than those in the Celestial Dragon's incident. Qin Yu understood it after a slight pause. In the future, Pluton Rayleigh can only compete with Admiral due to aging. But now, he is not yet 76 years old, so his strength has not declined to the point where he can only compete with Admiral Pluton Rayleigh, the legendary pirate, the right arm of the Pirate King. How could he appear here? Whether it was Roronoa Zoro and others, or the crowd watching from afar, they were all dumbfounded when they saw this middle-aged man appear. Obviously, they did not expect that the legendary pirate who had disappeared for a long time would appear again in front of the world. And it seems that he is planning to fight against the Majin 087 pirates. Seeing this, the representatives of the major forces who had recovered from their shock widened their eyes and raised their cameras and Den Mushi, fearing that they would miss this historic scene. In their opinion, the survival of the Don Quixote family was nothing compared to Pluton Rayleigh. There was no comparison between the two. At this time, they all wanted to know why the long-lost Pluton Rayleigh would appear again, and he was an enemy of a pirate group that had not yet set foot in the New World. Of course, what they wanted to see more was the legendary pirate. Which one was stronger, Pluton Rayleigh or the emerging Majin pirate group? Are you going to block our way? Roronoa Zoro stared at Pluton Rayleigh who suddenly appeared in front of him with a serious face. When this man appeared, he had already deeply felt the horror of the other party. The aura lingering on Pluton Rayleigh was as unfathomable as the sea. It's no problem for you guys to leave. After all, we don't know each other and have no grudges. Pluton Rayleigh smiled slightly, but the next second, as his eyes fell on Qin Yu, a cold light flashed. But I think your captain can't leave. Why? Roronoa Zoro asked in a deep voice. Won't you know if you ask him? Pluton Rayleigh stared at Qin Yu. It's because of the fishman Xiao Ba. Facing Pluton Rayleigh's stare, Qin Yu had a calm expression. It seemed that the person standing in front of him was not the right arm of the Pirate King, but an ordinary middle-aged man. Since you know that I came to you because of him, you should know the relationship between me and him. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a dangerous breath. What if I know? What if I don't know? Qin Yu asked back. You dare to kill him even if you know. I once said that no one is allowed to bully Xiao Ba. Now that you have killed him, I have no choice but to help him avenge himself. Quote. Pluton Rayleigh said in a deep voice. Haha, what you said is really interesting. The life of your friend, the fishman Xiao Ba, is life, but the life of my crew member's mother Belmair is not life. Qin Yu smiled. Hearing this, Pluton Rayleigh's face suddenly became a little ugly. I was a little surprised just now that Don Quixote Doflamingo asked you to come to help, but you didn't show up until he died. It turns out that you feel guilty. It seems that Don Quixote Doflamingo miscalculated this time. He wanted to plot against you, but in the end, you plotted against him instead. Quote. Qin Yu immediately reacted when he thought of Don Quixote Doflamingo's previous statement that someone could deal with him. The person that Don Quixote Doflamingo was talking about was Pluton Rayleigh. Thinking of Don Quixote Doflamingo's power, he was not surprised that he could find out that he had killed the fishman Xiao Ba. The kid from Don Quixote's family knows my character more or less. He did his homework and knows my character very well, and he doesn't hide much from me. Even what Xiao Ba did in Kokoyasi village was exposed to me. But this kid is still not honest enough. If he didn't have bad intentions and wanted to plot against me from the beginning, then considering that he told me this news, although I won't help him do this kind of thing of holding others hostage, at least I won't let him die on the street. But who made him have bad intentions from the beginning and want to plot against me? Pluton Rayleigh's words made Qin Yu's heart tremble. The other party's few words have already made him see the vision and means of this experienced and tempered Pirate King's right arm. Pluton Rayleigh can achieve today's achievements and can still be free and easy after Roger's death for so many years not only because of fame and strength. The brain is also very important. It is not so easy to plot against such a legendary existence. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who died on the street not long ago, used himself as a living example to prove this point. Chapter 216. I am a little old, but I can still lift the sword. 16. Please subscribe. 217 374. Chapter 216. I am a little old, but I can still lift the sword. 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. What are your plans now? Qin Yu stared into Pluten Rayleigh's eyes. I don't want to hold the opponent's crew hostage to threaten them, even if they are enemies. Not to mention, they have no grudges against me, so I don't need to do this. Pluten Rayleigh glanced at Roronoa Zoro and others. Today I came here to find you, not them, so they can leave now. As he said, his right hand moved suddenly, and Roronoa Zoro's pupils shrank. Before he could raise his right hand, a sword energy as fast as lightning had already landed on Trafalgar Law. Swish. The sword flashed, and the seastone handcuffs that locked Trafalgar Law's hands and feet broke with a sound. What a terrifying swordsmanship. An expert knows whether it is good or not as soon as he makes a move. Pluten Rayleigh just showed a little skill, and Roronoa Zoro, who was also a swordsman, trembled in his heart. In a snap of his fingers, he didn't have time to react and instantly cut off 2 pairs of swords without hurting Trafalgar Law at all. Seastone handcuffs. This kind of swordsmanship is not just as simple as a great swordsman. In Roronoa Zoro's opinion, Pluten Rayleigh's swordsmanship level is so high that he is definitely at the top even among the great swordsmen. Although I am not a righteous person, I am not the kind of person who does not distinguish right from wrong and does not know grudges. I am sorry for what Xiao Ba did. After this matter is over, I will personally go to the little girl in the village to apologize to them. And the little girl named Nami, I will protect her for the rest of my life. Pluten Rayleigh paused slightly when he said this, and then turned his eyes to Qin Yu. As for you, you killed Xiao Ba after all, and I owed him a life after all. If I don't care about his death, I can't get over this in my heart. Those who kill will be killed. The most common thing in Grand Line every day is grudges, love and hatred, love and killing. Who can tell the right and wrong clearly? I think that Hachi, who killed Nami's adoptive mother and brought disaster to Coco Village together with the dragon pirates, deserves to die, so I killed him. You owe Hachi a life, and you think it's wrong for me to kill him, so you can come and seek revenge on me. Qin Yu heard this, his face did not fluctuate at all. It was as if the person he was facing was not the legendary Pluten Rayleigh, but an insignificant nobody on the sea. It's true that no one can tell right from wrong. In this sea, we just need to do what we think is right. Pluten Rayleigh agreed with Qin Yu's statement. It's hard to say who is right or wrong in this matter. From Qin Yu and Nami's perspective, Hachi deserves to die. But from his perspective, Hachi cannot be killed. Come on, Pluten Rayleigh. I also want to see how powerful the legendary Pirate King's right arm is. I hope you, who haven't fought with anyone for 20 years, are not so old that you can't even lift a sword. Quote. Qin Yu's eyes condensed, and a mighty force suddenly surged towards Pluten Rayleigh like a wave. You are a little old, but you can still lift the sword. With the strength you just showed, it is not considered bullying if I fight you. Quote. Pluten Rayleigh's eyes turned cold, and a conqueror's haki that was high above, dominating the sea, and making all things unable to help but worship it suddenly burst out from his body. Once this conqueror's haki erupted, the air became extremely turbid wherever it passed, and the space became extremely oppressive and heavy. When Conqueror's haki rose to a certain level and collided with Qin Yu's momentum, countless dark lightning visible to the naked eye burst out of the void. After the roaring lightning, a violent gale appeared out of thin air and spread in all directions. The crowd in the distance encountered the impact of the collision between the two people's momentum and Conqueror's, and they were shocked and their eyes were heavy. Many of them resisted Don Quixote Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki, but facing the Banquet King Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki fell to the ground instantly. Oh. Although they are both conquerors, Don Quixote Doflamingo's conquerors and Pluten Rayleigh's conquerors are completely different. If Don Quixote Doflamingo's conqueror's haki is intermediate, then Pluten Rayleigh's conquerors is superior. Is this the legendary Pluten Rayleigh? It's simply a monster. There is no need to do anything, just relying on conqueror's haki is enough to clear out those who are not strong enough. Quote. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people who came to watch this battle had already fallen to the ground in all directions. Under Pluten Rayleigh's conqueror's haki, less than 50 people could still stand. Although the remaining 50 people did not faint, they were all pale and sweaty. A lawless person like the demon should not be without the qualifications of a king. It seems that he has not awakened conquerors yet, but he is also terrifying enough. He has not awakened conquerors yet, but he can use his momentum mixed with a special power to counter my conquerors. This should be the special ability of his mythical beast Buu Fruit. Quote. Pluten Rayleigh took a deep look at Qin Yuan. Chapter 217 Pluten's Power. Superior Conquerors 26, please subscribe. 218 374ths. Chapter 217 Pluten's Power. Superior Conquerors 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Obviously, Pluten Rayleigh had investigated Qin Yu's abilities thoroughly before he came to find him. Whether it was the chi that Qin Yu mastered or other abilities, he knew something about them. As an absolute king who had been dominating the sea for decades, Rayleigh would not look down on Qin Yu just because he was a newborn calf. On the contrary, he was extremely cautious about Qin Yu. When he decided to come to help Xiao Ba get justice, he had already made detailed preparations. After all, he knew very well that he was old after all. This era no longer belonged to him. Facing the strong men of the new era, even he had to treat them with caution. 463, what a strong conqueror's haki. I didn't expect that I could barely counter his conqueror's haki by combining chi and momentum. After all, I lacked conquerors. If I hadn't mastered Qi, it would be a big disadvantage to fight against such a person with a strong Conqueror's Haki. A wave of Conqueror's Haki comes at every turn. Not only will the mental will be greatly oppressed, but it will also be easily distracted. Just when Pluten Rayleigh was secretly surprised at Qin Yu's strength, he was also surprised at the strength of Pluten Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. You know, when facing Don Quixote Doflamingo, he could easily resist the opponent's Conqueror's Haki, and even suppress the opponent in return. But now, facing Pluten Rayleigh, he can only barely counter it. Can't you suppress it? When Pluten Rayleigh saw that his Conqueror's Haki couldn't suppress Qin Yu's momentum, the coldness in his eyes became even stronger than before. Without seeing him make any movement, a Conqueror's Haki like a typhoon of more than 10 levels surged out again with his body as the center. Unlike before, this time the Conqueror's Haki that vented from Rayleigh's body seemed to have broken through a certain critical point. Wherever the Conqueror's Haki passed, the ground where the two stood actually showed signs of cracking. And as the time of Conqueror's Haki's release continued to increase, the degree of cracking on the ground became more and more serious. In the end, the representatives of the dozens of forces that were still able to stand in the distance, as well as the pirates from different seas, all fainted on the ground. Not only that, when Pluten Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki was upgraded to ultimate, when his aura collided with Qin Yu's, two huge light balls, one red and one blue, were formed in the void. It seemed that this was not a confrontation of aura, but a confrontation of energy and strength. Superior Conquerors is already this age, but his aura has not declined. He can still release such Haki in an era that does not belong to him. He is indeed worthy of being the legendary pirate. The right arm of the Pirate King is well deserved. The three admirals who witnessed the two people's conquerors and aura confrontation in the distant building felt a little shudder in their hearts. Originally, they thought that Rayleigh had retired for so many years, and the era of this Pluten had long passed. No matter how well the other party was maintained, time would not spare anyone. Once the fight started, they would definitely win. But now after witnessing Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji all realized that Pluten Rayleigh was indeed old, but not as old as they were. Perhaps in a few years, when Pluten Rayleigh is a little older, they, who are in their prime, can rely on their youth to defeat Pluten Rayleigh, whose strength has declined again due to aging. But now, in a one-on-one battle, none of the three of them have the confidence to defeat Pluten Rayleigh in front of them. I can't stand it. After all, he is a top powerhouse of the last era. I guess when he was young, except for Whitebeard, he was definitely not inferior to the other four emperors of today. As Pluten Rayleigh raised Conqueror's Haki to ultimate in one breath, Qin Yu immediately found that his defense line formed by combining Qi and momentum began to retreat step by step. Looking around, the two auras, one red and one blue, that were constantly colliding like balls of light, were originally on par. But now, the blue ball of light that represents Qin Yu not only began to retreat step by step, but even had a tendency to collapse at the touch of a button. What are you going to do now? Do you just give up the fight with my conquerors and choose to win by force, or continue? Pluten Rayleigh was like a supreme king standing on the top of the sea at this time. He didn't need to fight anyone at all, just his own spirit was enough to crush all enemies. Even facing the demon Qin Yu was no exception. Just as Hades 4.7 King Rayleigh was secretly thinking about what Qin Yu was going to do, Qin Yu, who was standing opposite him and confronting him, suddenly transformed into the posture of Demon Buu, and at the same time, his whole body also burst into dazzling pink flames. When this pink flame appeared, it suddenly erupted like a volcano, and quickly changed from a burning flame to a spray-painted flame with lightning wrapped around it. Not only that, once this surging and violent flame appeared, it immediately began to expand continuously, turning into a pink light ball as high as a blazing sun, more than 10 meters high, and collided with Pluten Rayleigh's red light ball manifested by Conqueror's Haki again. Chapter 218 Breaking the Grand Line's Iron Law 36, please subscribe. 219 374. Chapter 218 Breaking the Grand Line's Iron Law 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Qin Yu, who was losing ground in the battle of momentum due to his lack of conquerors, seemed to have broken some kind of shackles after raising his Qi to ultimate. Not only did he take down Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki, he even made up for the disadvantage caused by the battle of momentum little by little. He actually resisted it. Relying on the special ability of the mythical beast species, he actually used his momentum to resist the superior conquerors. Pluten Rayleigh looked at Qin Yu, who was steadily resisting his Conqueror's Haki with a surprised face. He has been in the Grand Line for decades, but this is the first time he has seen someone use momentum to resist the superior Conqueror's Haki that can cause substantial damage. Even though the Grand Line is a place full of possibilities and mysteries, he would not believe that such a thing would happen if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Momentum is an invisible thing after all, but even a weak conquerors can damage the spirit. Not to mention the upper-level Conqueror's Haki that can cause actual damage 23. Even if it is a 4 Emperor's level strongman, as long as he does not know Conqueror's Haki, no matter how strong his momentum is, he will never be able to suppress a person with the qualifications of a king. This is an iron rule in the Grand Line. That is why, once a person like the 3 Admirals encounters a pirate with the qualifications of a king, even if the opponent is weak, they never compete with the opponent in momentum, which is simply humiliating themselves. They often only capture and kill the opponent with thunder and force. But now Qin Yu has broken this iron rule of the Grand Line with his Qi. It seems that the idea of gaining an advantage in mental will can only be in vain. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a solemnity. As a person drinks water, he knows whether it is hot or cold. He knew very well that although he was already over 70 years old and could still be slightly better than Admiral, his physique was not as strong as when he was young. But according to him, the demon Qin Yu was best at recovery. That was why Pluton Rayleigh did not intend to fight a protracted war with Qin Yu from the beginning. Instead, he wanted to use his superior conquerors to suppress Qin Yu's mental will. After enduring the shock of his superior conquerors for a long time, even if Qin Yu's physical strength was almost infinite, the decline of his mental will would inevitably lead to a weakening of his strength. Unfortunately, his idea failed at the beginning. It seems that there is only another way to defeat him. Thinking of this, Pluton Rayleigh brazenly drew out the long sword at his waist, and a domineering conqueror's haki swept over him, as if it would break the sea. It was extremely terrifying. After he drew his sword now, he pushed conqueror's haki to a higher peak. At this moment, he gave people a sharp and oppressive feeling that he could split the sky and the earth, and even the Grand Line, with a sword in his hand. Clang clang. At the moment when Pluton Rayleigh drew his sword, Qin Yu also drew out the supreme sword, Myoho Muramasa. The two people who were both standing on the top of the sea and both had the supreme swords were surprisingly consistent in their movements, eyes, and thoughts at this moment. Squeak. Except for the three admirals hiding in the dark and Roronoa Zoro, no one on the scene could see the movements of the two clearly. Even Roronoa Zoro could only rely on observation haki to predict the movements of the two. But if he could see it with his naked eyes, he only saw the movements of Qin Yu and Pluton Rayleigh drawing their swords, but he could not see that at the moment they drew their swords, they had already slashed with a sword at a speed that was faster than lightning. Swish. The flash of the sword, two blades spanning 1,000 meters of land, instantly cut off a corner of Sabayati Archipelago, and the terrifying sword energy drifting towards the Sea of Selection was swung out from the swords of the two people. When the sword energy of the two people collided with each other, not only did the ground of Sabayati Archipelago lose a corner again, but even the clouds in the sky showed a terrifying scene of a crack in the sky. Are they really human? Violet covered her mouth and looked at the strange scene of heaven and earth caused by their 500 swords and swords in front of her with a horrified face. At this moment, she suddenly found that Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was so powerful in her eyes and occupied Dressrosa, was as weak as a child in front of Qin Yu and Rayleigh. Let alone the casual attack of the two people, Don Quixote Doflamingo could hardly take it even if he tried his best. Rayleigh is fine, but Qin Yu has also reached the level of a great swordsman. Wait, that's not right. He is still at the top of the swordsman level like me. He relies on his chi and physique to force the power of his sword energy to the level of a great swordsman. At the moment when the two of them were fighting, Roronoa Zoro's eyes widened in shock. However, when he saw clearly that the sword power entrenched in Qin Yu was not as sharp as Rayleigh's, he knew that although Qin Yu's sword energy was not as strong as Rayleigh's, he actually borrowed the strength of the chi and physique of the Buu Fruit to release the sword energy that only a great swordsman could release. Chapter 219 It seems that you and Kizaru are both partial to certain subjects. 46, please subscribe. 223 Chapter 219 It seems that you and Kizaru are both partial to certain subjects. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I didn't expect that the demon leader could actually duel with Pluton Rayleigh. That is the legendary swordsman who has reached the top of the great swordsmanship. When Trafalgar Law saw that the sword energy released by Qin Yu was competing with Rayleigh's sword energy, and he was not at a disadvantage at all, the shock on his face was more intense than anyone else. As a member of the Don Quixote family in the past, using the intelligence capabilities of the Don Quixote family, he knew Pluton Rayleigh better than everyone present. That is why he was so shocked when he saw that Qin Yu could compete with Rayleigh with swordsmanship. No, it's just temporary. Relying on this tricky method, he did temporarily gain the sword energy that could compete with the great swordsman. But the great swordsman only has the sword energy that can cut through the sky and the sea, as well as the swordsmanship that is ingenious and the absolute control of the sword. And Qin Yu only has the first of these. In terms of swordsmanship and control of the sword, he is far behind Rayleigh. After reaching their level, it is impossible to rely on sword energy to determine the winner. After a short test, the two will inevitably resort to close combat. Even if Qin Yu wants to distance himself, Rayleigh will not let him do so. After all, the most terrifying thing about a swordsman is not the sword energy, but the close combat. Roronoa Zoro shook his head, as if to confirm his words. After releasing a sword energy and roughly testing Qin Yu's strength, Pluton Rayleigh, who had been standing in the same place, had flashed in front of Qin Yu at a teleportation speed, and then raised his sword and slashed from bottom to top. Although the sword had not yet slashed Qin Yu, the indestructible edge on the sword had already landed on Qin Yu. If it were an ordinary person, he would have already used armament haki to protect his body, but Qin Yu completely ignored it, and the frozen edge on Rayleigh's sword fell on him. Clang. Sure enough, he chose to fight in close combat. But it is true that swordsmen are best at close combat. Once a great swordsman with a sword in hand approaches, who would not be afraid? Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He did not mean that Rayleigh decisively took close combat. If he was Rayleigh, he would do the same. After all, close combat can not only bring out the fierce power of the great swordsman himself to the fullest, but also save more physical strength. Thinking of this, Qin Yu raised the sword in his right hand, and armament haki was wrapped around Myoho Muramasa. With a swish, the Miave village in his hand instantly turned into a black blade of destruction, and then chopped down on Rayleigh's sword. Clang. The sound of metal collision that shook the atmosphere exploded, and immediately set off a rolling wave of air that spread in all directions. The land under the feet of the two people collapsed 7 or 8 meters deep in an instant, and at the same time, a huge pit with a radius of 100 meters was trampled out by the force generated by the collision of their swords. Swish. Sure enough, his armament haki is still at a level below emission. It seems that I have an advantage not only in the realm of the great swordsman, but also in armament haki. After Pluton Rayleigh and Qin Yu exchanged swords at close range, the corners of his mouth raised a curve. Without seeing any movement from him, an indescribable armament haki that was enough to forcibly penetrate all the solid things in the world was released from his right hand in an instant. After being wrapped by armament haki, his sword suddenly burst out with a white light. This white light is not only indestructible, but also has the characteristics of ignoring all defenses and destroying directly from the inside. When this white light appeared, Pluton Rayleigh just swung his sword lightly, and the armament haki covering Miyoho Muramasa was instantly defeated. As the armament haki dissipated, the black light covering Miyoho Muramasa immediately dissipated. Good opportunity. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a compelling light. He turned his right hand, and the long sword swept away Miyoho Muramasa, and slashed Qin Yu's body like lightning. The terrifying slash not only split Qin Yu in two, but also destroyed most of his body. Armament haki is just like tofu dregs in front of him. Is it because of the huge level gap? Although Qin Yu, who only had 1/3 of his body left, recovered in the blink of an eye, his heart was slightly shaken. His armament haki is far superior to Aokiji. It should not be as simple as emission, but far above emission. Otherwise, it would not be possible to directly destroy my body from the inside. It seems that you and Kizaru are both partial students, Linlin. The lack of armament haki and swordsmanship has greatly hindered you. If your armament haki is cultivated to above emission, and your swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman, plus your immortal body, then there is no need to fight this battle. I can directly take up the sword and commit suicide. Although Pluton Rayleigh had heard of Qin Yu's immortal body that was 100 times more evil than Kaido, he couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart when he saw Qin Yu's body being shattered by 2/3, but recovered in the blink of an eye. He had been in the Grand Line for so long and had seen countless abilities, but he had never seen a fruit ability that could be compared to Qin Yu's Buu Fruit in terms of recovery and regeneration. Chapter 220. He wouldn't beat Pluton Rayleigh to death, would he? 56. Please subscribe. 221 374. Chapter 220. He wouldn't beat Pluton Rayleigh to death, would he? 56. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Since it is a partiality, then there must be one aspect that is particularly outstanding. I am far behind you in armament haki and swordsmanship, but the fruit ability can more than make up for the gap between you and me. Qin Yu did not deny it when he heard Pluton Rayleigh say that he was partial. After all, his focus has always been on the Buu Fruit. In his opinion, the Buu Fruit is his foundation. Whether it is swordsmanship or haki, as long as his Buu Fruit is highly developed, everything can be obtained through absorption. Even if it is a temporary partiality, it doesn't matter. If the swordsmanship is not at the level of a great swordsman, absorb a great swordsman. If the armament haki is not at the level above emission, absorb a strong man who has mastered this level of armament haki. But the improvement of Buu Fruit cannot rely on absorption, but can only rely on his own development and comprehension. In this case, he naturally cannot focus all his energy on the cultivation of swordsmanship, haki, physical skills, etc. Really, if I attack you by focusing on your weaknesses, will you still have a chance to show your strengths? This time I will cut you to the point where there is no trace left in the world. Let's see if your immortal body can recover. As soon as Pluton Rayleigh finished speaking, he swung his sword again to cut Qin Yu's head. Can you do it? Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, and armament haki and chi instantly gathered on Miyoho Muramasa. This time Miyoho Muramasa no longer turned into a destructive black blade, but turned into a lightsaber covered by purple light, with the blade suddenly expanding by 1 meter, like a laser weapon. Clang! As Miyoho Muramasa underwent strange changes, Pluton Rayleigh's pupils suddenly shrank. Under his solemn gaze, his long sword collided with Qin Yu's Miyoho Muramasa again. CDBH, this time, the purple light covering Qin Yu's Miyoho Muramasa did not collapse at the first touch like the previous armament haki, but instead held his sword steadily. No matter how his armament haki destroyed it, the purple light on Miyoho Muramasa was as solid as a rock. The fusion of the special abilities of the mythical beast species and haki, this use is just like Sengoku and Whitebeard. Pluton Rayleigh noticed this change and couldn't help but secretly say that it was tricky, but the next change made him a little overwhelmed. Kamaha, the blade of Miyoho Muramasa, which collided violently with his sword, suddenly emitted a blue light. A series of dazzling blue beams that shot straight into the sky surrounded Miyoho Muramasa and kept rotating. Almost in the blink of an eye, a huge blue ball of light had condensed and formed on the blade of Miyoho Muramasa. What? Pluton Rayleigh's face suddenly sank. Before he could dodge, the blue light ball perched on the top of the Miyoho village had already ejected a qigong wave that shook the universe, and then crushed his long sword, sending him and his sword flying hundreds of meters away. When Pluton Rayleigh was blasted by Kamehameha to a mangrove standing on the Sabayati archipelago, the Kamehameha that crushed his long sword instantly turned into a huge energy ball with a radius of more than 500 meters and swallowed him whole. Not only that, the huge mangrove that was as big as an island covered by Kamehameha was also blown to pieces on the spot. Magic light killing cannon. After releasing Kamehameha with Miyoho village to knock Rayleigh away, Qin Yu immediately raised the index finger of his left hand, and instantly locked Rayleigh in the blue energy ball with the help of Qi and observation Haki perception, and then shot out 10 orange beams of energy surrounded by spiral energy from his fingertips. Will he not kill Pluton Rayleigh? Seeing Qin Yu suddenly gain the upper hand, not only blasting Pluton Rayleigh away, but also looking like he was going to kill him, Roronoa Zoro and the others were stunned, and even the three admirals hiding in the building widened their eyes. They really didn't expect that the two people who were evenly matched just now would suddenly have such a big reversal. Especially the three admirals, they were all prepared for Qin Yu and Rayleigh to continue to consume until both were injured. Just when everyone thought that Pluton Rayleigh was in great danger this time, Pluton Rayleigh, who was engulfed by Kamehameha, burst out with a terrifying aura, and then carried the terrifying energy impact from all over his body, and slashed out with his sword. A white light that seemed like a sky curtain, enough to separate the sky and the earth, instantly cut the blue energy ball covering him like cutting a birthday cake, and then collided with the magic light cannon that Qin Yu had instantly fired with one finger. Boom! Instantly, the huge explosion made the entire Sabayati archipelago shake continuously. Cracks that shattered the ground stretched out from the center of the explosion to the surrounding area. Seeing the damage caused to the island by the two people's attacks, no one present doubted that if the two continued to fight like this, the Sabayati archipelago would disintegrate. Armed Kamehameha, Qin Yu took a deep look at Rayleigh, who broke through Kamehameha with a sword and resisted the magic light cannon, then stuck the Myoho Muramasa into the ground and placed his hands on his waist in the shape of a calyx. Chapter 221 The World's Greatest Swordsman. Dracula Mahawk 66, please subscribe. 222 374. Chapter 221 The World's Greatest Swordsman. Dracula Mahawk 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. When Qin Yu made a move to condense Kamehameha, a blue light column that shone throughout the sky of Sabayati archipelago immediately shot up into the sky. Surrounded by these light columns, a blue light ball that was more dazzling than the one that blasted Rayleigh away just now was in his hands. As armament Haki merged with Kamehameha, the blue light ball instantly flashed a hideous and terrifying purple electric light. In the blink of an eye, the blue light ball in Qin Yu's hands had turned into a purple light ball. This special energy called Qi is even more domineering than the shock wave controlled by Sengoku's Buddha form. In terms of destructive power, it is estimated that only Whitebeard's shock fruit can be compared with it. Sensing the destructive power contained in the light ball between Qin Yu's hands, Pluton Rayleigh couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Although he had heard about Qin Yu's feat of destroying Eni's lobby with a Kamehameha before he came, he found that Qin Yu's Qi was several times stronger than he expected when he saw it with his own eyes. What kind of evil fruit did this little guy eat? He has an immortal body that is more perverted than Kaido, a Qi that is comparable to the destructive power of Whitebeard's shock fruit, and a body that has the characteristics of both chop fruit and rubber fruit. He is simply a monster among monsters. Thinking of this, Pluton Rayleigh couldn't help but curse in his heart, and he changed his sword holding from one hand to two hands. It was obviously just changing from holding the sword with one hand to holding the sword with two hands, but the sword force entrenched in his body was more than twice as sharp as before. Swish. The two looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. One of them held the sword with both hands and slashed forward, and the other pressed the light ball flashing with purple electric light with both hands and pushed forward. The armed Kamehameha that penetrated the atmosphere and shattered the clouds suddenly carried the earth-shaking thunder and Pluton Rayleigh's sword energy that cut through the sea and split the earth, like 10 flying dragons with bared fangs and claws, and blasted towards the other party at the same time. Seeing this scene, Roronoa Zoro and others, as well as the three admirals, all stared at the scene in front of them with a serious look. They all knew that this move might not directly determine the winner, but it would affect the trend of the next battle. Whoever has the advantage in this move will definitely have the upper hand in the next battle. Just as the three admirals and Roronoa Zoro and others were secretly speculating who was better, a breath that was no weaker than Qin Yu and Rayleigh suddenly came from the distant sea. The appearance of this breath instantly startled the three admirals and shocked Roronoa Zoro. This sharp breath is from a great swordsman. What is going on today? Two rare great swordsmen suddenly appeared in Sabayati archipelago. Roronoa Zoro was shocked and turned his head subconsciously to look in the direction of the breath. At the moment he turned his head to look, a dark green sword energy suddenly split the magnificent sea like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, and then fiercely slashed on Qin Yu's Kamehameha and Pluton Rayleigh's sword energy. This sudden sword energy collided fiercely with the power of the two people, and instantly exploded the land of thousands of meters in Sabayati archipelago. What's more terrifying is that after this force crushed the ground, it actually spread to the center of Sabayati archipelago like an earthquake. It's him. Aokiji immediately looked at the distant sea. I didn't expect that he would come. Akainu's serious and cold square face couldn't help showing a trace of surprise when he noticed the identity of the visitor. What's the matter with the Shichibukai today? The least likely Shichibukai actually showed up one after another. Kizaru stared at the extremely arrogant figure drifting on the sea in the distance with interest. Great swordsman. Dracula Mahawk. 0. At the same time, Qin Yu and Pluton Rayleigh, who were fighting fiercely, also noticed the identity of the visitor. For this great swordsman of the great pirate era, Rayleigh and Qin Yu were still in a confrontation, but they didn't fight like before. For this world's greatest swordsman who suddenly came, before knowing whether he was an enemy or a friend, and knowing the purpose of his coming, neither of them would easily take action. After all, such a powerful existence among the Admiral class. If he intervenes in their battle, no matter which side he stands on, it will cause a devastating blow to the other side. It's him. Hawkeye, I didn't expect that you would come too. Compared with Qin Yu and Rayleigh, who looked serious, Roronoa Zoro was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly when he saw the appearance of the great swordsman sitting on a small boat. Dracula Mahawk, this is his biggest pursuit when he went to sea. Originally, he thought that he would have to go to New World to find this great swordsman who reigned at the top of the Grand Line swordsmen, but he didn't expect that the other party would come to Sabayati Archipelago at this time. Chapter 222, A Shocking Crisis, 5 Admirals. 16, please subscribe, 223 374. Chapter 222, A Shocking Crisis, 5 Admirals. 16, please subscribe, previous, next, oh no, even he's here, this is a big trouble. Compared to Roronoa Zoro, who was so excited that he couldn't help himself, Violet and Trafalgar Law couldn't help but change their faces when they saw that the person who came was Dracula Mahawk. Is there any problem? Roronoa Zoro seemed not to notice anything wrong, staring at Dracula Mahawk, who was riding a small boat and approaching Sabayati Archipelago, and asked without turning his head. Doflamingo is a celestial dragon's. Before planning this battle, he used this identity to let the world government issue a 7 Lords Shichibukai summons. Dracula Mahawk is also a Shichibukai. He came here at this time. What do you think his purpose is? Trafalgar Law's face was so solemn that it was about to drip water. Isn't that better? I was going to challenge him, and now he's coming to me, that's even better. Roronoa Zoro was completely immersed in the excitement brought by Dracula Mahawk's arrival, and even his head was in a frenzy. He didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. If I tell you that the 3 admirals are hiding in the Sabayati Archipelago at this time, waiting for the Demon Master and Pluton Rayleigh to fight each other to a draw, and then they will run out to reap the benefits, then you will still be as optimistic as you are now. Trafalgar Law looked at Roronoa Zoro with a heavy face. Are they really 3 admirals? Although Roronoa Zoro had discussed with Qin Yu and others before coming, they all guessed that naval headquarters would at least send 2 admirals to ambush them, but when he heard Trafalgar Law mention the 3 admirals, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion in his heart. This is the highest combat power of the world government, and it would cause a huge commotion when one of them is deployed at ordinary times. Now the next move is to send out 3. Sengoku's courage and determination to eradicate their demon pirates made him slightly moved. Not one less. Although I don't know where they are hiding now, I am sure that Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu are all watching this battle in a corner of Sabayati Archipelago. Trafalgar Law raised 5 fingers. 3rd generation general, Pluton Rayleigh, the world's #1 swordsman Dracula Mahawk. Although the 5 people belong to different camps and have different goals, there is also the possibility of joining forces, but one thing is certain. That is, these 5 admiral-level strongmen are currently full of hostility towards our demon pirates. 5. Violet couldn't help but look at Qin Yu in the center of the battlefield when she heard this. What kind of existence is this, which can alarm 5 beings standing on the top of the sea at the same time, and let them all come to Sabayati Archipelago for the same purpose on the same day? 5 admiral-level warriors. How did the situation suddenly become so bad? Roronoa Zoro's face remained unchanged, but he took a deep breath in his heart. According to their initial budget, they would at most encounter the siege of 3 admirals when they arrived at Sabayati Archipelago. Now there is one more Pluton Rayleigh, and there is another Dracula Mahawk. Roronoa Zoro, who was originally a little excited because of the sudden arrival of Dracula Mahawk, instantly regained his clarity. 5 admiral-level warriors, he couldn't think of any way to break the situation even if he scratched his head. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo is dead, he did leave us a mess. 5 admiral-level warriors, except for the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates in their heyday, I really can't think of any pirate group in the Grand Line today that can withstand it. Trafalgar Law said here, and his tone revealed a strong sense of powerlessness. 1, 2, or even 3 admirals, they all have the possibility of breaking through. After all, they don't have to kill 3 admirals, they just need to get out of here safely. But 5 admirals, he felt cold all over when he thought about it. What should we do? Although Violet is not a member of the Demon Pirates, her actions just now make it easy for people to think that she is a member of the Demon Pirates. If the Demon Pirates can't hold on at this time, her fate will definitely not be much better. Now we can only hope that the Demon Master can create a miracle again. Trafalgar Law exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a glimmer of hope appeared when he looked at Qin Yu. Luo, remember this, if Hawkeye really joins the battle later, I will stop him first. Rayleigh feels guilty towards Nami, so he will not attack you. Although the 3 admirals are lurking around, they have been thinking of sitting back and reaping the benefits. They should not come out until Pluton and Qin Yu are both injured. Otherwise, I think an old man like Pluton will never fight Qin Yu to the point of both being injured at this time. That will be the best time for you to retreat. Roronoa Zoro suddenly whispered to Trafalgar Law beside him. Chapter 223 If you challenge me now, you will just die. 26, please subscribe. 224 374. Chapter 223 If you challenge me now, you will just die. 26, please subscribe. Previous, next, if I leave, what will you and the Demon Master do? Trafalgar Law's face changed. Qin Yu can fly. If you leave, with his strength, as long as he wants to leave, even if 3 admirals are besieging him, it will be difficult to stop him. Roronoa Zoro said, what about you? Trafalgar Law stared at Roronoa Zoro with burning eyes. For some reason, he smelled a sense of uneasiness from Roronoa at that time. Doflamingo created such a situation and sent out 5 Admiral-level strongmen to besiege us. If we don't explain something here, it would be too unfair to the 5 Admiral-level strongmen in front of us. Roronoa grinned, exuding the momentum of looking at the wind and clouds with a smile, looking at life and death indifferently. I have only 2 purposes for going to sea, to challenge the world's greatest swordsman and to protect the demon pirates. Now Dracula Mahawk is here, and the dream of challenging him has also come true. No matter I win or lose in the end, I will hold him back before I die, and I will do my best to protect the demon pirates. All my dreams of going to sea can be fulfilled today, but Qin Yu, Nami, Robin and others, their dreams and pursuits are all in the new world. It is most appropriate for me to stay at this time. What kind of person is this man? He can actually look at life and death so lightly. Sacrificing himself to fulfill others, doing such a thing is done in a casual conversation. Violet took a deep look at Roronoa in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with shock. During the time he was undercover in the Don Quixote family, he had never seen a person who had the courage of Roronoa. This kind of thing is not up to you, nor is it up to me to decide. I think you can't pass the level of the Demon Master. With his personality, he would never allow you to come to the rear at the cost of death. Quote, Trafalgar Law exhaled a foul breath, and his hands were clenched into fists without knowing when. Except when Corazon died as a child, he had experienced this kind of powerlessness and hated his own weakness. He had never felt this way again. But now, seeing that the demon pirates encountered such a dangerous situation because of him, he once again had this idea of hating his own weakness. He is already brave enough. 1 Pluten, 3 Admirals. I will deal with the remaining Dracula Mahawk. Okay, you 2 get on the boat. Roronoa glanced at Qin Yu, then retracted his gaze and walked towards Dracula Mahawk step by step. Dracula Mahawk, who had just landed on the Sabayati archipelago from the boat, immediately looked at Roronoa who was walking towards him. The current Roronoa is not the frog in the well he met in the original time and space. Although the Roronoa in front of him is still not as good as him and has not reached the level of a great swordsman, he is not a third-rate swordsman who can be played with by him with a fruit knife. I didn't expect that a small paradise could give birth to a demon and a swordsman like you. This trip was not in vain. In addition to pursuing the highest peak of swordsmanship, Dracula Mahawk, who usually kills his time by looking for powerful swordsmen, flashed a glimmer of joy in his eyes when he saw Roronoa. In the New World, it is not difficult to find someone stronger than Roronoa, but there are not many swordsmen as powerful as Roronoa. He didn't expect that he would unexpectedly get the surprise of Roronoa when he came here specifically for the demon. I am also very happy that you made a special trip to the paradise, so that I don't have to spend more time to go to the New World to find you. After Roronoa blocked Dracula Mahawk's way, he stared at Lur Mahawk in front of him with his eyes emitting a ghostly aura. Although you are a rare and powerful swordsman, it is too early to challenge me now. Unless you reach the level of the 2 of them in strength or swordsmanship, you will just die. Quote, Dracula Mahawk looked at Roronoa. Although he was a rare swordsman, this level could only help him kill time. Originally, he was going to use the sword directly, but seeing that Roronoa had such a high level of swordsmanship just by wandering in the paradise before entering the New World, he was a little reluctant to do it. In his opinion, if Roronoa went to the New World, he might break the shackles of the swordsman. Entering the realm of the great swordsman is the most suitable time to come to 230 to challenge him. I'm sorry, I can't do nothing when I meet you on the sea. Whether as a swordsman or as a member of the demon pirates, you have to pass me before you can step over. Quote, Roronoa shook his head and said in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 224 You won't stop until 1 or 2 admirals die. 36, please subscribe. 225 374. Chapter 224 You won't stop until 1 or 2 admirals die. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Zoro. With the observation hockey amplified by the thunder fruit, Qin Yu, who had roughly understood Dracula Mahawk's intention, frowned slightly. Roronoa wanted to challenge Dracula Mahawk, and he opposed it, and even supported it. But the current situation is not suitable for a challenge. After all, Dracula Mahawk came for him. You should still remember what you promised me. Take me to find Hawkeye, but now he is here. I think, both publicly and privately, you have no reason to stop me. Roronoa said without looking back. He is here to find me. Qin Yu spit out 6 words. Then let him step over my body first. Roronoa said in a deep voice. Qin Yu's heart was slightly shaken. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. You are the captain, not the savior. I am a member of the demon pirates, just like you, and we are all members of this pirate ship. Not everything is up to you. There are some things that should be done by me, such as Dracula Mahawk in front of me. Roronoa shouted. Boy, are you not afraid of death? It is quite rare that you have such a high level of swordsmanship before entering the New World. If you enter the New World and hone your skills for 5 or 6 years, you may have the capital to challenge me. You will ruin your future if you take action here. Backquote. Dracula Mahawk looked at Roronoa deeply. This time he came here purely out of curiosity and to kill time. But later, with the intervention of red-haired Shanks, things changed. Originally, he planned to be loyal to the trust of others and help Shanks do this. But after meeting Roronoa his thoughts changed slightly. If I don't do it, I will not only lose my future but also my life. I have come this far, and I can't find any reason for me to retreat. I retreat today, and the promises in the past have become meaningless. Roronoa Zoro said as he pulled out the 3 big swords from his waist. I understand, nothing can stop a man from going out to sea to pursue his dreams. Dracula Mahawk nodded, then turned to look at Pluten Rayleigh not far away. I know that your purpose is to avenge Uranhachi, but I hope to postpone it for a while. Give me a reason, whether it was because of Dracula Mahawk's identity as the world's greatest swordsman or because he and red-haired Shanks were close friends. Pluten Rayleigh did not reject it outright. Your purpose is revenge, not competition, and certainly not a challenge. In other words, your original intention of looking for the demon Qin Yu was to kill him and avenge Xiao Ba, am I right? Dracula Mahawk asked. Yes, Pluten Rayleigh nodded. In that case, it doesn't matter whether the demon Qin Yu died in your hands. You just need to know that he died or watch him die. Dracula Mahawk said. What do you want to say? Pluten Rayleigh seemed to have noticed something and stared at Dracula Mahawk with burning eyes. I came to paradise for him. This man holding the Myoho Muramasa is the reason why I came back from New World. I hope you can stop fighting him until I, the swordsman, and the demon have decided the winner, and then you can make a move. I think this should not be a problem for you. After all, no matter whether I win or lose in the duel with the demon, it will not affect what you are going to do in the end, but will only benefit you. Dracula Mahawk stared at Pluten Rayleigh. If Pluten Rayleigh had not retired, and the red-haired Shanks existed, when he saw Pluten Rayleigh, a great swordsman who was slightly stronger than the admiral-level strongman, he could not help but challenge him. He asked you to come. Rayleigh looked at Dracula Mahawk deeply, as if he saw through all the secrets hidden behind Dracula Mahawk. Well, your identity is no longer suitable for you to take action again. Just like you, no, don't consider yourself, but also consider your crew members. Dracula Mahawk was slightly shocked, and couldn't help but secretly said that he was indeed Pluten Rayleigh, and he was really perceptive. He saw through all this at once, and it was Shanks who was behind it all. This kid, I didn't expect that one day I would need him to help me. It goes without saying that this must be Shaki's handiwork. Rayleigh shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really didn't dream that as the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, he would actually need the trainee crew members to help him one day. He didn't expect that he had just come out of the blackmail bar, and Shaki helped him do so many things without telling him. 5BF. Chapter 225 It's not a problem to let you die here. 46, please subscribe. 226 374. Chapter 225 It's not a problem to let you die here. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After all, I am the vice-captain of Roger's pirate group. Even if I am old, I am not so old that I can't lift a sword. Do you two need to worry about me so much? Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. He didn't blame the two of them, but just felt a little amused. Obviously, in his opinion, he could handle Xiao Ba's affairs by himself and get out of it safely. As that's so, red-haired Shanks, first it was Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo, then Marine, and finally you, the 4 emperors. I didn't expect that the 3 major forces would join forces to deal with me one day, but do you all think that my demon pirates are fish on the board in your eyes? Everyone can come and step on it no matter what happens. After receiving the brain waves of the 2 through Thunder Fruit, Qin Yu quickly understood the whole story of the 183 incidents. You know that too. When Pluten Rayleigh and Dracula Mahawk looked at Qin Yu, they both showed a hint of surprise. There is no secret in the grand line that will never be known. Even the main text of history is like this, not to mention the things between you and Shanks. Qin Yu glanced at Dracula Mahawk lightly. I think if 1 or 2 admiral-level strongmen don't die today, your 3 major forces will not be quiet. It just so happens that the scenery of Sabayati Archipelago is good, and it is the most suitable place to use it as a cemetery for admiral-level strongmen. What a big mouthful. 1 or 2 admiral-level strongmen die. Do you mean you can take down me and Hawkeye alone? Rayleigh heard this, although he didn't get angry, but his tone was a little cold. Dracula Mahawk didn't say anything, but stared at Qin Yu with eyes sharper than a knife. If I have some more time, it won't be a problem to take you and Hawkeye down by myself. As for now, it's still a little short. But it's not a problem to let you die here. Qin Yu paused slightly when he said this, and then glanced at Roronoa Zoro who had already met Dracula Mahawk. It's okay for you to fulfill your dream of going to sea. It's okay for you to take on your responsibility as a guard. But don't die, then you have to move faster. Roronoa Zoro heard the confidence in Qin Yu's words and smiled. He knew that although the current situation was extremely dangerous, it was no less than a disaster for any pirate group or even force except the 4 emperors. But he only heard what Qin Yu said just now, but he believed that his captain was sure to get through. I'll try to be faster. Qin Yu nodded, and the arrogance surrounding him became more violent. As he continued to increase the energy in his body, the pink flames that were burning around him gradually turned into purple flames. At the same time, purple lightning that was visible to the naked eye continued to burst out, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. Majin Buu full power. Boom. Qin Yu clenched his hands suddenly, and the purple flames that were entrenched on his body suddenly soared into the sky. With his body as the center, a terrifying wave of air spread out in all directions in an overwhelming manner. This posture is like 2 different people from before. Pluten Rayleigh, who originally thought that Qin Yu was just talking nonsense, looked at Qin Yu's appearance at this time, and his face suddenly became solemn. Not only him, but Dracula Mahawk, who was already confronting Roronoa Zoro, also felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. Rayleigh, let's start the second round now. Qin Yu's voice hadn't spread yet, and he had disappeared from the spot, flashing in front of Pluton Rayleigh with a series of sharp sonic booms and a majestic air wave generated by breaking the sound barrier. Swish. The knife flashed, and a terrifying sword energy like a hidden dragon burst out from the Miyoho Muramasa in his hand as Qin Yu gently waved his right hand. Is this really the demon from before? Pluton Rayleigh's pupils shrank. Luckily, he has been through hundreds of battles, and his physique, physical skills, swordsmanship, hockey, combat awareness, and mental will are all at the top of the grand line. If it were someone else, facing Qin Yu's sudden surge in strength, even Marine Admiral would suffer a big loss if caught off guard. But with his strong reaction speed and observation hockey, he raised his sword to block the sword energy that was coming in a second before Qin Yu's sword energy was swung. Although he reacted in time and barely blocked the sword energy released by Qin Yu when he entered the full power state of Majin Buu was completely different from his normal state. The tremendous power contained in the sword energy made Rayleigh feel as if the entire red continent was smashing towards him. The power that was more violent than that of an angry dragon pressed him down, and he was frightened back 100 meters away with his sword. Chapter 226 The Power of Shigun Cannon. Bombarding Pluton Rayleigh, 56, please subscribe. 227 374. Chapter 226 The Power of Shigun Cannon. Bombarding Pluton Rayleigh, 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After repelling Pluton Rayleigh with a sword, Qin Yu raised his hand and inserted Miyabe village into the ground, then touched the 10 fingers of his left and right hands together to form a triangular frame. When he aimed the frame formed by his hands at Pluton Rayleigh, a terrifying aura like a tide, like the coming of gods and demons, swept from him like a storm. Whether it was Dracula Mahawk not far away or the three admirals hiding in the dark, they all felt a chill. Obviously Qin Yu's hands were not aimed at them, but they made each of them feel a little uneasy. What kind of power is this? The three admirals in the building couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw a touch of horror in each other's eyes. Originally, they all thought that they had looked up to the demon Qin Yu enough, and thought that he was enough to fight against the aging Pluton Rayleigh. But now, they just realized that they still underestimated each other. In their eyes, Qin Yu was just like a bottomless pit, and his strength suddenly soared strangely. Aokiji, what's going on? Akainu couldn't help but look at Aokiji. Before, he thought that Aokiji was defeated by the demon, and he was really going backwards, and he had lost the title of Admiral of Headquarters. But now he realized that he really underestimated Qin Yu, the demon who had never even been to the New World. I have seen his ability to suddenly increase his strength. He defeated Don Quixote Doflamingo in this state, and later he sublimated this state again, becoming more extreme before blasting me into the seabed. But now he is much stronger than he was in Eni's lobby. After using this state, his strength is completely different from that in Eni's lobby. Aokiji's eyes flashed with solemnity. Hey, wait a minute, Aokiji. You just said that he can sublimate again in this state. What does this mean? Kizaru suddenly interrupted Aokiji. It means that he can become stronger based on his current state. But that kind of power is extremely dangerous and very difficult to master. It takes at least 1 minute to accumulate strength to enter that state. So in the battle, if there is no help from others, normally he can enter this state for thousands of years. Aokiji explained. It's really like a terrifying monster. This guy seems to have no limits. Kizaru, who always responds to any enemy with a teasing attitude, no longer has the usual casual and playful tone at this time, and there is only solemnity and surprise. It seems that the battle situation is not as we thought. Pluton may not be able to defeat him. Akainu took a deep look at Qin Yu, who had already gained the upper hand in the battle, and suddenly said something in a meaningful tone that made Aokiji and Kizaru beside him shudder. If it was before they came, they thought that Pluton Rayleigh was old and weak, and his strength was not as good as before, so it was normal to lose to the demon. After all, this era is no longer the era of Pluton Rayleigh. But now, they have witnessed with their own eyes that although Rayleigh is not as good as before, his strength is still very strong, and he is slightly higher than the three of them at this time. In this case, if Pluton Rayleigh still loses, it will be a big deal. This also means that Qin Yu can not only defeat Pluton Rayleigh, but can even defeat any of their three admirals in a one-on-one situation. Today, no matter how much it costs, we must keep him here, even if we let Pluton Rayleigh run away. Aokiji said word by word. Whether it is the lazy Kizaru or the bed dog who has always been unscrupulous in fighting pirates, they all nodded silently. Compared to Rayleigh, who is already old, has no peak, and is only declining, the young demon Qin Yu is the real terror. Especially the growth rate shown by the demon Qin Yu, and the threat of the abilities he possesses, make them all feel terrified. Oh, at this time, they all agreed with Aokiji's words. No matter how much it costs, even if Pluton Rayleigh runs away, Qin Yu must be killed here. When he and Pluton decide the winner, as long as he is still alive, we will immediately attack him. Even if it insults the name of Admiral, we will kill him in Sabayati Archipelago. When Akainu looked at Qin Yu, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Just when the three admirals reached a consensus and took action before the demon and Pluton decided who was better, Qin Yu, who had inserted the Myoho Muramasa into the ground and raised his hands to lock Pluton Rayleigh, had already shouted loudly, and then under the gaze of everyone's rapidly shrinking pupils, his hands burst out with a terrifying golden light. Qigong Cannon. Qin Yu pushed his hands forward, and a golden light wave that was many times more terrifying than Kamehameha, completely beyond the scope of Qigong waves, and could be formed by Qigong Cannon, shot out from his hands at a terrifying speed. With a flash of golden light, this Qigong Cannon had already hit the soldier in front of Pluton Rayleigh, who was constantly retreating and had just stabilized his body. Chapter 227 Grand Line Peak Power. Splitting the Sabayati Archipelago. 66. Please subscribe. 228 374. Chapter 227 Grand Line Peak Power. Splitting the Sabayati Archipelago. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. This kind of power. Looking at the Qigong Cannon that was shooting at him, Pluton Rayleigh's eyes and face suddenly became more solemn than ever before. From the Qigong Cannon in front of him, he actually felt like he was facing the fist of Whitebeard in his heyday. That kind of crushing power and the oppressive feeling of destroying everything were exactly the same as the Qigong Cannon in front of him. Thinking of this, he did not dare to neglect it. His muscles were tensed and expanded, and then he held the sword with both hands and slashed forward. At the moment when Pluton Rayleigh swung his sword, everyone in the Sabayati Archipelago who was paying attention to this battle felt that the sea was roaring, angry, and setting off an endless tsunami. At the moment of 410, Pluton Rayleigh seemed to no longer be a human, but represented the will of the sea. Or it was as if he and Pirate King Roger conquered the sea and had mastered the power of the sea. As he swung his sword, whether it was Dracula Mahawk or the three admirals, they all felt the terrifying oppressive feeling of the seawater of the entire Grand Line rushing towards them. What a domineering swordsmanship! As expected, he is the only man in the world who has conquered the Grand Line besides the Pirate King. This kind of swordsmanship can only be performed by those who have truly conquered the Grand Line. Dracula Mahawk, who was facing off with Roronoa Zoro, was also amazed when he saw Pluton Rayleigh's sword. Even if he sat on the throne of the world's greatest swordsman in this era, he couldn't perform this sword. Because he is not the vice-captain of the Pirate King and has never conquered the Grand Line. Since he has never conquered the Grand Line, how can he perform this ghostly swordsmanship that transforms into the sea and swallows the world? Can this kind of swordsmanship really be performed by humans? Roronoa Zoro couldn't help but look at Qin Yu with a worried look. It's not that he has no confidence in Qin Yu, but Pluton Rayleigh's sword is too terrifying. It's like he transformed into the Grand Line and crushed it directly. No matter how strong a person is, he is nothing in front of Grand Line. As expected of Pluton Rayleigh, you are the only one in Grand Line who can perform such swordsmanship, except for the dead Roger. Others who were just bystanders were amazed by Pluton Rayleigh's sword, not to mention Qin Yu who was locked by this sword. At the moment when Pluton Rayleigh swung the sword, he found that Rayleigh, who was standing in front of him just a moment ago, disappeared at the moment of swinging the sword, and was replaced by a tsunami that never existed before. However, Rayleigh's sword did amaze him, but he did not retreat at all. Instead, he was determined to smash the sea and directly hit Pluton Rayleigh's sword with a Qigong Cannon. Boom! When the Qigong Cannon and Rayleigh's sword collided with each other, a loud noise shook the entire Sabayati Archipelago, making the people inside the island look at each other in fear, thinking that the gods were angry. With the bodies of the two as the center, cracks that were more than a kilometer long and like dragons stretched out in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying huge pit that seemed to be hit by a meteorite from outer space was blasted out by the waves generated by the collision of their forces. As the collision of the two forces reached its peak, a violent impact that could not be matched by a typhoon of more than 10 levels instantly swept across the area of several thousand meters. When the two forces were exhausted, the huge Sabayati Archipelago had been split in the middle by a terrifying crack. The execution platform built by Don Quixote Doflamingo and the dock of Sabayati Archipelago had turned into dust, leaving only an eternal and unchanging sea. What was even more terrifying was that after the two of them fought, a crack that stretched across the entire Sabayati Archipelago and split the entire island appeared on everyone who was watching the battle. Room Baton. A translucent spherical space suddenly appeared on the deck of a warship drifting in the waters of the Sabayati Archipelago, and then Trafalgar Law and Violet flashed out of the translucent sphere. They not only smashed the dock of the Sabayati Archipelago, but also split the Sabayati Archipelago in half. Violet stood up and couldn't help but gasp when she looked at the Sabayati Archipelago in front of her. Under her gaze, the huge dock of the Sabayati Archipelago had disappeared, leaving only a sea of Wangyang. At the same time, a crack that was so thick that only she, who had eaten the staring fruit 4.0, could see it clearly appeared in front of her. With the supervision of the staring fruit, she clearly saw that this crack split the entire Sabayati Archipelago into two halves. This is a large island. If it was a medium-sized island, it would have been shattered on the spot by the attack just now by the two of them. Although Trafalgar Law could not see the entire destruction of the Sabayati Archipelago like Violet, he felt a strong sense of horror just by seeing the broken dock and the endless crack. Chapter 228. The Strongest in the World. Death. 16. Please subscribe. 229 374. Chapter 228. The Strongest in the World. Death. 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. We can't let them fight any longer. Otherwise, it will be difficult to do what we promised Shanks. After the dock of Sabayati Archipelago was broken by Qin Yu's Qigong cannon and Pluton Rayleigh's sword, Dracul Mahawk stepped on a broken log and drifted on the sea. As a great swordsman, he knew very well that if Qin Yu and Pluton Rayleigh continued to fight like this, not only would they win, but they would also die. It is difficult to determine the winner for those who have reached the admiral level. If the strength difference is not big, it is normal to fight for 10 days and 10 nights, but if they are determined to die, it is not difficult. If it is other admiral level strongmen, such as Aokiji and Yintian, it may take a little longer to determine life and death. But it is different for him and great swordsmen like Rayleigh. If a great swordsman is determined to kill, then the winner can be determined in a very short time. Swordsman, are you really determined to die here? Thinking of this, Dracul Mahawk's eagle-like eyes immediately fell on Rorno Azoro, who was also standing on a piece of broken wood opposite him. If it were normal times, he would really be reluctant to kill a swordsman like Rorno Azoro who was favored by him and had strong strength and potential. Maybe there is really a saying that people get along well with each other. From the moment he saw Rorno Azoro, he felt surprisingly pleasing to the eye when he looked at Rorno Azoro in front of him. If he hadn't promised the red-haired Shanks to stop Qin Yu from fighting Pluton Rayleigh, he would not only not kill Rorno Azoro, but also put aside everything and have a duel between swordsmen with Rorno Azoro in this Sabayati archipelago without distraction. If you want me to get out of the way, it's not bad to die here. Rorno Azoro said with a determined look. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dracul Mahawk slowly pulled out the black sword behind him, which symbolizes the strongest swordsman. Your determination, your courage, and your strength are all qualified for me to pull out this black sword, but the moment I pull out this black sword, it means that death is already waving at you. If I die in a fight with you, it would be a way of death that I would never want. Rorno Azoro said word by word. Tell me your name, a rare and powerful swordsman. Dracul Mahawk was immediately in awe when he heard this. Rorno Azoro's pursuit of the world's first, his persistence in his dream, and his obsession with him were all moving. Once upon a time, before he stepped into this level and won the world's first place, wasn't he the same as Rorno Azoro now? I see, no wonder I like this kid so much. It turns out that I see my shadow in him. When Dracul Mahawk thought of this, he was even more reluctant to kill Rorno Azoro. He felt that this three-sword swordsman with the shadow of his youth would definitely be his best opponent in the future. But he always keeps his word. Since he promised Shanks, he must do it. At least he must do his best to do what he promised. Rorno Azoro, the swordsman and shipkeeper of the demon pirates. While reporting his name to Dracul Mahawk, Rorno Azoro pulled out the three big swords on his waist at the same time. Shushui, Reikiri, and Dao Ikimonji. Dracul Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Dracul Mahawk finished speaking, holding the black knife in both hands and slashing at Rorno Azoro. Swish. The sea surface that had just calmed down was instantly split by a dark green sword energy that was more than a kilometer long. After splitting the sea, this sword energy left a sea crack that was more than a kilometer long and 100 meters deep on the sea surface, and then flew towards Rorno Azoro fiercely. Perhaps he wanted to deal with Rorno Azoro as soon as possible, and then fulfill his promise to red-haired Shanks. Dracul Mahawk showed the strength of the world's greatest swordsman as soon as he made a move. Not only did he slash out a terrifying sword energy that made all swordsmen despair, but this dark green sword energy also emitted a faint bright white light. Obviously, what Jora 207 Kier Mahawk released was not pure sword energy, but also merged the flow building with the sword energy. Before reaching the level of emission, armament hockey cannot be entangled with intangible things such as slashing and sword energy. But once it reaches the level of emission, it can be released like a laser without the help of external objects or any physical objects, and even intangible things such as sword energy can be integrated with it. I didn't expect to reach this point so soon. Kuina, you watch from the sky. Whether to get the world's strongest, fulfill our promise or die, it's all in this battle. Rorno Azoro took a deep breath and bit the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth. When the three big swords, Shushui, Wado Ikimonji, and Reikiri, were transformed into blades of destruction by dark streams of light, his whole body burst out with a tragic momentum that moved Dracul Mahawk on the opposite side, and then resolutely met the strongest sword energy in front of him, representing the Grand Line Swordsman Ultimate. Chapter 229. One Piece, Gal D. Roger's Swordsmanship 26, please subscribe. 233 Chapter 229. One Piece, Gal D. Roger's Swordsmanship 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. As expected of you, the vice captain of Roger Pirates who conquered the Grand Line. Even if you look at the entire Grand Line, your unique experience in life can display such amazing swordsmanship. Near the center of Sabayati Archipelago, Qin Yu and Pluton Rayleigh stood on both sides of a crack that split the entire island in half. However, this powerful swordsmanship must require a lot of physical strength, spirit, and will to perform. Even for a strong man like you who has not eaten devil fruit and specializes in physical strength, swordsmanship, hockey, and physical skills, the burden is huge. You are right, this kind of swordsmanship was a great burden even when I was young. Now I can only swing 2 more swords at most. But these 2 swords are enough to kill you here. Pluton Rayleigh raised 2 fingers and said calmly. Are you sure? Although the swordplay just now was powerful, it was nothing more than that to me. At least, I can still resist it. Even if I don't resist it and let it fall on me, it still can't kill me. Qin Yu looked at Pluton Rayleigh with a playful look on his face. Now his immortality has long been famous in the Grand Line, even the 4 emperors of the New World and the major Dark Emperors must have heard of it. But Pluton Rayleigh now said that he could be killed here with 2 swords, which made him feel very funny. What if I tell you that this is not a 1-stroke swordplay, but a 3-stroke swordplay? Pluton Rayleigh stared at Qin Yu with interest, and his face became slightly solemn because of his words. 3 strokes. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with seriousness. Counting the sword just now, plus the 2 swords I will use later, these 3 swords in total were created by Roger and I when we conquered the Grand Line. Originally, after he disbanded the Roger pirates and took the initiative to surrender to Marine, I thought I would never have the chance to use them in battle again in this life. I didn't expect that today, decades after the Roger pirates were disbanded, these 3 swordsmanship moves can still appear on this Grand Line again. When Pluton Rayleigh said this, his tone was more vicissitudes and nostalgic. It seemed that these 3 swordsmanship moves contained his past, his glory, and his life. It made him recall the glorious years of the past just by mentioning them. The swordsmanship of the Pirate King. It's interesting. Although I can't see the posture performed by him with my own eyes, it should be good if it is performed by the vice captain. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with expectation. He was also extremely curious about the legendary Pirate King who had passed away. It's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. When he came to this sea, Pirate King Roger had surrendered and was executed by Marine. Otherwise, he would really go to see how the only man in history who conquered the Grand Line was. I will definitely not let you down. Because the next 2 swords are enough to kill your demon Qin Yu here. As soon as Pluton Rayleigh finished speaking, he seemed to come back to his senses from nostalgia, and his eyes suddenly became as high and mighty as the king who reigned over the sea, looking down on all living beings. This is not an ordinary king like Don Quixote da Flamingo, but a real absolute who is above countless overlords of the Grand Line and only under the pirates. In his peak period, except for Whitebeard, even the current 4 emperors could not suppress him. This is Pluton Rayleigh in the Roger era. Now he seems to have shocked even time with his terrifying kingly spirit. Let him go back to the past for a short time and become the sea overlord of Roger's era, who roamed the sea and made countless kings either surrender or surrender. Pluton. Come on, let me see how powerful the swordsmanship of the legendary Pirate King is, and whether it really has the ability to kill me. Qin Yu clapped his hands, and then pulled his hand to Rayleigh. These 3 swordsmanship moves, the first move was created by Paradise, the next 2 moves were created by Roger, and the last move was created by the combined strength of the 2 of us when I conquered the Grand Line and set foot on Raftel. Even Garp, the hero who once competed with Roger, has only seen the 2nd sword. And you, today will be the first person in the Grand Line, and the only one who can see the 3rd sword. Pluton Rayleigh said as he raised the long sword in his hand. His movements were not fast, and everyone who was paying attention to this battle saw every move of his clearly. Although his movements were not fast, a terrifying might suddenly spread out the moment he raised the long sword in his hand. This might was like the sea covering the entire Grand Line. Once it erupted, it instantly swept across the entire Sabayati archipelago. Chapter 230 Haki Full Open. Conquerors of the Sabayati Archipelago, 36, please subscribe. 231 374. Chapter 230 Haki Full Open. Conquerors of the Sabayati Archipelago, 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Whether it was Rorno Azoro and Dracul Mahawk who were already engaged in a fierce battle, or the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, or Trafalgar Law and Violet who were already standing on the boat, each of them felt the terrifying power emanating from Pluton Rayleigh at this time. Facing the shock of this power that enveloped the entire Sabayati archipelago, they only felt a trance, and then the scene in front of them changed. They seemed to be forcibly transferred from the Sabayati archipelago to the most magnificent and dangerous sea area of the Grand Line, the New World by the power of Pluton. Whether it was the 10,000-meter-long sea kings, the raging waves that swallowed everything, or the terrifying climate that was enough to destroy the invincible fleet of the Golden Lion at its peak, they all appeared in front of them. At this moment, even the admiral-level strongman couldn't help but tremble slightly when facing Pluton Rayleigh who seemed to have the power to control the New World. Although the 3 admirals are powerful, they do not have the qualifications of a king, nor the spirit of a king. In terms of spirit and spirit, they are inherently inferior to those with the qualifications of a king. Facing Pluton Rayleigh's might that seems to have integrated the entire New World, they are affected much more than kings of the same level. Have you noticed that the island seems to be shaking? Gradually, Akainu, who was shocked by this momentum, suddenly said to Aokiji and Kizaru beside him. Hiss, this is his conquerors actually shaking the entire island. Hearing this, Aokiji seemed to have discovered something, and his face was suddenly filled with horror. Pluton is old, but he is still a monster among monsters. Fortunately, Don Quixote da Flamingo did a good thing before he died, and let him fight against the demon directly. If any of the 3 of us CDBD had faced his sword, it would have been really dangerous. Kizaru, who always faced the enemy with a teasing attitude, showed a solemn look for the first time. As a user of the Flash Fruit, with his extremely powerful fruit ability and admiral-level strength, he is enough to match Pluton, who has aged a few years and whose strength has completely fallen to admiral level. But when facing Pluton, who is a few years younger than the Celestial Dragons incident and still maintains a level higher than admiral, he feels a strong threat. Especially when Pluton Rayleigh performed the Conqueror's Haki that shook the island, he felt like he was going back in time and facing Pluton Rayleigh in the Roger era again. The strong Akainu and the lazy Aokiji fell silent after hearing what Kizaru said. Facts speak louder than words. Even though Pluten Rayleigh is old now, he is still slightly stronger than them. Especially after performing this sword, just by witnessing the Conqueror's haki that shook the Sabayati Islands, the two of them didn't have the confidence to take it. I think I've seen this sword somewhere. Aokiji suddenly murmured. Akainu and Kizaru turned their heads to look at him at the same time. By the way, that was when I was promoted to Vice Admiral and went to New World with Mr. Garp to hunt Roger for the first time. But it was not performed by Pluten Rayleigh, but by the Pirate King Gall D. Roger. Aokiji slapped his thigh and said something that made Akainu and Kizaru shudder. Gall Roger. One Piece. When Aokiji mentioned this man, even though Gall D. Roger had surrendered and was executed by Marine for decades, the two admirals standing at the top of Marine, and even at the top of world government, still couldn't help showing a trace of fear. Whether it was Kizaru who never took his opponent seriously, or Akainu who dared to fight against the old and sick Whitebeard who was attacked by his men, they just heard the name and seemed to remember the nightmare hidden in their hearts. Gall D. Roger was simply Marine's nightmare in the last era. If naval headquarters had a Marine hero like Garp, I'm afraid that the huge naval headquarters would be completely overshadowed by Gall D. Roger. If there was no Garp, Marine could only live under Roger's shadow. As people who once followed Garp and Sengoku to hunt down Roger, Whitebeard and others, they both probably faced the Pirate King who conquered the Grand Line. However, due to different targets, Akainu and Kizaru did not face Roger as many times as Aokiji who often followed Garp. No mistake, when I first chased Gall D. Roger with Mr. Garp and tried to freeze the sea and Gall D. Roger's ship with the power of frozen fruit, Gall D. Roger exploded with such haki and shattered the ice I had frozen on the sea surface. That time, he didn't know why, but he seemed to be in a hurry to leave, and didn't stop to fight with Mr. Garp as usual. But you also know Mr. Garp's character. Regardless of whether Roger was willing or not, Mr. Garp, who regarded him as his lifelong opponent, stopped him directly. Aokiji stared at Pluten Rayleigh who was about to draw his sword, and slowly told the scene he witnessed that year. Chapter 231 Aokiji's Terror. That sword once injured Mr. Garp. 46, please subscribe. 232 374. Chapter 231 Aokiji's Terror. That sword once injured Mr. Garp. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Roger used this sword to escape. Akainu stared at Aokiji and asked in a deep voice. Well, the sword that Gall Roger swung at that time was almost exactly the same as the sword that Pluten Rayleigh is using now. The only difference is that the power of Gall D. Roger's sword was much more terrifying than that of Pluten Rayleigh now. You were not here at that time so you didn't see it, but I will never forget that scene. Aokiji paused slightly when he said this, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Akainu and Kizaru felt depressed when they saw Aokiji's expression of fear just by recalling it. The Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, showed fear in his eyes just by recalling one thing. After feeling the power of Pluten Rayleigh's sword at this time, they could more or less associate it with how terrifying and powerful Roger was when he used that sword. At that time, he just drew out the sword from his waist, and the Conqueror's haki shattered all my ice blocks. All the Marine warships were either collapsed and sank to the bottom of the sea, or were shaken thousands of meters away. The most terrifying thing was that at that time, except for me, Teacher Zephyr, and a few members of the CPO, all the Marines, including those who were Vice Admirals with me at the time, could not withstand Gall D. Roger's Conqueror's haki, and were all stunned. Just the courage when he drew the sword almost wiped out our fleet at that time. Aokiji murmured, "Oh, no wonder you and Mr. Garp came back on a small raft," and Mr. Sengoku scolded Mr. Garp for not knowing what was good for him, wasting Marine's financial resources and not protecting the ship during the battle. So that's what happened. Kizaru's eyes flashed with understanding. When he saw this scene, he was also curious and asked about it. But the Marines who came back with Garp at that time, except for Zephyr, Aokiji and a few others, all looked overly frightened when he asked about this matter and never mentioned it at all. Later, when Gall D. Roger surrendered himself, he forgot about it. At that time, I thought you were like Golden Lion, and you encountered a shipwreck when fighting Gall D. Roger, so this happened. Akainu didn't expect that there was such a secret back then. After all, he, the admiral who has been intimidating pirates in the New World for many years, also knows how terrible the climate of the New World is. Once some seas go crazy, even the most powerful ones who have been demoted are in danger of falling. The invincible fleet led by the powerful Golden Lion at that time was buried in the horrible climate of the New World, and even Golden Lion himself almost died in that shipwreck. It wasn't that difficult at all. We were simply defeated by Roger's spirit. Aokiji shook his head bitterly. That was also the first and biggest setback in his life. That's why he always remembered it. What happened in the end? Kizaru looked at Pluten Rayleigh, who was raising the long sword bit by bit, and then asked Aokiji. Then Roger drew his sword. He and Mr. Garp fought a sword in the sea area of New World and left. Everyone thought that it was Mr. Garp who repelled Gall Roger, but in fact Gall D wanted to leave for some unknown reason. Aokiji said. That's it. Kizaru and Akainu looked at each other, both of them a little bit unbelievable about the anticlimactic ending. Mr. Garp had a deep wound on his chest after fighting with him. What else do you want? Do you want Roger to stay and kill Mr. Garp to be satisfied with this ending? Aokiji glanced at Akainu and Kizaru and said unhappily. Hiss. Just now, Akainu and Kizaru thought that Garp just fought with Gall D. Roger and let him go. They thought that Garp was not serious enough about hunting pirates. They took a breath. They knew Garp's strength very well. Even Akainu, who was extremely arrogant and wanted to replace Sengoku, never thought of comparing with Garp. He ended the Rock's era with his own strength. When Gul D. Roger was overwhelming the entire marine, he was the only one who could stand up and compete with him. At that time, he could only look up to him. Garp's tall figure, worshipped by thousands of people and admired by the whole army. Even though Garp is now old and weak, he still has no confidence to compete with him. In fact, he has witnessed Garp's actions too many times in the past. Especially the power shown by Garp in the battle with Golden Lion at Naval Headquarters, which made him feel horrified. But what he heard just now, Gul D. Roger actually fought with Garp and left a deep wound on his body that could be seen to the bone, which was something he dared not even think about. Chapter 232 Gul D. Roger's Second Sword. New World 56, please subscribe. 233 374. Chapter 232 Gul D. Roger's Second Sword. New World 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Just as Akainu and Kizaru were horrified by the sword of the pirate king Gul D. Roger because of Aokiji's words, Pluton Rayleigh, who was standing at the edge of the crack in Sabayati Archipelago, had already raised the long sword in his hand. When he raised the long sword above his head, the conqueror's haki that surged out of his body like a mountain torrent, a tsunami, a rainstorm and a strong wind seemed to have reached a new critical point. At this moment, his conqueror's haki affected not only the entire Sabayati Archipelago, but also the sky of Sabayati Archipelago. People in the entire Sabayati Archipelago looked up and saw that the huge sky began to twist continuously, and the clouds completely formed a tornado. In the end, the clouds twisted to ultimate and broke directly, forming a state of cracks in the sky. This scene not only shocked everyone in Sabayati Archipelago, but also Dracula Mahawk and others. I have always thought that there is no one else in this sea who can possess such conqueror's haki except Shanks. I didn't expect that he also possesses such a terrifying spirit. As expected, he is Pluton Rayleigh who conquered the Grand Line. After Dracula Mahawk chopped Roronoa Zoro away with a sword, he couldn't help but glance at Pluton Rayleigh in the distance. When he felt the haki and might emanating from Pluton Rayleigh's sword, he really wanted to put everything aside and fight 10 Sword King duels with King Rayleigh regardless of everything. It was really that Pluton Rayleigh's sword moved him and had a fatal attraction to him. In his opinion, if he couldn't face this sword in person and fight with someone who possessed this kind of swordsmanship, then there was no point in him being the world's #1 swordsman. But every time he had this thought, he thought of what he promised red-haired Shanks. Well, after the matter of the demon is over, I will go to him to fight. At this moment, Dracula Mahawk has made up his mind that he will challenge Pluton Rayleigh after he fulfills his promise to Shanks. As for the other party's old age, his retirement, and the relationship with Shanks, he completely ignored them. At this moment, he just wanted to let go of everything and meet Pluton Rayleigh who could release such a terrifying swordsmanship. As bystanders, the 3 admirals, Dracula Mahawk and others were moved by the power of Pluton Rayleigh's sword that had not yet been released, not to mention Qin Yu who was facing Pluton Rayleigh and was firmly locked by his sword. Is this the swordsmanship created by the pirate king Gul D. Roger? It has such power before it is released. It really deserves to be the only king who conquered the Grand Line. As the person who faced Pluton Rayleigh's sword, Qin Yu felt a sense of despair and fear that the entire New World Sea was pressing on him and swallowing him up when Pluton Rayleigh raised his long sword. That kind of feeling of being trapped by the New World crushed, the panic and powerlessness of facing the most terrifying sea area of Grand Line is enough to make people collapse. Putting aside the power of this sword technique, just the use of this sword technique on Conqueror's haki and the use of sword momentum is simply incredible. Demon, you just took the first sword created by me, Paradise. Now let me see if you can take the second sword created by Roger, the Kitchen World. Pluton Rayleigh seemed to be holding a new world instead of a long sword. The moment he finished speaking, the long sword he raised high fell down. After this sword fell, Qin Yu seemed to see the water of Grand Line began to flow back. The new world on the other side of the red line seemed to have turned over the red line, with the power of swallowing the earth, and a terrifying tsunami burst out and surged towards him. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Golden Lion lost when facing Jujia. Perhaps the storm that drowned the pirate fleet under Golden Lion was not an accident at all, but Roger's doing. With such a terrifying conqueror's swordsmanship, if it was used in a place like New World, what kind of terrifying natural force would be rolled up? Even Qin Yu could hardly imagine it. If this was really a natural accident, why was Golden Lion's fleet annihilated, and even Golden Lion's head was pierced, almost dying, but Roger, his pirate ship, and the pirate group were able to leave safely in the storm. After seeing Pluton Rayleigh's sword at this time, Qin Yu would not believe anything if there was no trick. This sword should be enough to completely break his body into pieces. After this sword has beaten him to the point where he has no power to fight back, I will kill him with the third sword. Pluton Rayleigh quietly watched Qin Yu being engulfed by his violent sword energy of Conqueror's haki after he swung his sword, and thought to himself. He knew that although his sword was terrifying, even though he was old and weak now, once it was used, even the 3 admiral-level strongmen in this department would be severely injured immediately, and they might even die on the spot. But after seeing Qin Yu's immortality, he knew that although this move of New World was powerful, it could only break Qin Yu's body into pieces at most. Chapter 233, Fierce Battle. Big Bang Attack and Kamehameha 66, please subscribe. 234 374. Chapter 233, Fierce Battle. Big Bang Attack and Kamehameha 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What a pity, I am old after all. If I were 5 years younger, it wouldn't take much, just 5 years. Then I could still maintain my peak combat power. Maybe I wouldn't need to use the third sword, just the second sword would be enough to injure him severely. When Pluton Rayleigh thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, time is unforgiving. Although he has not used martial arts for more than 10 or 20 years and has maintained himself quite well, he is still old after all. Facing the ruthless years and the erosion of time, even if he is the right arm of the Pirate King, he can't escape the fate of going downhill after the peak. When Pluton Rayleigh sighed that he was not as good as before, Qin Yu, who was already shrouded by the sword energy that seemed to gather the power of the entire new world, had a solemn look on his face. Although this was only Pluton's second sword, it had forced him to use all his strength to resist. Maybe this sword couldn't kill him, but he didn't want to be hit by one. Not to mention how painful it would be to be hit by this sword that combines the armament haki that surpasses emission and the conqueror's haki that shook the entire Sabayati archipelago. He must take the third sword seriously after the second sword. After all, if he reveals a little weakness, Pluton Rayleigh in front of him or the 3 admirals hiding in the dark will immediately pounce on him like hungry hyenas. The most important thing is how powerful the third sword created by Roger and Rayleigh after conquering the Grand Line is, no one knows. Out of caution, he naturally can't just use his immortal body to resist. After all, Pluton Rayleigh's armament haki that surpasses emission can directly attack the inside of the body. If he is beaten to pieces, even if only a few pieces of flesh remain, or as small as cells, it will take him a lot of energy and time to recover. Thinking of all this, Qin Yu did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and raised a 100-foot-high sand wave in the Sabayati archipelago. Under his control, a mere ball of sand was so tough that even the thread of Don Quixote Doflamingo could not be cut. Now, he directly raised a 100-foot-high, more than 300 meters, terrifying sand wave like the terrifying tsunami of the Grand Line, and anyone who faced it would feel powerless and weak. Swish. But when this terrifying sand wave and the terrifying sword energy that Pluton Rayleigh swept out with a sword and moved New World over, it was like tofu dregs being cut by a magic weapon, and was instantly cut in half. What a terrifying sword energy. When Qin Yu saw this scene, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Such sword energy, even if he tried his best, he couldn't display it. Even if he used the air to increase the power of the sword energy, it would still not be achieved. The might of swordplay created by the wisdom and strength of Pluton Rayleigh and Galdi Roger, 2 peerless masters who do not eat devil fruit and specialize in swordplay, haki, and physical skills, shocked Qin Yu. Although he did not expect the sand wave to block Pluton Rayleigh's second sword, New World from the beginning, in his opinion, it could at least buy some time. But the scene in front of him completely shattered his idea. The terrifying sand wave of 100 feet high, a random ball of sand that would leave Don Quixote Doflamingo helpless, could not even hold out for a second in front of Pluton Rayleigh's second sword. New World and completely collapsed. It's much stronger than I thought. Qin Yu looked at the terrifying sword energy that flashed and made ghosts and gods retreat 3 points. A haze flashed in his eyes, and then he did not see any movement, and the man had split into 2 out of thin air. Armed Big Bang Attack, armed Kamehameha. The 2 identical Qin Yus made different movements at the same time, like twins. One of the Qin Yus placed his hands on his waist in a calyx shape, and blue beams of light shot straight into the sky. Surrounded by these rotating blue light beams, a blue light ball condensed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the other Qin Yu pushed his hands forward, his palms facing the direction of Pluton Rayleigh, and then the air in front of his palms suddenly flashed with blue electric lights that were visible to the naked eye and made people feel horrified. When the electric lights flashed in all directions, the air in front began to distort, and gradually it seemed as if it was covered with a layer of blue light curtain. In the end, a Qigong bullet with a radius of nearly 1 meter, which burst out with dazzling blue light and was wrapped with terrifying lightning, condensed in front of his hands. It happened in a split second. In the short time from when Pluton Rayleigh's sword energy broke through the sand waves and broke through the air, Qin Yu had already completed the condensation of 2 extremely destructive tricks, Kamehameha and Big Bang Attack, from the clone. When the sword energy that covered the sky and the sun, as if the entire new world was pushing forward together, fell on the 2 Qin Yus, the 2 Qin Yus who couldn't tell who was the real body and who was the clone pushed forward with both hands at the same time. A Qigong bullet wrapped in blue lightning and a Qigong wave that cut through the sky, penetrated the atmosphere, and had a tail like a meteor had taken the lead and hit the oncoming sword energy. Chapter 234. One Piece in Pluton's Third Sword. Raftel 16, please subscribe. 235 374ths. Chapter 234. One Piece in Pluton's Third Sword. Raftel 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Boom. When Pluton Rayleigh's sword energy named New World collided fiercely with Qin Yu's big explosion attack and Kamehameha, a terrifying light that was enough to blind people standing close to it flashed instantly. As long as people were in Sabayati archipelago, they could clearly see this extremely dazzling light no matter where they stood. Before those people whose eyes were very uncomfortable due to the strong light could react, a loud noise that shook the entire Sabayati archipelago and made the clouds in the sky completely shake and followed, forcing many people to hold their ears tightly. After the strong light and loud noise, a violent earthquake that shook the entire island followed. This wave after wave of turmoil that affected the entire Sabayati archipelago overwhelmed most people. When the terrifying earthquake, the dazzling light, and the deafening noise gradually subsided, everyone was shocked to find that Sabayati Archipelago had a tendency to disintegrate. Two crisscross cracks that split the huge Sabayati Archipelago into four halves were clearly visible to everyone. At this time, everyone could see the signs of seawater surging up from the depths of the two almost bottomless cracks. Just two collisions, is the Sabayati Archipelago on the verge of collapse. Dracula Mahawk easily suppressed Roronoa Zoro, while paying attention to the battle between Qin Yu and Rayleigh. If the opponent was someone else, he would have killed the opponent with his sword long ago out of his promise to Shanks, but facing Roronoa Zoro who seemed to have the shadow of his past, his sword finally retained some strength. In addition, Roronoa Zoro was also fighting for his reputation. Not only did he risk his life, but he also practiced swordsmanship frantically under his oppression, and used his pressure to make his swordsmanship improve at an astonishing speed. After witnessing Roronoa Zoro's growth, he was even more reluctant to kill the opponent with his sword. One more sword. With this intensity of swordplay, Pluton Rayleigh can only use one more sword with his aging body and spirit. As long as I can buy time for one more sword, just one sword will be enough. Although Dracula Mahawk left room for maneuver, the difference in strength is there after all. In just a short confrontation, Dracula Mahawk has left several deep wounds on Roronoa Zoro. If Dracula Mahawk had not held back, and Roronoa Zoro had avoided the fatal place, and supported by his tenacious willpower, he would have fallen down at this time. After a short fight, he has completely accepted a fact that he is unwilling to accept, but has to accept. As Dracula Mahawk said, he is still far away from the world's #1, and he has no chance of winning this battle. Now he just wants to hold Dracula Mahawk back until Qin Yu including the battle on Rayleigh's side was decided. What a terrifying sword, much more powerful than the first sword. It really is worthy of the swordsmanship left by the pirate king Gall Roger. Quote, just as Roronoa Zoro risked his life and tried his best to hold back Dracula Mahawk, the two Qin Yus who had faced Pluton Rayleigh head-on had already had half of their bodies shattered. Although the two Qin Yus regenerated at an astonishing speed after being shattered, Pluton Rayleigh had been waiting for this moment, and he naturally would not give Qin Yu the opportunity and time to fully recover. This is the moment. It is exactly as I guessed. It takes time for his body to recover. The greater the damage to his body, not only will it take more time to recover, but it will also consume more physical strength. Pluton Rayleigh saw that Qin Yu's body had not recovered yet, and regardless of which one was the real body and which one was the clone, he raised his sword again and burst out with a terrifying power far beyond the first and second swords combined. Majin Qin Yu, take my third sword, Raftel. Raftel, the appearance of these four words shocked everyone who was watching this battle. Not to mention how earth-shattering the power of this sword is, the four words Raftel alone seem to have infinite magic, enough to make people feel agitated and unable to concentrate as soon as they hear them. And now, after Pluton Rayleigh, who has been to Raftel, uttered these four words, the turmoil caused was even greater. Whether it was the three admirals or Mahawk, they couldn't help but look at him. Although they all knew that this was just the fame of a sword technique, as long as it was related to the end of the Grand Line, the legendary Raftel, everything was enough for everyone to put everything aside to understand. If Pluton Rayleigh's first sword, Paradise is vast and powerful, the second sword New World is violent and unstoppable, then this third sword Raftel is mysterious. Endless mystery shrouds people's minds, whether it is the speed, trajectory, or destructive power of the sword energy, it is difficult to guess. Chapter 235 The Power of Three Swords, The Death of the Demon. 26, please subscribe. 236 374. Chapter 235 The Power of Three Swords, The Death of the Demon. 26, please subscribe. Previous, next. What's even more terrifying is the breath of the sword energy released by Pluton Rayleigh, which is as fascinating as the legendary Raftel, making people unable to help but be moved and indulged in it. Everyone who faces this sword, even the three admirals who are just watching, actually have a thought in their hearts, like a moth to a flame, putting down everything and rushing towards the sword energy. It seems that the secret of Raftel, the end of the Grand Line, is hidden in this sword energy, making them unable to resist this temptation. Although they all know that once they do this, they will be like those who went to New World to find Raftel at all costs and died in the vast ocean. But they still can't give up this good thing, and can't resist the influence of this mind. Oh no, this sword has even affected my mind. Even I, who have chi protection, have been affected like this. How can other admiral-level warriors who don't have Conqueror's Haki to resist this sword be slaughtered by it? In the past, when Qin Yu faced the Tyrant 540 King Color Haki, he could completely block the shock of Conqueror's Haki with chi. But now facing Pluton Rayleigh's Raftel, he didn't know whether his body had not fully regenerated or his chi was not enough to resist the Conquerors contained in Pluton Rayleigh's sword. Even as powerful as he was, when he encountered the pressure of Conqueror's Haki of sword chi, his mind actually produced a ripple and slightly lost consciousness. When he came to his senses, the sword chi that covered the sky and the sun, as if covering every corner of the world, had already been swayed on his body. At this time, he didn't even have time to launch any attack to resist this pervasive sword chi. What was even more terrifying was that when the sword energy poured down on him like a rainstorm and a strong wind, it directly ignored the defense of chi and armament Haki, and went straight into his body, causing terrible extinction damage to his internal organs and even cells. After his body, which had not yet recovered, encountered the brilliance of the sword energy, his body exploded instantly and turned into countless pieces of pink flesh. And after Pluten Rayleigh's sword smashed Qin Yu to pieces, he didn't stop. The endless sword energy seemed to form a sword energy storm, covering the countless pieces of flesh that his body had turned into after the explosion, and forcibly grinding each piece of flesh into pieces and then disappeared without leaving any trace. Hoo-hoo. After the sword, the blood on the face of Pluten Rayleigh, who was so strong just now, seemed to be drained away. Not only was his face as pale as paper, but he could only stand up by supporting the ground with the long sword in his hand. Obviously, the three swords just now, Paradise, New World, Raftel, although each move is more powerful than the last one, especially the last move Raftel, even Qin Yu, who has a terrifying regeneration ability, was pulverized to pieces by it, but the burden on the body and the consumption of mental and physical strength of these three moves are more terrifying than the last one. Even Pluten Rayleigh did not dare to use them easily when he was young, let alone him who is now old and weak, and his strength and physical fitness have declined to the point that he is only a little stronger than Admiral. As the demon dead, seeing this scene, Akainu and the other two could not help but look at each other, and they all saw a touch of horror and disbelief in each other's eyes. That is an immortal body that is more terrifying than Kaido, but Pluten Rayleigh actually used the power of the sword to forcibly pulverize it to death. Qin Yu, Roronoa Zoro, who was fighting desperately with Dracul Mahawk, was stunned when he saw Qin Yu pulverized to pieces without even a trace left. Dracul Mahawk, who was about to chop him down to the ground, sighed slightly in his heart, and then put down the black knife in his hand. Seeing the demon Qin Yu die on the spot, he felt quite sorry. If it weren't for the red-haired Shanks, he might have come to the demon, but he didn't have the intention to kill him. Pluten Rayleigh must die. The three admirals who recovered from the shock of the death of the demon Qin Yu looked at each other and reached a consensus at the same time. The three swords just now were too terrifying. Even the immortal demons couldn't stand it, let alone the three of them. Whether it was Kizaru who teased any opponent, or the arrogant and strong Akainu, or the careless Aokiji, after asking themselves, they had no confidence that they could take Rayleigh's three swords. Now Pluten Rayleigh used these three swords to kill the demon Qin Yu, and his physical energy was greatly consumed. This is the best time to deal with him. Under normal circumstances, even if the three admirals attacked together, once Pluten Rayleigh used those three swords, the one chosen among the three would inevitably be dragged down and killed together. Such swordsmanship is really too terrifying. In their opinion, this swordsmanship left by Gul D. Roger should not exist in the world at all. Instead, it should disappear in the long river of history along with the death of Gul D. Roger. Chapter 236. Immortality. Hundreds of avatars. 36. Please subscribe. 237 374. Chapter 236. Immortality. Hundreds of avatars. 36. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Demon Master. Damn it. Why is this happening? You are obviously immortal. Everyone can die except you. On a warship floating on the sea, Trafalgar Law learned from Violet beside him that Qin Yu was chopped to pieces by Pluten Rayleigh's three swords, and not even a trace of body tissue was left. He was suddenly struck by lightning. He felt his brain go blank, and he fell to the ground in despair. He didn't expect that the powerful and immortal demon would die. Violet, who was standing by, couldn't bear to see Trafalgar Law like this. Although she had just met the demon Qin Yu for the first time, she had a very good impression of the demon, and even felt very grateful. After all, the demon killed the Don Quixote family and rescued Dressrosa. When she met Qin Yu before, she invited him to come to Dressrosa as a guest. It was not a courtesy, but a heartfelt invitation. But she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the demon died under Pluten Rayleigh's sword. Luo, cheer up. Violet sighed in her heart and tried to comfort Trafalgar Law, but she had just said a few words, and her eyes suddenly widened as if she had seen something incredible. The demon is dead, and now Pluten is also in a state of great exhaustion. It's the best time to capture him. He is not a capable person, so there is no need to capture him alive. If he resists, just kill him. Such a terrible swordsmanship, I think it's better to let it chase Gul D. Roger. In the building, the three admirals looked at each other and prepared to clean up the mess. The three of them were in a good mood when they thought that they could get rid of the troublesome demon without any effort and arrest or even kill Pluten Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Pirate King. Especially Akainu, in his opinion, such an achievement would be of great help in competing for the position of marshal. After Qin Yu died, he, who was the most utilitarian, had already made a decision secretly. If Pluten Rayleigh resisted later, he would kill Pluten Rayleigh with one punch before Kizaru and Aokiji. In this way, most of the credit for killing the right arm of the Pirate King would fall on his head. Wait, but just as the three were about to join forces, the three who had been paying attention to the center of the battlefield, staring at Pluten Rayleigh to prevent him from escaping, seemed to have discovered something. Their faces suddenly did not change. What on earth is that? At the same time, after killing the demon Qin Yu, Pluten Rayleigh, who knew that his situation was not very good, planned to leave immediately. But before he could put this idea into practice, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Not only him, but also Dracul Mahawk and Roronoa Zoro, who was as hopeless as death, were stunned. Under the eyes of many people and the perception of observation hockey, a light pink smoke like dust and violent gas suddenly appeared in the void not far from Pluten Rayleigh. This mist covered a small area at first, just the size of green smoke, but it expanded at an alarming speed after it appeared. In the blink of an eye, tiny pink fragments appeared in the mist. What? He, the demon, is not dead yet. What kind of monster is this guy? His whole body was beaten to the point that there was no trace left, and even his breath disappeared, but why can he still survive? Quote, "Please give me flowers. Then what other means can be used to kill him?" When seeing these extremely eye-catching pink fragments, not only Pluten Rayleigh, but also the three admirals, Dracula Mahawk, and even the overjoyed Roronoa Zoro, never expected that Qin Yu would not die like this. Don't even think about recovering. After being extremely shocked, Pluten Rayleigh woke up immediately. When he was about to raise his sword to crush these pink fragments again, the large piece of pink fragments floating in the air did not reorganize into the appearance of Qin Yu as he expected. Instead, each tiny pink fragment automatically changed into a Majin Buu the size of a finger. The appearance of each Majin Buu is exactly the same as Qin Yu after the transformation, and it is still the form of Little Buu. But the size is frighteningly small. Why are there so many, and so small? Is each one an independent individual? Seeing this scene, Pluten Rayleigh's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of Qin Yu's lack of time to recover, and blast him from the fragment state to powder again before Qin Shui recovered. Now each pink fragment has formed an independent Qin Yu. If each Qin Yu is an independent individual, has an independent consciousness, and has the ability to regenerate and recover, then Pluten Rayleigh simply can't imagine it. After all, if any Qin Yu runs away, he can recover, so even if he kills all the remaining Qin Yu, it will be meaningless. Chapter 237 Buu Fruit Awakening. Little Buu's Immortality, 46, please subscribe. 238 374. Chapter 237 Buu Fruit Awakening. Little Buu's Immortality, 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You are absolutely right, every one of them is me. Each one can regenerate to its original state independently. Looking around, hundreds of Qin Yu, who were only the size of fingers and transformed into Little Buu, surrounded Pluten Rayleigh and said in unison. No, it's impossible. Your recovery and regeneration ability are strong, but it's all based on your physical strength. The three swords just now not only crushed you to ashes, but also consumed your physical strength to the ultimate. Even if you barely survived with this regeneration ability, you shouldn't recover in an instant. 88-7. Pluten Rayleigh looked at the hundreds of Qin Yu in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't accept that the three swords he and Roger created couldn't kill the demon Qin Yu. Although his strength was not as good as before, and he had already fallen from the 4 Emperors level to the Admiral level, but in his opinion, if the three swords were used together, no Admiral level strongman in the world could take it. Your three swords are really powerful, especially the Conqueror's Haki on the third sword, Armament Haki. Not only the speed of my body's destruction completely exceeds the speed of regeneration, but also makes me consume several times more physical strength than usual during regeneration. Normally, your third sword just now can really kill me. But unfortunately, you came to me too late. If you came to me before Aokiji, then your sword might really kill me. Hundreds of Qin Yu's tone flowed with a sigh. What do you mean by this? Pluten Rayleigh's eyes flashed with suspicion. It's very simple. Before you came to me, Aokiji came to me once. The battle with him was the most severe and difficult battle I have encountered since I came to the Grand Line. In that battle, in order to defeat Aokiji, I not only squeezed every bit of physical strength and energy, but also overdrawn my entire body. At that time, I was so weak that I even lost the ability to regenerate and recover. Hundreds of Qin Yu sighed first, and then the tone suddenly changed, and the voice was full of laughter, but it's also thanks to him. Although he made me fight very badly in that battle, he also left me a gift before I blasted him into the seabed. It was this little gift that made my strength jump to the current level, and also made me truly immortal, so that I can still be immortal under your three swords. How could he give a gift to wait? Is it the awakening of Devil Fruit? Pluten Rayleigh sneered at first, but reacted immediately. In the situation just now, only the awakening of the Devil Fruit can explain why Qin Yu survived. Congratulations, you guessed it right. You are absolutely right, it is because Aokiji pushed me to the point beyond my limit. It made me weaker than ever before. Instead, I got the biggest opportunity of the Devil Fruit during those days of coma, and I took this opportunity to grasp the ability of the Buu Fruit, awakening. Every Qin Yu said, and nodded with a smile. It is the awakening of Devil Fruit. Different from Logia and Paramesha, Zoan's awakening can make the ability user have an extremely strong body and recovery ability. And you, the demon Qin Yu, have an immortal body, but this immortality requires physical strength to support. Your immortality can only allow you to regenerate and recover your body by consuming physical strength when you suffer devastating damage, but it cannot allow you to quickly recover the physical strength you consume like your immortal body. In other words, immortality is based on your physical strength. Once your physical strength is exhausted, immortality is a joke. Pluten Rayleigh's face became more and more ugly. All this is because he already knows that he can never kill the demon Qin Yu again. From the moment he learned that the demon Qin Yu mastered the ability of the Devil Fruit awakening, he knew that killing Qin Yu in this life would only be a luxury. As expected of Pluten Rayleigh, you have made a very accurate analysis of my reproductive ability. But that was only in the past. Hundreds of Qin Yu, the size of fingers, opened their hands at the same time, revealing a look of joy and satisfaction. After mastering the awakening ability of the Buu Fruit, my body has not only become extremely tenacious and extraordinarily strong, but also its own 3.4 recovery and regeneration ability has been raised to a higher level. At the same time, I have made up for the only shortcoming of the immortal body, the consumption of physical strength. As long as the awakening ability of the Buu Fruit is used, physical strength is like the seawater of the Grand Line to me, which is innumerable and can never be used up. Unless someone has the destructive power to ignore my recovery and regeneration ability and kill me directly with one blow, otherwise, with infinite physical strength and immortality, even if there is only one cell left, I will recover in an instant. And this regeneration and recovery is endless because of the infinite physical strength. Just like what you saw just now. Chapter 238 The Power to Kill the Demon. Whitebeard doesn't have it either. 56, please subscribe. 239 374. Chapter 238 The Power to Kill the Demon. Whitebeard doesn't have it either. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Everyone who caught Qin Yu's words just now by ear or observation hockey had a look of horror on their faces. Ever since the appearance of Demon Qin Yu, his immortality became famous throughout the Grand Line. Whether it was Marine, world government, or even pirates, they were extremely afraid. But now, what did they hear? Demon Qin Yu mastered awakening and possessed unlimited physical strength, making his already terrifying immortality reach a more perfect level. Who else can kill him? Aokiji felt heavy in his heart. He really regretted it at this moment. He should have called Akainu and Kizaru, or let Garp do it himself. The power to kill him in an instant. Does this kind of power exist in this world? Akainu's face was ugly. In the battle between Demon 23 and Pluton just now, he had already witnessed the powerful strength of the demon. Coupled with the terrifying immortality, even if he faced it alone, he had no confidence that he could defeat the opponent. Even if he fought alone, once he was held back by the demon, without any support, the demon would be determined to kill him, and with his immortal body, he would really beat him to death. The difference was only a matter of time. Whitebeard, even when he was young, he might not be able to do it. Kizaru's face no longer had the usual slapping expression, but was full of gloom. His flash fruit has always been powerful and famous in the Grand Line, but compared with Qin Yu's Buu Fruit, he really has no confidence. It seems that you are the losers this time, Hawkeye. On the other side of the battlefield, Roronoa Zoro tried his best to hold three knives, standing on the ground gasping for breath. His body was already on the verge of limit at this time. Even if Dracula Mahawk did not have the intention to kill him and did not use all his strength, the gap between the two sides was still very huge. After just a short fight, he was already covered with wounds. If he had not relied on his indomitable will to support him, he would have fallen down by now. Get out of the way, Dracula Mahawk said calmly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. I'm sorry, I can't obey you. Roronoa Zoro's heart trembled, but a happy smile appeared on his face. Hawkeye, I lost this duel, but I haven't lost to the point of never recovering. I still have bargaining chips and I can compete with you again. Compete for what? Dracula Mahawk asked word by word. He didn't ask Roronoa Zoro what bargaining chips he had, but stared at the young swordsman with his past shadow. It's a competition between you killing me faster and saving Pluton Rayleigh or Qin Yu killing Pluton Rayleigh earlier and saving me. Roronoa Zoro raised the corner of his mouth. Do you trust him so much? Dracula Mahawk was silent for a few seconds, then asked. He has never let me down, not even once. Roronoa Zoro nodded. Okay, I also want to see if the demon Qin Yu is worthy of your trust. Dracula Mahawk said, while holding up the black knife with both hands, I will not hold back this time. Whether you live or die depends on your own luck, and whether the captain you trust is worthy of your trust. Haha, that's what I want. Roronoa Zoro raised Reikiri and Chushui in his hand with difficulty. This knife was originally prepared by me to defeat you. The first person to face it was Don Quixote Doflamingo, and now he is dead. The next one is you. Come on, Roronoa Zoro. Dracula Mahawk said solemnly, 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world, and thousands of worlds form a small world. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no self. Roronoa Zoro suddenly hummed. When his humming came to the end, an extremely tragic, and extremely violent breath vented from his body. The strength of this breath has exceeded the scope of ordinary Shichibukai. Roronoa Zoro, this time I will keep my word and will not hold back on you. Whether you live or die, whether you can stand in front of me and challenge me again in the future, depends on your luck. Dracula Mahawk looked at it, and the appreciation in his eyes became more intense. The secret of the three-sword style is a big 3,000 worlds. Just when Dracula Mahawk had murderous intentions, Roronoa Zoro roared to the sky, holding 3 swords as if carrying the power of 3,000 worlds, bursting out an unparalleled super large sword energy and slashing towards Dracula Mahawk. 893 inches good swordsmanship. Dracula Mahawk first praised, and then his eagle eyes burst out with a murderous intent that was more ferocious than a knife, and then he raised the world's strongest black knife and slashed a larger and more violent dark green sword energy towards the flashing world. Chapter 239 Demon Clone. Hundreds of Kamehameha. 66, please subscribe. 243 Chapter 239 Demon Clone. Hundreds of Kamehameha. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Who's faster? Just when Roronoa Zoro was betting his life against Dracula Mahawk, hundreds of Qin Yu glanced in the direction of Roronoa Zoro at the same time, and then stared at Pluton Rayleigh with murderous eyes. Since you just cut off the seastone handcuffs on Luo's hands and feet, I have given you enough time, Pluton. Your time, your era, is gone. That's not necessarily true. Although my era is over, there is still time. Pluton Rayleigh's heart trembled, but with the little time he had just gained, he still recovered a lot of physical strength. At least his heavy breathing has calmed down. But although he is a strong man who focuses on hockey, swordsmanship, and physical skills, he is over 70 years old after all, and is still far less than when he was young. If he were young, even a short rest would restore his physical strength. From the moment you came to me, the last bit of time that originally belonged to you has run out, Pluden Rayleigh. Qin Yu, who was the size of hundreds of fingers, said as he put his hands on his waist. Seeing this familiar action, Pluden Rayleigh's pupils suddenly shrank to ultimate. Kameha, hundreds of Kamehameha Qigongs, which were not large in size, but each contained terrifying power, burst out from all Qin Yu's hands at the same time. Facing such terrifying power and terrifying density of Kamehameha Qigong, Pluden Rayleigh could not dodge at all. Surrounded by hundreds of Kamehameha Qigongs, he could only force his already little recovered physical strength to burst out a sword energy shrouded in terrifying white light. When this sword energy burst out, it did not tear it out directly, but met the Kamehameha Qigongs that were shooting from all directions in the posture of a storm. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the sword energy released by Pluden Rayleigh forcibly shattered more than half of the Kamehameha, but the remaining Kamehameha broke through the sword energy barrier and bombarded him. It has offset more than half, so it should be able to withstand it. Pluden Rayleigh covered his entire body with armament haki, forming an invisible armor to resist Kamehameha, while constantly swinging his sword to pick up the Kamehameha. Unfortunately, although his sword energy wiped out hundreds of Kamehameha, his physical strength was finally on the verge of limit. The three swords just now consumed too much of his energy. Facing the remaining more than 100 Kamehameha, he could only pick up half of them, and the remaining 70 or 80 Kamehameha all bombarded him, directly submerging him in an endless blue ball of light. A series of huge explosions madly crushed his body. Even with the protection of armament haki beyond emission, he took on 70 or 80 Kamehameha attacks head-on, and his complexion became worse and worse, with blood starting to flow from the corners of his mouth. When he came out of the explosion of 70 or 80 Kamehameha attacks, his face had become as pale as a sheet of paper, and his complexion was no longer as strong and haki as it was at the beginning. At this moment, he looked much older. He originally looked like a middle-aged man, but after becoming weak, he finally revealed the true appearance of a man of his age. I survived. Pluden Rayleigh had just exhaled a breath of foul air, and was about to burst out with the sword that he had just prepared when he took on the Kamehameha, and wiped out hundreds of Qin Yu again, when the hundreds of Qin Yu surrounding him simultaneously stretched out a right hand towards him. Seeing this scene, a trace of horror appeared in his pupils. Before he could make any move, thousands of small Qigong bombs had already flashed out from the palms of hundreds of Qin Yu. Facing hundreds of Kamehameha, he was already beaten into a mess. Now that he was injured, facing thousands of small Qigong bombs bombarding every second, he was more miserable than an elephant surrounded and bitten by countless ants. After all, an elephant surrounded by ants can still run, be violent, and bump around. But he could only stand still and continue to endure the Qigong bombs bombarding from all directions, which were more violent than a storm. In just a moment, he had been hit by thousands of Qigong bombs. Although the power of each Qigong bomb was not too great, it could not withstand the frequency and number of such terrifying attacks. Qian Li. In a flash, Pluden Rayleigh was submerged by countless Qigong bombs and completely sank into the rainstorm formed by Qigong bombs, unable to extricate himself. At the beginning, when he encountered Qin Yu's Qigong bomb bombardment, he could still resist with armament haki, but in less than 3 seconds, his armament haki was shattered by the dense Qigong bombs like a rainstorm. Then, he could only resist with his body. But in a moment, he was overwhelmed by the Qigong bullet, and Pluden, who stood at the top of the world in the last era, was knocked to the ground. Such a horrifying scene fell into the eyes of the three admirals, Dracula Mahawk and others, and they all gasped in their hearts. Chapter 240. Do you want to dance too? Hawkeye 16, please subscribe. 241 374. Chapter 240. Do you want to dance too? Hawkeye 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Not good. Dracula Mahawk, who sensed Pluden Rayleigh's situation with the help of observation haki, suddenly changed his face. He didn't expect that Pluden Rayleigh, who had the upper hand with the three swords of One Piece, Paradise, New World, Raftel, would suddenly take a sharp turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, he was about to die on the spot. Thinking of what he promised Shanks, he paused his hands when he was about to swing his knife towards Roronoa Zoro, who had lost his ability to resist. You win, Roronoa. Dracula Mahawk took a deep look at Roronoa Zoro, who was pale and weak in front of him. At this time, Roronoa Zoro was like a candle in the wind, and he could kill him with just a breath. But Pluden Rayleigh's situation didn't even give him time to blow a breath. He knew very well that if he delayed for one more second on Roronoa Zoro, Pluden Rayleigh 033 would be dead. Thinking of this, he threw a word to Roronoa Zoro, and then he admitted that the other party won this bet. Then he decisively pulled himself away and raised his knife to release a dark green sword energy that was more than a kilometer long, like a violent dragon, towards the hundreds of Qin Yu who were the size of fingers a kilometer away. With a flash of sword light, hundreds of Qin Yu who were originally madly shooting Qigong bullets at Pluden Rayleigh were instantly wiped out by Dracula Mahawk's sword. The power of a sword is so strong. At this moment, facing Qin Yu, Dracula Mahawk would not attack, but once he attacked, he would almost use all his strength. Unlike when facing Roronoa Zoro, he left no room for maneuver. Do you want to dance too? Hawkeye. The hundreds of Qin Yus that were wiped out left only a ball of pink smoke, but this ball of pink smoke quickly gathered together, CDBA, and in less than a second, a Qin Yu of normal size appeared in front of Dracula Mahawk intact. Don't say that you should be loyal to someone who entrusted you with something. Just say that my original intention of coming back to paradise this time was for you. After Dracula Mahawk swung a sword, he felt a little relieved when he sensed that although Pluton Rayleigh's breath was weak and his injuries were not light, he survived with his strong physique. If Pluton Rayleigh really died in front of him, he really couldn't explain to Shanks. Luo, Zoro, transfer to the ship. Qin Yu ignored Dracula Mahawk, but turned his head to look at the distance, Trafalgar Law standing on the deck of the battleship. Although he didn't speak, and no sound was transmitted, Trafalgar Law on the deck strangely heard Qin Yu's voice. Save him. Trafalgar Law immediately said to Violet beside him, and then drove the boat towards Roronoa Zoro, who barely stood there and did not fall. Being entrusted by others is a heavy responsibility. Aren't you afraid of meeting the wrong person and being led into a fire pit by your friends? After sensing that Trafalgar Law had gone to rescue Roronoa Zoro on board, Qin Yu just set his eyes on Dracula Mahawk in front of him. If he was there, I would come to you. The only difference is that his request gave me one more reason to come to you. Dracula Mahawk walked towards Qin Yu, while raising the black knife in his hand repeatedly facing Qin Yu. Looking for me, why? After Qin Yu finished speaking, his eyes involuntarily looked at the supreme big knife Miyoho Muramasa hanging on his waist. Just as you thought, although when I saw your bounty order, you didn't have the supreme blade hanging on your waist, but a large blade. But my swordsman's intuition tells me that you will be a very good opponent. At least you won't make me feel bored at all. Dracula Mahawk said, I see, you come to me to kill time because you are bored. Qin Yu nodded knowingly. If someone else said this, he would never believe it. But Dracula Mahawk said this, he believed it. After all, Dracula Mahawk did a lot of horrible things to kill time. Let alone, as the world's #1 swordsman, he could chase the Krieg pirates who just arrived at the Grand Line from East Blue because he was bored, and drive them all the way back to East Blue from the Grand Line. It is conceivable that when Dracula Mahawk is bored, he really does whatever he wants. Yes, that's why I'm looking for you. I think you've begun to understand my loneliness and boredom. I've been at the top of swordsmanship for a long time. Besides practicing swordsmanship, I can only keep looking for strong swordsmen to fight with to kill my boring time. Dracula Mahawk said word by word. Chapter 241. You want to beat me? Then I will play with you till the end. 26. Please subscribe. 242 374. Chapter 241. You want to beat me? Then I will play with you till the end. 26. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Of course you can come to me to keep you company. But my appearance fee is very expensive. Qin Yu looked at Dracula Mahawk deeply, and then said faintly. I think I can still afford it. Dracula Mahawk grinned. I hope you will still say that when I ask you to pay the appearance fee later. Qin Yu's face remained unchanged, but his whole body was burning like a spray of paint, and was surrounded by purple lightning. If you can make me willingly pay the appearance fee, then why not give it to you? Dracula Mahawk finished speaking, raised his sword with both hands and slashed forward. As the existence of the top swordsmanship of the Grand Line in this era, his strength and his swordsmanship are unquestionable. Although Pluton Rayleigh's current strength is slightly stronger than that of the Admiral, his old age and decayed body still make him unsuitable for a protracted war. But Dracula Mahawk is different. As the world's #1 swordsman who is younger than the 3 admirals, his physique is at a peak stage. Even if Qin Yu has a terrifying recovery ability, with his physical fitness, he can completely fight a long and protracted battle with Qin Yu, and he will not be like Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh has more than enough burst, but not enough endurance. This knife is the best proof of his powerful swordsmanship and strength. As he chopped down with both hands, the air in front of him was split in half, as if the sea was split apart. Then, a dark green sword energy soaring in the sky, turning the clouds and breaking the waves, slashed at Qin Yu fiercely with a fang-bearing and claw-like posture. Devil penetration light killing cannon. Qin Yu put his 2 fingers together, and a dazzling orange flash burst out from his fingertips. Immediately afterwards, when the dark green sword energy broke through the air, he raised his 2 fingers and shot an orange beam of spiral energy at the dark green sword energy in front of him. Boom! When the sword energy and the magic penetration light killing cannon collided with each other, a deafening sound immediately exploded in Sabayati like a nuclear bomb. Archipelago exploded. Then, a huge ball visible to the naked eye stood on the ground under the power of the 2 miners. With the light ball as the center, wave after wave of violent shock waves rolled up countless gravel, trees, and seawater like a typhoon and crushed them in all directions. Facing this terrifying light ball, anyone would retreat. But for Qin Yu and Dracula Mahawk, the huge light ball formed by the collision of the magic light killing cannon and the sword energy just now was like the horn of their war. At the moment when the light ball that destroyed everything rose from the ground, the 2 of them flashed at the same time, turning into 2 lightning bolts, one purple and one black, and instantly collided with each other on the other side of the light ball. Facing the demon Qin Yu who was close at hand, Dracula Mahawk fully demonstrated his powerful swordsmanship and strength as the world's #1 swordsman and his strong physique at the peak. Not only did he not Rayleigh did not take the approach of a quick battle, but instead used all his life's learning to fully display his sword skills and fought a protracted battle with Qin Yu. Obviously, he not only wanted to surpass Qin Yu in swordsmanship and strength, but also in physique. Infinite physical strength. Even if you really have infinite physical strength, your mental will cannot be infinite. Ask for flowers. I want to compete with you to see who can't hold on first. Dracul Mahawk thought while swinging his sword at Qin Yu like lightning. Although it was a close-range fight, his swordsmanship and physical strength were too terrifying and too abundant, as if they were endless like Qin Yu. Every time he swung his sword, he didn't just chop, but directly burst out the dark green sword energy that split the mountains and the sea at close range. Sometimes, he relied on his superb swordsmanship to condense the terrifying sword energy on the Black Knife Knight, condensed but not released, and directly chopped Qin Shui's body. Qin Yu was also surprised to see Dracul Mahawk, whose fighting style was so violent and fierce. After all, if everyone knew that he was immortal, they would choose to kill him with the fastest speed and the strongest strength, and would never choose to fight a protracted war with him. This was the case with Pluten Rayleigh before. But now, Dracul Mahawk knew that his Buu Fruit had unlimited physical strength after awakening, but he still chose to fight a protracted war with him. Obviously, Dracul Mahawk had a big heart. He not only wanted to beat himself, but also wanted to win completely. As the world's #1 swordsman, he had to do better than Pluten Rayleigh, and he had to be better in all aspects. Interesting. You want to beat me completely? Then I'll play with you to the end. Although Qin Yu was surprised by Dracul Mahawk's fighting style, he was not afraid at all, and he was not panicked at all. Before the awakening of the Buu Fruit, a protracted war was one of his most terrifying means. After awakening, it became his most powerful means, without a single sword. Chapter 242. No fear of round-robin battle. 10 admirals will be exhausted to death by him. 36. Please subscribe. 243 374. Chapter 242. No fear of round-robin battle. 10 admirals will be exhausted to death by him. 36. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Thinking of this, Qin Yu directly burst out the most terrifying side of his immortal body. Facing Dracul Mahawk's sword energy and slashing, he not only did not defend, but he did not even have the posture of attacking against him. He directly resisted all of Dracul Mahawk's attacks with his flesh, and then adopted a crazy fighting style of exchanging life for life. You slashed me with a knife, I took it directly, but you also have to take a sword from me. Don't you want to be tough and violent? Then I will be tougher and more violent than you, and fight more fiercely. Facing his crazy fighting style that doesn't care about his life, Dracul Mahawk didn't dare to learn from him. After all, 73 is a normal flesh and blood body. No matter how strong his flesh and physical strength are, he doesn't have the immortal body of Qin Yu that can be resurrected infinitely as long as there is a cell. Qin Yu can ignore his attack, but he has to deal with Qin Yu's attack carefully. In this way, although Dracul Mahawk was powerful and had sharp swordsmanship, he gradually began to lose the upper hand when facing Qin Yu, who was no less powerful than him. The immortal body is really terrifying. Dracul Mahawk, who had swung his sword to cut Qin Yu's body into countless pieces countless times, felt extremely difficult to see that Qin Yu in front of him recovered in less than a second after being cut into pieces by him, and even launched a fierce attack on him. Especially Qin Yu's methods were countless. Sometimes he released Qigong bombs like rainstorms and strong winds. Sometimes he flashed Kamehameha. Sometimes he made his hands as huge as a giant and gave him a chance to attack. Faced with such countless methods, which emerged one after another, and also in existence with infinite physical strength and immortality, Dracul Mahawk, although he was powerful and energetic, could not reversely fall into a disadvantage bit by bit. In the final analysis, although he was younger than Pluten Rayleigh and had enough physical strength to fight Qin Yu, his actual strength was comparable to that of Pluten Rayleigh at this time, and at most he had a stronger ability to sustain combat. Facing Qin Yu, he naturally could not have a big advantage. Unless he had the combat power of 4 emperors, he could really fight Qin Yu without losing. Facing Qin Yu at this time, basically no one who was at the first level of admiral could fight him alone without losing. Even Pluten Rayleigh could only rely on his rich combat experience in the Paradise, New World, raftel left by the pirate king Gul D. Roger to gain a temporary advantage. It's a bit troublesome for you. Although Hawkeye is younger than Pluten, his strength is not much different from ours. He alone can't suppress the demon. Just when Dracul Mahawk tried every way to turn the situation around and the situation became increasingly unfavorable, Aokiji's face became solemn. The most troublesome thing is the immortality of the demon, which is even more difficult than Kaido. In addition, his awakening of the Buu Fruit has unlimited physical strength, making the immortality even more difficult to deal with. The previous battle with Pluten Rayleigh not only did not cause any damage to him, but even failed to cause him a little consumption. Akainu's face was as gloomy as water. After fighting until now, he found that the demon was really far more terrifying than he expected. Before, he thought that Aokiji was defeated by the demon, and he was a little bit worse. But now, if he swapped with Aokiji and let him face the demon alone, he immediately came to a result that he was unwilling to accept. Aokiji can still survive with the help of frozen fruit, but once he is thrown into the sea by the demon, he will really die. It seems that the round-robin battle has no effect on him. With this monster's immortal body and infinite physical strength, unless Mr. Garp or Mr. Sengoku comes, even if 10 admirals fight him in a round-robin battle, it will not cause any consumption to him. Instead, 1 admiral will be exhausted to death by him. Kizaru's eyes were full of solemnity at this time. This was the first time he encountered such a monster. Even when facing Kaido, he could use the speed of the flash fruit to fight back and forth in a short time. But facing Qin Yu, he really had no way out. It seems that we have to change our plan. We can no longer carry out 3.5 according to the original plan left by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Aokiji glanced at Akainu and Kizaru. Well, I originally hoped that Pluton Rayleigh and the demon would both be injured, and at the very least, his physical strength would be exhausted. Now it seems that a round-robin battle is not realistic at all. The only way to deal with the demon by relying on admiral-level powerhouses alone is to siege. Akainu nodded, and then looked at Kizaru with Aokiji. I will go first, and you will follow. Kizaru, who has always been a fence-sitter, agreed decisively this time, which is quite rare. Then he turned into a golden flash and disappeared on the spot, breaking through the air in the direction of Qin Yu and Dracula Mahawk. Chapter 243 Brother Demon, have you ever been kicked by light? 46, please subscribe. 244 374. Chapter 243 Brother Demon, have you ever been kicked by light? 46, please subscribe. Previous, next, Hawkeye, you can't beat me. At the same time, Qin Yu, who had gradually suppressed Dracula Mahawk and had the rhythm of the battle in his hands, saw the opportunity. Facing Dracula Mahawk's knife that was aimed at his top of the head, he not only did not dodge, but also dodged and took the initiative to meet it. When his body was split in half, his two halves formed two independent clones, and then the two clones raised their hands at the same time and raised a qigong bullet wrapped with blue electric light, which made the surrounding air extremely sticky and directly printed it on Dracula Mahawk's face. Big bang attack. I really have no way to deal with this immortal body. Dracula Mahawk's face changed, and he raised the black knife like lightning and burst out a dark green sword energy to resist. But the hasty sword energy could only cut off one of the two blue qigong bullets that Qin Yu had prepared, and the other one was fiercely printed on the black knife knight of Shaola 23K Mahawk. Boom. The moment a blue qigong bullet with a radius of only 1 meter touched Dracula Mahawk's black blade knife, it immediately magnified dozens of times and turned into a giant energy ball that directly swallowed him up. Remember what I told you just now. It's okay for me to accompany you to kill time, but it's very generous to return my appearance fee. The two Qin Yu said in unison, while raising their hands in front of them, aiming at Dracula Mahawk who was swallowed by the energy ball. Now I'm going to collect my appearance fee. As soon as he finished speaking, the palms of the two Qin Yus opened at the same time and exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Qigong Cannon. Obviously, his so-called appearance fee was Dracula Mahawk's life. It's over. I still underestimated him. I originally thought that although his strength was stronger than Admiral, he was only relying on the difficulty of his immortal body. But I didn't expect that even if he didn't have this immortal body, he would still be stronger than Admiral. Coupled with this immortal body, in a one-on-one fight, no one under the four emperors can be his opponent. Quote, crushed by the energy ball and unable to dodge for the time being, Dracula Mahawk sensed that the two Qin Yu were about to release the Qigong Cannon, and his heart gradually sank to the bottom. He is not like Qin Yu, who has an immortal body. Maybe he will not die after being hit by two Qigong cannons head-on, relying on his strong physique and the protection of armament hockey that surpasses emission. But serious injuries are definitely inevitable. Originally, he was in a difficult battle when facing Qin Yu, and his situation was precarious. Once seriously injured, he is only one step away from death. Brother Demon, have you been kicked by light? Just as two Qigong cannons burst out from the hands of the two Qin Yu, Dracula Mahawk was seriously injured, a bright golden light suddenly flashed between the two of them. As soon as this dazzling golden light appeared, the brightness continued to rise. The brightness of the light was like the strong light released by a close-range nuclear explosion, enough to blind people's eyes instantly. At the same time as the golden light flashed, a figure with a rather wretched appearance and a tall figure, more than 1 meter taller than Dracula Mahawk and Kizaru, walked out of the golden light and raised his foot to hit Qin Yu fiercely at a terrifying speed. Kizaru, there is only one person in Grand Line who can have such speed and speak so badly. Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru. Dracula Mahawk, who originally thought he would be hit by two Qigong cannons from Qin Yu, sensed that the three admirals who had been reaping the benefits of the fisherman finally changed their minds, and the fastest Kizaru even took the opportunity to sneak attack Qin Yu when he was fighting with him, and he was relieved. Without two Qigong cannons, although the big explosion attack just now was strong, with his physique and armament hockey, even if he was hit head-on, he would only be slightly injured, which would not affect his performance at all. Swish. It was said that it was too late, and Kizaru appeared in an extremely showy way. While kicking Qin Yu, he left 960 a sentence full of ridicule in his ear. The whole process was just in the blink of an eye. Facing Kizaru's sneak attack, even the four emperors would be very likely to be attacked by him. Kizaru was also quite proud of his kick. Even if the demon could recover from his kick with his immortal body, he felt quite happy that he could knock the extremely arrogant demon away with one blow. The most important thing is that the angle of his kick happened to be between Aokiji and Akainu was coming in the direction. As long as this kick landed, the demon would not only be blown away by him, but Akainu and Aokiji who were chasing after him would also be able to seize the opportunity to attack him. At that time, he would join forces with Dracula Mahawk and gather the combat power of four admirals. I don't believe that the demon could not be killed. When Kizaru thought that all this was facilitated by his kick, he felt very happy. Chapter 244 Kizaru, have you ever been kicked by thunder? 56, please subscribe. 245 374. Chapter 244 Kizaru, have you ever been kicked by thunder? 56, please subscribe. Previous, next, swish. The previous second, Kizaru was still thinking well and was very happy. The next second, when he kicked Qin Yu with his right foot, he felt that he was kicking the air instead of hitting a human body. Kizaru's face changed. Under the perception and gaze of his observation haki, Qin Yu, who was facing his light-like speed and focusing on Dracula Mahawk, had no time to react. When he was about to be kicked by his right foot, his whole body suddenly turned into a lightning and disappeared out of thin air. Not good. Kizaru saw this scene and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole. Kizaru, have you been kicked by lightning? At the same time, Qin Yu, who disappeared in front of him and dodged his light-speed kick, seemed to be as fast as time. He turned into a flash of lightning and dodged Kizaru's light-speed kick. He suddenly flashed to Kizaru's back, then raised his right foot wrapped with huge lightning and hit Kizaru's lumbar spine fiercely. Bang! Kizaru, who always played with his opponent with unparalleled speed, didn't even have time to react this time. He was blasted 100 meters away by Qin Yu's right foot wrapped with lightning, and he hit a mangrove in Sabayati Archipelago before he stabilized his body. Kizaru, Akainu, did you see how Kizaru was kicked away? Aokiji, was Kizaru kicked away? Akainu and Aokiji, who were rushing from behind, saw Kizaru, who had taken a step ahead of them, suddenly flying back towards them at an extremely amazing speed. They were stunned for a while, and when they reacted, they looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. It's Logia's Thunder Fruit. After looking at each other, the two of them spit out 9 extremely heavy Chen Guang in unison in less than a second. Thunder Fruit, this one is the closest to Invincible Devil Fruit in Logia. How could they, who are both Logia users, have not heard of the name of Thunder Fruit? In fact, as the Admiral of the headquarters, they also eat the extremely powerful superior fruit in Logia, so they know the power of Thunder Fruit better than others on the sea. Manipulating lightning, controlling electromagnetism, and being able to match Kizaru's light-like speed, etc. Any one of these abilities is extremely terrifying, not to mention that all these abilities are concentrated in a devil fruit like Thunder Fruit. The Thunder Fruit's reputation as the closest to invincibility is not just a boast. It is earned by generations of Thunder Fruit users with their fierce battle records over the past countless years. It is for this reason that there is a consensus in the Grand Line that as long as you get the Thunder Fruit, even a pig can become a famous strongman. And now, when they think of the extremely terrifying demon Qin Yu actually getting the legendary Logia Thunder Fruit, their hearts sank into the abyss of invincibility on the spot. Thunder Fruit. Dracula Mahawk, who came out of the energy ball and slashed the big explosion attack with his sword, just happened to see Qin Yu turning into lightning and kicking Kizaru away at lightning speed. Although he is not a Logia user, but a swordsman, he is still one of the strong men standing on the top of the sea. Naturally, he has heard a little about the famous Thunder Fruit. That is why, when he saw Qin Yu use the power of Thunder Fruit, his face became as solemn as Aokiji and Akainu. At this time, he couldn't imagine how powerful Qin Yu, who was already terrifying, would be with Thunder Fruit. Let's not talk about whether he can defeat the 4 emperors. After all, each of the 4 emperors can easily beat the existence of Admiral level alone. Qin Yu, who can gather Thunder Fruit and Buu Fruit in one body, must be invincible in defeating Admiral. Damn it, it's Thunder Fruit. What a trouble. This devil didn't fruit disappear for hundreds of years. How could it appear again, and just happen to fall into the hands of the demon? Kizaru, who was buried in the pile of broken wood, stood up, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and looked in the direction of Qin Yu with an extremely ugly face. As a user of the Flash Fruit, he may not be the strongest in this sea, but he is definitely the most difficult one. Always Li Jiao relying on the Flash Fruit, he has been smooth sailing since his debut to the position of Admiral, and has almost never suffered any setbacks. As embarrassed as it is now, except in the Roger era, he has almost never encountered it again. But now he not only encountered it, but also faced the Thunder Fruit that he hated the most and didn't want to face the most. There is no other, only the unique ability is precious and powerful. The power of the Flash Fruit lies in the unparalleled speed in the world. But this speed, the Thunder Fruit ability user not only has the same, but also has the terrifying destructive power that the Flash Fruit ability user does not have, as well as a variety of unimaginable uses of the ability. Chapter 245 Super Luxurious Lineup. Buster Call and the 4 Admirals 66, please subscribe. 246 374. Chapter 245 Super Luxurious Lineup. Buster Call and the 4 Admirals 66, please subscribe. Previous, next. If you want to find the one that can best restrain the Flash Fruit among the countless devil fruits in the Grand Line, and it is also the one that Kizaru is most reluctant to face, it is the Thunder Fruit. You are fast, and the Thunder Fruit is just as fast. You have destructive power, and the Thunder Fruit has even more destructive power. You have many ways to use your ability, and the Thunder Fruit has even more ways to use it. Although the Thunder Fruit cannot be called the superior of the Flash Fruit, nor the nemesis of the Flash Fruit, if 2 people with equal strength fight each other, one is a Flash Fruit user, and the other is a Thunder Fruit user, then in the end the Thunder Fruit user will definitely win. It is no wonder that Kizaru's face became so bad after seeing Qin Yu use the power of the Thunder Fruit, and he no longer had the usual teasing and complacent look. Are you 3 little turtles finally willing to come out? I thought you had to wait until Pluton Rayleigh and Dracula Mahawk died before you 3 had the courage to stand in front of me. When Kizaru turned into a flash of light, flashed back from hundreds of meters away, and stood with Akainu and Aokiji to confront Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at the three of them with a joking face. Don't get carried away there, demon. Do you think the three of us are really afraid of you? Akainu's face turned cold. As the most face-conscious among the three admirals, Qin Yu's words almost made him take him away. If you are not afraid of me, why don't we fight here alone? Qin Yu looked at Akainu's face, which was gradually becoming ugly, with interest. One-on-one. It's a joke. Do you think this is a child's game? This is war. The purpose of our existence as Marine Admirals is to uphold justice by any means. Akainu's face turned angry. So you don't dare. Although Aokiji lost to me last time, he still had the courage to face me alone. As an admiral, you are so shameless. It's fine that you brought two admirals with you when you came to see me for the first time, but you even hid aside and used Pluton Rayleigh and Dracula Mahawk to consume my physical strength before you dared to come out. I heard that Sengoku prefers Aokiji in the selection of the next marshal, and it seems that this is not unreasonable. Although he has no qualifications for the king like you, and he is not a true marine king as a marshal, he is much better than a coward like you. Qin Yu shook his head and laughed. Shut up, demon. We are not here to listen to your instigation. Today, if you let your mouth reveal the truth, you will never leave alive. Although Akainu knew that Qin Yu was trying to sow discord, he couldn't help but glance at Aokiji obscurely when he heard his words. Facing Qin Yu's words in Akainu's eyes, Aokiji said nothing, but slowly exuded a cold breath and condensed two ice knives. It's useless for him to say anything about this matter, everything depends on Akainu's tolerance. However, based on his understanding of Akainu, Qin Yu's heart-piercing words will most likely leave a little thought in his heart. CDAJ. Tisk tisk, I always thought that demons were so powerful. It turns out that the means to deal with the enemy is just to rely on a mouth. It's really better to meet in person than to hear about it. Quote, Kizaru said slowly, for others, I rely on a mouth, but for you, I usually use my feet to solve it. Quote, when Qin Yu said this, a flash of lightning suddenly burst out from his right foot. Hearing him say this, Kizaru immediately thought of the scene where he failed to sneak attack just now and was kicked away by Qin Yu. Thinking of this, his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Fight, you three losers can't beat me. Scold, you three together are not as good as me. If I were you, I would just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. How dare I come out and embarrass myself? Qin Yu said, shaking his head. You like to talk, so talk more now. Later, I will completely melt your mouth. Akainu's arms gradually turned into boiling hot, enough to melt all substances into terrifying magma. Not only you, but also your two crew members will not escape death today. The moment he finished speaking, a large number of marines began to emerge behind him. Large warships that could carry giants began to appear on the empty sea. Give up, demon. There is no chance of you escaping today. Aokiji glanced at the marine warships that had surrounded Trafalgar Law and others, and then said to the demon Qin Yu, your strength is indeed incredibly strong. Frankly speaking, any of the three of us alone is not your opponent. But Akainu is right, we are marines, and the purpose of our existence is to uphold justice. For me, I can only eliminate the evil, and siege is not a shameful thing. Quote, demon, although you are strong, there are 4 admiral-level strongmen here. Facing the 4 of us at the same time, even the 4 emperors can't resist. And you, in addition to facing us, you also have to face a Buster Call force. I wonder if your immortal body can withstand our attack. Kizaru said word by word. Chapter 246 Shocking Grand Line Days. Pluton reappears 16, please subscribe. 247 374th. Chapter 246 Shocking Grand Line Days. Pluton reappears 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. To be precise, it's Buster Call plus 4 admiral-level strongmen, and 2 Shichibukai standing at the top of the pirates. Aokiji glanced at Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock who were slowly walking over from the side. He didn't have much dissatisfaction with the 2 Shichibukai who had just behaved extremely negatively. After all, Shichibukai are pirates after all. Even if the world government cooperates with them openly, they will not hesitate to arrest them in secret as long as they are no longer useful or have the opportunity. In this case, it is impossible to expect Boa Hancock and Bartholomew Kuma, the 2 Shichibukai, to do their best when facing Qin Yu, a powerful enemy. In fact, the fact that Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock, the 2 Shichibukai, can come to help in the battle without forced summoning is already far beyond the expectations of Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru. Shichibukai, Buster Call, 4 admirals, it's really a powerful lineup. Such a luxurious lineup is enough to defeat a 4 emperors pirate group. First didn't expect Marine to think so highly of me and send out such a lineup to deal with me. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with emotion after he glanced at Akainu and others. He didn't expect that his growth rate would be so fast. Once upon a time, he was just a bounty hunter rolling in the small East Blue. Unexpectedly, after being forced to the road of pirates by Marine, his strength increased rapidly, and his power became more and more huge. More and more pirates and Marine masters died in his hands. Now, Marine has already sent out such a luxurious lineup to deal with him. If you are smart, you will surrender, so that you can suffer less. Otherwise, you will not even have the opportunity to step into Impel Down and spend the rest of your life. Akainu ordered with a cold face. I don't think so. Compared to stepping into Impel Down, I think it's a better choice to kill you all. Qin Yu said, Brother Demon, although I don't know if you ate a fruit of an unknown species of fantasy beast, which caused some problems in your brain, but before you speak, even if you don't use your brain, you can use your toes to think. Facing a lineup like ours, do you think you still have the ability to resist? Kizaru said slowly and teasingly. Why not? Qin Yu asked back. What a joke, I want to see if you, demon, are really that powerful. Facing 4 admirals, 2 Shichibukai, and a buster call, you can't resist. In order to win over Dracula Mahawk, a Shichibukai with admiral-level combat power, to come to help, Aokiji and Akainu all tacitly regarded him as an admiral-level existence, not just a Shichibukai. Obviously, the 3 of them gave Dracula Mahawk enough face, and directly regarded him as an equal to admiral from the Shichibukai camp. But this is also because Dracula Mahawk is strong. If he is just a Shichibukai-level existence like Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock, and does not have the strength of admiral, then Akainu and the other 2 will not regard Dracula Mahawk as admiral-level combat power, and look at him with equal eyes. Buster Call. It seems to have very strong firepower and manpower. I wonder if you can still be as confident as you are now if you wipe out this Buster Call in an instant. Qin Yu's mouth corners slightly raised. Can you do it? Akainu sneered. If the 6 of them were not here, Qin Yu would not be surprised at all to destroy a Buster Call by himself. But with the 6 of them here, Qin Yu can only be surrounded by them. Of course, Qin Yu took out a Den Den Mushi and spat out a few cabinets under the suddenly changed eyes of Akainu and others. It's time to start. What do you mean? Akainu and others were shocked when they heard it. A strong sense of uneasiness crept into their hearts uncontrollably. Although Dracula Mahawk did not have this feeling, his face became solemn. Their intuition told them that what was going to happen next was definitely not a good thing for them. Of course, it is to erase your Buster Call as I said before. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, a huge shadow gradually appeared on the sea surface next to the battleship where Trafalgar Law and others were. The next moment, the calm sea surface was suddenly broken, and then 10 terrifying giant warships that were far larger than all the Tang-Kangling warships that gradually surrounded Trafalgar Zero and others rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The appearance of this giant warship not only alarmed all the Marines on the Buster Call battleship, but also made Akainu and others change their faces at a glance. What kind of ship is this? Why have I never seen a ship of this shape before? For some reason, those strangely shaped gun turrets give me a strong sense of uneasiness. After Akainu and the other 2 set their eyes on the huge ship whose shape they had never seen before, the uneasiness in their hearts became even stronger. Chapter 247 The Battle of Thunder and Light. You are biased, Kizaru 26, please subscribe. 248 374. Chapter 247 The Battle of Thunder and Light. You are biased, Kizaru 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Are all the members of the demon pirates on board? Dracula Mahawk spread out the observation hockey and immediately sensed a familiar figure standing on the giant ship. It was the other members of the demon pirates who had been missing since the war. It's exactly the same as the giant ship in the photo. Let me see if it's really the same as the legend. No one noticed that Bartholomew Kuma, who had been expressionless, burst into a master's brilliance and excitement in his eyes when he saw the giant ship breaking out of the sea. Now I will introduce to you all the Grand 4 Zeros, our new pirate ship of the demon pirates, Ancient Weapon Pluton. Qin Yu's eyes first swept over Akainu and others, and then he spoke a sentence word by word that made the 3 of them look horrified. How is it possible? Besides Roger, is there anyone else in this world who can find these ancient weapons? Rayleigh, who had just stood up from the ground and just recovered his breath, was seriously injured and his face changed when he saw the warship. Among the people present, he can be regarded as a person who has truly seen the true appearance of the 3 ancient weapons, and he is also very clear about the power of the 3 ancient weapons. That's why when he saw the ancient weapon Pluton with the same name as himself appear in the Sabayati archipelago and reappear in the sea, he had already anticipated what kind of horrible things would happen next. Ancient weapon, Pluton. Damn it, how did this thing fall into your hands? Akainu and the other 2 were instantly moved when they heard this. When they saw the gun turret of the giant ship start to rotate and aim at the 10 Buster Call warships on the sea, they immediately thought of a rumor that they didn't believe in before. Not good. Aokiji's face changed drastically, and he immediately jumped up and shot 2 huge ice pillars at the ancient weapon Pluton floating on the sea in the distance. Although he knew much less about the ancient weapon Pluton than the Pirate King's right arm Rayleigh, Shin Song, anyone who has heard of the main legend of the ancient weapon knows how terrifying the power of this ancient weapon is. You'd better get down. Before Aokiji could shoot out the 2 ice pillars, Qin Yu had already turned into a flash of lightning and flashed in front of him. Brother Demon, your kick just now hurt me a lot. Now you better take my kick first. Facing Qin Yu's speed, Tiantian was helpless. After all, Qin Yu's strength was already 1 level higher than that of the Admiral. In addition, he no longer concealed his weakness and used the Thunder Fruit ability that was closest to invincibility in Logia, so Akainu would not be his opponent. At least it would be difficult for Akainu to intercept him in a flash. Among the 3 admirals, the only one who could fight a speed war with Qin Yu was Kizaru. When Qin Yu turned into lightning and wanted to stop Aokiji from freezing the ancient weapon Pluton, Kizaru's whole body was already shining with dazzling golden light, and almost at the same time he turned into a bright flash to block Aokiji, and raised his foot to hit Qin Shi's head fiercely at the speed of light. That's really a pity. With your ability, you will only get kicked again if you come to me. Qin Yu's eyes flashed a little coldly, and his right foot burst out violent blue-white lightning with thunderous rumbles, and then a kick that was no less fast than Kizaru collided with Kizaru's light-speed kick, lightning kick. Light-speed kick. Boom! As the two people's right legs kicked fiercely together, the lightning and light beams covering their right feet seemed to be incompatible, and like two dragons with different attributes, they entangled with each other and bit each other. With the right feet of the two as the center, a violent energy force suddenly broke through the air, rolling up a visible air wave that spread out in all directions. The speed is good, but your strength is still a little lacking, Kizaru. Qin Yu said to Kizaru teased, and then kicked Kizaru with his right foot at the speed of light, which caused extremely violent lightning to flash. Oh, how scary, but you don't understand this, demon. Speed is power. Kizaru showed a slapping expression on his face, and his right foot burst into a brilliant flash. The speed of 3.2 is indeed huge, but it is inferior to lightning in terms of destructive power. What's more, the gap between you and me is not only the gap between light and lightning, but also the gap in physique. You don't think that as a Logia user, you can match me, a mythical beast user, in terms of physique, right? And if I remember correctly, your teacher Zephyr has said more than once that you are the most biased among the three admirals and the one who relies most on demon fruit power. It's just that in the past, you have always relied on the power of the flash fruit to perfectly cover up your own biased shortcomings. Qin Yu's words made Kizaru's face gradually gloomy. Chapter 248 Kizaru's Regret. Teacher Zephyr, you are right. 36, please subscribe. 249 374. Chapter 248 Kizaru's Regret. Teacher Zephyr, you are right. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Actually, it's nothing. I'm also very biased in one subject. It's just that my bias can be made up for by the Buu Fruit. But when you face me, the flash fruit can't cover up your shortcomings. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, an overwhelming force of violence erupted like a tsunami on the Grand Line. This force was beyond Kizaru's expectations. The flash, which was originally entangled with lightning, was instantly defeated when it encountered this violent and unparalleled force. Then Qin Yu's right foot pressed down on Kizaru's right leg and kicked him out with a kick under Kizaru's face that was hard to see ultimate. Although Kizaru had already elementalized when he landed, turning into a flash and crashing to the ground, he did not suffer any damage, but in the battle of speed and strength, losing again was the most difficult for him to accept. With the flash fruit, he has always been able to play with any opponent no matter what he faces. Even though he was the least active among the three admirals in physical training, physical skills, swordsmanship, and hockey, he could completely cover up his shortcomings with the speed of the flash fruit. But now, he couldn't beat Qin Yu in speed, and was even suppressed by Qin Yu in strength. This feeling of frustration was the first time he tasted it after eating the flash fruit. Damn it, is thunder fruit really that strong? His speed is not inferior to mine, but his destructive power is far superior to mine. In addition, his mythical beast Buu Fruit has a bonus to his physical strength. I am obviously stronger than him in armament hockey, but I was still suppressed by him when we fought. Kizaru stared at Qin Yu with a gloomy face. Originally, he thought that even if the flash fruit was not as destructive as the thunder fruit, it could completely make up for the lack of destructive power with the armament hockey that surpassed Qin Yu. But once they fought, he was once again at a disadvantage, which made him feel particularly uncomfortable. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Aokiji and Akainu, but in terms of diligence and perseverance, you are far inferior to them. You obviously have the flash fruit, which is worse than their lava fruit and frozen fruit. As long as you are willing to work hard on physique, hockey, and swordsmanship like them, and don't be too biased and over-rely on the flash fruit. Then even if your achievements are not as good as those of the four emperors, they are definitely better than Aokiji and Akainu. At this time, Kizaru couldn't help but think of what Zephyr had said to him more than once, but he never took it to heart. He even had a grudge with the mentor who led him to the path of admiral because of Zephyr's strict teaching and scolding. In the past, he always thought that his ideas were right. As long as he relied on the flash fruit, even if he was slightly inferior to Aokiji and Akainu in physique, hockey, swordsmanship, and physical skills, he could still deal with all enemies. Even if he is biased in one subject, he can still beat Akainu and Aokiji, who are also admirals. This is also Kizaru's confidence all along. It is the unparalleled confidence given to him by the flash fruit. And the ability of the flash fruit did not disappoint him. On the road of Marine, a flash fruit made him soar. Even if he was not 1/10 as diligent as Aokiji and Akainu in training, his strength was still not inferior to the other two admirals. Even with the speed of light, he was enough to give these two admirals a headache until the ultimate. But now, he has met his nemesis, and he has been defeated in the fruit ability that he was proud of, and the speed and strength that he was proud of. As what Mr. Zephyr said really right, I have been smooth sailing these years, because I have not met people like me. Now that I have met them, the shortcomings covered by the flash fruit are immediately exposed. Thinking of this, Kizaru suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. He never thought that he was wrong, but that Zephyr's ideas were too stubborn. After all, he is a person with special abilities, while Zephyr is not. Naturally, their views are different. But now, he, who has never encountered setbacks, lost to Qin Yu in the competition of the strongest speed and strength and the ability of Fruit 437. This made him think for the first time whether he was wrong when he recalled Zephyr's words. Teacher Zephyr, maybe you were right. If I had not been biased in one subject, but focused on physical training and hockey like Akainu and Aokiji, maybe now I can compete with him even if I can't defeat the demon. The more Kizaru thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. At the beginning, it was impossible for him to say that he was not grateful to Zephyr for cultivating him. But because of different opinions, he still fell out with Zephyr. And they became estranged. Now looking back, maybe Zephyr was stricter to him than Aokiji and Akainu, maybe because he had the flash fruit, his achievements might be higher than Akainu and Aokiji. It was precisely because of his excellence that he was the only one among all Zephyr's students who could surpass Admiral, so Zephyr was more strict with him at the beginning. Chapter 249 Thunder and Lava, Demon and Akainu 46, please subscribe. 250-374. Chapter 249 Thunder and Lava, Demon and Akainu 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Thinking of this, Kizaru's regret became stronger. He is 58 years old. Although he is still in his prime and his strength is still at its peak, his future is over. Even if he starts to train his body seriously and focus on hockey training now, it is difficult to make a breakthrough. After all, neither he nor the two admirals Akainu and Aokiji have the qualifications of a king. They can't grow their spirit and strength by defeating one king after another and defeating one powerful enemy after another. Not to mention Kizaru, even Aokiji, the youngest of the three admirals, if there is no great opportunity, the ultimate of this life, that is, the peak of admiral, is infinitely close to the four emperors. After the age of 40, it is difficult to make further progress. In fact, in the world of One Piece, the peak period is very long, but the time for rapid growth of strength is very short. Unless you eat some devil fruit, once you are over 40, your strength is basically fixed for life. Great eruption. Just when Kizaru was kicked out by Qin Yu, and he recalled the past with Zephyr and felt a lot of emotions in his heart, Akainu, who was standing on the ground, relied on observation hockey to predict the movements of Qin Yu and Kizaru one step ahead of time. He immediately raised his hand and punched out when Qin Yu knocked Kizaru away and his body was stuck in the air. When his right arm was swinging his fist, it suddenly emitted a hot, boiling, high-temperature breath that melted everything. When his fist pointed at Qin Yu through the air, the whole arm immediately turned into a terrifying magma that burned everything. And this magma was only the size of an arm at first, but when it emerged, it was like a volcanic eruption, and immediately turned into a magma fist that was several times larger than a mountain, and sprayed towards Qin Yu, who had just knocked Kizaru away and was stuck in the void, and had no time to dodge in the air. Lava Fruit's destructive power is rare even among Logia devil fruits. However, in front of me, this destructive power is far from enough. Qin Yu slightly opened his right hand, and the roaring blue electric light flashed from his arm like a thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm turned into a lightning arm just like Akainu's arm turned into a magma fist. God's punishment. Boom. With a deafening roar, Qin Yu punched from above. His entire arm suddenly turned into a gushing lightning column that was enough to completely penetrate all matter. Magma is famous for its strong destructive power among the many Logia ability users. In terms of destructive power alone, it can be ranked at the forefront among all Logia devil fruits. If a normal Logia user encounters a lava fruit user like Akainu, they would be extremely afraid and would not be able to compete with him. But Qin Yu did not have such concerns. Even if he did not use the special ability of the Buu Fruit, he could suppress him with just the Thunder Fruit. There is no other reason. Thunder Fruit is known as the most invincible Logia ability, and it is not in vain. The power of Thunder Fruit in his hands is simply incomparable to that in Enel's hands. Even if he simply uses the power of Thunder Fruit, his speed is not inferior to Kizaru, and his destructive power is even greater than Akainu, who is known for his strong attack power. Boom. When God's sanction and great eruption collided with each other, the violent lightning and the hot magma suddenly produced a fierce struggle. In the hands of Qin Yu and Akainu, in addition to bringing out the terrifying power of the two Logia elements themselves, they also developed even more terrifying abilities based on their understanding and views of Devil Fruit. For example, Akainu's great eruption, in addition to the scorching, burning magma, also has the impact of volcanic eruptions that penetrate everything. Even without magma, the power of Akainu's punch alone is enough to break through the mountains. The same is true for Qin Yu's God's Judgment. He is different from Enel, who simply releases a lightning column with only lightning destructive power. The lightning column released from Qin Yu's hand, in addition to having a stronger lightning destructive power than the lightning column released by Enel, also incorporates the properties of light into it. Like Kizaru, it uses the speed of light to burst out huge destructive power. Putting aside the destructive power of lightning, his lightning column, just like Kizaru's laser, has terrifying penetrating and destructive power. Fruit users with strengths like Qin Yu and Akainu have not only fully developed the power of Devil Fruit itself, but also developed Devil Fruit in various directions. Not only does it make the fruit ability itself more powerful, but also more comprehensive. Even if it encounters the natural enemy of the fruit ability itself, it will not be so easily restrained. Chapter 250 There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. 56, please subscribe. 251 374. Chapter 250 There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What a troublesome Thunder Fruit ability. Not only is it fast to release all attacks, but it is also so destructive. Akainu saw that his carefully prepared great eruption was blocked by Qin Yu's hastily cast God's Judgment, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. His lava fruit has destructive power and range, but it is not without shortcomings. Compared with thunder fruit, speed is his biggest flaw. But fortunately, Kizaru and I finally stopped him. In this way, the giant ship suspected to be ancient weapon Pluton should be frozen by Aokiji. Akainu thought about it and felt relieved. Although he always suspected that the giant ship emerging from the seabed was not the legendary ancient weapon, the strange-shaped turret on the giant ship still made him feel strongly uneasy when he first saw it. Such a giant ship is better frozen, or even completely destroyed to make people feel at ease. Slave arrow. Just when Akainu was relieved, the Boa Han 700 cook that came with Bartholomew Kuma and surrounded Qin Yu suddenly shot a large number of pink arrows at Aokiji. Facing Boa Hancock's sudden sneak attack, even a Marine Admiral as strong as Aokiji could only give up freezing the ancient weapon Pluton and dodge. After all, he also knew the weirdness of Boa Hancock's sweet fruit. Even though he had the emission-level armament haki to protect his body, he didn't want to try whether he would be petrified. Boa Hancock, you dare. Akainu looked at it and shouted angrily. There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. Also, stop yelling at me. It is not your turn to comment on what I am going to do. Boa Hancock was not afraid of Akainu's cold shout. People with the qualifications of a king usually have one thing in common. No matter what their personality, hobbies, and pursuits are, all those with the qualifications of a king are equally bold and unscrupulous. As long as they decide to do something and think they should do it, they will not care about anyone's opinion and will always resolutely carry it out to the end. Do you know that you are not only looking for death by doing this, but also dragging the entire Amazon lily to be buried with you? Akainu walked towards Boa Hancock with a gloomy face. So what? I am so beautiful, no matter what I do, they will forgive me. Boa Hancock looked down at Akainu proudly. The people of Amazon Lily may forgive your audacity, but as a Marine Admiral, I will never let go of anyone who betrays Marine and becomes an enemy of Marine. Akainu roared, raised his right arm suddenly, and turned into a dog head-shaped lava fist to bite Boa Hancock's head. Dog bites Red Lotus. Obviously, Boa Hancock's betrayal on the battlefield aroused his murderous intention. He even ignored Qin Yu and wanted to get rid of Boa Hancock who betrayed Marine at the first time. As for why Boa Hancock betrayed Marine, he didn't want to know, and he was too lazy to know. He only knew that anyone who betrayed Marine and became an enemy of Marine should die. Facing the murderous Akainu, Boa Hancock was not afraid at all. Looking at the dog-headed magma fist that broke through the air, Boa Hancock's eyes turned cold, and with her body as the center, a conqueror's haki as majestic as the Sea of Longyong suddenly shocked Akainu fiercely. Although her conqueror's haki was not as powerful as Pluton Rayleigh, since Qin Yu helped her eliminate the flying dragon's hoof, she gradually opened up the knot of depression for many years. Her whole heart seemed to have opened the shackles, and her spirit became stronger than before. In the past, her conqueror's haki was only equal to Don Quixote da Flamingo, but now, her conqueror's haki has surpassed the scope of Don Quixote da Flamingo, and is no worse than Katakuri, the deputy of 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Facing the conqueror's haki that she put all her strength into, Akainu, who is so powerful, will naturally not be stunned, but the shock of her mind and the feeling of heaviness in the brain are still inevitable. In a fierce battle with a strong man, the influence of external interference is very large, not to mention the shock from the spirit, will in hard light conqueror's haki. After being hit by Boa Hancock's conqueror's haki, even as strong as Akainu, the power of his dog bite Red Lotus was slightly weaker than at the beginning. Conquerors. This level of conquerors is far from enough. Akainu noticed that his attack was a little weaker, but he didn't care. After all, the gap in strength between Boa Hancock and him was there. Not only the fruit ability, but also haki, physique, and physical skills, he crushed Boa Hancock in every aspect. Even though his dog bite Red Lotus was weakened a little by the shock of Conqueror's haki, it was still no problem for him to severely injure Boa Hancock with one move. Chapter 251 The First Shot After 800 Years. Pluton is destroyed instantly. Buster Call 66. Please subscribe. 252 374. Chapter 251 The First Shot After 800 Years. Pluton is destroyed instantly. Buster Call 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Frankie, have you locked on the target? On the deck of Pluton, Nami held a telescope and looked at the 10 Buster Call warships that surrounded their 2 ships from all directions. It was the super powerful Frankie who personally took action. It was just 10 Buster Call warships, so of course they locked on them at once. In the control room, Frankie picked up the microphone and said to Nami on the deck. Although Pluton is an ancient weapon, in fact, the technological content of this warship is not ancient at all in Qin Yu's opinion. Compared with the warships and ships of this era, it is as advanced as black technology. The war weapon made by Vegapunk, Pacifist, is already black technology. Such technology, even the Earth where Qin Yu used to live could not master it. But the Pluton warship is more black technology than the Pacifist. Not only does it have automatic identification, automatic locking and other systems, it even has an intelligent control system. It doesn't look like an ancient weapon at all, but more like a future weapon. Frankie, hurry up, the Empress has turned against us. That means Qin Yu is under unimaginable pressure. Nico Robin, who had been using a telescope to monitor the battle, immediately said to Frankie. No problem, leave everything to me, the super me. Although Frankie was in the control room thousands of meters away, Nico Robin's voice reached his ears very clearly. There was even a huge projection screen in the control room, which clearly showed Nami, Nico Robin and others standing on the deck. After learning about the battle situation in Ate Archipelago, Frankie did not delay at all and immediately reached out and pressed a button on the console. Swish. The turrets that 10 of the Pluton battleships locked onto the 10 Buster Call battleships several kilometers away first burst into a red light, and then 10 laser-like flame beams suddenly shot out from the barrels of the Sun turret. If it were the cannons carried by pirate ships of this era, it would not be easy to hit a warship several kilometers away in the turbulent sea. Unless it was Usopp like Yasop who personally operated the cannon. But the cannons of the Pluton battleship had extremely advanced locking technology that was more accurate than pacifism. When Frankie activated the cannon firing button, the beams shot out by the 10 turrets immediately bombarded them in the dull eyes of many Marines on the 10 Buster Call battleships in the distance. Boom! A flash of fire, and with a deafening explosion, the 10 Buster Call battleships, which were powerful enough to kill ordinary sea kings and each of which could accommodate thousands of Marines, were like being hit by missiles and then detonated. The dazzling flames and billowing smoke instantly enveloped the 10 battleships. Most of the Marines standing on the Buster Call battleships were buried under the destructive artillery fire of the Pluton battleship before they could even react. Only some rear admirals and vice admirals with extraordinary strength could sense the terror and death coming when the Pluton battleship fired, and they reflexively used moonwalk to fly into the air and escape from the Buster Call battleship. But even so, many of the rear admirals who escaped from the battleship were still affected by the explosion and were blown to pieces by the flame explosion on the spot. Only those vice admirals with high strength could use moonwalk and armament hockey to withstand the impact of the explosion and fall into the sea. Is that ship really an ancient weapon? Buster Call was destroyed by one wave of attack. Aokiji and others who were fighting fiercely with Qin Yu and others on the Ate archipelago were stunned when they saw that the Pluton battleship, which had been away for 800 years, had returned to the Grand Line and destroyed Buster Call with its first shot. Even Boa Hancock, who was full of murderous intent and vowed to kill the defector, was stunned at this moment. I didn't expect the legendary ancient weapon Pluton to have such terrible power. Just one attack from 10 guns destroyed the naval headquarters as powerful Buster Call. When Dracula Mahawk saw this scene, his cold and unchanging face was also full of calamity. This was just one attack from 10 guns. When his eyes swept over the crisscrossing guns on the Pluton battleship, he was silent. Especially when he saw the particularly huge gun on the Pluton battleship, which looked like a main gun, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Just 10 cannons destroyed the Buster Call battleship in an instant. What if all the cannons were fired at the same time? What if the huge cannon, which is even more terrifying than the cannon built by world destroyer Berndi Waldo to blow up Marineford, is also developed? When Dracula Mahawk thought of the legend that the Pluton battleship could destroy an island with one shot, he suspected that the cannon that destroyed the island was the huge main gun on the Pluton battleship in his sight. Chapter 252. Demon's Fierce Power. One Man's Power Against Kizaru, Akainu, 16, please subscribe. 253 374. Chapter 252. Demon's Fierce Power. One Man's Power Against Kizaru, Akainu, 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Akainu, don't worry about the Empress. Go and destroy the ancient weapon Pluton. Aokiji came back to his senses from the shock of ancient weapon Pluton instantly annihilating a Buster Call fleet, and immediately shouted at Akainu who was raising his hand to chase Boa Hancock. Such a weapon must not fall into the hands of the demon pirates. You're lucky. Akainu's face was uncertain when he heard this. He and Aokiji have always disagreed. No matter what Aokiji said, he didn't bother to pay attention. Similarly, no matter what he said, Aokiji would oppose it. But this time, after witnessing the fierce power of 007, ancient weapon Pluton, even an admiral like him was horrified. At this time, personal grudges and Boa Hancock, the Shichibukai who turned against him at the last minute, became insignificant. Compared to destroying ancient weapon Pluton, the importance of the 10 empresses is far less than the former. If the 5 elders knew that he did not destroy the ancient weapon in the first place during the battle, but let it fall into the hands of others, then his journey as a marine would be over. The position of admiral would be the pinnacle of his life. Thinking of this, Akainu glared at Boa Hancock fiercely, then resolutely abandoned him and leapt towards the ancient weapon Pluton drifting on the sea. Although he could not stop Qin Yu, it did not mean that he was slow. As the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, there must be no shortcomings. Physical strength, physical skills, swordsmanship, hockey, and fruit abilities are all complete and excellent. Just relying on a strong physique and superb physical skills, Akainu's speed has easily broken the sound barrier, and his full burst is even several times the speed of sound. It's just that such speed is as fast as thunder in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of Qin Yu and Kizaru who have the ability of thunder fruit and flash fruit, it is obviously far from enough. Unless Akainu's observation hockey is as powerful as Rayleigh, there is no way to force Qinbao and Kizaru who are in the speed of enlightenment. However, he can't stop Qin Yu and Kizaru, but it is not a problem to stop an ancient weapon Pluton without high-end combat power. Meteor Volcano. Akainu looked at the ancient weapon Pluton in the distance, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. If possible, he really wants to capture this ancient weapon Pluton. Once he gets this ancient weapon Pluton, let alone the position of marshal, he can even be the commander-in-chief of the whole army. As the admiral of the headquarters, although he has little chance to contact the 5 elders, he also knows how persistent and eager the 5 elders and even the celestial dragons are for the ancient weapon. Unfortunately, the current situation does not allow him to get the ancient weapon Pluton. The best choice before him is to destroy the ancient weapon Pluton. You better stay here. Just as Akainu raised his arms, his hands turned into boiling magma and were about to spray huge magma fists like hills towards the ancient weapon Pluton in the distant sea, and then fell from the sky like a meteor to burn the ancient weapon Pluton completely. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed beside him. Qin Yu's elements turned into lightning, flashing beside Akainu at a speed almost like teleportation, and then he held a Fang Tian Huaji composed of black lightning in his right hand and slashed his head fiercely. If it was just pure lightning, Akainu would not be afraid at all. But facing a Fang Tian Huaji formed by the hardening of armament haki, he dared not be negligent. The meteor volcano that was ready to go had to be forcibly put away by him, and then he quickly raised his right arm that turned into a magma fist and slammed it hard on the oncoming lightning Fang Tian Huaji. Bang! Magma and lightning, armed color collided with each other, and a terrifying high-heat shock wave instantly burst out. The ground under the feet of the two people not only collapsed layer by layer, forming a deep pit formed by the meteorite hitting the ground, but also the flowers, plants and trees on all sides were razed to the ground in an instant. Damn it! Akainu's face was very ugly. This is the horror of Thunder Fruit. Movement is instant, and ability moves are also instant. His lava fruit attack speed, although the launch speed is as fast as lightning, so that ordinary people have no time to react, but compared to Thunder, it is undoubtedly much slower. If he was the yellow 3.18, the attack he just launched would have landed on the ancient weapon Pluton, and would not be forcibly interrupted by Qin Yu's late attack. Brother Demon, where are you going? Almost at the moment when Qin Yu and Akainu fought, Kizaru also turned into a golden flash and followed closely. He opened his hands, and a long sword condensed by golden flashes fell into his hands, and then fell on Qin Yu with a terrifying slash. Sky Cloud Sword, swish. Qin Yu's body was split into two, and the two halves of the body simultaneously turned into lightning and bypassed Kizaru's Sky Cloud Sword. Chapter 253 Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon joins the game. 26, please subscribe. 254 374ths. Chapter 253 Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon joins the game. 26, please subscribe. Previous, next. Kizaru, you drag the demon, I'll go destroy the ancient weapon Pluton first. Akainu was about to call Dracula Mahawk, but found that Boa Hancock, who had been standing by, had stopped Dracula Mahawk alone. Damn it, no wonder this Shichibukai is so kind. It's not a mandatory call, but he took the initiative to help. It turns out that he had evil intentions from the beginning. Hurry up. Although Kizaru knew that he was no match for the demon Qin Yu, it would be difficult for the demon Qin Yu to defeat him with the flash fruit. After all, the physical strength and endurance of Logia users are not as good as Zoan of the same level, but they must be above Paramesha. It is inevitable that Logia users who reach the level of Kizaru, the red 23 dog, have too strong fruit destructive power, and consume very little physical strength when using the fruit ability. Even if they are 70 or 80 years old, they still have strong combat capabilities. Don't let him disturb me, just a moment is enough. Akainu's observation haki spread out, and after sensing that there was no powerful enough existence on the ancient weapon Pluton battleship, he felt relieved. Hurry up, Kizaru, and I will stop him. At this time, Aokiji also arrived. He did not freeze the ancient weapon Pluton directly like before, but besieged Qin Yu with Kizaru. In his opinion, although Qin Yu's strength is strong, it is limited to fighting alone. If two admirals with extremely strong destructive power besiege him alone, the demon Qin Yu, who is still a long way from the four emperors level, can only rely on a variety of devil fruits and immortality to barely remain undefeated. To defeat the two admirals in turn, it is almost impossible. Among the four emperors, the only one who can defeat two admirals in a one-on-two situation is Whitebeard without a hidden injury. As for the other four emperors, they can only suppress two admirals at most, and it is quite difficult to defeat two admirals. In fact, it is difficult to analyze Qin Shui's current strength accurately. Limited by the lack of armament haki, physique, swordsmanship, and physical skills, Qin Yu can sweep all admiral-level strongmen alone with his powerful fruit ability. But it is almost impossible to fight one against two, face two admirals at the same time and defeat them. After all, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 when admiral-level strongmen join forces. Brother Demon, you should stay here honestly. Kizaru stood on the left side of Qin Yu holding the Aim no Kurosakumo sword. Dangerous things like ancient weapon must not fall into your hands. Aokiji stood on the right side of Qin Yu holding two ice knives. Is it good if it falls into your hands? If it falls into the hands of Marine, it will only create more tragedies like Ohara. Qin Yu's words made Aokiji's face change slightly. Taking advantage of the moment when his face changed drastically, Qin Yu suddenly turned into a lightning bolt and flashed towards Akainu. Stay. Although Aokiji woke up in shock, he quickly suppressed the guilt in his heart, and then intercepted Qin Yu with Kizaru on the left and right at the same time. How long are you going to watch the show? Qin Yu's eyes suddenly darkened when he saw Aokiji and Kizaru like a dog's skin plaster, tightly entangled with him. Two admirals, one of whom was Kizaru, whose speed was not inferior to his own, were indeed enough to restrict him to one place. What? Hearing Qin Yu's sudden shout, whether it was Aokiji, Kizaru, or Akainu who was about to destroy the ancient weapon Pluton, they all changed color. This name is quite rare in the Grand Line, and they only thought of one person who used this name and could have an intersection with people at Qin Shui's level. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army is also colluding with him? When the name Monkey D. Dragon just popped up in the minds of Akainu and the other two, the sky suddenly became dark. Heavy rain and strong wind appeared almost instantly, covering the entire Sabayati archipelago. 453 In the heavy rain and strong wind, a figure covered with green robes appeared in front of Aokiji and Kizaru silently and like a ghost, as if he had the ability to be invisible. Hurricane Dragon Claw Fist. Two dragon claws formed entirely by the terrifying storm suddenly smashed on the two of them. If others faced Monkey D. Dragon's ghostly and silent attack, they would have been severely injured by a blow. But Aokiji and Kizaru were not only the admirals of the headquarters, but also their strength is at its peak. Observation Haki is always aware of the movements around them. The moment Monkey D. Dragon appeared, they sensed it. Facing Monkey D. Dragon, who truly stood at the top of the ocean and was one of the top figures of this era, if the two of them fought alone, they would naturally be far from enough. However, two admirals facing Monkey D. Dragon alone were still enough to deal with him. But in the same way, Monkey D. Dragon alone was enough to intercept Kizaru and Aokiji. Chapter 254. Beyond the Admiral's Combat Power. Monkey D. Dragon 36, please subscribe. 255 374. Chapter 254. Beyond the Admiral's Combat Power. Monkey D. Dragon 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Dragon, have you fallen to the point of joining forces with pirates? Aokiji roared. Monkey D. Dragon is a natural king and the son of Garp. Once upon a time, he also regarded Monkey D. Dragon as a target. And Garp, Sengoku and others also regarded Monkey D. Dragon as the future Marine Marshal, or even the commander-in-chief of the entire army. And Monkey D. Dragon did not disappoint Garp and others. Since joining Marine, he has shown a brilliance that makes the current three admirals pale in comparison. When he was still in Marine and had not founded the Revolutionary Army, all the geniuses in the entire Marine were overshadowed by the style of Monkey D. Dragon alone. Even the three admirals were far inferior to him. Even when Akainu faced him, he was full of reluctance and helplessness. Akainu dared to compete with Aokiji, but he knew that he could not compete with Meng Delong at all. Not only strength, but also the qualifications of a king, and the appreciation of Garp, Sengoku, and even the five elders. These are what he does not have. Aokiji is Garp's confidant and also a disciple. For Monkey D. Dragon, he regards him as both a target and a senior brother. Now when he sees Monkey D. Dragon appear again and join forces with the pirates, he is shocked and angry. Although the Revolutionary Army led by Monkey D. Dragon has always been an organization with the goal of overthrowing the world government, they have a system and organization. They never plunder like pirates, and have never had any intersection with any pirates. Now Aokiji sees that he has joined forces with Qin Yu, and naturally he looks heartbroken and furious. The demon is not an ordinary pirate, and he has never regarded himself as a pirate. In the end, it was just you who forced him to become a pirate. In this sea, there are too many people like him who were forced to become pirates by you. When Monkey D. Dragon looked at Aokiji, a complex flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Dragon, you have to think clearly. The Revolutionary Army has finally reached the current situation. If you interfere in our affairs at this time, both the world government and the Marine will focus on you. Kizaru said word by word. Facing Monkey D. Dragon, who is truly at the top of this era and whose strength is at its peak, he dare not neglect it in the slightest. The teasing tone and the slapping face were all put away. It's as if I don't interfere in this battle, you Marine and the world government will not focus on me. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head. Okay, both of you, it's useless to talk. You have your persistence, and I have my pursuit. Let's see for ourselves. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, and then Aokiji decisively confronted Monkey D. Dragon, while Kizaru chased after Qin Yu. Obviously, in their opinion, it would only take Akainu a moment to destroy Buster Call. Even though any one of them alone was not Monkey D. Dragon's opponent, it was almost impossible for Monkey D. Dragon to severely injure or even kill any admiral level in such a short time. You guys should stay here. Monkey D. Dragon saw Aokiji and Kizaru playing this trick in front of him, and first shook his head secretly, then raised his hand and waved. A storm that rushed straight to the sky instantly stopped Kizaru, who turned into a golden light and flashed away, and then he smashed Aokiji's ice knife with a dragon claw fist. This is the strength of standing on the top of the sea, surpassing the admiral level strongman. At the peak of his time, Monkey D. Dragon will certainly show a crushing attitude when facing any admiral level alone. Maybe it is impossible to kill an admiral in 3 or 2 moves. But if it is a one-on-one fight, if Aokiji is determined to kill him, 100 moves are enough to kill him. At this time, Monkey D. Dragon showed this kind of fierce strength. Facing 2 admirals, he intercepted Kizaru with one hand and smashed Aokiji's ice blade with the other hand, without any sign of being at a disadvantage. To deal with an existence of Monkey D. Dragon's level, at least 2 admirals must be dispatched. If you want to keep him, you must send out 3 admirals to have a slight chance of success. Seeing that Whitebeard was weak and sick during the Summit War, he was old, and was tricked by the big Uzumaki spider before the war. Not only was he seriously injured, but he also suffered hidden injuries. He was still able to destroy naval on his own. Headquarters, a single gun of the king against 3 admirals. Although he could only almost beat Akainu to death, he also showed a terrifying ferocity. Monkey D. Dragon is different from Whitebeard. Maybe he is not as good as Whitebeard in his prime, but he is at his peak at this time, unlike Whitebeard who was old and sick. His strength can be perfectly exerted at all times. Facing his determined interception, Huang Yuan and Aokiji had no chance to escape from his control. Damn it! Facing Monkey D. Dragon who blocked them tightly, Aokiji and Kizaru could only watch with reluctance as Qin Yu turned into a lightning and once again stopped Akainu who wanted to destroy ancient weapon Pluton. Chapter 255 The Power of Thunder, Linlin 46, please subscribe. 256 374. Chapter 255 The Power of Thunder, Linlin 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What a haunting fellow. Akainu glanced at Qin Yu who had turned into lightning and flashed towards him. He had to stop again when he wanted to raise his hand to destroy ancient weapon Pluton. At this time, he had made preparations in advance before Qin Yu arrived, relying on the advance foresight of observation haki. Seizing the short time when Qin Yu escaped from the double teaming of Aokiji and Kizaru and rushed over, his right hand instantly turned into a magma arm, like a small volcanic eruption, and hit Qin Yu who had just flashed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Dark Hound. If it were any other Admiral-level warrior, they would definitely suffer a loss when facing Akainu's premeditated move. But Qin Yu is not only a user of the mythical beast Buu Fruit, with super strong physique and reaction speed, but also a user of Thunder Fruit. The combination of the two made Qin Yu's reaction and response ability reach an incredible level. Even though Kizaru also possessed a speed close to that of light, his ability to react in a hurry and his means of dealing with the enemy were far inferior to those of Qin Yu. Facing Akainu's Dark Hound, Qin Yu, who had just walked out of the lightning, was not surprised or panicked. He opened his right hand, and a pitch-black lightning spear had already fallen into his hand. Then he thrust forward and blocked the Dark Hound of the Doctor. At the same time, he pulled out the Myoho Muramasa from his waist with his left hand. The roaring lightning and armament haki wrapped around the blade, and immediately turned the Myoho Muramasa into a pitch-black lightning blade. Then he held the lightning blade and chopped it towards Akainu. Dog bites Red Lotus. Akainu's face sank, and his left hand turned into a dog-shaped magma fist, biting the oncoming lightning blade. Boom! The lightning, magma, and armament haki of the two collided, and instantly burst out a huge lightning magma ball of light similar to a nuclear bomb explosion. All the materials on all sides were instantly turned into dust in front of the terrifying natural force that burst out when the two fought. It seems that the Thunder Fruit, which is said to be the closest to invincibility in Logia, is just like this. Of course, it is not ruled out that the power of this devil fruit cannot be exerted in your hands. After Akainu withstood Qin Yu's violent attack, a trace of sarcasm suddenly appeared on his face. Even if you can stop me from destroying ancient weapon Pluton, even if you destroy Buster Call in this battle, you will definitely lose in the end. The Queen alone can't stop Dracula Mahawk and Bartholomew Kuma, and Pluton Rayleigh, although he may not help us Marine, he definitely doesn't mind taking advantage of you at this time. Devil, give up, you have no chance of winning this battle at all. Really? Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Isn't it? When Akainu caught the strange arc at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth, his heart couldn't help but jump slightly. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness suddenly surged into his heart, but for a moment he couldn't figure out where this uneasiness came from. Do you really think Thunder Fruit is only this level? As Qin Yu spoke, his eyes drifted to the dark sky above where heavy rain was pouring and strong winds were blowing across Sabayati Archipelago. Akainu noticed the change in Qin Yu's eyes and immediately glanced at the sky with the corner of his eyes. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. As soon as he looked at his cold face, he was immediately covered with horror. Boom! Almost at the moment when Akainu looked up at the sky, a deafening thunder that swept across the entire Sabayati Archipelago suddenly exploded from the sky. Then, the terrifying lightning suddenly appeared and tore the dark sky apart. When the thick black clouds were pulled apart by the lightning, a terrifying beast covered with lightning that could tear the sky slowly emerged from the darkness. What is this? Akainu looked around and immediately found that the clouds were torn apart by the lightning beast with its claws wrapped with huge lightning. But at first he didn't see clearly and thought it was lightning that tore the clouds apart. In fact, it was the lightning beast that tore the clouds apart with its claws. Qin Yu, who was standing in front of Akainu, seemed to be answering him, and also seemed to be calling the Qin that was perched on the clouds in the sky, as if it had the power to call the wind and rain and control lightning. The moment Qin Yu uttered the word Qin, the Qin that was stepping on the thundercloud immediately made a sound that shocked all the beasts, making the eardrums of all creatures in the Sabayati Archipelago vibrate, and a roar of fear was born in their hearts. Then, without any movement from the Qin, its huge body moved at the speed of light, carrying the terrifying lightning that could shatter mountains and split the sea from the sky to Akainu and Qin Yu in front of him under Akainu's horrified and fearful gaze. Boom! When the Qin, which was stepping on the clouds and exuding the power of looking down on the world, fell into Qin Yu and Akainu, a terrifying lightning flashed up into the sky. A terrifying lightning column that tore through the clouds and fiercely penetrated the sky, as if it was going to reach Sky Island, instantly swallowed the two of them and then burst out lightning moles that could shatter islands towards the entire Sabayati Archipelago. Chapter 256 The Name of Thunderous Invincibility, Overwhelming Everything Admiral 56, please subscribe. 257 374. Chapter 256 The Name of Thunderous Invincibility, Overwhelming Everything Admiral 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Boom. Originally, after the battle between Pluton Rayleigh and Qin Yu, Sabayati Archipelago had already been broken into 4 island fragments. Later, After enduring the battles of many admiral-level masters, the 4 island fragments had completely split apart and formed 4 islands. And now, Qin Yu summoned the Thunder Kirin from the sky and plunged it into one of the island fragments. An island fragment of Sabayati Archipelago, which covers an area comparable to East Blue Log Town in size, instantly exploded into countless fragments. This is why Thunder Fruit is called the most invincible Logia ability. Witnessing the destructive power that Qin Yu exploded with Thunder Fruit, even Dracula Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman who could cut a small island in half with just a wave of his hand, was horrified. Although it is said that the stronger the strength of the masters in the Grand Line, the stronger the destructive power, but it is not absolute. Some demon fruit powers often have destructive power that exceeds that of the same level strongmen who have not eaten the devil fruit. For example, as the highest combat power of the world government and naval headquarters, the 3 admirals, although they are admiral-level strongmen like Dracula Mahawk is not as good as the 3 admirals in terms of destructive power and the range of damage caused instantly. This has nothing to do with strength, it is purely because of the devil fruit. Just like Whitebeard, if the other 3-4 emperors compare their destructive power with him, they can't catch up with him with a fist. And Qin Yu, leaving aside the Buu Fruit, just talking about the Thunder Fruit, the destructive power he has now shown is the best among all admiral-level strongmen, and even some 4 emperors may not be able to match it. Akainu. Seeing this scene, Aokiji and Kizaru were shocked by Qin Yu's thunderous power, and worried about Akainu who took the Kirin's attack head-on. Now they still have a firm advantage, even if Qin Yu has an extra Monkey D Dragon, they still have a great advantage. But once Akainu has a problem, it will not only kill Akainu, but also cause a huge chain reaction, leading to the collapse of the entire battle. Without Akainu's interception, whether Qin Yu joins hands with Monkey D Dragon to deal with the 2 of them, or to deal with Dracula Mahawk, the balance of victory will fall to Qin Yu's side after a long time. When they thought of all this, they were anxious. It's a pity that facing Monkey Dragon, the 2 can only fight with it to a draw, and there is no way to go to support. On the other hand, Monkey D Dragon, who is steadily fighting against Zuji and Huang Yuan, is also shocked by Qin Yu's ability. He didn't expect that Qin Yu would turn this war, which he initially regarded as a dead end, to this point. Such a skill, even the 4 emperors can't do it. Only if the 4 emperors bring their pirate group together can they possibly contend with the terrifying lineup of Marine, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Shichibukai, and Rayleigh today. Even the 4 emperors would find it difficult to win against such a team. But what about Qin Yu? On the one hand, he showed incredible devil fruit abilities and strong strength, and on the other hand, he formed alliances, first winning over Boa Hancock, then using Bartholomew Kuma as a lure to lure Monkey D Dragon out, and finally using ancient weapon Pluton as bait to gradually pull Monkey D Dragon into the battle. In the eyes of all the forces in the Grand Line, Qin Yu had no chance of winning in the battle, but he turned it around by himself to the point where he could see a faint hope of victory. Even a character like Monkey D Dragon looked at Qin Yu with a touch of admiration. What a demon, what a Qin Yu. You can actually rely on a small pirate group to resist the encirclement of Shichibukai, Admiral, Rayleigh and many other forces. Although these forces are not united, they are independent and calculating, but you are almost the only one who can create such a record with one person's strength. Looking at the Grand Line, you are the only one who can do it. The more Monkey D Dragon thought about it, the more he praised Qin Yu. At this time, he even had an idea in his mind, that is, to recruit the demon Qin Yu into the Revolutionary Army. In his opinion, if Qin Yu can join the Revolutionary Army, Acho will not be able to accomplish anything. Although he has only met Qin Yu twice, and both times were hurried, as a man who was trained as a marine marshal by Sengoku, Garp, and even the 5 elders, he has seen that Qin Yu is unwilling to be a pirate from the bottom of his heart. Thinking of this, he feels that the idea he just had is very feasible. With this idea, he originally came here only because of the agreement with Qin Yu for the ancient weapon Pluton. Although he did not fight passively like Shichibukai in Summit War, he definitely could not be said to have given his all. But now, after thinking of attracting Qin Yu to join the Revolutionary Army, his fighting spirit instantly became several times stronger than before. Chapter 257 I will ask you one last time, will you give in or not? 66, please subscribe. 258 374. Chapter 257 I will ask you one last time, will you give in or not? 66, please subscribe. Previous, next. What's wrong with this guy Long? He was holding back just now, how come he suddenly became a different person? Isn't he here to help? Demons are just pirates, not the Revolutionary Army. Why does he have to fight so hard for them? As soon as Monkey Long got ready to fight, he beat Kizaru and Aokiji so hard that they screamed in their hearts and couldn't say anything. Before, Monkey Long was just holding them back, and didn't have much intention of killing the enemy. But now, after the fighting spirit surged, Monkey Long almost hurt them several times. If the 2 of them hadn't joined forces, Monkey Long would have beaten 820 in a minute. Hawkeye, you go and join the battle. Leave Snake Princess to me. While everyone was fighting, Rayleigh took the time to recover a lot of physical strength. After all, he was a former 4 Emperors level warrior, and he was also a warrior who specialized in hockey, physique, and swordsmanship. Even though he was old, his physique was still terrifying. After just a short rest, He, who was originally panting and pale, not only became as deep as the earth and as steady as a mountain, but his complexion also returned to its original rosy color. People who didn't know would think that he had recovered all the physical energy he had consumed. Good. Dracula Mahawk glanced at Rayleigh. He could see that although Rayleigh looked like he had recovered at this time, he had experienced a fierce battle after all. A short rest was just to restore 40% to 50% of his combat power. However, this 40% to 50% combat power was naturally difficult to deal with in Admiral-level existence, but it would not be a problem if it was just to deal with Boa Hancock. Before, he had been protecting Pluton Rayleigh step by step, because of his promise to Shanks. Now that Pluton Rayleigh has recovered, and his opponent is only Boa Hancock, he has nothing to worry about. Stay. Boa Hancock saw Dracula Mahawk holding a black knife and moving towards the island that was shattered by Qin Yu's Linlin, and he was anxious. Qin Yu is not afraid of either Dracula Mahawk or Akainu. But if the two of them join forces, the situation will be completely different. Snake Princess, I will be your opponent next. Rayleigh looked at Boa Hancock in front of him, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would actually fight against the descendant of his old friend because of Xiao Ba. But there is no turning back. Since he set foot in this war because of Xiao Ba, he has no chance to turn back. Although he is unwilling to join forces with Marine, who had just plotted against him, he can only go all the way to the end after provoking such a big enemy as the demon. At least he must win this battlefield today. That's why, when he was weakest just now, even the most utilitarian Akainu treated him as heir, letting him stand aside and watch the tiger's head, while quickly recovering his strength. Old man, get out of my way immediately. Otherwise, even if you helped me in the past, I will not be polite to you now. Seeing that Dracula Mahawk's figure had gone far away, and Pluton Rayleigh had been blocking in front of him, Boa Hancock became even more anxious. Once Dracula Mahawk was thrown into the battlefield on the side of Akainu, the hope of victory that Qin Yu had tried so hard to give up would be destroyed by Rayleigh. Don't be so angry, Snake Princess, you and the demon will only harm the entire Amazon Lily. Rayleigh said in a deep voice. Really, I don't think so. Boa Hancock sneered at his words. It's you, old man, who is going backwards as he grows older. You actually teamed up with Marine. You are the right-hand man of the Pirate King. I think you are almost becoming Marine's lackey. Don't you care about Amazon Lily's life or death? How could Gloriosa let you do whatever you want? Rayleigh said. I am really disappointed. I came to join the battle this time, but even that old man didn't object, and he actively supported me. Boa Hancock sneered. What? Rayleigh couldn't help but look surprised when he heard it. The woman who devoted her life to Amazon Lily actually supported Boa Hancock's nonsense. I'll ask you one last time, will you let me go or not? Boa Hancock said coldly. Snake Princess, if you want to go, you must first defeat the long sword in my hand. Rayleigh sighed in his heart. He knew that Boa Hancock and he had the qualifications of a king. Such people have one characteristic no matter how strong or weak they are. No one can persuade 3.0 to do something he is determined to do. Then don't blame me for bullying you, an old man. Quote. Boa Hancock heard this, his eyes turned cold, and he dodged and kicked towards Rayleigh. I am old, but it is not easy for you to defeat me. Rayleigh's eyes condensed, and armament hockey condensed on the long sword and started a fierce fight with Boa Hancock. If it was his usual self, he would have quickly dealt with Boa Hancock. But after the hard battle with Qin Yu, and because of his old age, his recovery was not as fast as when he was young. Although he can still defeat Boa Hancock now, it will take some time. Chapter 258 Akainu Broken Arm, Meteor Volcano and Wanlei, 16, please subscribe. 259 374ths. Chapter 258 Akainu Broken Arm, Meteor Volcano and Wanlei, 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. This is. When Dracula Mahawk rushed to a fragment of the Sabayati archipelago where Akainu and Qin Yu had just fought fiercely, he immediately saw a scene that made his cold and seldom expressed face show a bit of emotion. Under his eagle eyes, Akainu, who was hit by a thunder unicorn that could destroy the world, was not dead yet, but his whole body was charred, and the most important thing was that his left shoulder was bare and empty. Obviously, in front of the unicorn just now, although Akainu survived, he also paid a very heavy price. As a Logia user, even though he can transform into an element, facing the sudden thunder unicorn with the strongest destructive power in Logia, his left arm was still broken at the root. In comparison, Qin Yu, who was also hit by a unicorn, was not injured at this time, and even his clothes were not stained with dust. After all, Qin Yu as Thunder is a user of fruit ability, it is impossible for him to be injured by the Kirin 23 that he released. Damn demon. At this time, Akainu had a hideous face, and his whole body was covered with magma with hot bubbles, almost turning the surroundings into a magma hell. Losing an arm does not have a big impact on a Logia user like him. Both he and Aokiji can directly create magma and ice to replace their arms. After all, when they fight, they directly transform their bodies into natural elements to fight. Normally, losing an arm is not a big blow to Akainu. What really made him furious was that he almost lost the position of Marine Marshal because he lost an arm. Although officials in this world do not need to pay attention to appearance and body shape, as the highest Marshal of Marine, they must have healthy limbs. If there is a choice, the world government will naturally not let a man with a broken arm be a Marine Master. After all, although Admiral-level strongmen are rare, there is no shortage of marine, and the world government is even more so. Without Akainu, there are still Aokiji and Kizaru. Even if the two of them don't want to be marshals, the world government can send someone to airdrop a marshal. And Akainu is well aware of all this, so he is so furious now. Why you have ended up like this today is also your own fault. Who told you to come to Sabayati Archipelago to ambush me when you have nothing to do after eating? Moreover, when the war started, didn't you say you were not afraid of me? Then this arm, take it as your apology for your disrespect to me. Qin Yu, who destroyed one of Akainu's arms with his own hands, was not arrogant at all, but spoke to Akainu in a calm tone. But his casualness, his carelessness, and his attitude of not taking it to heart at all made the bed dog even more angry. Demon, I want you to die. Akainu roared, his eyes were already red. A pair of huge lava arms emerged from his hands at the same time, and then he opened his hands, and a series of huge lava fists as big as small mountains broke through the air, falling towards Qin Yu like meteors from the sky. Meteor volcano. Although Akainu's attack was not as swift as the flash, nor as fast as the lightning, the speed of the meteor volcano released by him when he was completely out of control was also extraordinary. The most important thing is that the attack frequency, number, and range are extremely terrifying. And Akainu's attack was regardless of his huge consumption, and each lava fist that fell from the sky was integrated into armament hockey. Once it was implemented, even Qin Yu's body would be melted. 10,000 thunders. Facing the furious Akainu who was in a state of outrage, Qin Yu had a calm attitude, but his heart was also extremely solemn. Akainu was also an extremely powerful existence among the admirals. Although he looked down on the other party on the surface, he actually did not look down on Akainu's strength at all in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have used Thunder Fruit to such a terrifying degree when dealing with Akainu. At this moment, looking at the lava fists gushing out from Akainu's arms, Qin Yu immediately raised his right hand towards the sky above. At this moment, he was like a god who could call the wind and rain, the god of thunder who controlled the thunder punishment. With just a slight raise of his hand, he immediately summoned groups of countless lightning from the endless thunderclouds that were dark and boundless, almost completely covering the entire Sabayati archipelago. Those lightnings that seemed to annihilate everything and brought the power of nature were like a group of pythons coming out of a cave, gathering together. Hundreds of lightnings fell in an instant. Although Akainu's meteor volcano was strong, the lava fist he released that was enough to burn everything was completely defeated by the lightnings that fell from the sky before it flew to Qin Yu. The demon is no longer something that an admiral can handle. Dracul Mahawk, who was rushing over, saw that even though Akainu was in a rampage state, he still had no way to deal with Qin Yu. He knew that Qin Yu was already strong enough to sweep the admiral level. Chapter 259. Surpassing Admiral. Combat power not less than peak 4 Emperors 26, please subscribe. 260-374. Chapter 259. Surpassing Admiral. Combat power not less than peak 4 Emperors 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After clearly feeling Qin Yu's current strength that swept across Admiral and surpassed the same level of strong men, Dracul Mahawk did not hesitate at all, raised his hand and raised the black knife to throw himself into the battle circle. Night flash. He stepped on his feet, as fast as a meteor, and flashed behind Qin Yu like teleportation, and then released a terrifying sword energy that covered the sky and sun, as if directly pulling the night to Sabayati Archipelago, turning the day into the night. Are you here too, Hawkeye? Qin Yu was doing two things at the same time. While using 10,000 thunders to resist Akainu's meteor volcano, he raised his right hand and pulled out the Myoho Muramasa from his waist, and then slashed at the terrifying sword energy released by Dracul Mahawk that was enough to turn the day into the night. Boom! A flash of lightning, a loud sound like a thunder explosion immediately shook the four directions. Qin Yu's Myoho Muramasa's blade burst out with thunder and a black lightning blade made entirely of lightning and armament hockey. When the black lightning blade was formed and swung by Qin Yu towards Dracul Mahawk, a terrifying thunder sword energy seemed to be the arrival of an ancient giant god, tearing the night apart with an extremely brutal posture. Although Dracul Mahawk's sword energy was powerful, it was completely defeated after a stalemate when it encountered Qin Yu's thunder sword energy. It's even more terrifying than the sword energy released when fighting me alone just now. The Thunder Fruit's attack power is really incredible. It's obvious that his sword realm and armament hockey level are far inferior to mine, but with the nearly invincible Thunder Fruit's amplification of sword energy, he broke my sword energy abruptly. Seeing this scene, Dracul Mahawk's heart suddenly felt awe. At this moment, he just realized that his full combat power, the two mythical beasts of Buu Fruit and Thunder Fruit and the heaven-defying ability of Logia, were fully unleashed, and the strength of the demon without any concealment was almost the peak of the four emperors. Even in the face of the siege of two admiral-level strongmen, he can still stand firmly in an invincible position. Although he suppressed both him and Akainu by himself, at least in the siege of the two of them, Qin Yu was still able to fight well and not lose the wind at all. When he thought of this, Dracul Mahawk felt a little heavy in his heart. The Don Quixote family was wiped out by the demon pirates, Buster Call was destroyed by ancient weapon Pluton, the Empress rebelled, Aokiji and Kizaru were held back by Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army, who suddenly arrived, and Pluton Rayleigh was almost killed by Qin Yu, and he was too exhausted. It would take some time to defeat the Empress. Thinking of this, he realized that the Marine side, which originally had a great advantage, only temporarily maintained a balance even with him and Pluton Rayleigh joining the battle circle, so that the two sides were temporarily in a state of draw in this war. At this time, Marine no longer had any extra combat power to put on the battlefield. Tisk tisk, a good hand of cards was played like this by you. Akainu, I am ashamed of you. If you didn't think of taking advantage of others at the beginning, but directly besieged me with Pluton Rayleigh and Don Quixote, then I would really be in trouble. But now, without any extra combat power to be deployed in the war, you are not far from defeat. Quote, Dracul Mahawk can think of it, and Qin Yu also thinks of it. Majin, do you think you can win? This is the Sabayati Islands, which is less than 3 hours away from the naval headquarters. It won't take long for the Marine to come to support. But what about you? Do you still have support? Once the situation is unfavorable to you, Monkey D. Dragon will definitely not help you when he sees that the situation is not right. At that time, the one who will die is still you, and your Majin pirates. Although Akainu was furious to the point of being completely out of control does not mean losing reason, and fury does not mean being brainless. Faced with Qin Yu's words, he directly retorted, You are right, if your Marine support arrives, I will really be in trouble. Qin Yu pointed to the south of the sea. In this direction, your Marine support will arrive in about 2 hours. By then, you will have at least 2 Admiral candidates to deploy to the battlefield. Just now, Aokiji saw that the situation was not right, so he quietly notified the War King's kingdom in the naval headquarters to send people to support him. His observation haki covers such a wide range. When Akainu and Dracul Mahawk heard Qin Yu's words, they were shocked. Even they don't have such a range of observation haki perception. In the previous battle, they saw that Qin Yu's armament haki didn't even reach the level of emission, so they didn't take Qin Yu's haki seriously. They even thought that Qin Yu's armament haki was so weak, and the more difficult to practice observation haki was not much better. But now, the perception range of Qin Yu's observation haki is far beyond the two of them. Chapter 260 The problem is that you can't wait for Marine support 36, please subscribe. 261 374. Chapter 260 The problem is that you can't wait for Marine support 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. He hasn't seen the Admiral candidate yet, but with just the perception of observation haki, he not only knows the exact location of Marine support, but also knows exactly who the support is. Whether in terms of the perception range of observation haki or the accuracy of perception, he has already approached the limit that ordinary people can reach when practicing observation haki. Dracul Mahawk looked at Qin Yu deeply. The most important thing is that he can still distract himself to perceive the movements around him when facing the siege of me and Akainu. Isn't the combat power he has shown now his limit? When he thought of this, even Dracul Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman with a firm mind, felt a sense of horror. Normally, although observation haki can perceive everything within the perception range, if it is in a fierce battle with others, especially with masters of the same level, or even if it is besieged by several people, the mind is completely focused on the opponent, and everything else will inevitably be ignored. Just like a pair of eyes can see many things, but if the mind is focused on a certain object within the field of vision, other things in the field of vision will naturally be ignored. This is true for eyes, and the same is true for observation haki. But Qin Yu, facing the siege of Dracul Mahawk and Akainu, could actually sense the Marines who came to support him, who were still extremely far away from Sabayati Archipelago, and even sensed the identities of these Marines who came to support him. Dracul Mahawk thought about it and only thought that Qin Yu's mind was not tense to ultimate during the battle, so he could have the leisure to sense everything around him. Since you have sensed it, you should know that your future is cut off. If you continue to resist, there is only one way to die waiting for you. I think you should just surrender. Demon. Although Akainu was also shocked that Qin Yu had such a powerful observation haki, he thought that the support of Marine would arrive soon, so he felt that this battle was a sure win. Admittedly, he and Dracul Mahawk are only fighting Qin Yu on equal terms now, and they can't do anything to Qin Yu for the time being, but Qin Yu can't do anything to them either. In his opinion, maintaining this situation, let alone fighting for another 4 or 5 hours, or even fighting for several days and nights, this balance will not be broken. In this way, it is not a problem for them to hold on until the support from Marine arrives. Akainu. Akainu, you do have support, but the problem is that you can't wait until the support arrives. After hearing what Akainu said, Qin Yu shook his head and laughed. Do you think you still have a chance to turn the tables? We Marine represent justice, so there will never be a lack of support, and you are just an evil pirate, with no support behind you. Even if you use some methods to win over Meng Dilong, it will only be temporary. Although Akainu was extremely annoyed that Qin Yu cut off one of his arms, he gradually calmed down after the outburst just now and found that he couldn't do anything to Qin Yu. At this time, Akainu, who knew that the longer the delay, the more beneficial it would be for them, was happy to talk to Qin Yu a few more words to delay some time. I don't have any support. The smile on Qin Yu's face became more intense. Do you think there is anyone else who will support you? When Akainu saw Qin Yu's smile, he felt uneasy for no reason. Since the beginning of the war, he found that whenever Qin Yu showed this kind of smile, something very bad would happen to them. Did you overlook something, Akainu? Qin Yu pointed to the ancient weapon Pluton floating on the sea behind him. So you mean the ancient weapon? I thought you, the demon, could have some means to turn the tables, but you are counting on the ancient weapon Pluton. Akainu, who was a little uneasy, calmed down immediately after hearing this. Is there a problem? Qin Yu asked with a smile while fighting with Akainu and Dracul Mahawk. Ancient weapon Pluton is indeed extremely destructive, but its role is limited to large battlefields. For high-end combat power, its role is negligible. 11. Akainu shook his head disdainfully. Not to mention that the three of us admirals are all Logia users. As long as we are elementalized, we can be immune to the attack of ancient weapon Pluton. Even Rayleigh, Hawkeye and others are not afraid of the fire of ancient weapon. Dracul Mahawk, who kept swinging his sword at Qin Yu and bursting out sword energy that broke the sea, did not speak, but it seems that he also acquiesced to Akainu's statement. The destructive power of ancient weapon Pluton is indeed earth-shattering, but it has little effect on admiral-level strongmen, just a target. As long as the three admirals Akainu and his elementalized, Pluton's destructive power is useless. And he and Rayleigh, although not Logia users, are also not afraid of ancient weapon. Whether it is to fight against the ancient weapons with their own strength Pluton's artillery fire, or using observation hockey to sense it and dodge it at an extremely fast speed, ancient weapon Pluton could do nothing to them. Chapter 261. The sword that established him as the world's greatest swordsman. 46. Please subscribe. 262 374. Chapter 261. The sword that established him as the world's greatest swordsman. 46. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Do you think those shots that just wiped out Buster Call are the strongest firepower of ancient weapon Pluton? Qin Yu laughed immediately after hearing what Akainu said. So what if the destructive power is strong? This attack without any hockey can't change the situation at all. Akainu saw Qin Yu's familiar smile, and although he was a little uneasy in his heart, he said with disdain. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, and his right hand suddenly opened like an eagle's claw. Almost at the same time, the thunderclouds covering the sky of Sabayati Archipelago descended with thick thunders as thick as silver pythons. These thunders, which contained extremely powerful destructive power, were enough to defeat a magma fist. After they all fell into the palm of Qin Yu's right hand, it was as if a strange force had forcibly compressed and condensed all these thunders, forming a lightning covering the palm, flashing blue, electric current. It was obviously just a lightning that was not much bigger than a palm, but after this lightning appeared, both Akainu and Dracul Mahawk had their hairs on their bodies standing up, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Especially Akainu. At this moment, his expression was gloomy, so solemn that water was about to drip out. As Logia users, both were admiral-level existences. He knew better than Dracul Mahawk that the horror of Logia users was not only the elemental destructive power of the super-large range between elementalization and telekinesis. What was even more terrifying was that the elemental power that could destroy an island was condensed into ultimate. It looked like just an ordinary blow, but in fact, the destructive power that exploded instantly could be called devastating. For example, the punch that Whitebeard almost killed Akainu and directly destroyed the naval headquarters in Summit War. Condensing the shock force of Shock Fruit into ultimate, covering it on the fist and turning it into a small white ball of light. It seemed that such a palm-sized white ball of light could destroy the entire naval headquarters when it exploded. At this moment, the tears covering Qin Yu's palm were exactly the same as Whitebeard's devastating, ghost-like punch. Condensing the invincible destructive power of Thunder Fruit into a small flash of lightning, this threatening power was very powerful for an admiral-level expert. It is far more terrifying than releasing hundreds of huge thunderbolts at any time. Don't let him get close. After he transforms into lightning, his speed is no less than Kizaru. With the lightning in his hand, it must be very dangerous if he gets close to you. When Qin Yu condensed to destructive lightning, Dracul Mahawk and Akainu looked at each other and reached a consensus instantly. They did not hesitate at all and acted decisively when Qin Yu condensed the lightning. Dawn. Dracul Mahawk held the world's strongest black knife and raised his hand at night to Qin Yu. 9 invincible sword chi that were 1,000 meters long and contained enough power to cut through the darkness and bring the dawn of victory in the war. Facing the 9 sword chi released by his sword, not only the sea was cut open, but even the air was cut open by the sword chi, and air cracks appeared like the sea water was cut open. In the Grand Line, there are also 10 Whitebeards who can truly break the atmosphere and split the space. Although Dracul Mahawk is not as exaggerated as Whitebeard's Shock Fruit that can even shatter space, the sharpness of his sword energy is so sharp that even the air cannot withstand it and is shredded. This sword energy is far less destructive than Shock Fruit, but its instantaneous destructive power is already catching up with Whitebeard's punch. Obviously, after witnessing Qin Yu summoning thousands of thunders and gathering them in his palm to form lightning, he, the world's #1 swordsman, was also afraid. This time, he did not hold back. Did you even use the sword you used in the duel with red hair? When Akainu saw Dracul Mahawk use the sword called Dawn, a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Although he was a Marine Admiral, he also watched the battle that day when Dracul Mahawk established the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. Even to this day, he has not forgotten that many years ago at the top of the Red Line, Dracul Mahawk and red-haired Shanks slashed the air with one sword, creating a feeling similar to the vibration of space by the beard. It was with this sword that Dracul Mahawk tied with red-haired Shanks in swordsmanship and sat firmly on the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Thinking of this, Akainu did not dare to neglect it. I saw a magma arm extending from the shoulder of his broken arm, and the other hand also turned into a magma arm. When these two magma arms that emitted terrifying high temperatures and made the surrounding air sticky appeared, as Akainu clenched his hands, a dazzling white light instantly bloomed from the magma arms. Dark Hound. Akainu roared. This time he did not use a move with super large-scale destructive power like Meteor Volcano, but only used a pair of magma arms to beat Qin Yu violently. Chapter 262 Reikiri destroyed Hawkeye, and Akainu was trapped by thunder in his palm. 56, please subscribe. 263 374. Chapter 262 Reikiri destroyed Hawkeye, and Akainu was trapped by thunder in his palm. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Want to stop me? Qin Yu glanced at the 9 sword energies that broke through the air and split the atmosphere, and Akainu's 2 magma fists that were infused with a large amount of high-density emission-level armament haki, and a hint of coldness appeared on the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't obtained the Thunder Fruit, such an attack would indeed be enough to suppress him steadily. But now, the immortality and energy of the Buu Fruit, the invincible speed and destructive power of the Thunder Fruit have given him a powerful fighting force that can easily deal with any similar opponent in any type of battle. When Dracul Mahawk's 9 sword energies and Akainu's Dark Hound came from the left and right to block, Qin Yu, who waved his hand to summon the 493 of 10,000 thunders and condensed into lightning in his palm, suddenly disappeared from the spot. At this moment, he merged with the lightning in his hand, like a flash of thunder soaring in the sky, and flashed in front of Dracul Mahawk's 9 sword energies. Reikiri, sizzle the lightning flashed, and the atmosphere and even the clouds in the sky were cut off on the spot. And the 9 sword energies in front of Qin Yu that were cut by the lightning in his hand were broken one after another. In just a moment, under his Reikiri, the strongest swordsmanship that Dracul Mahawk used to become the world's 10th greatest swordsman, Dawn, was cut off. Is it broken? Dracul Mahawk sighed slightly when he saw this scene. At the moment he drew his sword, he actually knew that although his Dawn was strong, it still couldn't do anything to Qin Yu. But he was not discouraged. After all, the combat power that Qin Yu gradually showed was no less than that of the other 4 emperors except Whitebeard. Although he was the world's #1 swordsman, he was only at the level of admiral, and he was far from the 4 emperors. Emperors were still quite far away. Moreover, although his sword could not hurt Qin Yu, it at least gave Akainu a great opportunity to attack. Just as Qin Yu was resisting his sword energy, Akainu's Dark Hound also hit Qin Yu. The advantage of 2 against 1 was also revealed at this moment. If Qin Yu was not a Thunder Fruit user with the speed of light, all attacks would burst out in a flash. Often he could seize the initiative in the battle and give Akainu and Dracul Mahawk a time difference. If it was any other admiral-level strongman, Che would be killed by the 2 of them working together. Resisting the Dawn of Hawkeye should have exhausted all his Reikiri's power. Facing my Dark Hound, he should have no chance to resist. Quote, Akainu thought of this, but he was not happy at all. Because he knew that even if this attack was implemented, it would be difficult to kill Qin Yu. Although his Dark Hound was strong, it was not as strong as the 3 swords left by the Pirate King D. Roger. Especially the last sword Raftel, he was not comparable to it. If that sword couldn't kill Qin Yu, his Dark Hound naturally couldn't do it. After fighting with Qin Yu until now, Akainu has recognized a fact. The demon is not only not 1 admiral, but even 2 admirals can't defeat it. To kill the demon, the only way is to gather 3 admiral-level strongmen to instantly burst out an attack that exceeds the regeneration and recovery speed of the demon's immortal body to kill it. And to achieve this point, not only does it require super destructive power, but it also requires enough power to suppress the demon's combat power, so that he can't escape and resist. Palm Thunder. What Akainu didn't expect was that his Dark Hound was not only unable to kill Qin Yu, but also unable to seriously injure Qin Yu. Just when his Dark Hound was about to hit Qin Yu, in order to resist Dracul Mahawk's Dawn, Qin Yu, who seemed to have no time to deal with his Dark Hound, suddenly stretched out his right hand. The lightning that was entrenched in Qin Yu's palm and used by him to cut off Dracul Mahawk's 9 swords that shattered the atmosphere and the sea suddenly expanded. Under a dazzling light that covered the sky and the sun, the lightning entrenched in Qin Yu's right hand immediately turned into countless thunder dragons that were like bearing fangs and claws and soaring into the sky. This sudden burst of thunder dragon not only smashed the Dark Hound that was close at hand, but also built an extremely large lightning cage to lock Dracul Mahawk and Akainu in it. The lightning in his hand is actually the same as Whitebeard's world's strongest skills, shattering the sky and splitting, heaven collapse and earth splitting, and has multiple attacks at the same time. And the power of his move has already caught up Whitebeard's punch. Akainu saw this scene, and a gloomy and cold face suddenly showed a trace of horror. Reikiri for close combat, can cut off all enemies, and Palm Thunder for long-range attack, can it not only kill all enemies but also trap people. Dracul Mahawk's heart sank. This lightning cage formed by Palm Thunder, even if he and Akainu joined forces, they couldn't break it in an instant. Nami, fire! Mobilize all the firepower of Pluton, including the main gun, to fire at me and Kizaru. After trapping Akainu and Dracul Mahawk with Palm Thunder, Qin Yu's voice immediately ignored the distance barrier and sounded directly in Nami's mind on the ancient weapon Pluton battleship. Chapter 263. Full Fire. Pluton's main gun. 66. Please subscribe. 264 374. Chapter 263. Full Fire. Pluton's main gun. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Fire. Or all firepower. Nami, who was standing on the ancient weapon Pluton, had a slightly changed face when she heard Qin Yu's voice. She knew very well how terrible the destructive power of the ancient weapon Pluton was. It took only 10 shots to wipe out a Buster Call. Except for a few vice admirals and some rear admirals who survived, more than 100,000 marine elites were buried under the fire of the ancient weapon banquet master before they even appeared on the scene. And on the Pluton, in addition to the main guns, there were many turrets like the one that destroyed the Buster Call. If all these turrets fired at one place, an island like Ohara, which was destroyed by the Buster Call in the past, could be completely destroyed with just one shot. Don't worry, Monkey D. Dragon and I both have Logia abilities. No matter how strong the firepower of 23 Pluton is, as long as we are elementalized, attacks without armament hockey cannot hurt us. Qin Yu seemed to hear Nami's hesitant and worried voice again in her heart. This super long-distance method of transmitting sound directly to people's brains is an ability he got from developing Thunder Fruit. Directly let people's brains receive a brain wave, so as to understand what he wants to convey. Okay, although Nami didn't know why Qin Yu wanted to do this, she knew that Qin Yu was not afraid of the artillery fire of ancient weapon Pluton, so she immediately notified Frankie in the control room. Frankie, mobilize all Pluton turrets, including the main gun, lock Qin Yu and Kizaru's battlefields, and open fire directly. Open fire. Frankie heard this and was as worried as Nami just now. It's okay, Qin Yu and Long won't be hurt by mistake. They can all transform into elements, and Pluton's artillery fire can't hurt them without armament hockey. Nami explained. Okay, leave it to me who is super powerful. Frankie had not taken action since he destroyed Buster Call by driving the Pluton battleship. In addition to waiting for Qin Yu's order, he was afraid of hurting his own people by firing randomly. Now that Qin Yu had given his order, he had no worries. At that moment, he immediately mobilized every turret on every Pluton giant ship on the console, controlling them to lock Qin Yu and Kizaru's battlefields. When the last turret, that is, the main gun of the Pluton giant ship, locked the two battlefields at once, Qin Yu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, Monkey D. Dragon, Dracula Mahawk and others who were fighting fiercely instantly felt it. Although their armament hockey coverage range is not as good as Qin Yu's, it is still no problem to cover an island. Ancient weapons as eye-catching as the Pluton ship were naturally being watched by their observation hockey. He's going to fire. Dracula Mahawk's face darkened slightly after sensing the changes in the Pluton ship. As the target is this time, Kizaru's heart tightened slightly, but thinking that he was a Logia user and was not afraid of Pluton's artillery after elementalization, he was no longer worried. He couldn't have known that the three admirals would be elementalized and not afraid of Pluton's cannons, but he still did this. What was the reason? Monkey D. Dragon secretly guessed Qin Yu's intention. He was also a Logia user and was not afraid of Pluton's artillery. That's why he didn't feel any anger or dissatisfaction with Qin Yu for including him in the attack range of the Pluton ship. You want to use Pluton to deal with us? Do you think we are afraid of such artillery fire? Akainu, who was trapped in the lightning cage, sneered at Qin Yu directly. You can transform into an element, so you are not afraid. But Dracula Mahawk may not be. Qin Yu raised his lips slightly. Although I can't transform into an element, I can still survive under Pluton's fire. After being locked by the main gun, Dracula Mahawk felt a little scared, but on the surface he looked calm. After seeing the power of Pluton's main gun, I hope you can still say this. When Qin Yu said this, 327's eyes flashed with a strange look. Besides, I don't care whether you can save your life or not. I asked Pluton to fire not to kill you at all. Hearing his words, Dog and Dracula Mahawk felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their hearts. At this time, not only Monkey D. Dragon, but even they couldn't help but speculate on Qin Yu's intention. Qin Yu, the target has been locked. At this time, Nami, who was standing on the deck of the Pluton giant ship, spoke. Fire. Although Qin Yu was a long distance away from Nami, he captured her voice by combining Thunder Fruit and Observation Hockey. Frankie. Hearing this, Nami immediately shouted. Here it comes. Marine Admiral, Hawkeye, let you see the strongest attack of Pluton under the control of Super Frankie. Frankie stretched out his hand and pressed the firing button with excitement. Chapter 264. The Power of the Main Gun. One gun kills a Sabayati Archipelago. 16. Please subscribe. 265 374. Chapter 264. The Power of the Main Gun. One gun kills a Sabayati Archipelago. 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Hiss. After Frankie pressed the button to fire, the barrels of each turret on the Pluton ship quickly emitted a red light. Among them, the huge and daunting main gun located in the middle of the Pluton ship emitted a light that made Admiral-level strongmen tremble with fear. Boom. After an extremely short accumulation, the light of each turret's barrel converged into ultimate, and with a thunderous roar, hundreds of red beams instantly swept the battlefield where Qin Yu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu and Dracula Mahawk were located. The two large island fragments split from the Sabayati archipelago under the feet of the five of them were instantly swallowed by two large red light balls that looked like nuclear explosions after being hit by the hundreds of red beams. Although the remaining two pieces of Sabayati archipelago were not hit directly, they were affected by the high heat shock and storm released by the two huge red light balls, and they not only began to break into pieces but also drifted towards the distant sea. What exactly does he want to do? Pluton Rayleigh looked at the huge red light ball in front of him, which seemed to be the end of the world, and he couldn't guess what Qin Yu was thinking. Pluton's firepower is unquestionable, and he knew this as early as the last era. But for Admiral-level strongmen, it is undoubtedly far from enough. Even for Dracula Mahawk, who is not a Logia ability user and cannot be elementalized, Pluton's threat is still very low. At least Pluton's 100 cannons can't seriously damage it. Boom. Just as Pluton Rayleigh was secretly trying to figure out Qin Yu's idea, a golden beam of light that eclipsed the many red beams released by the previous 100 cannons, wrapped in terrifying lightning, fell on the fragments of two large islands again. The two island fragments that had already been destroyed by waves of red beams, shattered and almost annihilated, exploded with a golden lightning beam released by the main gun of the Pluton giant ship and fell on the location of Qin Yu and others. The sea was first shaken up by the huge waves, and then the huge light ball that rolled up countless Uzumaki instantly swallowed up 2/3 of the land of Sabayati Archipelago. Even though Frankie did not cover the Sabayati Archipelago, which was deliberately split into 4 island fragments, within the attack range of the main gun, the destructive power of the main gun was too terrifying. The impact of the explosion alone still turned 3/4 of the land of Sabayati Archipelago into nothingness. Is this the power of the main gun? This is just controlled by an ordinary person. If Pluton is controlled by an admiral-level strongman, and the power of armament hockey is transmitted to each turret, then the power is so great that it is enough to destroy the world. While thinking about Qin Yu's intention, Rayleigh was also shocked by Pluton's firepower while resisting Boa Hancock's attack. The reason why the Pluton giant ship is not a big threat to the admiral-level strongman is that there is only one Pluton giant ship, and it is huge and dead. A large part of the reason is that the Pluton giant ship cannot hockey. In this sea, if there is no hockey, it is easy to be targeted after all, and it is often difficult to exert the strongest strength. Just like now, the reason why the 3 admirals ignored Pluton is because Pluton cannot hockey. But if Pluton's ancient weapon can also use hockey like humans, then with 100 cannons firing at the same time, plus a main cannon, even Admiral will have to retreat. Old man, don't say I'm ungrateful. I'll give you the best chance now. As long as you withdraw from the battlefield and no longer be an enemy of Qin Yu, I can plead with Qin Yu on your behalf and let him let this matter go. Boa Hancock suddenly said to Rayleigh in front of him. Snake Princess, there is no such thing as ungratefulness in the fight between you and me. We all have our own reasons for joining the war. As long as you think it's what you should do, it's fine. If I really die in this war today, in the hands of the demon, I won't blame you. But in the same way, if I have the opportunity to kill the demon today, I will not show mercy to the demon because of your existence. Rayleigh heard this and immediately laughed heartily. After hearing what Rayleigh said, Boa Hancock, who was always cold and arrogant, let out a rare and complicated sigh. As expected of the Pirate King's right arm, even though he is old, his heroic spirit and spirit are still there. At the moment when Boa Hancock sighed and Rayleigh finished speaking, a lightning suddenly fell beside the two of them. At the same time, a terrifying tornado that completely covered the area of thousands of meters suddenly rose into the sky. This tornado was enough to cut the air apart, emitting a terrifying edge. It was obviously just a storm, but it seemed that the storm composed of countless indestructible weapons just blocked the 3 admirals, Hawkeye and others. Chapter 265 Thor Susano. This is my era 26, please subscribe. 266 374. Chapter 265 Thor Susano. This is my era 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. So that's it. You let Pluton fire not to kill the 3 admirals and Hawkeye, but to trap them so that you can buy time to kill me. Rayleigh glanced at the death storm raised by Monkey D. Dragon, which even the admirals were extremely afraid of, and gradually understood Qin Yu's intention. Kill you. I won't do that, it's too wasteful. You are the right arm of the Pirate King, and it's too wasteful to kill you like this. Qin Yu shook his head. Oh, the demon who has always been cruel and ruthless to the enemy can actually have compassion. This really caught me off guard. Rayleigh looked at Qin Yu with a little surprise. Sorry, I think you misunderstood me. I just think there is a better way to deal with you than to kill you. Quote. Qin Yu shook his head. After coming to Grand Line 640 for so long, he is no longer the same as when he first came to Grand Line. After experiencing battle after battle, and absorbing again and again, his character has gradually evolved to be as cruel and ruthless as Rayleigh said. Although this is only the side that will be shown when facing the enemy, it is indeed a huge difference from his past. The last chance. Boa Hancock looked at Rayleigh deeply. No need to say more. Even if I die in battle, I will not retreat. Rayleigh shook his head, then held the sword and stared at Qin Yu. If you can kill me, then you can take my life. A life and death battle depends on Kunzu. Quote. You see, it's not that I don't give him a chance, but he doesn't cherish it. Quote. Qin Yu glanced at Boa Hancock. You do it. Boa Hancock took one last look at Rayleigh, then retracted her gaze, her phoenix eyes returning to their usual coldness and indifference. She did not intervene in the fight between Qin Yu and Rayleigh, but floated away and landed in a room. Come on, demon, Rayleigh growled. This is the last dance and the last swing of your sword in your life. Cherish this last chance, Rayleigh. Qin Yu said. It is still unknown who will win, demon. Rayleigh heard this, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Although he knew that what Qin Yu said was true, in his current state, he was not enough to fight Qin Yu alone. If he was in his prime, he would naturally be fearless of the demon, but now, he was not only old, but also consumed too much physical strength, and was no match for the demon. But he still did not retreat because of this. He is Pluton Rayleigh, the right arm of the Pirate King. Thinking of this, a resolute, tragic and terrifying aura burst out of his body. At this moment, he was like a king walking towards the battlefield to show his last king hockey. Even if he died today, he was still Pluton Rayleigh. Qin Yu looked at Pluton Rayleigh who was accumulating momentum in front of him, and did not interrupt him. Instead, he let him build up his momentum to ultimate and swing the last sword in his life, which was also the strongest sword. Take my sword, Raftel. When the momentum accumulated to the limit of his life, he swung the sword created by him and Gall D. Roger again. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, and the new generation buries the old. Raftel represents the past glory of you in one piece. But the past is the past, and the era no longer belongs to you. Now is my era. Facing the sword that Pluten Rayleigh had accumulated to ultimate, Qin Yu did not retreat, but stomped his foot on the ground, and endless black lightning burst out of his body. Thunder God Susanoo. These black lightnings like thunder dragons surrounded his body, and in the blink of an eye, a thunder giant with black lightning flashing all over his body was formed, exactly the same as Susanoo in the Hokage world. If there is any difference between the two, it is that the Susanoo in the Hokage world is shaped by the pupil power and chakra of Mangekyo Sharingan, while Qin Yu's Susanoo is shaped by armament haki and thunder fruit. Thunder fruit, you have developed it to this extent. Rayleigh took a deep look at Qin Yu, who was now transformed into the thunder god Susanoo, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. However, despite his solemnity, there was still no sign of retreat in his eyes. Instead, he swung the sword with a more determined attitude. Raftel. Rayleigh, Qin Yu shouted coldly, and under his control, the thunder god Susanoo suddenly pulled out a black thunder blade that was 100 meters long and shaped exactly like the Myoho Muramasa, and then chopped it down at the terrifying sword energy that was coming towards him, which had immersed him in it before. Boom. When the sword energy and the black thunder blade touched each other, the last pure land of Sabayati Archipelago, the last piece of land, immediately began to collapse and perish. The terrifying black thunder blade and the sword energy that tore the earth entangled with each other, turning into a terrifying black thunder ball, completely destroying the land under the feet of the two ultimate. Chapter 266 The Beginning of the Nightmare, Absorbing Pluten Rayleigh 36, please subscribe. 267 374. Chapter 266 The Beginning of the Nightmare, Absorbing Pluten Rayleigh 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Oops. Just when Rayleigh swung the last and most powerful sword in his life, Akainu and others, who were first suppressed by the ancient weapon Pluten's 100 cannon salvo and then blocked by Monkey D. Dragon, finally broke through the heavy barriers and rushed out. When they broke through Monkey D. Dragon and wanted to help Pluten Rayleigh, the lightning ball that covered the sky and the sun and lingered on the sea had gradually dissipated. At this time, Pluten Rayleigh's body, which was seriously injured and covered with blood, fell on a rock floating on the sea and also came into their sight. Similarly, Qin Yu, who was standing next to Pluten Rayleigh, also fell into their sight. Kizaru, stop him. At this moment, even Akainu, who was the most utilitarian and always wanted to use Pluten Rayleigh as his merit for his promotion to marshal, couldn't help but roar. If it were any other time, he would have wished that Pluten Rayleigh was killed or captured. But at this time, they absolutely could not lack the combat power of Pluten Rayleigh. Once Rayleigh was gone, there would be a gap in their combat power, which would cause a huge chain reaction and eventually lead to their complete collapse in this war. Brother Demon, bullying the elderly is not something a young man should do. Kizaru said nothing and transformed into a golden light, flashing towards the direction where Qin Yu was. Storm. Monkey D. Dragon, who had been on guard against him, suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru as an invisible wind, and easily shattered his lightning with a violent hurricane, sweeping him away. Although Monkey D. Dragon's speed was not as fast as Kizaru's, after transforming into wind, he was not only colorless, invisible and intangible, but also almost omnipresent. Even if he wanted to, he could burst out at a speed almost equal to teleportation in the area covered by the storm. The most important thing is his strength. Observation haki, armament haki and others are better than Kizaru. It is impossible for Kizaru to get through without any intention. Boom. When Dracul Mahawk saw Kizaru was intercepted, he slashed a violent sword energy across a 1,000-meter sea area at Qin Yu without saying a word. If there is a person who cares most about Pluten Rayleigh's life and death, he must be him. After all, he came for Pluten Rayleigh, so he naturally couldn't watch Pluten Rayleigh die in front of him. Dog bites Red Lotus. Ice Age. Akainu and Aokiji were one after the other. One wanted to freeze the sea and Qin Yu together, and the other threw a dog head-shaped magma arm towards Qin Yu. But they were a little far from Qin Yu, and they didn't have Kizaru's speed to reach him in an instant. Even though Admiral's speed was not slow, it would take at least a second to reach a distance of more than a kilometer with full force. You were a step slower. Qin Yu reached out and grabbed the neck of Rayleigh, who was seriously injured but still unconscious with his proud physique. Stop it. Akainu and others saw this scene and glared at Qin Yu. They didn't care about Rayleigh's life or death, but they cared about losing Rayleigh, and their situation would be very bad. Don't be so nervous, I won't kill Rayleigh. Qin Yu glanced at Akainu and others with a weird smile. Look carefully, don't blink. This is the first time I have exposed this kind of power in front of outsiders. ... Ask for flowers. As soon as he finished speaking, the arm pinching Pluten Rayleigh's neck expanded instantly, turning into a pink meatball that surrounded Pluten Rayleigh. What does he want to do? When Akainu, Aokiji and others saw this scene, even though they were experienced and knowledgeable, they still felt a tingling sensation on their scalps and hairline. The most important thing was that they had no idea what Qin Yu wanted to do. Let go. Dracul Mahawk shouted coldly. His sword energy was like a violent dragon, rushing in front of Qin Yu. That won't do. This is the prey I've been looking forward to for a long time. Qin Yu shook his head lightly, then opened his left hand. Kameha. With a burst of blue light, a dazzling Kamehameha had blocked Dracul Mahawk's sword energy. So that's why this is the secret of your rapid strengthening and the reason why you can master a variety of devil fruits. Wrapped in a pink meatball, with only a face exposed to the air, Pluton Rayleigh seemed to have known what would happen to him. But his spirit was also extremely powerful. In the past, anyone who was absorbed by Qin Yu, no matter who they were, would not feel severe pain during the absorption process, but knowing that they were absorbed, the powerlessness and fear, the hesitation still made them lose control of their emotions and almost collapse. This was the case with the Marine Vice Admirals such as the Flying Squirrel, the Crocodile, Gecko Moria and other Shichibukai, but only Pluton Rayleigh, who had the courage to ignore life and death, looked at Qin Yu calmly. Chapter 267 Absorption Exposure. The era will not belong to you. Demon 46, please subscribe. 268 374. Chapter 267 Absorption Exposure. The era will not belong to you. Demon 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You are absolutely right. This ability has always been my biggest secret. This is also the first time I have been exposed to the outside world. But for you, it is worth it. Qin Yu smiled as he watched Pluton Rayleigh being absorbed bit by bit. I always thought it was weird. The enemies in the first half of the Grand Line are limited. You haven't been to the New World yet, and you haven't experienced the day and night battles surrounded by heroes. How can you have such a strong strength? No matter how talented you are, this is too weird. After all, whether it is demon fruit power or hockey practitioners, they need to go through countless high-intensity, even life and death battles to achieve something. But you, as if, 040, ignored all this and skipped this process. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a flash of realization. It turns out that it is because you have this terrible and weird ability. Not only can you absorb people with abilities, but even hockey practitioners can be absorbed. If I'm not mistaken, those who are absorbed by you will get everything they have in the end. Hockey, fruit ability, physical skills, swordsmanship and even memory are no exception. Absolutely right. It seems that in order to absorb you, I am not afraid to expose this ability and risk being hunted down by the world. I have to do this right. Qin Yu nodded. You win, demon, but the era will not belong to one person completely. An existence that breaks the balance, the Grand Line will inevitably give birth to another existence to check and balance him. For example, Roger has Golden Lion, Garp, and Whitebeard. The world government also has pirates, and the Revolutionary Army to check and balance. You are no exception. When Pluton Rayleigh said this, Shanks and the young man for whom Shanks put an arm on him appeared in his eyes. It's a pity that I haven't seen the young man who made Shanks bet everything, but I think he should be the next Chuanji who can make Shanks so admire him. When he felt sorry that he couldn't see the successor of Roger chosen by Shanks, his thoughts were instantly frozen. He absorbed Pluton Rayleigh. Aokiji's eyes widened, full of horror. It turns out that he relied on this ability to seize multiple devil fruits. Akainu stared at Qin Yu who absorbed Pluton Rayleigh with horror. Wait, Pluton Rayleigh is not a superpower. Kizaru's words made them sluggish for a while, and then an endless chill and fear instantly enveloped their bodies and minds. He is not only a superpower, he can absorb any life. He relies on this ability to constantly absorb different strong people to become so powerful. Dracul Mahawk said in a low voice with a grim face. At this moment, his heart was extremely heavy. He watched Rayleigh being absorbed, but he couldn't stop it. This made him not know how to explain to Shanks. And he couldn't imagine how terrifying Qin Yu would become after absorbing Pluton Rayleigh. Who can check and balance him at that time? Demon. Monkey D. Dragon looked at Qin Yu with a moving face after being shocked. Although he helped Qin Yu resist Akainu and others just now, he didn't know that Qin Yu was going to deal with Pluton Rayleigh in this way. At this time, he suddenly found that the word, demon, was really too appropriate to describe Qin Yu. A devil in human form. Martial Sengoku. When Aokiji saw Pluton Rayleigh being completely absorbed, he knew it was too late to stop it. At that moment, he immediately took out the Den Den Mushi and called Sengoku's Den Den Mushi. Aokiji, have you solved the devil? Martial Sengoku, you heard it clearly. The devil has the means to obtain all the abilities of the opponent by absorbing life. It is through this absorption ability that he absorbed all the opponents he faced in the past. Flying Squirrels, Crocodile, Gecko Moria and others, he became so powerful. Just now he absorbed Pluton Rayleigh as well. Before Sengoku finished speaking, the usually lazy Aokiji interrupted him directly, and then spoke everything that happened in front of him at a very fast speed. Far away in the Marshal's office at Naval Headquarters Marineford, Marshal Sengoku and he, who were originally planning to listen to Aokiji's report on the victory over the demon, suddenly changed their expressions. They didn't expect Aokiji to report such terrible information when he called back this time. The demon has become a force to be reckoned with. Before he absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, the three admirals had to work together to check him. Now that he has absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, I think even if the three admirals work together, they can't take him down. I guess only Mr. Garp, not Mr. Garp and the Marshal can deal with him together. If what Aokiji said before shocked Sengoku and the Marshal, then what he said now made them both horrified. Who is Garp? He is the legendary hero of Marine who ended the Rocks era. In the era when pirates dominated and Marine was in decline, he almost single-handedly supported the sky for Marine. Chapter 268 Find a feng shui treasure land to bury the three of us. Admiral 56, please subscribe. 269 374. Chapter 268 Find a feng shui treasure land to bury the three of us. Admiral 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Even though Garp is old now and not as powerful as he was in the past, as a marine legend, he rarely takes action, but he has maintained himself well over the years, just like Sengoku. Even though he is very old, he still has the strength to beat an admiral to death alone. And what about Sengoku? Although he is not as brilliant as Garp, he was also the leader of the 3 admirals in the past. Today, he is the marine marshal. His strength at the peak is also at the same level as the 4 emperors. Back then, he was able to resist Whitebeard, so his strength was naturally not bad. Any of these 2 marine overlords can fight against the 4 emperors. But what does Aokiji say now? Garp and Sengoku are not enough to deal with the demon, and they have to be pulled out at the same time and let them join forces to deal with the demon. If someone else said this, Sengoku and Crane would have already slapped him. But since this was said by Aokiji, who is always quiet and calm, they have to treat it with caution. Marshal, don't think I'm exaggerating. Before absorbing Rayleigh, the demon was already strong enough to fight against 2 admirals. And he has the Thunder Fruit. Silence, deathly silence. Aokiji shocked Sengoku and Crane every time he reported intelligence. And this 3rd time he spoke, they both fell silent. Marshal, now is the time to fight or retreat, you decide quickly. If it's retreat, we'll leave immediately. If it's fighting, you and Mr. Garp come to support immediately. Momosuke and Chaton are not enough even if they join the battlefield. Now that the demon has absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, no one knows how terrifying he will become. What's more, he has Shichibukai and the leaders of the revolutionary army such as Gecko Moria and Monkey D. Dragon to help him. Even if we have Hawkeye to help us, we are no match for them. If you don't come, you can help us find a good feng shui treasure land to bury our 3 admirals. Aokiji said, what, Dragon is here too, the, good, son of that BD Garp. Sengoku heard this and growled with gritted teeth. Speaking of Monkey D. Dragon, he is not only Garp's beloved son, but also almost his beloved son. Back then, not only did Garp devote his life to Monkey D. Dragon, he also regarded Monkey D. Dragon as the successor of Marine. For this reason, he did not hesitate to open up and share many secrets of Marine and even the world government with Monkey D. Dragon. Unexpectedly, Monkey, Dragon betrayed Marine in the end and raised the revolutionary army to fight against Marine and the world government. Not only Monkey, Dragon, but the demon Qin Yu also got the ancient weapon Pluton. As if he thought Sengoku was too long-lived, Aokiji once again revealed a piece of news that made Sengoku pale. Aokiji, how much bad news is there? Tell me all at once. Sengoku growled with a sullen face. What happened today? How could the battle to eliminate the demon Qin Yu turn into what it is today? First, he was defeated by the demon Qin Yu and came to seek support. What did he hear next? The demon Qin Yu has the ability to absorb all life, not only the ability users, but also all the abilities of non-ability users can be obtained through absorption. Even the right arm of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh, was absorbed. That's fine, he hasn't even caught his breath and another Monkey D. Dragon ran out. He tolerated this, but now Aokiji actually said that the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, actually fell into the demon pirates, which is simply intolerable. For now, this is all the information. However, it is not ruled out that the demon pirates have more hidden means. Okay, Marshal Sengoku, whether to fight or make peace, give me a word. The demon has completely absorbed Pluton Rayleigh. No one knows how strong he will become. After all, it was Pluton Rayleigh that he absorbed. Combined with the fact that every time he absorbed an opponent, his strength would have an explosive leap. I think even if it is the 4 emperors, except for Whitebeard, the other 4 emperors are not as good as the current 327 demon. This is my most underestimated judgment of the demon. Quote, Aokiji could more or less understand Sengoku's furious mood at this moment. After all, before he set out from naval headquarters to participate in the war against the demon pirates in Sabayati Archipelago, he also thought that this war was a massacre, there would be no variables at all. But in the end, as a participant, he personally experienced the variables that occurred in the war. A battle that was originally a sure death for the demon pirates was actually changed and reversed little by Qin Yu's own efforts. In the end, the situation had completely gone out of control and collapsed. First, you should find out how much the demons have changed after absorbing Pluton Rayleigh, and what level of strength they have reached. I will come to support you immediately. Quote, as Sengoku said this, he was wearing a marshal's coat, as if he was stepping on a battlefield that he had not set foot on for many years. Chapter 269. No qualifications for a king. You will have it after absorbing Rayleigh. 66, please subscribe. 270-374. Chapter 269. No qualifications for a king. You will have it after absorbing Rayleigh. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Marshal Sengoku, are you alone? Excuse me, if you are alone, you don't need to come, just let me retreat. The demon has Monkey D. Dragon here, and if you come, you can only stop him, and there is no way to reverse the collapse of the situation. Aokiji heard this and immediately said to Sengoku, do you think I want to come alone? It's all because of that BD Garp, saying that his BD grandson is also a criminal like his lousy. His grandson called Luffy has now gone to sea as a pirate, and the old man is anxiously rushing to East Blue. Even if I contact him now, it will take him a long time to arrive. I come now, even if I can't kill Qin Yu, I can temporarily stabilize the situation, and then we will be in control of whether to fight or retreat. Do you think that if the demon is really as powerful as you say, if I don't come, will it be so easy for you to retreat? Sengoku rushed out of the office at a very fast speed. Instead of taking the marine warship, he boarded a speedboat developed by Vegapunk at naval headquarters and headed for Sabayati Archipelago. Although the speedboat has limited sailing distance and time, it can at least cover 1/3 of the distance from naval headquarters to Sabayati Archipelago. He can travel the remaining 1/3 by moonwalk, which is much faster than taking a boat. Marshal, what if we have been defeated before you come? Aokiji asked a question that made Sengoku's whole body stiffen slightly. He had never thought about this question. But when he thought of the surprises that the demon Qin Yu brought him everywhere, he had to prepare for the worst. If the situation is not right, run away immediately. Run towards the headquarters, I will get there as soon as possible. Sengoku hesitated for a moment and said the words he was most reluctant to say. What is going on? They are the highest combat power of the world headquarters, Admiral. There was no need to flee even when facing a pirate group of 4 emperors. But now facing a demon pirate group that has never entered the New World and has no huge power, they actually have to flee when 3 admirals gather together. This kind of thing has only happened to Marine during the Roger era. I know. Aokiji hung up the phone with his hand, staring at Qin Yu who completely absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, and said to Akainu and others beside him. You also heard what Marshal Sengoku said. It's a great shame, whether it's for Marine or justice. Akainu said with a gloomy face. Before coming, he vowed to kill the demon and capture Pluton Rayleigh. But now, he has lost an arm, and the position of Marshal has completely become a bubble, and he may even have to escape in the next battle with the demon. When he thought of this, his face-saving heart felt as painful as a knife. If possible, he would rather choose to fight to the end, even to the death, than to retreat. But all this is based on the premise that there is still hope of victory. Only when we are alive can we talk about justice. As soon as Aokiji finished speaking, Qin Yu, who had completely absorbed Pluton Rayleigh in the distance, suddenly closed his eyes, and then a breath that made the Admiral-level strongman feel creepy suddenly emanated from his body. This is Conqueror's Haki. Akainu's pupils shrank. Don't demons have conquerors? Kizaru murmured. Hey, this is too scary. Although I guessed it just now, it's just a guess after all. Aokiji's face turned pale. It's true that he doesn't have the qualifications of a king, but King Rayleigh of the Banquet does. After absorbing Pluton Rayleigh, he even absorbed Pluton Rayleigh's qualifications and spirit of a king. Quote, Dracula Mahawk's face darkened. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a terrifying thing or such a terrifying person. Boom. Just when the 4 of them had taken away Qin Yu's king's qualifications and spirit by absorbing Pluton Rayleigh, Qin Yu, who was originally emitting the curling Conqueror's Haki, suddenly blasted out of Qin Yu's body with a gust of Conqueror's Haki, which was like a typhoon of more than 10 levels. If the Sabayati Archipelago was still there, it would be enough to shake the entire Sabayati Archipelago. The sea that was originally frozen by Aokiji encountered Qin Yu's damn Conqueror's Haki began to shake immediately after being crushed. Then, with the ice layer under Qin Yu's feet as the center, spiderweb-like cracks extended to the ice layer in all directions. The sea surface outside the ice layer, which had finally calmed down, began to become turbulent. Wave after wave of rising waves hit the flat layer, and one after another, the Uzumaki that was enough to swallow large ships and crush them appeared out of thin air on the sea. It was already raining heavily, and birds kept flying. The sky was cracking bit by bit. When the clouds in the sky split into 2 halves, the ice layer formed by the frozen sea by Aokiji also split into a huge crack that reflected the broken sky. Chapter 270 Beyond Red-Haired Shanks, The Strongest Conquerors 16, please subscribe. 271 374. Chapter 270 Beyond Red-Haired Shanks, The Strongest Conquerors 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. This Conqueror's Haki is exactly the same as when Pluton Rayleigh performed it. Aokiji glanced at the sky, ice, and sea that changed color because of Qin Yu's Conqueror's Haki. Not long ago, when Pluton Rayleigh was fully armed and used the strongest 3 swords, the Conqueror's Haki was as terrifying as it is now. Such a Conqueror's Haki, even Admiral-level strongmen feel a strong sense of oppression when facing it. Under the shock of this Conqueror's Haki, fighting for a long time is not only a pressure on the spirit but also a shock to the will. Can the qualifications of a king also be obtained by absorption? Monkey D. Dragon stood aside and looked at Qin Yu, who was standing on the ice with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was undergoing some kind of transformation. He suddenly had a feeling that his participation in the battle today would bring an unprecedented terrifying demon to the Grand Line. He couldn't tell whether the existence of this demon was good or bad for the entire Grand Line and the Revolutionary Army. 300. Such a monster should not exist in the world. Akainu stared at Qin Yu with a cold face. But a subtle horror flashed in the depths of his eyes. I really don't know why a monster like him suddenly appeared in the Grand Line. Although Kizaru said teasing words, there was no usual joke in his tone, only solemnity and doubt. He also came all the way from the Roger era. He has seen a lot of monsters. Whitebeard, One Piece, Golden Lion, etc., all of them are at the top of the times, and can be called monsters among monsters. But no matter how powerful these monsters are, they are still normal humans. They will bleed, get hurt, get old, and die. But what about the demon in front of him? They will not get hurt, will not bleed, and cannot be killed. As for whether they will get old, CDFI, it is not known yet. The most terrifying thing is that the demon actually has the ability to absorb people. Okay, judging from the strength of Conqueror's Haki, although his strength has greatly improved, the 3 Admiral-level masters should be able to compete with him or even suppress him if they join forces. I will hold Monkey D. Dragon back in a moment, and the 3 of you will join forces to compete with Qin Yu. Sengoku should rush here as soon as he knows the seriousness of the matter. I think he should arrive at Wo at the same time as the 2 Admiral candidates. By then, we may have a chance of winning. Dracula Mahawk carefully sensed the strength of Conqueror's Haki released by Qin Yu at this time, and then compared it with the Conqueror's Haki of red-haired Shanks to find out how strong Qin Yu was. After all, Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated, and the strength of Conquerors depends on the spirit and strength of the user. When the spirit and strength grow, the power of Conqueror's Haki will also increase accordingly. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru looked at each other and nodded. 1 admiral is naturally not enough in front of the 4 emperors. But as the number of admirals increases, even if there are only 1 or 2, once they join forces, there will be a qualitative change. If 3 admirals join forces, except for Whitebeard in his youth, even the other 4 emperors can only retreat. Just when the 4 of them guessed the strength of Qin Yu and secretly divided the opponents, Qin Yu, who had been standing in front of them with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his purple strange eyes. The moment he opened his eyes and his pupils were completely different from the past. At this moment, in addition to retaining the original evil and brutality, his pupils also had a kind of cold and arrogant aura that looked down on the world and all living beings. Boom. What? When Qin Yu opened his eyes, Kizaru and others changed their faces. Under their horrified gaze, a Conqueror's Haki that was even more violent than before, like a natural disaster, instantly spread out with Qin Yu's body as the center. The moment this Conqueror's Haki enveloped the 4 of them, they felt their brains sink, and then, the ice layer began to be covered with black lightning that shot up into the sky. The broken sky began to rotate, and a huge Uzumaki appeared out of thin air, as if it was going to involve all the clouds, wind, rain, and lightning. Broken into countless pieces, and then refrozen by Aokiji's ice age, the ice layer that was even larger than the original Sabayati archipelago suddenly shook violently as if it had been hit by a meteorite from outer space. In less than 5 seconds, the shaking ice layer actually began to tilt, as if the huge and heavy ice layer was about to turn over. This Conqueror's is even more powerful than Shanks's. Dracula Mahawk was shocked, and all the hair on his body stood up. As a close friend of red-haired Shanks, he knew very well how terrifying Shanks' Conqueror's Haki was when he burst out with all his strength. It was just like the power of heaven, shocking everything wherever it passed. But now, he actually found that the brutal, terrifying, extremely aggressive dominant color Haki that was entrenched in Qin Yu was even stronger than Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 271 I will give you a few more minutes to dance. 26, please subscribe. 272 374. Chapter 271 I will give you a few more minutes to dance. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Doff Doof. Akainu and the other 2 couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. Unlike Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, who became the 4 emperors due to their physical perverts and fruit abilities perverts, red-haired Shanks is just a normal human being, just like Gall Roger, and he is not an ability user. But such an ordinary human being without an ability user actually became the 4 emperors of the New World. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, 3 monsters born with different species, stood side by side. Red-haired Shanks relied on his invincible Conqueror's Haki in addition to his swordsmanship, physique, and physical skills. Even the 3 admirals had to admit a fact. Apart from the late pirate king Gall Roger, looking at the current Grand Line, if we talk about who is the strongest Conqueror's Haki, it must be red-haired Shanks. This point is recognized not only by pirates, but also by the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters. But what did they hear and see now? Qin Yu, who had just obtained Conqueror's Haki by absorbing Pluton Rayleigh, had actually surpassed red-haired Shanks in terms of Conqueror's power. If they had not personally felt the Conqueror's Haki that Qin Yu released continuously, like a typhoon of dozens of levels, almost overturning the ice under their feet, they really couldn't believe that there was a person in this sea whose Conqueror's Haki was stronger than red-haired Shanks. And such a person was just the captain of a small pirate group, without any great power, and had not even been to the New World. The demon must die, at any cost. Even if we die together, we must let him die here. After being shocked, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu looked at each other and saw naked murderous intent in each other's eyes. Obviously, for the demon Qin Yu, who was born to break the balance of the Grand Line, the murderous intent in their hearts has reached the highest peak in history. In their opinion, no matter how great the price, the demon Qin Yu must be killed. They couldn't imagine how horrible Qin Yu would be if he continued to grow, went to the New World, and absorbed a few 4 emperors. When Akainu and others thought of this, their scalps tingled, and the murderous intent in their hearts became stronger than ever before. Sorry, I didn't expect this transformation to be so much bigger than I thought. As compensation for keeping you waiting, I will give you a few more minutes to dance. Qin Yu, whose body was filled with the mighty Conqueror's Haki, slowly swept his eyes from Dracula Mahawk and others, and a smile gradually rose at the corner of his mouth. Demon, stop being so self-righteous. Don't think that we will be afraid of you just because you have absorbed Pluton Rayleigh. Akainu took a deep breath, and walked towards Qin Yu step by step, carrying the Conqueror's Haki that made his mental will heavier as time went by. Whether you are afraid or not, we will talk about it after we start. Qin Yu looked at Akainu with a playful look on his face. I want to see how much progress you have made after absorbing Pluton Rayleigh that you dare to speak so arrogantly here. Akainu heard this, his eyes flashed coldly, and boiling, hot magma gushed out from his shoulders. Please give me flowers. Meteor volcano. Boom. With a sound like a volcanic eruption, Akainu raised his hands and instantly gushed out hundreds of magma fists as big as hills. Each of these magma fists is enough to melt an iceberg. What's more terrifying is that in order to deal with Qin Yu's immortal body and elemental physique, each magma fist released by Akainu gathers a large amount of armament haki. Ice Age. Aokiji stared at Qin Yu deeply, and then pressed the ice layer under his feet with his right hand. Oh. The sky, which was originally covered by heavy rain and strong wind, began to snow, and the temperature around began to drop wildly. Then the terrifying ice rose from the ground, crushing Qin Yu like a huge wave. Yashikani no Magatama. Kizaru flashed, and he turned into a huge four-cornered dart-shaped flash and fell into the void. Then, the golden light bullets like a rainstorm and wind fell from the void, completely covering Qin Yu. Facing the mysterious and terrifying demon Qin Yu who had absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, the three admirals not only took out the strongest tricks of their own Logia, but also used a large amount of armament haki in one breath to merge with their own big tricks. Only these admirals who have no weaknesses and are extremely strong in haki, physique, physical skills, and swordsmanship can support such consumption. If it were other strong people, such as Don Quixote Doflamingo in Shichibukai, they would not have a strong enough physique to support the release of such fruit abilities, let alone such a strong armament haki to squander. Chapter 272 You three admirals don't even have the qualifications to please me. 36, please subscribe. 273 374. Chapter 272 You three admirals don't even have the qualifications to please me. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Meteor volcano. Ice Age. Yasukani no Magatama. Facing the full-strength attack of the three Marine Admirals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, Qin Yu not only did not dodge, but stood there with interest and looked at the three tricks of the three of them with an admiring look that could completely cover every space in the sea and sky at the same time. How dare you look down on us like this? Akainu saw Qin Yu's actions, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Is it true that he has changed so much after absorbing Pluton Rayleigh? Kizaru thought secretly in his heart. Is he so powerful that he is confident to ignore the attacks of the three of us, people? Aokiji was a little uneasy. Although Qin Yu was powerful before, he had to be careful of Lily when facing the joint efforts of the three of them. After all, once the attack exceeds the recovery speed of Qin Yu's immortal body, it is possible to kill him. But it is the first time that he is so arrogant that he almost ignores their attacks like now. Thinking of this, the three of them stared at Qin Yu's every move. Under the gaze of the three of them, Qin Yu did not move a step, nor did he raise his hand to resist. Until the attacks of the three of them were about to fall on him, Qin Yu, who had been standing still, suddenly burst out a translucent light. This translucent light is a bit like the white light ball formed by Whitebeard's shock fruit, and a bit like the translucent sphere when Trafalgar Law casts op fruit. When this translucent light appeared, it immediately covered Qin Yu's body, forming a light pink spherical air shield. At the same time, when the light pink air shield covered Qin Yu's body, the attacks of the three admirals fell on him at the same time. Boom! With a loud sound that shook the earth, Qin Yu's body was immediately swallowed by the terrifying energy explosion composed of 1 red, 1 gold and 10 blue main colors. The ice layer formed by the frozen sea during Aokiji's Ice Age was instantly completely collapsed by the joint attack of the three admirals. In the blink of an eye, the ice layer covering an area of tens of kilometers was blasted away by them, leaving only a 1,000-meter area as the foothold of the three of them. Other places have been turned into ice chips in front of the power of the three of them. He didn't move, he just resisted our attack. This guy is really crazy. Akainu and the other two looked at each other, and their eyes fell on the place where Qin Yu stood motionless just now. When the billowing smoke dissipated, the pink figure floating above the sea and standing in the void immediately came into their eyes again. What made the three of them horrified was that after being hit head-on by them, Qin Yu was actually floating in the void without any damage. What a powerful attack! The highest combat power of the world government, naval headquarters is indeed not exaggerated. Even my protective shield was destroyed by your attack. If I were not immortal, I would have died in your hands along with the protective shield you destroyed. I really have to praise the three of you. But just now was your limit. Only at this level, you three admirals are not even qualified to please me. Qin Yu slowly floated in front of Akainu and the other two, and then fell from midair. Protective shield. Damn, it was so easy to block the full-strength attack of the three of us. He has that kind of defensive ability. Even if our attacks fall on him, it is difficult to cause damage that the immortal body cannot recover from in an instant. Thinking of the spherical air shield that appeared on Qin Yu's body before he was hit by the attack of the three of them, Akainu and others reacted. But after realizing it, their hearts began to sink step by step. Although Qin Yu did not release any destructive power after absorbing Pluton Rayleigh, it was just a wave of Conqueror's haki and a protective shield, but a glimpse of Madara showed the whole picture. Just this one-sided power has made Aokiji and others deeply feel Qin Yu's current strength. Come on, don't think about it anymore. Aren't you going to destroy me? Don't hold back, come as hard as you can. I also want to see how far the three admirals can force me now. Qin Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a hint of provocation appeared in his eyes. Great eruption, laser, ice cube, violent pheasant mouth. Akainu and the other two looked at each other secretly, and almost at the same time, they launched a fierce attack on Qin Yu from 3 angles at the same time. As Qin Yu said, it is redundant to say anything when the war develops to this stage. No matter how powerful Qin Yu becomes, the only option left for them is to fight to the death. After realizing that it is difficult to kill Qin Yu with a large-scale attack, in order to better utilize the advantages of the three people's joint efforts, they all chose moves with extremely strong instant destructive power but a small destructive range. Chapter 273. Getting Everything from Rayleigh. Conqueror's Haki and Swordsmanship 46. Please subscribe. 274 374ths. Chapter 273. Getting Everything from Rayleigh. Conqueror's Haki and Swordsmanship 46. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Aren't you going to do anything? Dragon. Just when the 3 admirals were besieging Qin Yu, Dracula Mahawk also stopped Monkey D. Dragon. I was only invited by him. I am not his subordinate, nor a member of his pirate group. I have done my best to help him stop the 2 admirals just now. There is no need to do anything for him again. Monkey D. Dragon said, so, if I want to join the battle, you will not interfere again. Dracula Mahawk said, theoretically, no, but I promise to help him do 3 things. The fight with Kizaru and the others just now should be considered the first thing. If he wants me to do the second thing, such as asking me to kill you, I will continue to do it. 0.23 inches. Monkey D. Dragon raised his mouth slightly, revealing an extremely dangerous smile. So, your best choice now is not to join the battle, but to stand aside and watch with me. Anyway, your goal is just to stop me from intervening in the battle between the demon and the 3 admirals. Then neither you nor I will take action, which is the best choice. After all, you and I are not the protagonists in this war. If Monkey D. Dragon was still skeptical about Qin Yu's mastery of the ancient weapon Pluton before, now he has no doubts at all. In this way, he will naturally be more active and concerned about the 3 things he promised Qin Yu than before. Clang. Dracula Mahawk heard this, his hands paused slightly, and then he put the black knife back into the scabbard without saying a word. Indeed, Pluton Rayleigh is dead, and he has no reason to join the war. Even if he continues to join the war, he will not be Monkey D. Dragon's opponent. Since Monkey D. Dragon is willing to stand aside, he has done what he said to Akainu and the other 3 at the beginning, to stop Monkey D. Dragon. Shanks, you'd better move quickly. Although he is now facing the siege of 3 admirals, Sengoku and others are also rushing to support, but if you don't come, I always feel a little uneasy. After Dracula Mahawk and Monkey D. Dragon reached a consensus, neither of them took action again. In the final analysis, the 2 of them are indeed not the protagonists of this war. The core of this war has always been Marine and the Demon Pirates. At this point, they really don't need to continue fighting. It is the best choice to stop both hands at the same time and wait and see for the time being. Majin, what I promised you is now fulfilled. I have given enough sincerity, and I hope you won't let me down next. Otherwise, I can be your ally today, but I can be your enemy tomorrow. Monkey D. Dragon glanced at Dracula Mahawk, who was standing aside with his sword put away, and his eyes fell on Qin Yu, who was fighting fiercely with the 3 admirals. Thunder Dragon. When Monkey D. Dragon and Dracula Mahawk stopped fighting at the same time, Qin Yu, who was facing the combined attack of the 3 admirals, finally took action. This time, he did not use Chi to form a protective shield to resist as before, but raised his hand and released extremely violent blue lightning that was enough to destroy everything. As the majestic lightning carrying the breath of heaven flashed out, these lightning snakes immediately gathered together to form a 9-clawed thunder dragon that was entrenched on Qin Yu, and then stretched out his claws to grab Kizaru's laser, and Aokiji released the ice bird. At the same time, the savage thunder dragon opened its mouth and bit the lava fist that was about to hit Qin Yu. The black lightning disappeared, but his lightning contained powerful armament haki. Could it be that his armament haki has also reached the level of flow machine? No, it's not emission, but armament haki that is 1 level higher than emission. Aokiji saw Qin Yu take on the attacks of the 3 admirals at the same time, and immediately discovered that Qin Yu's thunder fruit development level was not only higher than before, but even his armament haki had reached a level that surpassed the 3 of them. Before, his armament haki had not even reached the level of emission 717, let alone the level beyond emission. Kizaru saw this scene, and his ugly face suddenly became a little solemn. It seems that after he absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, he can really get everything from him. Not only Conqueror's Haki, but also Pluton Rayleigh's armament haki above emission can be obtained. So, Rayleigh observation haki, swordsmanship, physical skills, physique and everything, he has obtained them all. Akainu thought of this and his face became ugly. Compared with other admiral-level masters, Qin Yu's biggest weakness before was haki and swordsmanship. In the battle not long ago, he was able to compete with Pluton Rayleigh and others who were extremely strong in haki, swordsmanship and physical skills, and even had an advantage because of the fruit ability. But even so, Qin Yu's strength is still terrifyingly strong. And now his haki and swordsmanship have been fully completed. Both Conqueror's haki and armament haki are incomparable to before. Chapter 274 Grand Line Peak Showdown. Single Duel 3 Admiral 56, please subscribe. 275 374ths. Chapter 274 Grand Line Peak Showdown. Single Duel 3 Admiral 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's my turn. Qin Yu condensed a thunder dragon with armament hockey in his mind, blocking the attacks of the three admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. After the next thunder dragon, he stretched out his hand, Kameha. A blue light flashed, and a Kamehameha had pierced the atmosphere, and in the blink of an eye, it hit Aokiji, who was close at hand. Puff-faced with the Kamehameha that was as fast as a laser, Aokiji seemed to have no time to dodge, and his chest was pierced by the Kamehameha on the spot. Dog bites Red Lotus. Akainu saw Aokiji's chest being pierced by Qin Yu's Kamehameha, but instead of helping him, he took the opportunity, stepped forward, swung his dog-headed magma arm and bit his left shoulder, melting his shoulder and left chest on the spot. Laser. Kizaru's movements were faster than Akainu. Before his dog-biting Red Lotus melted Qin Yu's left side, he had already extended a finger. In the blink of an eye, 19 dazzling golden lasers shot out and pierced Qin Yu's brain. Being hit by two admirals head-on, except for a body pervert like Kaido, even the other four emperors could not bear it. But Qin Yu was completely fine. Before his head pierced by the laser and his left side melted by the dog-biting Red Lotus recovered, he had already pulled out the Myoho Muramasa from his waist like lightning, swung out a sword energy wrapped in terrifying lightning, and slashed towards Akainu. Puff! Akainu's face turned pale, and a dazzling blood arrow instantly splashed out of his chest. Then he staggered back several steps before he stabilized his body. Ice time capsule. Just when Akainu was hit by the sword, Aokiji, who had just been pierced by Kamehameha, suddenly grabbed the Kamehameha in front of his chest with his right hand, not only freezing the Kamehameha, but also spreading the cold ice along the Kamehameha to freeze Qin Yu's body. Hurry up, I can't freeze him for long. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air and said to Akainu and Kizaru beside him with a gloomy face. At this time, Dracula Mahawk and others in the distance just discovered that although he was pierced by Kamehameha, his chest was elementalized into ice before being hit by Kamehameha, and then the ice cracked into a hole. The Kamehameha, which was originally enough to pierce his heart, only passed through this hole and flew directly to the ice layer behind. One blow will smash him to pieces, not even a single cell will be left. Akainu thought that Pluton Rayleigh's three swords had already crushed Qin Yu to dust, but Qin Yu finally recovered, so he said to Kizaru, raised his hand and turned it into a magma fist that was larger than the giant's arm and slammed it on Qin Yu's ice sculpture. Great eruption. Laser. Kizaru didn't say anything, but opened his hands and condensed a huge golden ball of light. Usually, he could use one or two fingers to perform laser, but now, he condensed a golden ball of light with both hands, and then fired a huge golden laser cannon, which instantly sank into Qin Yu's body. When the hot magma fist and the shining laser cannon converged with each other, they suddenly turned into a force that melted the ice layer and blasted a golden red energy ball with a radius of more than 1,000 meters deep pit in the sea. Meteor volcano. After Akainu used all his strength to perform the great eruption, he did not stop there. He raised his hand and released hundreds of meteor-like lava fists that hit the sea where Qin Yu was. Yashikani no Magatama. In addition to him, Kizaru did the same. This admiral with unparalleled speed flashed into the void and burst out countless golden light bullets, as if he was going to completely blow up the sea near the Sabayati archipelago. The two admirals used all their strength to attack, and the sea became turbulent and undercurrents surged in an instant. The sea encountered a series of attacks, as if it was going to get angry, and waves surged up one after another, about to submerge everything around it. However, the waves were frozen again by Aokiji as soon as they rose, turning into a land of ice and snow. Is he dead? Akainu released the observation hockey and carefully sensed the changes around him, but did not sense Qin Yu's breath. He should be dead. Kizaru said this, but his eyes kept looking around. Obviously, even if observation hockey could not sense Qin Yu's breath, he was still worried. Qin Yu's immortality really impressed him too much. There is no breath at all, it seems that he is really dead. Aokiji carefully sensed for a while, but still could not sense Qin Yu's breath, so he felt a little relieved. A dazzling thunder suddenly burst out from the golden red high-temperature energy ball entrenched in the sea like a magic sword, instantly splitting the energy ball in half. Then, a figure with purple electric flames all over his body flashed out from the golden red energy ball. Chapter 275. He also learned the swordsmanship of Galdi. Roger, 66, go to subscribe. 276 374. Chapter 275. He also learned the swordsmanship of Galdi. Roger, 66, go to subscribe. Previous. Next. Not dead yet. The pupils of Akainu and the other two suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes. With their eyesight, they could see that it was Qin Yu who rushed out of the golden red energy ball. What made them feel depressed was that after so many attacks from the front, Qin Yu was still unscathed. Not only did his head, left chest, and left shoulder, which were pierced by them just now, recover completely, but he was even fine when he walked out of the golden energy ball. I have given you enough time to dance. But this is all you can do. I am really disappointed. After Qin Yu rushed out of the golden energy ball, he first glanced at Akainu and the other three with disappointment, and then held the Myoho Muramasa in his right hand and slashed at Aokiji. Swish. Wherever the Myoho Muramasa blade passed, a white crack appeared in the air that made Akainu and the others shudder. They were too familiar with this kind of white mark. Since Whitebeard became famous in the sea, they have witnessed this kind of shocking vision every time when Whitebeard attacked. Unlike Whitebeard, who used shock fruit to shatter the atmosphere and even the space, Qin Yu directly used the indestructible edge of Myoho Muramasa to slit the atmosphere and even the space. The great swordsman it's not just an ordinary great swordsman. After he absorbed Pluten Rayleigh, he got his swordsmanship and not only stepped into the level of the great swordsman, but also entered the realm of the great swordsman, even surpassed me in one fell swoop. Although there is still a gap from the ultimate of the great swordsman, it is not far away. Dracul Mahawk, who had not taken action in the distance, saw this scene, and his cold face was suddenly filled with horror. Pluten Rayleigh was a real 4 emperors in his prime. Not only was hockey, physique, and physical skills strong, but even his swordsmanship was extremely powerful among the great swordsmen. Now that Qin Yu has absorbed Pluten Rayleigh, and with his own background, he has surpassed Dracul Mahawk in swordsmanship alone. It's really too strong. Pluten Rayleigh not only pushed his strength to a higher peak, but also completely made up for his shortcomings in every aspect. The current demons have reached the ultimate level of fruit ability, swordsmanship, hockey, physical skills, and physical strength, which are almost human. There are no more shortcomings like before. Witnessing Qin Yu's light swing of the sword and the splitting of the atmosphere, leaving the same white marks as when the shock fruit shattered the atmosphere, even Monkey D. Dragon, who surpassed Admiral and truly stood at the top of the grand line, couldn't help but show a bit of emotion. Although I am quite disappointed with your performance, you are trying very hard to please me after all. Since you have tried your best to please me, I will give you a small gift. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, a conqueror's haki that was so powerful that it shook the sky surged out of his body. Different from the previous release of Conqueror's Haki, this time he combined swordsmanship, armament haki, and Conqueror's Haki, and immediately pushed the power of the King's Haki to a higher peak. The ice and snow land that Aokiji had just refrozen began to crack and even shook violently, as if it was about to turn over at any time. When this Conqueror's Haki surged to ultimate and severely shocked Akainu and the other two, they were shocked to find that the scene in front of them had changed. The original land of ice and snow has disappeared, replaced by a sea of Uzumaki with rainstorms, wind, tornadoes, lightning and thunder, rushing towards them. It's Gall D. Roger's 3 swords. Damn it, he not only learned it, but also used it better than the old Pluten Rayleigh. When Akainu and others were shocked by this Conqueror's Haki, they reacted instantly. Qin Yu, who absorbed Pluten Rayleigh, not only had earth-shaking changes in swordsmanship, haki, and physical skills, but also obtained Pluten Rayleigh's 3 moves and the terrifying swordsmanship created by Gall D. Roger. Paradise. When the 3 admirals were shocked by Qin Yu's Conqueror's Haki, as if they saw the first half of the Grand Line Paradise rolling towards them, 2 indifferent words came out of his mouth. The next moment, a magnificent sword energy that covered the sky and cut the sea and the sky at the same time surged out from the blade of Miyoho Muramasa and instantly slashed Aokiji. Puff! Aokiji's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the whole person was blown away by the sword energy 1,000 meters away like a cannonball flying backwards. He wanted to dodge, but he was shocked by Qin Yu's Conqueror's Haki, and his spirit felt that it was difficult to resist and nowhere to hide. Although he immediately transformed into an element and created layers of ice walls with armament haki in front of him to block, and even used armament haki to form an invisible armor on his body surface. But when he encountered Qin Yu's sword, all of this was like tofu dregs, and they were broken one after another. Chapter 276. 1 sword for 1 Aokiji, 1 Shigung wave for 1 Kizaru. 16, please subscribe. 277 374. Chapter 276. 1 sword for 1 Aokiji, 1 Shigung wave for 1 Kizaru. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru's faces changed completely when they saw this scene. When they witnessed Pluten Rayleigh use the 3 swords of the Pirate King Gall D. Roger, they had already deeply felt the terrifying power it contained. But at that time, they were just bystanders after all, and it was not them who faced the 3 swords, but the demon Qin Yu. And now, when they personally faced Qin Yu, who was stronger than Pluten Rayleigh, and used the 3 swords, even if it was just the first sword, Paradise, they were shocked and their faces changed drastically, and their hearts and galls broke. At this moment, they finally realized how terrible the pressure Qin Yu had when facing Pluten Rayleigh's 3 swords before. This was just the first sword, and they were injured. If Qin Yu used the 2 more terrifying swords later, wouldn't Qin Yu be able to sweep across the world and be invincible with his current strength? Thinking of this, Kizaru and Akainu instantly recovered from their horror. Before Qin Yu raised the Miyoho Muramasa to strike the second time, Kizaru, who was extremely fast, had already flashed a dazzling golden light, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes to see. Taking advantage of the moment when Qin Yu's eyes were stimulated by the light and closed together reflexively, Kizaru immediately turned into a golden flash and teleported to Qin Yu's side and then kicked Qin Yu's chest fiercely 10 times. Bang! With a powerful kick at a speed almost as fast as light, coupled with the amplification of armament haki, Kizaru's light speed kick instantly twisted Qin Yu's entire chest 360 degrees, deformed, and almost the entire body became a twist. It takes a moment for his body to recover. In this short moment, he should be unable to move. Kizaru thought while controlling the photons to condense a golden long sword, and then chopped Qin Yu's head like lightning. Good opportunity. Although Akainu on the side was a step slower than Kizaru, he was not much slower. With full force, his speed was several times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Qin Yu, raised his hand and used Dark Hound to burn half of Qin Yu's body. Sun Fist. Qin Yu, with his eyes closed, seemed unable to move, but when Akainu's Dark Hound pierced his body, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Swish. He didn't see any movement, with his body as the center, a flash that was 100 times brighter than the flash released by Kizaru just now, as if the sun was coming, suddenly bloomed from his body. At this moment, Qin Yu seemed to have transformed into the sun. Although he didn't have the heat of the sun, he had the light of the sun. Facing the sudden strong light, Akainu was so blinded that he couldn't open his eyes. Although he adapted to it in a very short time with his physique, and could still see the scene clearly in front of him under this strong light, this sudden strong light still made Akainu's eyes blur, and he couldn't help but close his eyes and shed tears. When Akainu closed his eyes, Qin Yu, whose whole body was twisted into a knot and half of his body was burned, completely violated the human body structure. His upper body moved recklessly. As the user of the flash fruit, Kizaru is the only one who is not affected by the sun fist. Although he is not affected, without Akainu's assistance, even if half of his body is destroyed and the remaining body is beaten like a knot, Qin Yu can still move, which brings him the shadow of death. Ultimate Flash. After flashing Akainu's eyes with the sun fist and causing him a brief discomfort, Qin Yu took advantage of this fleeting opportunity and opened his right hand, condensed an energy ball that burst out with terrifying golden lightning under the terrifying electric light of Kizaru. At the moment when Kizaru's aim Kume no Ken slashed down, Qin Yu's eyes flashed a smile, and then he pushed his right hand forward, and the energy ball flashing with golden lightning burst out. 0. A golden Qigong wave that could easily flatten an island instantly enveloped Kizaru, who was close at hand. Don't even think about it. Kizaru, who smelled the shadow of death from Qin Yu's ultimate flash, immediately dispersed the Tenkumo sword, and directly transformed into elements and flashed away to escape the attack range of the ultimate flash. But he was fast, and Qin Yu was not slow either. He was mentally prepared. The moment Kizaru turned into light, he had already transformed into lightning, flashed to Kizaru's side, and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Kizaru, who was trying to dodge the ultimate flash from behind, was immediately stopped in place by Qin Yu's sudden lightning kick, whose speed was not inferior to his. No, at this time, it was too late to transform into light again to escape. The moment he was stopped by Qin Yu's kick, the golden flash behind him had seized this fleeting opportunity and instantly hit him. You are the only one left, Akainu. After killing Aokiji with a sword and Kizaru with a Qigong wave, Qin Yu turned and looked at Akainu. Chapter 277 Transformation Ray, Despair. Admiral Akainu turns into a cookie. 26, please subscribe. 278 374. Chapter 277 Transformation Ray, Despair. Admiral Akainu turns into a cookie. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. When Qin Yu turned to look at Akainu, his body, which had just been shattered by Kizaru and Akainu, had recovered. The terrifying regeneration and recovery speed made Akainu, whose eyes had adapted to the sun fist, open again and pounced in front of Qin Yu at an extremely fast speed, terrified. It was not the first time he had seen Qin Yu's immortality, nor the first time he had faced it, but every time he saw Qin Yu regenerate and recover at an alarming speed, he still felt a sense of horror. Even if I am the only one left, Marine, justice will not bow to you. Akainu suppressed the panic in his heart with his strong will, and then pounced in front of Qin Yu with a resolute look on his face. Meteor Volcano. Different from the previous meteor volcano that released countless magma fists with both arms to the sky. This time, the meteor volcano performed by Akainu was directly elementalized, turning his body into a lava volcano that wrapped Qin Yu in it. Then, the lava volcano he turned into immediately gushed out magma that rushed down from the sky, and instantly melted the ice layer of thousands of meters in radius. Did it work? After being stabbed by Qin Yu, Aokiji, who had just climbed up from the ice layer, looked at the terrifying lava volcano in front of him, which seemed to burn the sea and evaporate, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He also knew this move. It was Akainu's craziest and most violent move. He directly hugged the enemy and turned into a lava volcano, letting the enemy be buried under the endless eruption of the lava volcano. Almost died. Although Kizaru, who was hit by the ultimate flash at close range, survived by relying on his strong physique, his situation was several points worse than Aokiji. Although his hands and feet were intact, most of his clothes were blown off. He always faced any enemy with a teasing attitude, and now he was in a mess. Boom. Just as the two of them looked at the magma volcano transformed by Akainu in front of them with hope, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the magma volcano and landed in the magma sea of fire formed around it. No way. When Aokiji and Kizaru heard this loud noise, their faces changed. How could he be unscathed after being attacked head-on by meteor volcano? As soon as this thought came to the minds of the two, a purple beam of light that penetrated the atmosphere and made the space unable to bear it suddenly burst out from the magma volcano and pierced the clouds above the sky. When the purple beam of light shot up into the sky, it began to spread in all directions. Where the purple beam of light passed, all the magma melted away like ice and snow encountered a raging fire. Under the gaze of Aokiji and Kizaru, the figures of Qin Yu and Shuang Yan appeared in their eyes again. Akainu. But when Akainu came into their sight again, they found that Akainu was not in a good condition. At this time, Qin Yu, who walked out of the purple light column, was wrapping Akainu's neck with the tentacles behind his head, lifting him up. Kizaru was hit by the ultimate flash, and Aokiji was hit by my knife, but they didn't die. You admirals are really tough. How can I deal with you? Qin Yu wrapped his tentacles around Akainu's neck, and admired Akainu's face, which gradually turned blue due to breathing problems, with interest. Akainu didn't say anything, but turned his legs into dog head-shaped lava feet and kicked Qin Yu hard. You really live up to your name, Akainu. It seems that you are not only born in the year of the dog, but you also like dogs. Then how about I give you a dog-related gift? Facing Akainu's dog-biting red lotus, Qin Yu didn't even look at it, but continued to stare at Akainu's eyes with a playful look. Put him down. Aokiji and Kizaru saw this scene and immediately flashed over. They didn't think that after being caught by Qin Yu, Tien couldn't escape danger by his own experience. This gift, at present, only you in the Grand Line can be given by me. Feel it well, Akainu. Qin Yu stared at Akainu's ugly face, ignored Aokiji and Kizaru who flashed over, and said word by word. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Akainu's dog-biting red lotus was about to kick him. When Kizaru and Aokiji rushed in front of him, his tentacles wrapped around Akainu's neck suddenly burst out a purple light. Even a powerful shock wave like the ultimate 1.9 flash, Admiral could still jump around after being hit by one, but now Akainu actually let out a shrill scream after being hit by this weird purple light. After being hit and covered by the purple light, Akainu's body shrank and deformed bit by bit under the gaze of Aokiji, Kizaru, and Dracula Mahawk and Monkey D. Dragon who couldn't help but show horror and horror. In less than a second, Akainu, who was originally several meters tall, had shrunk to the size of a palm. What's more terrifying is that he directly changed from a human to a puppy-shaped biscuit the size of a palm, and then fell into Qin Yu's hand.